Game loading. Generating character data. Character Zhao Yi. Level 1. Experience 025. Ability none. Items Grenade X3 as a Psychiatrist. Why are you carrying 3 grenades on you? Life 1010. Strength 2. Mind 101. 1001. Unknown error code. Luck 0. Title none. Soul weapon Rusty Scalpel. Unknown error code. Character data has encountered an unknown error. Scanning for error source. Character error data scan failed. Attempting scan again. Unknown disorder detected. Attempting to repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Repair failed. Repair failed. A blinding white light forced Zhao Yi to slowly awaken from his faint. When he opened his eyes, he saw the shadowless lamps of an operating room. Thick dust and the stench of rust filled his nostrils. He slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings, immediately realizing that he had been dragged into hell, the live-action horror game that had descended upon the world 3 years ago. This game ceaselessly pulls humans into terrifying worlds to execute various horror missions, broadcasting everything in real time on its virtual platform Evernight Camp. Those who succeed gain rewards and grow ever stronger, while those who fail permanently lose life until they finally die. The life value displayed above was not the health bar of a character he played. It was his own life bar. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Zhao Yi immediately opened his mission panel. Instance Colossus Hospital Novice. Main quest Escape Colossus Hospital. Quest reward 25 experience. Difficulty Hell. Note Novice instance difficulty is balanced, monster resistance reduced by 50. Description: you were selected by sheer bad luck into a Hell difficulty instance. Enjoy the game. Hell difficulty Novice instance. Looks extremely dangerous. I'll have to be careful, Zhao Yi muttered to himself. He rose from the broken iron bed and stretched his limbs. Everything was intact. His condition, however, hovered on the edge of madness. Walking to the shattered vintage glass window, Zhao Yi roughly observed the outside scene, his gaze settling on the outer wall of the hospital. Deep within his eyes, a faint, nearly imperceptible dark crimson glint flashed. Immediately after, Zhao Yi received some unstable data. Unknown shadow dangerous. Note: wall neutral. Note: cannot be climbed over, cannot be destroyed. Door neutral. Note: requires access card. Access card. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin. These inexplicable data hints revealed crucial information. To escape the hospital, he would need an access card. It seemed this was his ultimate objective. He carefully pushed the door open. The corridor beyond was pitch black. In the distance, a ghastly white light flickered and crackled, flaring and dying. A thread of icy wind slipped through, chilling one to the bone. Such a scene would already be enough to scare an ordinary person into collapse. Evernight Camp Live Hall. Strange, there's actually a newcomer this batch with a mind value of 101. What? Isn't the player's mental strength capped at 100 in this game? As far as I remember, yes. The current highest is only 100. Someone called Longdi Yaoshin, not from our Bone District. I heard he's ranked first on the overall leaderboard in the Blood District. Could it be that the system glitched? Damn, look. This poor kid's novice instance is actually Colossus Hospital. He's done for. This newbie is dead on arrival. What? Another newbie entered Colossus Hospital. Come on, let's watch the stream. What's his name? Zhao Yi. In Evernight Camp, many players clamored as they clicked into Zhao Yi's livestream room. They were eager to see how this unlucky soul who had entered Colossus Hospital would die. On the 4th floor, Zhao Yi continued forward, brushing along the mottled wall. Paint peeled away together with the plaster, littering the floor in flakes, mildew blooming in patches. Clearly the hospital had been abandoned for many years. For 101, for 102, for 103, the door plates hung by a thread. Eventually Zhao Yi stopped at room 409. He saw an old man lying in the ward bed on the verge of death, thin as a stick, his hair completely white. The old man's body was pierced with numerous tubes that kept him barely alive. With pleading eyes, he slightly moved his lips. Young man, help me. I want to go to the toilet. Could you help me out of bed? Zhao Yi carefully scrutinized the old man. Those unstable, strange data once again surfaced. Old Man Liu, high-level danger. Note: unable to move, slow speed. So it's a lure-type monster. Combat attributes: extremely strong yet immobile with a narrow attack range and even a fatal weakness. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Zhao Yi's mind, and then he pushed the door open and walked toward the old man step by step. The old man on the bed watched Zhao Yi approach one step at a time. A trace of hatred and a cold, sinister smile flashed in his eyes while his mouth spoke gratefully. Thank you, lad. In the livestream, the players watching Zhao Yi enter the room wore expressions of regret and ridicule. Tisk tisk tisk, he actually dared to go in. In a place like this, there's no way a living person would be around, even if you used your backside to think. Dying at Old Man Liu's hands. If not 100, at least 50 have fallen that way. I thought a newcomer with Mind 101 would be something impressive. Turns out he's brain-dead, worse than that last guy with 78. Shows over, this newbie is trash. The viewers in the livestream chattered noisily. Yet soon they noticed that Zhao Yi had stopped roughly 3 meters away from the old man. The old man's cloudy eyes brimmed with urgency and impatience. Come here. Come and touch my hand. It howled madly in its heart. At some unknown moment, a rusty scalpel had appeared in Zhao Yi's hand behind his back. He took another step but sidestepped the old man's front and moved to stand behind him. The old man's smile froze. What are you doing? Zhao Yi stared at the back of the old man's head for a long while, then said calmly, I'll ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll take you to the toilet. And if I answer wrong, then I'll cut off your head. Old Man Liu was dumbfounded. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. This was outright turning the tables. This newcomer seemed just a little bit vicious. All right, go ahead and ask. Because of system settings, Old Man Liu was completely unable to turn around, now fierce, as he had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Pressing the tip of the scalpel against the back of Old Man Liu's head, Zhao Yi asked, How many leg hairs do I have? Old Man Liu. Live stream. A soft ripping sound. The scalpel slid into flesh. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand had already pierced into Old Man Liu's brain. Old Man Liu's face twisted in terror as he cried out, Don't kill me. Ask another question. Ask another. Zhao Yi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, then I'll ask another one. Where is the hospital's access card? This time Old Man Liu exhaled in relief and hurriedly said, There are 3 access cards in the hospital. One is in the logistics department, one is on the director, and one. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly bulged wide and his body began to convulse. Your soul weapon has touched the resentment of a ghost and has been successfully unsealed. The scalpel can now deal additional damage to ghosts. You have slain Old Man Liu. The scalpel has been slightly enhanced. After a few spasms, the old man's head drooped. Zhao Yi drew out his scalpel and noticed that some of the mottled rust on it had faded. He glanced at the iron window. At the corner beside the bed, a subtle bulge could be seen. Something one would never notice without great care. Feeling around for a while, Zhao Yi unexpectedly found a property certificate. At the same time, the system's voice echoed. Hidden quest triggered. Old Man Liu's last wish. Note: within an instance, hidden quests are triggered randomly by players. Their difficulty exceeds that of the main quest. Upon triggering, players may choose not to complete them. Doing so incurs no penalty and does not affect completion of the main quest. Completing a hidden quest grants additional rewards. With the system notification, the old man's corpse had somehow turned over and was now quietly gazing at Zhao Yi, the ferocity gone from his eyes. His figure was gradually fading. Young man, thank you for setting me free. This property certificate is the only savings I amassed in my lifetime. My daughter wants for its sake. In his final moments, he quietly recounted his story. It turned out that Old Man Liu's daughter Lu Shui had secretly had an affair with the director of Colossus Hospital in order to obtain this property certificate, plotting together to kill him. Later, however, Lu Shui died in an accidental elevator incident within the hospital. Thus, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Old Man Liu entrusted Zhao Yi with killing the director of Colossus Hospital. In exchange, the property certificate would belong to Zhao Yi. Item: Old Man Liu's property certificate, unsealed. Quality: green. Description: the lifelong savings of an old worker. Effect: in the live stream, the few hundred players watching were stunned into silence. For a full 3 seconds. Then the chat exploded into noise. That newcomer actually triggered the hidden quest in Colossus Hospital. Impressive. So Old Liu was never able to move at all. But how did he know that? Who just said this newcomer is brain dead? Step out and say it again. The crowd chattered heatedly when suddenly a user with a special frame appeared and spoke in the live room. Yang Tao said, although some of it was just a lucky fluke among this year's new players who have just been assigned to the Bone Zone, his performance so far is quite good. For a newcomer dungeon, the final result is often not that important. What matters is his mindset, judgment, and reaction speed. Isn't that the Vice President Yang Tao from the guild, Chui Jiao Lianing? It really is Yang Tao. Screenshot time. Why would Master Yang Tao have the leisure to come to a newbie live room? Is your guild short of people? Master, look at me. I'm already level 12. Yang Tao said, we're not short of people. I just happened to have some free time, so I dropped by to take a look and analyze this year's newcomer's dungeon performance. Yang Tao said, given the situation so far, the best way for Zhao Yi to respond is to abandon the temptation of the hidden quest and focus solely on clearing the main storyline. The map of Colossus Hospital was not large, and there were not many monsters, but the exit was bound by numerous restrictions. One had to obtain an access card in order to leave. Yang Tao said, as far as we currently know, there are 2 access cards in the hospital. One is on the director, the other in the logistics department. The former will be extremely difficult to acquire, while the latter may be hard to locate. Let's see how this newcomer performs. Yang Tao continued, moreover, Old Liu has already hinted to Zhao Yi that his daughter died in the elevator. That means the hospital's elevator cannot be used. In the live room, just as Yang Tao was logically laying out his analysis, he suddenly stopped. Because he saw Zhao Yi heading straight for the elevator with the property certificate in hand. The wooden interior of the elevator was terribly worn. Dark brown stains were scattered everywhere. They were dried blood. Clearly something terrible had once occurred inside. Zhao Yi rubbed his chin, staring at the elevator for a long time. A notation appeared once more. Elevator, low-level danger. Note 1, inside resides a vengeful spirit who died here. Its Its strength and resistance have been greatly reduced, but it still possesses 5 times a human's physique. You cannot defeat it barehanded. The notation surfaced again. Seeing it, Zhao Yi broke into a smile. The one who died in the elevator was almost certainly Old Liu's daughter. Its strength and resistance had been drastically weakened. Good. Very good. With long strides, Zhao Yi stepped into the elevator. As he did, his hand slipped into his pocket and drew out a pitch-black object which he placed beneath the property certificate. On the first floor of most hospitals there would be a map, and that map would be extremely helpful for Zhao Yi to complete his quest. So he needed to go to the first floor. He pressed the button. The elevator began to slowly descend. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly the lights began to flicker unnaturally. The elevator also began to shudder. The changes inside the elevator made the viewers in the newbie live room grow nervous as well. As expected of a rookie, he's prone to overlooking details. Looks like this is where he stops. People say an elevator is like a living coffin. In such a dangerous world, stepping into one is truly unwise. Indeed. By the way, isn't this newcomer's mental resilience a little too abnormal? Up until now his sanity hasn't dropped even a bit. You're right. He's not scared at all. Inside the elevator, Zhao Yi's eyes kept sweeping around. At some unknown moment, a thick viscous drop of liquid fell from the ceiling. It landed just on Zhao Yi's forehead, slid past the bridge of his nose. His gaze flicked to it. Pure crimson. Blood. Something strangely damp and chilling settled onto Zhao Yi's shoulder, seeping a bone-piercing cold into him. Zhao Yi tilted his head slightly and saw hair tangled like a mass of seaweed draped messily over him. Without any warning, a shattered, blood-smeared, horrifying ghost face lunged right up before his eyes. That single moment made many people in the live room break out in a cold sweat. The sudden horror was simply overwhelming. I died so miserably. The icy sobbing whisper echoed by Zhao Yi's ear, nearly freezing his blood. Zhao Yi extended his tongue and actually licked the blood on the tip of his nose. His expression showed a faint, twisted excitement. You are Old Liu's daughter, Liu Shui. Brothers. Why do I feel that something is off about Zhao Yi's expression? He doesn't seem scared. He even looks a bit thrilled. He can still get excited at a time like this. Unshakable to the end. I'd call him a true, fearless warrior. In the live room, the crowd, who had been terrified by the sudden appearance of the female ghost, felt their fear have the moment they saw Zhao Yi's expression. Seeing that the man before her was not afraid of her at all, Liu Shui herself was stunned. What was going on? Was she not frightening enough? I am Liu Shui. Are you here to help me take revenge? Her face was drenched in blood, her black hair wet and clinging. Her skin was deathly pale, her voice a sinister chill. Zhao Yi felt no fear. He even had the urge to perform a craniotomy on her. Your father, Old Liu, has a special gift for you. Liu Shui froze. My father? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. He left it for you alone. He said it was important and told me I must deliver it to you. It seems to have something to do with a property certificate. But why don't you tell me your story first? You weren't killed in a simple elevator accident, were you? Why do you seek revenge? Hearing the words property certificate, the ghost Liu Shui immediately realized that Zhao Yi truly had been entrusted by Old Liu. For that matter, only 3 people in the entire hospital knew the truth. Her, Old Liu, and the director. Liu Shui's gaze turned icy, her eyes hanging outside shattered sockets filled with venomous hatred, and the aura around her grew more and more unstable. An accident. Yes. Everyone believed it was an accident. Do you also think it was an accident? Do you also think so? As she spoke, she suddenly thrust her horrifying, ruined face right up to Zhao Yi. Her hate-filled eyes locked onto him. Zhao Yi blinked and asked. And then? The air fell silent for a few seconds. A ghost frightening a human could be terrifying. But failing to scare someone was simply awkward. Liu Shui coughed drily twice and slowly drew back her face, saying coldly, It was the director. He murdered me, pushed me off the rooftop. Then he had people collect my corpse and publicly claimed it was an elevator malfunction. Realization dawned on Zhao Yi. So you want me to kill the director for you? Liu Shui nodded. If you kill the director and bring his head back to me, I will grant you a generous reward. No system prompt appeared. That meant the female ghost was lying to Zhao Yi. She had no intention of rewarding him. In fact, she likely planned to kill him afterward. Does he have any weaknesses? As if unaware, Zhao Yi continued to ask calmly on his own. He is the strongest ghost here. But you could also say he is the weakest. Unlike the other ghosts, he doesn't know he's dead. If you can make him realize that he has already died, his obsession will crumble and his power will drain away. When she finished, Zhao Yi handed the property certificate and the dark sphere beneath it to her. I understand. These are what your father asked me to deliver to you. I'll find a way to help you get your revenge. Take a look at these first. Liu Shui's cold gaze fell on the property certificate as she casually accepted the 2 items from Zhao Yi. The process was so smooth, so natural, that the female ghost never even thought to doubt him. Zhao Yi stepped out of the elevator and turned right. He stopped. He covered his ears. A strange pull ring was looped around his middle finger. After a brief wait, a blinding burst of light exploded from within the elevator. A deafening explosion followed, flinging out a storm of blood, flesh, and splintered wood, scattering them across the floor and splashing over an area of more than 10 meters. A blasted round head rolled out of the elevator, its torn eyes dangling, filled with boundless unwillingness and terror. In the live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Isn't he a psychologist? Why does he have a grenade with him when entering the dungeon? Could he be a battlefield psychologist from Syria? This physical exorcism deserves a perfect score. Yang Tao exclaimed, "Wonderful." He diverted the female ghost's attention, making her focus entirely on the property certificate, which was her obsession in life, subconsciously lowering her vigilance towards Zhao Yi. After all, most players only think about fleeing when facing a ghost. Who would expect a human to actively attack a ghost? Yang Tao remarked, "Moreover, Zhao Yi is clearly exploiting a loophole in the game system. Under normal circumstances, physical means have negligible effect on ghosts, but since Zhao Yi's current dungeon is a beginner's dungeon set at hell difficulty, the system has significantly reduced the resistance of ghosts to balance things out, which is why the grenade could cause such severe damage to the female ghost." That makes sense. Wow, I thought Zhao Yi was just a fool, but it turns out he's quite impressive. In the live studio, Yang Tao fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi in the dungeon, his eyes gleaming. In just a brief moment, he already felt a desire to make an exception and pull Zhao Yi into the guild. This rookie's performance was undeniably outstanding. Even many players who had completed numerous missions found it hard to remain as calm and decisive as Zhao Yi. The head that had been blown apart on the ground looked increasingly grotesque and hideous, while Lu Shui glared at Zhao Yi, filled with immeasurable anger and hatred. "Do you dare scheme against me?" Zhao Yi rushed to the bloody female ghost's head. As if discovering a new toy, he patted her head like bouncing a ball. It bounced high. "Hey, your head is quite bouncy, isn't it?" It's just a bit sticky." The female ghost. In the next moment, a sharp, rust-stained small knife appeared in Zhao Yi's hand. It was his sole weapon. Item: rusty scalpel. Quality: unique. Description: your sole weapon. Effect: data error. The female ghost looked at the scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand, and immense fear emerged in her vengeful eyes. "No, don't kill me." The female ghost let out a piercing scream. "Sure. My knife is swift, it won't hurt." Zhao Yi kindly extended his left hand to soothe the female ghost. Then, amidst her shrill screams, he slowly stabbed the scalpel into the back of her head. After a chaotic stirring, the female ghost stopped screaming. "The scalpel is stained with the ghost's blood. Something has been awakened. Your soul weapon has evolved. Your attributes have been enhanced." Character: Zhao Yi. Level 1. Experience 0, 25. Ability: none. Items: grenade 2 life, 1010 strength, 5 spirit, 101, 1001. Luck 0. Title: none. Soul weapon: bloodied scalpel. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached from the hallway. Not far away, Zhao Yi stood up and slowly turned his head. Before him stood an old man with half of his head cleaved off. A strange smile lingered on his face. However, when he saw the expression of sheer terror on the female ghost's head that Zhao Yi was holding, his smile gradually vanished. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhao Yi asked politely. The old ghost's hair stood on end as he turned and fled, not looking back. Damn, this guy is terrifying. The crazy woman in the elevator actually had her head cut off by him. Speaking of, what if he comes after me? No way, I need to run faster. Watching the ghost turn and run in a panic, the entire live broadcast room erupted. The initial few hundred viewers had now swelled to over 10,000. Many large guilds send representatives to newbie live streams each year to scout for promising talents. What the hell? This newcomer is too fierce. He actually scared off the ghost. He treated the female ghost's head like a basketball. He's really a psychologist, not a lunatic. Having scared off the old ghost, Zhao Yi looked down at his scalpel. The rust stains had already disappeared, but blood continued to seep from the blade. Zhao Yi clenched his fist, feeling a significant increase in his strength. His original strength value of 2 had turned into 5. Felt great. It was quite exhilarating. In the hospital's first floor hall, Zhao Yi successfully found the map he was looking for. A quick glance. Memorized. Continued to explore. Following the map north, he avoided several highly dangerous, unknown shadows along the way. Zhao Yi did not head directly to the director's office, but chose the security room instead. He needed a document to inform the director of his death. In the security room, there were surveillance cameras and perhaps a printer. Unlike the large hospitals in the city center, the giant statue hospital was built in a remote area, so to ensure safety and convenience, the security room would usually be equipped with internet-connected electronic devices and printing materials. Ahead, the lights were dim. Inside, several corpses lay sprawled on the floor. As soon as Zhao Yi entered the security room, the first thing he did was take out his scalpel and start slicing off the heads of the corpses one by one. Then he placed them neatly on the table. His actions sent chills down the spines of many players in the live broadcast room. This guy must have some psychological issues, right? Yang Tao, though it's quite twisted, it's a very pragmatic approach. In a newbie dungeon, the powers of certain ghosts are significantly restricted, so they might pretend to be dead to ambush players. Yang Tao soul weapons are among the few weapons players possess that can deal significant damage to ghosts, so there's no risk in doing this. The big shot makes a valid point, but can a rookie just entering a hell game really do this? Will he end up killing his teammates in a frenzy? This guy is a psychologist. Please allow me to mourn for his patience for 3 minutes. After finishing his task, Zhao Yi calmly washed the blood off his hands in a corner of the room. Then he approached the desk to log into the computer. Opening the web page, he began to search. Zhao Yi finally found some outdated news about the giant statue hospital. He took screenshots of key images, placed them in a Word document, and printed them all on a single sheet of paper. After carefully reviewing to confirm everything was correct, Zhao Yi folded it up and tucked it away. Then he left. But not long after he returned, pulled out his scalpel, and added a stab to each of the ghost heads on the table. After completing this task, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew I had forgotten something earlier. This way you guys shouldn't be able to come back to life, right? He muttered to himself. Everyone. Upon entering the central hall, the shadows around cast an eerie ambience. The sky was already dim. The air was cold and damp as Zhao Yi paced a strange black mist swirling ahead. Ghost mist neutral. Note: it will induce fear, lowering players' mental values, but it has no effect on you at all. Here it comes, here it comes. The ghost mist corridor. Tisk. This ghost mist has claimed many players. It will lower their mental values, so one cannot linger for too long. I remember deep within the ghost mist there is a room containing a weeping ghost. It seems there is some side quest. Yes. But there's more than one ghost in there, or the door can kill and newcomers can easily die there. Hiss. Last time old Zhang told me he died from the door kill in the giant hospital. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi stepped into the ghost mist corridor. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt his vision obstructed and shrouded. Whispers began to sound in his ears. Mysterious, obscure. These voices possessed a certain degree of mental pollution. But evidently they were completely useless against Zhao Yi. For long ago Zhao Yi could hear countless terrifying whispers every day, from the moment he awakened to the moment he fell asleep. There had never been peace. Those voices were far more extreme than the whispers he heard now. Each carried immense malice. Zhao Yi strolled calmly through the mist, felt familiar, as if he had returned home. The narrow corridor twisted, spanning about 300 meters. At the end was a staircase. But as Zhao Yi reached halfway, a faint crying sound echoed in his ears. Side quest triggered, help the weeping ghost fulfill its wish. Following the sound, he found the surgical knife had somehow returned to his hand. He arrived at room 1007. The crying was coming from inside. The paint on the wooden door had chipped away, leaving mottled traces. Zhao Yi reached out, grasped the doorknob, and attempted to turn it. It wasn't locked. The hearts of everyone in the live stream tightened at that moment. They knew that as soon as Zhao Yi opened the door, he would die. In just a few seconds they felt as if they had endured years, holding their breath, completely focused. Wait, why hasn't he opened the door? Wow, so vigilant. Zhao Yi's hand ultimately chose not to push the door open. He stepped back a few paces, his gaze flickering onto the door. Door extremely dangerous. Note can be destroyed. Simple data. This also gave Zhao Yi an idea. He took out his surgical knife and made a few gestures towards the door. Then he suddenly thrust the knife into the wooden door. A piercing scream erupted from behind the door. The sound was so loud that it drowned out the weeping ghost's cries. With one stab after another, not knowing how many stabs he made, Zhao Yi's hollow expression combined with the perfectly aligned shadows and steady, precise movements of the knife sent chills down the spines of the viewers in the live stream. What the hell? Is this newcomer too fierce? I'm starting to worry for the director. Damn, from now on, if I encounter him, I must be careful. I think he's a madman. Yang Tao, this newcomer is a bit strange. Under the dual stimulation of the ghost mist and the weeping ghost's cries, his mental value hasn't decreased at all. What? His mental value is still at 101. Finally, Zhao Yi received another notification. You have killed the door ghost. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. Zhao Yi looked at the surgical knife in his hand. There were no obvious changes. The enhancement was evidently very weak. But even a mosquito is meat. Oh, having something is better than nothing. Blood seeped out from the cracks in the door, and the danger of the door turned to neutral, allowing him to push the door open. The weeping ghost was a little boy. He was hiding in the corner, trembling, as he watched Zhao Yi enter with the surgical knife. He had seen everything that had just happened. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The weeping ghost cried out in terror. His proud attack method had no effect on Zhao Yi at all. Zhao Yi held the knife and slowly approached the weeping ghost. He squatted down, reached out his hand, and gently stroked the weeping ghost's head. In the live stream, the players were moved by such a warm scene. Such a decisive killer also has a gentle side. Hong Ying, his approach is correct. First intimidate the ghost, then calm it down. This can establish a relationship of trust with the ghost, which is crucial for completing the side quest. What? The goddess Hong Ying is here too. Can the goddess give me an autograph? Excuse me, does goddess Hong Ying need a backup? If not, would you mind having one more? Hong Ying scram. Hong Ying, this year many powerful newcomers have entered the Bone District. I just came from another rookie's live stream. This guy cleared the Hunter's game in just 46 minutes, breaking a record that hadn't been surpassed in 3 years. Hong-ing this newcomer named Zhao Yi is also not simple. Let's see what this side quest is. The weeping ghost being stroked on the head by Zhao Yi slightly recovered emotionally. He was no longer as frightened as before. You're not here to kill me, right? The weeping ghost murmured to himself. I've been here for so long, finally someone has come to help me. Zhao Yi smiled with benevolence, continuing to stroke his hair. The weeping ghost completely relaxed and began to chatter about his story. Back then my mother fell seriously ill. Zhao Yi tightened his grip on the surgical knife, gradually applying pressure. This hospital told me they could save my mother, but it would require an enormous amount of medical expenses. Zhao Yi's body slightly shifted, adjusting his posture. It was a position very suitable for exerting force. Our family has been poor since childhood. The weeping ghost rambled, immersed in past memories. At that moment, Zhao Yi suddenly struck with the knife. Slash! It was a swift and decisive act. With one stroke, he severed the weeping ghost's head. Immediately after, Zhao Yi began to wildly stab at the weeping ghost's head. Blood splattered. He wiped the blood off his face, exhaling. It's safe now, he spoke to himself. Everyone. Live stream. I'm frozen. Jumping over dialogue with physical means, that's impressive. Without any key information, his side quest cannot be completed. The goddess Hong-ing analyzed, this guy is completely unpredictable. Everyone murmured, but Zhao Yi had a clear purpose. The weeping ghost was of intermediate danger. This indicated that the opponent still possessed some means of significant lethality against him. To ensure his safety, Zhao Yi decided to kill the weeping ghost directly. As for the side quest, it was not within Zhao Yi's considerations. The weeping ghost died under Zhao Yi's knife, and the blood on the bloodied surgical knife became noticeably thicker. Now drops of blood dripped from the tip of the knife onto the ground every 2 or 3 seconds. Having killed the weeping ghost, Zhao Yi searched the room. He found a diary. A cursory glance revealed it to be the weeping ghost's diary. On November 12th, clear weather. My mother's condition has worsened again. I am still typing to earn money. Previously, due to taking care of my mother, I fell asleep while working at night, and now I've lost my attendance for this month. I pleaded with the editor for leniency, but he said there was nothing he could do. This weekend I'll go out to take on some work, eating one less meal each day, hoping to gather enough for my mother's surgery soon. On December 12th, cloudy. I got a delivery job. Although it's a bit hard, there is hope to gather enough for my mother's surgery. On December 27th, light rain. It has been raining for over 10 days, and the small town is flooded everywhere. Today I slipped while delivering food and I lost today's earnings. Woe is me. On February 9th, heavy rain. Continuous heavy rains for nearly 3 months have made deliveries impossible, and my mother's condition has deteriorated again. What should I do? On March 18th, thunderstorm. The small town. What on earth has happened? How could it suddenly turn into this? The streets. So empty. Where have the people gone? The diary ends here. Other than lamenting, there is no useful information. Zhao Yi tossed the diary aside, about to leave, when he suddenly stopped. He reopened the diary of the weepy ghost and read through it carefully, his gaze turning solemn. Mother. Surgery. Zhao Yi seemed to understand something. He took the diary with him, left the room, and re-entered the ghostly fog. In his mind, a complete map of the hospital emerged. Indeed, the map was quite complex, but for Zhao Yi, who could effortlessly remember the symptoms of hundreds of patients without confusion, it posed no difficulty. The hospital's building was not safe, with ghosts of varying strengths lurking about. Zhao Yi did not initiate conflict with them, carefully avoiding them, and made his way to a more densely populated ward area. These wards were in very poor condition, one could even say filthy and chaotic, clearly not meant for the wealthy. This matched the weepy ghost's descriptions of himself and his mother in the diary. Poor. Zhao Yi was not interested in completing this side quest. He was looking for the female ghost with another intention. He glanced over. The corridor was lined with low-level danger and neutral entities. Zhao Yi stepped on the damp, raised floor, his footsteps light, as he stood at the door, peering inside through the glass one by one. What is he doing? I don't know. Maybe exploring the map. Yang Tao, he is eliminating options. Eliminating options. Yang Tao, please elaborate. Yang Tao, didn't you notice? In the diary, the weepy ghost expressed concern for his mother multiple times. His obsession is likely related to his mother's hospital bed, and the side quest is probably connected to this. Hence, as long as Zhao Yi finds the weepy ghost's mother, he may continue the side quest. Yang Tao, right now Zhao Yi is actually eliminating which wards have women and which do not, determining the range, and then exploring inside, which can save time and also be safer. Wow, that makes sense. As expected of Yang Tao, he saw right through Zhao Yi's thoughts. A group of people flattered Yang Tao while some silent players focused entirely on Zhao Yi. This newcomer is a bit ridiculously strong. Although currently his strength is still weak compared to others, this judgment, decisiveness, and adaptability are things many veteran players cannot achieve. Yang Tao, look, he has already found his target. Next, he just needs to interact with the target to extract useful information and continue the side quest. After a brief elimination process, things went surprisingly smoothly. Among all the wards on this floor, only room 3004 had a female ghost lying on the hospital bed. Therefore Zhao Yi could almost confirm that the weepy ghost's mother was this female ghost lying in bed, despite her frail and pale appearance. She, like the weepy ghost, belonged to mid-level danger. Conversely, the seemingly ferocious old ghosts in the earlier rooms were classified as neutral entities. Zhao Yi arrived at the door of room 3000 and for one hand on the doorknob slowly, pushing the door open, and politely asked, "Hello, are you Ah Xiao's mother?" "I am Ah Xiao's mother. What do you want?" Joy brightened Zhao Yi's face. "Great, I finally found you. By the way, may I ask if your husband or any relatives are in the hospital?" The female ghost fell silent for a moment, not answering. "No. Why are you looking for me? What is it?" As she spoke, her hair began to grow eerily, seemingly like a ghost moving towards the door. Clearly, she was not going to let Zhao Yi off easily. Of course, Zhao Yi had no intention of letting her go either. It's good that there isn't anyone. That way I don't have to run around. Running around looking for someone is quite troublesome. Zhao Yi muttered to himself. Then he threw in a dark object. The female ghost caught it with her ghostly hair. The next moment Zhao Yi slammed the door shut. Boom! A massive explosion of flames erupted at that moment, accompanied by the female ghost's scream. The entire building seemed to shake. Once the reverberation faded, Zhao Yi opened the door to see that the female ghost was dead beyond recovery. The floor was in disarray. The ghost's resistance had been severely diminished, leading to the consequence that conventional weapons became effective. The number of viewers in the livestream was increasing, yet no one spoke. This newcomer made them feel a chill down their spines. Yang Tao was also silent. This newcomer truly had an unusual mindset. Shouldn't a normal person be searching for the female ghost to continue the unfinished side quest? Zhao Yi, on the other hand, met her with a grenade. Moreover, from their previous conversation, it was not hard to discern. Zhao Yi was bent on killing Ah Xiao's entire family. Evidently, after killing Ah Xiao, Zhao Yi worried that Ah Xiao's family would seek revenge. After all, the hospital is not that big and the ghosts could easily find him. Thus he made a decision. To kill Ah Xiao's family first. This person, is he really not mentally ill? In that moment, Yang Tao's eyelids twitched slightly. After finishing his business, Zhao Yi turned to leave, continuing towards the rooftop. Nearby, the ghosts all hid, trembling in fear, afraid that Zhao Yi would kick open their ward's door and send them a blast of light. After some twists and turns, Zhao Yi arrived at the director's office. Data floated before him. Director of the Giant Image Hospital, extremely dangerous. Note: do not attempt to confront him directly. Before even entering, Zhao Yi already felt a wave of deadly malice. He stroked his chin, pondering for half a second. Then he took out the printed paper from his body. He found a pen from a nearby room and circled part of it with a thick red frame. He took a careful look, very satisfied. Then he directly taped it to his face. Holding a bloodied scalpel, he kicked open the door to the director's office. Bang! A loud noise. The threat of death and the director's gaze arrived simultaneously. A pair of pale hands unexpectedly gripped Zhao Yi's neck without warning. Zhao Yi had no chance to resist at all. The opponent was too fast. Moreover, those icy hands drained all of Zhao Yi's strength. The director's mouth split wide to the ears, a blood-red maw opening to swallow Zhao Yi whole. At the critical moment, its gaze fell upon the newspaper that covered Zhao Yi's face. It featured a text and image that had been deliberately outlined with a red frame. March 6, Giant Image Hospital invaded by unknown ominous force. All personnel died. None survived. Attached image. In that image, the director's corpse happened to be hanging on the rooftop, swaying like a torn newspaper. With a long tongue, a purple complexion, hollow eyes gazing into the distance, with its mouth torn open, blood could still be seen dripping. Upon seeing this image, the director seemed to recall something. The hand gripping Zhao Yi's neck weakened rapidly. The coldness receded and strength returned to Zhao Yi's body. At that moment, with the scalpel he held, he delivered the fastest stab he could muster, directly piercing the director's brow. The strike was the fastest knife Zhao Yi could deliver. It accurately struck the dean, who was lost in his own thoughts. After the scalpel's tip pierced the dean's forehead, an unforeseen change occurred. The dean, whose strength had not yet fully faded, suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes. Blood vessels swam within his gaze. Like a centipede crawling, the pale claws gripping Zhao Yi's neck had all their strength drained in that moment of near death. Zhao Yi fell awkwardly to the ground, removed his newspaper mask, coughed a few times, revealing several bruised claw marks on his neck. The dean still hung from a rope, but his head had already drooped. You have slain the dungeon boss. Soul weapon enhanced. Attributes received a slight increase. Character Zhao Yi. Level 1. Experience 0/25. Abilities none. Items Grenade X1. Health 1010. Strength 8. Spirit 101. 1001. Luck 0. Title none. Soul weapon Bloodied Scalpel. Note: chaos damage ignores resistance, evasion, and damage reduction, and will deal full damage to all units. Effect: data error, chaos damage. Is it some sort of advanced attribute? Zhao Yi silently memorized this special attribute. After killing the dean, Zhao Yi stared seriously at the hanged ghost before him, pulling the scalpel from the dean's forehead. Blood dripped incessantly from the blade. Zhao Yi arrived at the dean's office rummaging through it until he found a letter and the dean's access card in a drawer. He took the access card and placed it on himself, then opened the letter to take a look. The previous diary of the crybaby piqued Zhao Yi's interest in this world. The giant statue hospital and the town clearly suffered from an invasion of mysterious forces leading to their current state. Although the novice dungeon did not give Zhao Yi a chance to explore the worldview, he still wanted to find some scarce materials to investigate. It's hard to say he won't enter the dungeons of this worldview again in the future. The letter was sent from the outside world. The handwriting on the paper was sparse and the characters were quite scrawled. Old Chen, I contacted the authorities and bribed the guards in the town for you. The Gu Xian town is no longer safe. Pack your things as soon as possible in these 2 or 3 days. Go to the bus station at the South Town Gate. There will be a black Daika truck waiting for you. If you wait too long, there may be unforeseen changes. There were only 4 lines of text. The envelope didn't even have a signature. The sender clearly knew what was happening in Gu Xian town. But the situation still exceeded his expectations. The dean known as Old Chen ultimately died in the hospital. The manner of death was gruesome. Zhao Yi squinted his eyes, folded the letter neatly, and placed it back in another drawer. Turning around, he left the dean's office and locked the room. After finishing, Zhao Yi carried the access card and carefully avoided some extremely dangerous unknown shadows arriving at the hospital's main entrance. The security guard's body was shattered into pieces scattered on the ground. In an instant, Zhao Yi felt something, his gaze locking onto a distorted figure in the shadows. The figure stood motionless, facing away from him. Extremely dangerous. Note: do not let it out of your sight or terrible things will happen. Seeing this ominous red label, Zhao Yi's hair stood on end. He could not see the strange, distorted figure clearly. But whether it was the data label in front of him or his own instincts, both told him that this entity was something he could not provoke at this moment. Zhao Yi walked calmly to the entrance, swiped the access card. Beep. The black iron door emitted a harsh, grinding sound like a machine that hadn't operated for hundreds of years, slowly opening. The outside world was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring all visibility. Clearly, this novice dungeon did not intend to reveal more information to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stared hard at the distorted figure in the darkness, slowly retreating, disappearing little by little into the thick fog. As the fog completely concealed Zhao Yi's body, a white light appeared before him, and his body abruptly vanished into the mist. After Zhao Yi disappeared, the distorted figure in the shadows suddenly turned around, freezing like a puppet, coldly gazing at the spot where Zhao Yi had vanished. Congratulations, player Zhao Yi. Main quest: escape from Giant Statue Hospital completed. Hidden quest: Lu Laohan's Last Wish completed. Side quest: Crybaby's Wish failed. Story exploration rate 88. Worldview exploration rate 16. Score obtained: SBOSS kill bonus. Reward: 25 experience. Experience can only be obtained from the main quest. Items obtained: Lu Laohan's property certificate unsealed. Title obtained: Ghost's Fear unique. A newcomer. In the hell level difficulty dungeon Giant Statue Hospital, he actually achieved an S rating. Many witnesses were thrilled, as if they themselves had cleared this dungeon. After just returning to the safe zone, Zhao Yi received over 99 friend requests. The Eternal Night Camp is a safe area where players exchange information. In fact, this is not a traditional real region. It is a virtual platform. Inside there are live streams of all players in the district and items can be traded. Within the camp there exists a forum for players from a certain area to exchange insights on dungeons, as well as some challenges faced in their respective regions and experiences in expanding territories. Zhao Yi looked around and found himself in a special environment. Before him was a white circle. Inside there were 2 different options. 1. Please choose the guild you want to join. 2. Do you want to create a guild by yourself? 1 is to join, the other is to create. Zhao Yi opened his system panel, where many friend requests were marked with noble golden colors. Those people's identities were extraordinary. They were important staff from large guilds. They had no extra actions, wanting to invite Zhao Yi into their guild, stating they would provide resources to cultivate him, significantly increasing his survival rate in dungeon tasks and world quests. Among them were members from top guilds like Five Tigers, Horn Blowing, Continuous Camp, and Tian Wang. These large guilds have very strict recruitment standards. They almost never accept newcomers. Their invitation to Zhao Yi was already an exception. It is known that for ordinary players it is extremely difficult to make a transition to the top guilds in these regions. A good guild possesses various abundant resources, can quickly advance major world tasks, expand guild size, and acquire more benefits. In a corner of the system there were a mall and a leaderboard. The mall was filled with various goods, including some agarwood used for exorcism, bronze mirrors, talisman papers, and more, along with mysterious potions that could enhance one's abilities. Furthermore, more valuable items could be found in the advanced mall, which required special conditions to unlock. Mall points could not be earned in the novice dungeon. They could only be obtained in subsequent dungeons. The higher the score during the dungeon settlement, the more points one would receive. After closing the mall, Zhao Yi opened the leaderboard nearby. There were a total of 5 rankings: the Newcomer Leaderboard, Guild Leaderboard, Leveling, Maniacs Board, Wealthy World Board, and the Renowned Globally Board. Currently, Zhao Yi ranked first on the Newcomer Leaderboard with an S score. As the top newcomer, he naturally received the corresponding title sharp rise. The newcomer leaderboard recorded the comprehensive scores of newcomers within level 5. Besides the points they carried, the most important factor was the score given by the system after the dungeon ended. Zhao Yi glanced at the leveling maniacs board. Currently the highest level among players in the Bone District was level 63, held by Xue Daoji, the leader of the Horned Alliance. After gaining some understanding of the situation, Zhao Yi inquired about the guild. It turned out that after entering the game, players could no longer return to their original world, but were instead assigned to a corner of a new chaotic realm. That place was dangerous, barren, and desolate. There was no sunlight. Players needed to deal with various dangers, build homes, expand territory, store resources, and move towards the center of the world. Zhao Yi carefully examined the currently developed world map and found that the location of the All Our Rascals Guild was closest to a familiar area, Guxian Town. Zhao Yi's eyes brightened slightly. He was very interested in everything happening in Guxian Town. He opened the All Our Rascals Guild and submitted an application to join. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. Not long after, a message came back to Zhao Yi. "We are a trash guild and have no resources." Clearly, the other party was surprised by Zhao Yi's choice of their guild. Zhao Yi was not angered by their rejection. He replied with, "I am very interested in Guxian Town." Just a few simple words. In the chaotic realm, in a dilapidated apartment building, a charming mature woman gazed at the message before her, slightly surprised. She turned to a few teammates sitting on a dirty sofa and said, "How interesting, the top newcomer this year actually applied to join our guild." A middle-aged Taoist priest, beaming with joy and busy sorting through treasures obtained from the last dungeon, smiled and said, "Long life and blessings to the heavenly sovereign." Did this guy not receive invitations from several top guilds? Or is it that this year's newcomers are just too weak that even the top rank cannot entice those old ghosts? The mature woman tossed her long hair lazily and said, "What do you think of a newcomer who scored S in a hellish difficulty dungeon like Giant Hospital?" The old Taoist's smile slightly faded. "Then why did he choose our guild?" The woman replied, "He said he is very interested in Guxian Town. Uncle Quan, do you have any advice?" The woman's gaze turned to the middle-aged man in black-framed glasses who was reading a book in the center of the sofa. He slightly raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. "It seems Guxian Town is related to our world mission, right? You guys, every day you just know how to fight and kill instead of doing world missions. It's been so long and our guild is still in such a state with newcomers almost running away." The woman scoffed. "Isn't this learned from you? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Don't blame us, you're the one leading it." Uncle Quan awkwardly touched his nose. "Let him in. It's rare for a newcomer to want to join our guild. You guys make sure not to bully the newcomer." The woman licked her red lips, a glimmer of light flashing in her peach blossom eyes, and smiled. "Okay." The news of Zhao Yi joining the All Our Rascals Guild quickly spread throughout the Eternal Night Camp. Many people did not understand Zhao Yi's choice. Tisk, such a good hand played so poorly. Why go there of all places to a trash guild that has been established for 2 years and hasn't even opened the path to the ruined city? It's a pity for this guy. I heard the big brothers from several major guilds praised him, but unexpectedly he did such a thing. In the ruined city of the chaotic realm, in a certain luxurious building, Yang Tao sat in front of a computer interestedly examining Zhao Yi's profile. He was very interested in this person. Outside, a woman in a black silk professional outfit knocked and entered, handing a stack of documents to Yang Tao. "Vice President, someone has dug up his original world's information. The data has been uploaded to the Eternal Night Camp. Here is the original manuscript for your review." Yang Tao picked up the document and read through it carefully. His expression turned serious. "Is he well known in the industry?" The woman nodded. "He has cured nearly 1,000 patients with severe psychological disorders, and he did it completely. Whether the person had depression or violent tendencies or severe psychological distortions, anyone treated by him always manages to recover. However, patients he cured completely forgot the treatment process. They only remembered that Zhao Yi healed their illnesses, but all memories related to the treatment mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, in the industry, very few people call him by his real name. Instead, they gave him a special nickname, the Angel of Forgetting." Yang Tao remained silent for a long time, suddenly remembering something. "Go call Ball here." The woman hesitated and said, "Vice President, that demon Ball killed all the other players in the last dungeon, and now due to his high kill value, he has been locked in the slaughter battlefield by the system and won't be able to come out for 3 days. Yang Tao glanced at the calendar. "I still have time. I can wait a bit longer." A fierce wind and torrential rain. There was no sun, and the surroundings were in shambles, as if they had undergone a century-long battle, leaving only ruins. The lonely old building stood right before Zhao Yi. There were lights inside. "Welcome, classmate Zhao Yi." A voluptuous mature beauty stood at the door wearing cool sunglasses, greeting Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi asked curiously, "Is this the territory of the All Our Rascals Guild?" The woman smiled charmingly. "What's wrong? Do we not look like rascals? By the way, I haven't introduced myself, or my name is Lu Ruoqing, and I am the guild's auditor. You can call me Sister Lu." She generously led Zhao Yi back to the old building, where many people in the lobby gazed at him with strange smiles. Lu Ruoqing introduced Zhao Yi. The man in black-framed glasses is our guild leader. You can call him Uncle Quan. That icy beauty is Meng Jiao, our vice president. Try not to talk to her, she won't pay attention to you. As for that damn conman Taoist, he is Zhang Xiao who loves to deceive others. Be very careful not to fall for his tricks. Zhang Xiao complained, Lu Ruoqing, if you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. I, the Taoist priest, understand the heavens and the earth, and I never charge extra for fortune-telling. How am I a conman? With a mouth open, the old Taoist's charlatan visage was fully revealed. I've arranged a room for you. We generally stay on the top floor, the 7th. Newcomers are assigned to the first 3 floors. Your room number is 404. Specially requested by me, quite a lucky number. Zhao Yi politely nodded and said, Thank you, Taoist. Zhang Xiao grinned mischievously. No worries, once you're here we're all family. To make it to the top of the newcomer leaderboard among millions, we have high hopes for you. Lu Ruoqing rolled her eyes and led Zhao Yi to room 404, saying, Once you bind with this room, it will become your safe haven. Except for your authorization, no one else can enter. A beam of light shot from the peephole at the door, collecting Zhao Yi's soul information. The door opened. Inside it was clean and tidy. 80 square meters, 2 bedrooms, and 1 living room with an independent bathroom and 24-hour hot water supply. You'll need to go 2 kilometers to the old train station to scavenge for food and water. I mean, to collect it, you need at least level 3 to enter there. If you're not high enough, I can provide some for you first. Zhao Yi sweetly replied, Thank you, Sister Lu. Lu Ruoqing waved her hand, tossed her hair, sat on Zhao Yi's soft sofa, opened a bottle of 1982 cola, and said, Come to the living room tomorrow evening. I will give you newcomers a brief overview of the Hell Games process. Also, try not to go outside the apartment for now, those places aren't safe. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Lu Ruoqing drank her cola, leaving a faint lip print on the cup, then got up and swayed her waist as she left. A day passed quietly. This world had no sun, only some faintly glowing stars. The only thing that marked the passage of time was the grand world clock within the gaming system. As evening approached, Zhao Yi, dressed in a bathrobe, arrived in the hall. The murals were mottled, the walls aged, and the light cast a warm, dim glow. About 40 to 50 people were seated around. There were both men and women. Some wore expressions of anxiety and worry, while others seemed excited. Since everyone is here, then, let me say a few words. A composed man sat on the sofa, legs crossed, holding a strange black book with symbols. I am the president of the All Our Layabouts Guild. You can call me Uncle Quan. The world we are in now is one of chaotic rules, Chaos Realm. This place is extremely dangerous. Only this building of the guild is absolutely safe. So try not to wander around unnecessarily. As players of the Hell Game, you have 2 tasks to complete. One is the dungeon task and the other is the world task. The former must be completed once a month by each player with a maximum of 2 completions. After finishing the dungeon, you will be scored based on your performance, and points will be awarded according to your score and difficulty, which can be exchanged for items in the shop. It is important to note that you may very well be matched with other players in the same dungeon. Killing and looting is common, so do not trust anyone easily. Uncle Quan adjusted his black-framed glasses at this point, a fleeting glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Once you enter the dungeon, the Eternal Night Camp will have your live streaming room. Try to perform excellently to attract more players to become your fans. When you finish, your popularity and gifts will convert into extra points. Though it won't be much, it will help some major guilds notice you, making it easier to switch guilds in the future. He never minded whether newcomers in the guild stayed or left. As for the world task, it is even simpler. It will be displayed in your system. If you're interested, follow it. If you're not interested or are afraid of dying, then don't do it. The guild does not compel you. Now, does anyone have questions? Many newcomers raised their hands, their faces flushing. Uncle Quan glanced around. Good. Since there are no questions, let's disperse the meeting. After saying this, several of the older members stood up and left. The crowd, damn. Are the older members of this guild really so irresponsible? Damn. Why do I feel like I boarded a pirate ship? If you want to apply to the Layabouts Guild, don't blame others. I applied for this guild because I saw it was at the top of the leaderboard, that's why I came here. A group of people muttered while Zhao Yi sat on the sofa drinking water by himself. In fact, everything about the game could be found in the system. Whether they talked or not made no difference. The only thing that left Zhao Yi speechless was the world task of this guild hadn't changed at all. After 2 years of establishing the guild, the world task interface was still stuck on guided task. Those guild members really weren't playing along at all, collectively slacking off. But this was actually fine. Zhao Yi could experience the plot direction from the very start, seeing clearly what had happened in Guxian Town back then. World task, guided task, task goal: go to the train station to collect food and water. Recommended level 13 task reward, 2 free talent points, only for participants. Description: suddenly you wake up to find yourself in the terrifying Eternal Night Land, and your goal is to escape leaving this dangerous place. But before that, you need to find a way to survive. Attachment map. The abandoned train station was only 2 kilometers away from this apartment. This distance wasn't long, but it was enough for accidents to happen. Moreover, according to the map's markings, the abandoned station was vast with shadows covering 80. This meant that those areas were unrelated to the task and the potential dangers might exceed levels 13. Not safe to go for now. Anyway, there was still a mountain of food in the guild storage which wouldn't be finished anytime soon. The most urgent thing now was to quickly raise his level and points to exchange for needed items in the shop. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi opened the system. Dungeon matching. Matching, please wait. Matching successful. Dungeon Eerie School Horror participating players Zhao Yi LV2 Yang Linlin LV4 Zhun Tao LV2 Lu. By LV3 main task survive for 7 days in Shirshan High School side task break. The school's curse main task reward 75 experience points side task reward substitute dull difficulty hell description. You successfully enrolled in the city's top school, Shirshan High School. However, after a period of student life you suddenly realize that something is off about this school. A burst of blinding white light flashed and Zhao Yi vanished from the guild, leaving behind a group of confused people. What the heck, who is this guy? Is he entering the dungeon already? Could this be the rumored dungeon fanatic? Warm sunlight streamed through the glass window into the classroom, illuminating Yang Linlin's delicate profile. The beauty of the woman with her flawless demeanor was enough to attract a multitude of fans, especially among the male fans. Thus, shortly after Yang Linlin entered this instance, the live stream quickly gathered thousands of viewers. Although she had only experienced 4 instances, her growth was evident to all. From a worthless rich girl to a newcomer who now understood how to think and show tolerance, her progress had drawn many fans. After awakening at the starting point of the instance, Yang Linlin's expression immediately turned extremely grim. The 4 large characters hell difficulty on the system caused her body to weaken. This was only her 4th instance. How could she be so unlucky to encounter hell difficulty? The last instance had already tormented her to the brink of death with its normal difficulty. She couldn't even bear to imagine what would happen this time with hell difficulty. Currently at level 4A, she had a total of 25 health points. After dying 3 times in previous instances, she had lost 15 points, leaving her with just 10. If she died again, the pressure of entering the next instance would be immense. It is crucial to know that once a player's health points reach 0, they will no longer respawn at the guild base. After freezing in place for a few seconds, Yang Linlin hurriedly turned her head and saw that only half of the students in the classroom were sitting awkwardly. 3 of them had obvious labels above their heads. They were players matched with her. Looking at these 3, Yang Linlin felt a sense of despair. These 3 were at a lower level than her. They were as new could be. There was no way to rely on them. Were they really going to be useless today? And that guy named Zhao Yi seemed completely oblivious to the terrors of this instance, casually glancing around. Yang Linlin closed her eyes in pain and exhaled. At this point, she could only take things one step at a time. It was now lunchtime. The students in the classroom were either chatting quietly or sleeping. She glanced at the schedule and the large clock. There were still 10 minutes until the first math class in the afternoon. What a good opportunity. They could discuss among themselves and exchange information. Thus, at Yang Linlin's invitation, the 4 of them gathered outside the classroom by a patch of grass. Listen, we are facing unprecedented difficulties and dangers. Over the next 7 days, we must work hard to unite and cooperate if we are to survive. Now, what are your thoughts on this instance? Zhun Tao and Lu shrugged, looking helpless. Just entering the game, what thoughts could they possibly have? Zhao Yi, with his hands in his pockets, stood outside the window, carefully observing the classrooms inside. No classroom was filled to capacity, and the number of students in every classroom was fewer than half the seating capacity. If a classroom had 46 seats, then the number of students wouldn't exceed 23. This was true for all 8 classes. It was a curious phenomenon, but what did it signify? Zhao Yi became alert. Hey, Zhao Yi, why are you so quiet? Did you not hear what I just said about unity? We must communicate more and exchange useful information if we want to survive. Yang Linlin watched Zhao Yi walk off on his own, ignoring them, and couldn't help but feel anxious. The instance was already difficult enough. If her teammates didn't cooperate, the challenge would become even greater. Zhao Yi. I feel like I've seen that name somewhere before. Zhun Tao mumbled, suddenly looking up sharply. Aren't you the one who achieved an S rating in the Hell Difficulty Instance Colossus Hospital and topped the newcomer leaderboard? The other 2 were taken aback by this. Soon they learned about Zhao Yi through the system. The top of the newcomer leaderboard. Impressive. He was a standout among millions. Zhao Yi looked at the 3 with fervent eyes and stroked his chin. Do you remember your seats? Yang Linlin replied. Of course I remember. Why? Zhao Yi did not answer, but instead cast a meaningful glance at the classroom on the 3rd floor. It's nothing. Time for class. Let's go back to the classroom. If nothing unexpected happens, our classroom should see quite a few deaths today. Oh, by the way, make sure to sit in your assigned seats. Don't sit in the wrong one. The tone of that last statement sent a shiver down their spines. The 3 exchanged glances and Zhun Tao's face gradually turned pale. Zhun Tao, what's wrong? I think I forgot my seat. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Yi. Brother Zhao, is this very important? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and said, I'm not sure if other seats are dangerous, but our starting point is definitely safe for the time being. If you really can't remember, try to recall any reference points you used to remember. The live stream comments, as expected of the number 1, clear thinking. Leaving the newcomer recommendation platform, Brother Zhao's popularity plummeted. There were only about 300 people in the live stream. Come on, which new player entering the game has such high popularity? 300 is quite a lot. Okay. Wow. Another hell difficulty instance. Zhao Yi is really the unluckiest of the unlucky. For capable individuals, higher instance difficulty is actually better. It's impossible to achieve S or higher ratings in instances below nightmare difficulty. This time, without the system weakening the power of the ghostly entities, he can't rely on clever tricks. I want to see how he dies. No way does anyone really think they can reach number 1 just by clever tricks. Ding dong. The class bell rang. The music was still familiar, but the noise was overwhelming with faint sounds of crying that sent chills down one's spine. The students of Class 8 in the first year straightened their backs, welcoming the teacher's arrival. It was evident that they were quite nervous. Zhao Yi's gaze swept across all the students in the classroom. In that moment, his pupils transformed into a terrifying crimson, swirling like a kaleidoscope. He absorbed all the data of his classmates. In this classroom, there were actually only ghosts, not a single person. But fortunately, these classmates were in a neutral state and would not harm the players for no reason. The door was pushed open and a female teacher dressed in formal attire walked into the classroom. Female teacher triggered neutral. Note: this entity remains neutral until its hunting conditions are triggered. Once triggered, its power will surge, and after killing its target, it will recover. Triggered neutral. Zhao Yi seemed to understand something and glanced at the exam papers in her hand. Was this trigger point related to the papers she held or to their seats? Or perhaps both are related. We will have a test this class, the female teacher said calmly. After she spoke, Zhao Yi distinctly noticed that the chubby ghost in front of him was trembling. The female teacher explained the exam rules and then personally distributed the exam papers, from the first on the right to the last on the left. Even though there were empty seats without students, the female teacher patiently placed the papers and scratch paper on those seats. Zhao Yi glanced at a nearby empty seat. The exam paper and scratch paper on it were pure white. The exam paper had no words on it. In contrast, some of the papers on a few empty seats had words. Zhao Yi looked at his exam paper, which contained some very basic and simple math problems. For example, please prove the Goldbach conjecture. Good. I have no idea. Zhao Yi quickly wrote down his name and student number. The rest would be left to the eraser. The exam discipline was lax. Many people were looking around, and some even took out their phones to search for answers, but the female teacher seemed unconcerned as she opened the roster on the podium, carefully checking the students in the classroom. Zhao Yi, however, keenly observed that the ghost sitting in front of him was trembling even more. He seemed to be scared. Zhao Yi was positioned relatively further back. Yang Linlin could only catch glimpses of him. Upon learning that Zhao Yi was currently ranked first among the new players, she suddenly felt invigorated, as if she had glimpsed hope. Since the game began attracting new players, the number of entrants could reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions over the span of 3 months. For someone to rise to the top among these people, it couldn't be purely based on luck. He must possess abilities that ordinary people do not have. However, the sight of Zhao Yi, who was casually tossing an eraser out of boredom, once again, made Yang Linlin feel uneasy. This guy, could he possibly not even know high school mathematics? She lowered her head to look at her test paper. A quadratic equation. Multiple choice questions. So simple that they couldn't be simpler. Does one really need to rely on tossing an eraser to decide on an answer? She began to doubt Zhao Yi's intelligence. Suddenly, a female teacher's voice came from the podium. Don't look around. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped all the students present. The female teacher stood up. An oppressive force surged forth, and all the students sat up straight. Zhao Yi also stopped tossing the eraser in his hand. He began to count seriously on his fingers. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 3 times 7 is 21, 4 times 6 is 24. Soon he completed all the questions on the paper. Surprisingly smooth. The female teacher walked down from the podium with her hands behind her back, starting her patrol from the first seat on the right. Monitoring. Quite common. What was unusual was that she was carrying a blood-soaked axe in her hand. As she passed by Jintao, she halted her steps. The shadow of the axe perfectly cast itself onto Jintao's test paper. Jintao buried his head, tightly gripping his pen, cold sweat pouring down. At this moment he dared not look up. His heart was racing as if it might leap out of his throat. Did he sit in the wrong place? It shouldn't be. Nearby only his pencil case was blue. Please, please, don't kill me. He internally screamed, feeling as if his soul was about to escape. At this moment his mental energy was draining at a rate of 2 to 3 points per second. Soon it fell below 70. In Yang Linlin's live stream, Jintao is finished. At this rate he won't survive the first day. Most newcomers are like this. Even Goddess Linlin's spirit is starting to decline. Sigh, I worry for my goddess. Damn, is Zhao Yi a monster? His mental energy is as stable as an old dog, yet he still holds at 101. I admire Zhao Yi's mental resilience. But his math. I'm at a loss. Haha, I just came from Zhao Yi's livestream and I checked his test paper, not a single question was right. Jintao's mental energy continued to plummet, soon falling below 50. He was already in a semi-dazed state. The female teacher standing next to him moved out of his range, and Jintao slumped directly onto the desk, his eyes vacant. Then she paused beside Zhao Yi. The familiar sense of oppression surged back. Zhao Yi could even distinctly sense a hint of killing intent. He raised his head. He locked eyes with the female ghost. The female teacher standing next to him moved out of his range, and Jintao slumped directly onto the desk, his eyes vacant. Then she paused beside Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi surmised that this was the effect of the rules. Even if the female ghost desperately wanted to kill him, as long as he did not trigger her killing point, she could not act. From a certain perspective, the female ghost was ironically the safest ghost in this classroom. Yet safety now did not necessarily guarantee future safety. Zhao Yi touched the surgical knife in his hand. He then put it away. It was still uncertain whether he could kill this female ghost. He decided to hold back for now. What are you looking at? It's exam time. Hurry up and answer the questions. The female ghost wielding the axe glared at Zhao Yi, her words dripping with killing intent. Whether it was the audience in Yang Linlin's livestream or Zhao Yi's at this moment, their hearts felt as if they had jumped into their throats. The expressions of the other party began to become increasingly exaggerated. Yet Zhao Yi remained fixated on the female ghost, making a clicking sound with his mouth. The female ghost moved closer, fiercely saying, "What are you looking at? Do I have something on my face?" Zhao Yi replied, "No, I just think you're quite good-looking, teacher. Earlier I encountered a female ghost who was pushed down from upstairs, and dyed her face was all rotten, yet she shamelessly appeared before me, leaving a tremendous scar on my innocent heart." Upon hearing Zhao Yi compliment her looks, the female teacher's expression returned to its peak, revealing a look of surprise mixed with bashfulness. "Really? Is the teacher really that good-looking? No way. It's exam time. Stop trying to get close to me. Quickly answer the questions." She pressed one hand on Zhao Yi's head, forcing him to look at the test paper. Her pale hand was icy cold, yet it did not harm Zhao Yi. However, the student in front of Zhao Yi was not so lucky. From the very beginning he had been terrified. And now his body was trembling like a sieve. When the female ghost teacher passed by him, the axe in her hand raised for the first time. "No, teacher. Give me another chance. I beg you. I promise. I promise I won't do it again next time." He suddenly fell to his knees, clutching the female teacher's leg, weeping bitterly. His words halted at a critical moment. The female ghost's axe had already swung down. With a thud, blood splattered. A round head rolled to Zhao Yi's feet, eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and resentment as it stared at Zhao Yi. The man and the ghost stared at each other for several seconds. Zhao Yi slowly extended his leg. Bang! He kicked the ghost's head away. Coincidentally, it landed on Jintao's desk. Having just experienced the terror imposed by the female teacher, Jintao finally regained his senses. As he looked up, he saw a bloody head staring back at him. His eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Foam spewed from his mouth. The people in the classroom all stared at Zhao Yi, the atmosphere inexplicably eerie. Livestream comments laughing to death. Both humans and ghosts are showing off while only Jintao is getting beaten. Jintao, are you even polite? It's a good thing Jintao fainted, otherwise if his mental energy continued to drop, he might not even have a chance to die and instead become a dungeon monster. The female ghost holding the bloodied axe turned around and coldly stared at Zhao Yi. The latter did not hesitate and handed his paper to her. "Teacher Liam, done." She took the test paper Zhao Yi handed her, glanced at it, and coldly said, "Get lost. If you disturb the exam discipline again, I'll cancel your exam qualification." Zhao Yi grinned. "All right." He scampered out of the classroom. The moment he exited, the smile on Zhao Yi's face vanished. His eyes flickered. "I think I might have understood something." The audience in the livestream room had no idea what Zhao Yi was contemplating. Most believed that this newcomer, ranked number 1 on the leaderboard, had some mental issues. That kick just now seemed far beyond what a normal person could do, right? Moreover, in that situation, was it not too reckless to act in such an illogical manner? After the exam ended, there was a half-hour break. Yang Linlin and her friends found Zhao Yi. "Let's just say, when tackling a hellishly difficult dungeon, can you be a bit more cautious? Your actions just now were far too dangerous. We are in a hellish dungeon and a moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. The death of any one person is an immeasurable loss for the team." "I was just testing that, teacher." Zhao Yi shook his head. "The facts prove that as long as we do not trigger the death point, those NPCs are quite tolerant of us." The term death point instantly caught the attention of Yang Linlin and the others. "Brother, please elaborate." Zhao Yi glanced at both sides of the corridor, confirming that there were no teachers among the passers-by, and then spoke in a low voice. "Haven't you noticed? That female ghost teacher has rules for killing." The three were bewildered. "Rules? What rules? Wasn't it just randomly selecting a lucky one to behead?" Zhao Yi led them to the playground, a place bustling with people, and more importantly with a clear view. During the lunch break, Yang Linlin brought us to the first floor lawn, and I observed a total of 8 classes. None of the classes had more than half the available seats filled, and the further forward the class, the fewer students there were. Just now I submitted my exam early, and went to check the second floor, finding that the conditions in the 14 classes there were completely identical to those on the first floor. We are the class closest to the stairs on the third floor, making us the first class in order. The classes behind us had a ratio of students to seats that matched perfectly, while our class had already emptied out quite a few seats. If Zhao Yi analyzed, if the students' deaths are caused by some curse, then the curse spreads from the first floor akin to a virus infecting each class one by one, and now it has just reached our class. This curse has created a certain rule, and anyone who violates this rule will die. Think about it. I made a loud scene and kicked the head of the classmate in front of me, which disrupted the order of the exam, yet even then the proctor did not act against me. Instead, that chubby guy sitting in front of me got his head inexplicably chopped off. He must have done something. Those students who died must have all done the same thing, fulfilling the same condition. Moreover, if you are observant enough, you will notice that the answer sheets and drafts on the empty seats are all blank, devoid of any writing, and the few students who had blank papers were also killed in the end. Although Zhao Yi did not witness the ghost proctor's killings, he was confident that his deductions were correct. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi in surprise, scanning the surroundings before expressing a hint of admiration. I noticed this too. The ghost proctor only kills those whose answer sheets are blank. There were a total of 7. Does that mean? The answer sheet is the death trigger point. Zhao Yi shook his head. You are still too naive. The answer sheet is not the death trigger point. From my previous experience in dungeons, even in a hellishly difficult dungeon, simply completing the main storyline should not be too hard. The real challenge lies in exploring side quests, hidden tasks, and the world view. Since the difficulty of the main quest has been limited, it means that players can control it. If the answer sheet were the death trigger point, wouldn't players be left to chance? Yang Linlin was left speechless. Zhang Tao's lips turned pale, his voice trembling. You said so much, why not just tell us what the death trigger point is? I don't want to die. I really want to leave this place quickly. Until now, his mental state had not recovered, still hovering around 60. Clearly, the bloody head that Zhao Yi had kicked onto his desk had inflicted a severe trauma on his young psyche. Zhao Yi rubbed his nose. At present, I also do not know what the death trigger point is. Though it is not the answer sheet, it is likely related to it. Maybe it's the grades, or perhaps something else. And there's one thing I must tell you in advance. At this point, his expression became terrifying. The other 3 were taken aback by his demeanor. What is it? Yang Linlin swallowed hard. Zhao Yi, I'm not joking when I say, this school is very likely that only the 4 of us are alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao kicked his legs and fainted on the spot. Zhao Yi, the others. Livestream comments, Poor Zhang Tao, he's too unfortunate. Please don't scare him anymore. This is a bit personal. Hey, do you think what Zhao Yi said might be true? How could it possibly be true? Look at those students on the playground bustling and jumping about, they hardly look like ghosts. Exactly. If there were ghosts in the classroom, wouldn't it just be ghosts biting ghosts? Yang Linlin rolled her eyes helplessly. Stop scaring him. He's already timid enough. By the way, what should we do next? This dungeon left her feeling at a loss. The time was not tight enough. The rhythm seemed loose. Zhao Yi gazed toward the distant teaching building. Wait for what? Wait for nightfall. Why wait for nightfall? Yang Linlin and Liu Bai were puzzled. Zhao Yi countered. Do you think as students we have any extra time during the day to investigate the information we want to check? Yang Linlin was once again stumped. Darn it. Why hadn't she thought of such a simple question? With so many people watching in the livestream, wouldn't it make her seem foolish? No, I need to find a way to act smart. Otherwise, everyone in the livestream will leave soon. By the way, is this what being number 1 feels like? Feels like there is something. Alright, let's arrange a time and place tonight to go for a stroll. As soon as Yang Linlin finished speaking, Zhang Tao, lying in Liu Bei's arms, raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the white clouds in the sky. Let me interrupt. Can I not go? I'm afraid of running into ghosts. Zhao Yi nodded. Of course you can. But I must remind you, if you hear or see anything at night, while you're alone, please do not scream. No one will come to help you, we won't be there. Zhang Tao shivered, his face pale as he said, Bro, stop scaring me. I'll go, is that okay? After the evening study session ended, the students returned to their dormitories one by one, and Zhang Tao also returned to his dormitory with a heavy heart, carrying his backpack. Due to the school's excellent discipline, there were no dormitory supervisors. If a student was absent during morning study, they would receive a warning. If a student was absent twice, they would be sent home for reflection. If they were absent more than 3 times, they would be directly expelled. As the best high school in City A, the school's policies were indeed quite strict, but the high admission rates compelled everyone to compete fiercely to get in. The dormitory environment was quite nice, with 6 people per room, beds lined up side by side, and sturdy iron frames that were very safe. Below each bed were desk lamps and tables prepared by the school for students to study through the night, which was quite considerate. Zhang Tao returned to his dormitory, threw his backpack onto the bed, and immediately lay down into the comfortable blankets. The exam this afternoon had nearly exhausted him, And during the evening study session, the old man who came in was even more terrifying, wielding a bloodied kitchen knife on his head. If the math supervisor teacher Li Yong still had some human warmth, their homeroom teacher, the old man with a kitchen knife on his head, made no effort to hide the fact that he was a malevolent spirit. The evening study session consisted of 3 classes. The old man spent the entire time staring at him with a sinister smile. Zhen Tao's mental state fluctuated dangerously. Finally, when class ended, he dragged his heavy footsteps back to the dormitory. On the way, Yang Linlin continuously provided him with psychological counseling, helping him feel a bit better. As soon as Zhen Tao lay on the bed, he felt overwhelmingly sleepy, his mind hazy, and he lost consciousness as soon as he closed his eyes. He had a dream. In the dream, a pale roommate stood at the foot of his bed with hollow eyes looking at him with a strange smile. "You are doomed," he cursed fiercely. Zhen Tao suddenly woke up drenched in cold sweat. The dormitory was already pitch dark. The stars outside emitted a faint light sprinkling into the dormitory. To Zhen Tao, who was already accustomed to the darkness, it suddenly revealed that he was the only one left in the entire dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was facing the same situation. 4 players had suddenly fallen asleep due to a mysterious force, and when they woke up again, they found themselves alone in the entire dormitory building. Zhao Yi checked the time on his phone. It was 11:57 p.m. Only 3 minutes remained until the agreed midnight. Zhao Yi quickly made his way to the agreed pavilion, but under the pavilion there was only Yang Linlin. The surrounding scenery had drastically changed, appearing desolate and dilapidated, filled with a dismal sight. The wall paint even resembled rotting corpses oozing foul and sticky liquid. Yang Linlin grew anxious, cautiously glancing around, stamping her feet and wringing her hands. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, her spirits lifted. "You finally made it. Where are the others?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "I haven't seen them. Everyone has disappeared. I even thought you weren't here either." Yang Linlin looked lost upon hearing this. How could this be? Could it be that they... Zhao Yi replied, "Don't overthink it. We should not have triggered any death points. They are most likely still alive. From the surrounding scenery, we have likely entered a place akin to the inner world. This is a good thing. At least we won't be as constrained while exploring the school as we were during the day. With their identities during the day at school, it was impossible to explore the deeper aspects of the school. Now the system has opened previously restricted areas, giving them the chance to explore the school." Zhao Yi walked towards the teaching building, and when Yang Linlin came to her senses, she realized Zhao Yi had already walked far away. "Hey, wait for me." It was too far to see clearly, and the figure seemed to be standing there gazing at them. "What? What is that?" Yang Linlin's voice changed. She closely followed Zhao Yi as if this was the only way to gain a sense of security. Upon entering the teaching building, the two immediately spotted a vague black shadow in the distance. It was too far to see clearly, and the figure seemed to be standing there gazing at them. "What? What is that?" Yang Linlin's voice changed. Zhao Yi strode towards the shadow, responding, "I don't know, it's definitely not human." Yang Linlin, upon hearing this, shrank her neck and quickly grabbed Zhao Yi. "Then why are you going? Are you looking for death?" Zhao Yi turned around to explain, "If it is a neutral entity, it may help us gather information." "Then, what if it isn't?" Zhao Yi pulled out a bloodied surgical knife, smiling faintly as he said, "Then we will turn it into a neutral entity." Yang Linlin was taken aback. She looked at Zhao Yi carefully. Under the moonlight, Zhao Yi, holding the surgical knife, seemed even scarier than a ghost. Especially the smile at the corner of his mouth, which gave Yang Linlin a bone-chilling feeling. Bullet screen. Damn it, this guy really has guts. I've been following Zhao Yi since the last instance. This guy is truly ruthless. He killed 6 ghosts in the giant statue hospital. One of the little ghosts was even a side quest NPC. Because Zhao Yi suspected it was dangerous, not only did he chop off its head, but he also killed its mother. Really? Absolutely. Even the big shot Yang Tao in the livestream was stunned. Zhao Yi strode towards the shadow, and sure enough, as soon as the other party saw him approaching, they immediately rolled away into the teaching building. Due to the distance being too far, Zhao Yi's special ability could not activate, making it impossible to see the situation of that shadow clearly. However, judging from their behavior, it should not be a highly dangerous ghost. Zhao Yi chased into the dark teaching building with Yang Linlin closely following behind. To be fair, she would never have the courage to enter such a place on her own, and knowing there were ghosts inside made her even more hesitant to take another step. Fortunately, there was someone by her side, otherwise her mental strength would have plummeted due to fear. "Are you always this brave?" Yang Linlin sarcastically remarked. Zhao Yi thought for a moment. "No, I've always been very cautious." "Cautious? Today you disrupted the exam right in front of the proctor ghost." Zhao Yi continued down the corridor without looking back. "That's because I was 100% sure the ghost wouldn't lay a hand on me. Even with hellish difficulty, the level of the instance is not high and the ghosts are severely restricted. Didn't you pay attention during the exam this afternoon? Several ghosts. Several classmates cheated right under the proctor's nose, and when the proctor discovered it, they merely gave a reminder. This indicates that breaking the exam discipline and violating the exam rules won't trigger the death restriction. Yang Linlin pondered for a moment, scratching her head embarrassed, and said, I really didn't notice that. Bang. In the midst of her speaking, she bumped into Zhao Yi's back. Hey! Why did you suddenly stop without a word? Yang Linlin rubbed her head where she had bumped it, complaining in distress, but before she could finish her sentence, she instinctively fell silent. In the darkness, it was hard to see clearly, and the two carefully approached the back door of a classroom, peering in through the window. These classrooms were the ones right below them by the window. During the day, the four of them had conspired outside the window, and Zhao Yi had observed each one of them. Starlight seeped in the faint glow was bright enough in the darkness to illuminate everything in the classroom. To their surprise, the dilapidated classroom, which should have been empty, was filled with countless shadows. Yang Linlin was terrified. Her body involuntarily shivered, and if Zhao Yi hadn't been beside her, she would have probably bolted. What on earth are these shadows? Zhao Yi cast a glance and continued to the next classroom. The two remained silent, checking all 8 classrooms on the first floor. Without exception, they were all filled with dense shadows sitting in different positions, diligently reading. Shadows were also present on the podium. What are these shadows? Yang Linlin cautiously asked, trying to keep her voice as low as possible. Uncertain. A glint flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. His reply was uncertain, not ignorant. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Ha! Why go to the 3rd floor? Zhao Yi did not answer her, but headed up the stairs at the end of the corridor, to the 3rd floor, arriving at the back door of their classroom. Inside were only a few shadows. Zhao Yi focused on the shadows inside, pondering for a moment. Zhao Yi. Yang Linlin suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. Zhao Yi frowned. What's wrong? Yang Linlin extended her hand, pointing through the glass of the back door to the podium in the classroom, nervously unable to speak. Zhao Yi looked and found that the shadow on the podium had actually noticed them. It was staring intently at Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin with its eerie green eyes. In an instant, a chill surged up from their feet, reaching the crown of their heads. Run! Without any hesitation, Zhao Yi grabbed Yang Linlin and ran downstairs. Hee. However, from below the stairs came a terrifying, eerie laugh. It was a shadow. Chong, low-level danger note, a student from Shirshan High School, who has died. Seeing the ghostly figure not far ahead, Yang Linlin's mental value immediately dropped significantly. This is too scary. Yet Zhao Yi showed no signs of fear. This level 2 creature surprisingly pulled him straight towards the shadow nearby, and at about 10 steps away, Zhao Yi's other hand suddenly shot out a subtle stream of light. Puff! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh echoed. The terrifying, eerie laughter in his ears ceased. The shadow lay on the ground, a bloodied scalpel embedded in its forehead. You have killed the unfortunate ghost Chong. Your soul weapon has gained a slight enhancement. Glancing at the ghost on the ground, Zhao Yi pulled out the scalpel from its forehead, and immediately ran with Yang Linlin out of the teaching building. Quick! It can't leave the teaching building. Zhao Yi looked at Yang Linlin, who seemed to be weakened by fear, and reassured her. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Yang Linlin's eyes brightened, and without caring about the terrifying footsteps behind them, she frantically dashed with Zhao Yi towards the exit of the teaching building. 10 steps. 5 steps. Zhao Yi had already burst out of the teaching building, and she was close behind. Almost there. Just one last step. Yang Linlin's eyes sparkled with joy of survival, her heart nearly bursting out of her chest. But in the next moment, a pair of terrifying black hands suddenly grasped her neck from behind. Her smile froze, and the joy in her eyes instantly transformed into horror and despair. A chill enveloped her body in an instant. It's over. Just as the black hands were about to drag her into the darkness behind, a sharp scalpel grazed her ear, cleanly severing her earlobe, and it accurately struck the shadow behind. Aya! A piercing scream erupted, and the black, ghostly hands loosened. Yang Linlin's adrenaline surged to the peak at that moment, and she rolled and crawled out of the classroom. She suddenly lunged in front of Zhao Yi, her legs feeling a rush of warmth. The smell spread, and she didn't care about feeling embarrassed. She screamed and dragged Zhao Yi away. It's okay, it's okay. It has already left. Zhao Yi comforted her, and only then did Yang Linlin gradually regain her composure, sitting on the ground and wiping her tears. Then she felt something warm beside her ear and touched it with her hand. Oh no, her left ear was gone. My ear. Her voice trembled with tears, the pain gradually spreading. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Come on, what's the big deal about losing an ear? It'll grow back once the instance ends. Yang Linlin pouted, tears welling up. Thank you, she said softly. Although Zhao Yi had taken her left ear, he saved her life. If it weren't for Zhao Yi's timely action just now, she would have already restarted. Bullet comments. Damn, my goddess almost died. Haha. Yang Linlin wet herself again. Last time it was because of a sudden ghost face in a death factory, right? As expected of the top man, Zhao Yi's reaction is truly quick. If it were me, I would probably run without looking back. He is actually thinking of saving people. That flying knife is ruthless. Just a little off target. If it had been aimed a bit more to the side, it would have struck Yang Linlin's forehead, and Zhao Yi would probably be punished. Damaging teammates will also incur penalties, but Zhao Yi's attempt to save someone should earn him a significant score increase. While the bullet comments were filled with astonishment at Zhao Yi's reaction, he made another jaw-dropping decision. After helping Yang Linlin stop the bleeding, Zhao Yi decided to enter that teaching building once again. Are you crazy? Are you still going in? What if it ambushes you? Wouldn't you be walking into a trap? Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi with a bewildered expression, her tone anxious. Zhao Yi glanced at the darkness inside the teaching building and replied with interest. No way. The ghosts in this school do not move freely. They like us operate according to certain rules. Just like the ghost pursuing us is an examiner, so I'm certain it won't follow us out of the teaching building, or otherwise it would break its own rules and face unimaginable terrible punishments. Yang Linlin lowered her head upon hearing this, and at that moment she felt a sudden chill beneath her. Damn, she wet herself again. How embarrassing. After saying this, he stood up to go in, but Yang Linlin behind him said, Can you take me with you? Zhao Yi was taken aback and turned to look at her. Zhao Yi replied, I need a roster. The one the examiner has is too dangerous for us to consider for now, but generally a teacher wouldn't keep just one roster, so there should be 1 or 2 spare rosters in her office. After saying this, he stood up to go in, but Yang Linlin behind him said, Can you take me with you? Zhao Yi was taken aback and turned to look at her. Are you sure? Yang Linlin took a deep breath. Sure. I won't be a burden to you. If we encounter danger, you can just run without worrying about me. If we do nothing, even if we clear the level, our score and points will be very low. I'll follow you. Maybe I can help at some point. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Fine. The two entered the teaching building once again. This time, they had experience avoiding the corridor with the toilets and heading straight up the other staircase to the teacher's office on the 4th floor. By the way, Zhao Yi, why did you go to the 3rd floor to check our classroom? To verify my hypothesis. What hypothesis? The shadows in the classroom are the students who died during the day. Zhao Yi stood on the 4th floor and found their homeroom teacher's office. The sticker on the door contained simple information about the internal teachers and their faces. The old man with a cleaver on his head was clearly among them. However, the old man in the photo looked very kind. He cautiously pushed the door open. Inside the room, there were no shadows, and it was very safe. The two tiptoed in and carefully locked the door behind them. Zhao Yi searched through the roster while explaining. During the day, there were 8 classes on the 1st floor, totaling 472 seats with 121 students scattered around in a completely chaotic manner. I memorized their positions and general body shapes. And in the classroom downstairs just now, the positions of the shadows sitting there happened to correspond to the empty seats in the classroom during the day. If just one class is like this, it might be a coincidence, but if it's the same for 8 consecutive classes, I think that's enough to establish a rule. But I still feel uneasy. I'm always very cautious in what I do, so I went to the 3rd floor where I saw that chubby kid who sat in front of me. He was killed by the examiner during the day, and indeed a shadow appeared in his place. So we can draw a fundamental conclusion now. These shadows are the students who were killed during the day. Zhao Yi elaborated on his reasoning, leaving Yang Linlin dumbfounded. Did you just say you memorized the positions of 472 seats and 121 students in 8 classrooms on the 1st floor? Yes, but you only took a glance. Zhao Yi looked up puzzled. Isn't that enough? Yang Linlin was speechless. At that moment, she no longer doubted Zhao Yi's intelligence, but began to question her own. Why is there such a huge gap between people? She began to doubt her life. But what use do we have in knowing this? Zhao Yi continued to explain. It's very useful. Based on this rule, we can make an inference about the rules. Those who are alive during the day are in a living state, while the shadows at night are in a dead state. Living people and dead people cannot sit in the same seat, or else it will be considered a violation of the rules, and they will be executed. Yang Linlin felt her mind was spinning. Haven't those shadows already died once? Can they die again? Zhao Yi found a roster and a letter from the cabinet. He tossed the letter aside and opened the roster, which not only had the names of all the students in the class, but also indicated their assigned seats. Zhao Yi recalled the calendar under the alarm clock during the day, and immediately flipped through the roster to correspond with it. September 14th. Look! Zhao Yi pointed to the seat in front of his name. There was no name there. This meant that seat should not be occupied. But that chubby kid was sitting in front of Zhao Yi. In fact, he realized he had sat in the wrong seat, but he didn't know which was the correct one. So he was scared. He knew that sitting in the wrong seat would mean death. Upon realizing that their lives and the positions of their seats were related, Yang Linlin suddenly became excited. Then we can just take this roster with us. In the following days, we will know where we should sit right. We can clear the level. Zhao Yi replied calmly. No, it's not that easy. He flipped through the roster, turning 6 pages after the 14th. They need to survive in the school for 7 days, so theoretically, if the daytime is continuous, they should finish on September 20th when they leave the instance. But the roster in Zhao Yi's hand only contains seating arrangements up to the 19th. After that, it's all blank. Huh. Why is there no seating arrangement after the 19th? Yang Linlin tilted her head, filled with confusion. Zhao Yi's gaze was deep, and his words sent chills down Yang Linlin's spine. Because on the 20th, all of us will die. Don't scare me. I'm timid. Yang Linlin glared at Zhao Yi, yet deep down she had already begun to accept his explanation. Zhao Yi swiftly scanned the class roster, then returned it to its original place and opened the envelope. Inside lay a thick stack of banknotes, and a brief letter. Headmaster, my sincerest apologies. I deeply regret causing you trouble over redacted. I shall exercise far greater caution in the future. Regarding entire paragraph redacted. I hear his mother was his only living relative. Given how this matter has escalated, he will almost certainly not let it rest. Please liaise closely with the mayor. These funds are modest. A token of respect and gratitude. Clearly the letter had never been mailed. The letter bore numerous revisions, whole lines crossed out in heavy ink. Each deletion concealing critical information. This letter is addressed to the headmaster. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. He turned to Yang Linlin and declared, "Let's go to the headmaster's office." They quickly tidied the office, restoring everything to its proper place, except that Zhao Yi quietly pocketed a portion of the cash. Yang Linlin asked curiously, "Why take the money?" Zhao Yi replied with quiet gravity, "As a precaution." She stood bewildered. Though she had witnessed every detail alongside him, Zhao Yi's thoughts remained utterly inscrutable. It felt precisely like watching Detective Conan, when he pieces together clues, and suddenly grasps the truth while the viewer remains utterly lost. All Yang Linlin could think was that once this trial ended, she would immediately schedule an IQ assessment. They exited the office, carefully closing the door behind them, then continued upstairs. "Could you elaborate? I still don't understand why you took the money. Why did I dare search the office for clues? Because you're fearless. Then why am I fearless? How should I know why you're fearless?" Zhao Yi arched a brow. "Because I knew no one was inside. That's precisely why I brought you along. Whether this school is haunted, or inhabited by something far stranger, it operates by rigid self-imposed rules. Teachers proctor exams, barring emergencies. They cannot leave their classrooms for long. But the headmaster is different. Remember, unlike teachers, the headmaster spends most of his time unoccupied. If he's inside his office, we must lure him out. Understand?" Yang Linlin's eyes brightened. "I understand. But what does the money have to do with it?" Zhao Yi gestured for silence as they reached the top floor, proceeding cautiously down the pitch-black corridor, always keeping right, until they arrived at the broad, imposing door of the headmaster's office. Peering cautiously through the window, they saw it. A dark silhouette within. At that very moment, unstable data flickered into view once more. Headmaster, high-level threat. Note, this entity is far beyond the capacity of novices to confront directly, yet its mobility is severely constrained. When running, it moves with both arms and legs swinging in unison. The entity's data manifested vividly before them. There sat the headmaster, engaged in an action that instantly revealed Zhao Yi's true intent. The headmaster of Shirshan High School was counting money. Undisguisedly, obsessively greedy. Zhao Yi intended to lure him away using cash. "Stay here and keep watch. I'll lay out the money." Zhao Yi whispered instructions before beginning to scatter banknotes across the floor. He planned to draw the headmaster far from his office, creating the narrow window they needed to search for records tied to the past. Zhao Yi moved swiftly, returning in under 10 minutes. Then barefoot, they knocked sharply on the headmaster's office door and dashed toward the stairwell leading to the rooftop. Moments later, the door swung open. A sinister black figure stood in the threshold, its head rotating a full 360 degrees. No person was visible, but a strange acrid odor hung in the air, like a stray dog had urinated just outside the door. Puzzled, the shadow bent downward, and there before its gaze lay a single crimson banknote. It froze, then, as if compelled by some primal instinct, reached down and picked it up. As it straightened, it spotted another bill farther away. The headmaster paused, stunned. What in the world? Had luck suddenly turned? Why were so many bills scattered across the floor? And, yes, the urine stench grew stronger here. Curious, it glanced toward the rooftop stairwell, but after deliberation chose instead to descend and collect more money. A stray dog meant nothing. Cash mattered everything. Only once the headmaster had wandered far enough did Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin reappear silently before his office door. Yang Linlin, next time please use the restroom before the operation, Zhao Yi admonished gravely. Their cover had nearly been blown by the unmistakable scent clinging to her. Darkness veiled the burning flush on Yang Linlin's cheeks. Her 5 delicate toes clenched the floor so tightly, she might have carved a 3-bedroom apartment into the threshold. Understood. They wasted no time. Both knew the headmaster wouldn't remain distracted for long, and began searching the office with urgent precision. The earlier letter implied a violent conflict between the school and a student's mother, and that the school inflicted grave harm upon her. In fact, they killed her. So now we seek official records. Yang Linlin, rifling through a filing cabinet, frowned in confusion. If your theory holds, wouldn't such a reputation-damaging incident be deliberately omitted from school archives? But student withdrawals are recorded. When families clash violently with schools, motives are rarely complex. Parents protest fiercely over only 2 things: their child's safety and academic progress. Shirshan High is a strict military-style boarding school. Students return home only once a month. Its regulations prohibit fighting outright and supervision is rigorous. As the top-ranked institution in city, a campus violence is virtually non-existent here. Therefore, the sole plausible catalyst for such a catastrophic confrontation, escalating to physical violence, must be the student's forced withdrawal. Yang Linlin's eyes widened. Of course, why hadn't she seen it? Soon Zhao Yi discovered an interesting individual from a file. Chen Qiong. This person was the top student in their class, consistently ranking first in the grade. Until the last weekly test before his expulsion, he remained first in the grade. The reason for his expulsion was early romance. A student who would bring great honor to the school in the future was expelled for early romance. Zhao Yi's tone was meaningful. Yang Linlin leaned over to take a look, her expression strange. Is there a school rule that expels students for early romance? Zhao Yi replied, I have probably gone through all the files of students who have been punished here, and he is the only one expelled for early romance. Such an outstanding student should not normally be expelled for early romance unless... Zhao Yi paused as if thinking of something. Unless what? Yang Linlin asked curiously. Unless in the process of early romance he provoked someone he should not have provoked. Perhaps it was his romantic interest, or perhaps it was his competitor, but I personally lean towards the latter. After all, someone with such excellent grades must have a strong sense of self-esteem. If he were directly rejected by his romantic interest, he would likely not continue to pursue her relentlessly. Furthermore, early romance involves both parties. Look at these files. Every time punishment was issued, it was always both individuals being punished, not just one. Only Chen Qiong from our class is an exception. This indicates that his competitor has a powerful background applying pressure on the school to expel Chen Qiong, while ensuring that the girl he likes was unharmed. We need to investigate the matters concerning Chen Qiong. Perhaps there will be some useful leads. Zhao Yi found what he was looking for, organized the files, and returned them to their original place. Where should we check? Our phones are issued by the school and cannot connect to the internet. We can only set an alarm. If we must go online, we can only go to the computer room. Zhao Yi replied, We are going to the computer room. As he finished speaking, Yang Linlin's eyes widened, staring intently behind Zhao Yi. A chilling aura filled the air, penetrating through flesh into Zhao Yi's bones. With his back to the entrance, Zhao Yi instantly understood what was happening from Yang Linlin's horrified expression. The principal had returned early. In an instant, the walls of the room began to peel away, revealing a blood-red interior. Countless black beetles crawled out from the walls, surging toward the entrance, completely blocking it with flesh and blood. In a short time, the two had become trapped like fish in a net. You all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Deserve to die. A voice filled with resentment emanated from the principal, but it was not the voice of a middle-aged man, it was that of a young boy. Zhao Yi almost instinctively pulled out a property certificate from his inventory, turned around and shouted at the shadow of the principal. Are you Chen Qiong? We are here to investigate the truth. What happened between you and your mother back then? Mentioning the word truth made the shadow suddenly clutch its head and scream. The piercing and terrifying sound left the two feeling dizzy, their eardrums bleeding. At this moment, Yang Linlin's mental value began to plummet, while Zhao Yi, though still steady, could clearly feel his life slipping away. I am not Chen Qiong. Mother, Zhangya, Pang Xiao. Finally, the shadow howled at the sky, its head exploding, revealing numerous spiky tentacles. They twisted like eels, causing the viewer's sanity to plummet. Yang Linlin, who had already pulled out a shotgun from her inventory, sat down on the ground, unable to steady her gun upon seeing this scene. What the hell is this monster? The shadow of the principal stepped toward the two, forcing them into a corner, while Yang Linlin's mouth gaped, her legs shaking like a sieve. Zhao Yi, run. I'll hold it off. She raised her gun to shoot, but Zhao Yi kicked her hard in the chest, sending her sliding several meters like a chicken on a slippery surface. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi dodged in the opposite direction. In the next moment, several sharp spikes struck the very spot where they had just been. Black pus seeped from the spikes, hissing and emitting thick smoke, clearly corrosive. Almost simultaneously, a thick tentacle with spikes whipped toward Zhao Yi at incredible speed, creating a sonic boom. If it hit, Zhao Yi would be done for. With his current reflexes, there was no way he could evade this attack. At the critical moment, a gunshot rang out, causing the principal to scream and involuntarily retreat 2 steps. It was Yang Linlin. Her hands trembled like a sieve, biting her lip, tightly gripping the shotgun without letting go. Ordinary firearms could hardly inflict effective damage on ghostly entities, but the impact of the bullet helped Zhao Yi avert this lethal attack. You run. I will cover you. Yang Linlin shrieked like a madwoman, firing 2 shots at the principal, causing him to become temporarily stiffened. Zhao Yi looked at the principal, who had entered a state of mild rigidity, and a crimson light blossomed deep in his eyes as he rolled toward the opponent, significantly closing the distance between them. This reckless action left Yang Linlin speechless. Is he crazy? Using his life to create an opportunity for him, and he still doesn't hurry to escape but instead chooses to rush in. Isn't this just giving it away? Zhao Yi approached the principal quickly, pulling out a property certificate and aiming it directly at him. At the same time, the tentacle that had swung down once again was already hovering above Zhao Yi's head. The whip was merely a centimeter away from his forehead. Another centimeter and Zhao Yi's head would explode like a rotten watermelon. Yet, at this moment, the principal stood as still as a wooden statue frozen in place. Item Property Certificate of Lu Laohan Unsealed Quality Green Description. A lifetime of effort from an old worker. Effect forcefully seals one monster within 5 meters for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. Zhao Yi at the first opportunity after the principal's shadow froze turned around, grabbed Yang Linlin, and the two fled desperately toward the exit. 10 seconds. They had only 10 seconds. Every second determined their fate. Still immersed in shock, Yang Linlin glanced back at the completely motionless principal, and as Zhao Yi passed the doorway, he even remembered to stab the monster with a knife. The tip of the knife pierced the heart of the principal's shadow, but it could not kill this powerful monster. Of course, Zhao Yi had never thought he could slay it with one stab. He merely intended to collect some interest. Arriving at the door, Yang Linlin raised her shotgun and fired 2 shots at the door lock enveloped in black insects. The door opened. The two fled into the darkness of the corridor without looking back. The two of them ran wildly, chased by a distorted ghostly figure that hopped awkwardly behind them. However, under Zhao Yi's guidance, they quickly shook off the principal. Yang Linlin, panting while covering her teddy bear, asked, "Why didn't you use such a powerful thing earlier?" Zhao Yi replied, "Because the cooldown time is very long." "And why are you covering your chest?" Yang Linlin shot him a glare. "What do you think?" Earlier, to save her, Zhao Yi had kicked her Winnie the Pooh. Although it wasn't a particularly strong kick, he definitely put in some force at that critical moment, causing Yang Linlin considerable pain. "I'm sorry, special circumstances require special handling. Do you want me to massage it for you? Get lost." Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. "Women are truly strange creatures. When I try to help her, she tells me to get lost." The computer room is in a different building, and they had 3 hours until the next day's early reading. Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin decided to try their luck in the computer room. What if they could find something? "By the way, where did your shotgun come from?" "In the last instance, I was in a survival scenario. I was worried I might encounter something, so I bought a lot of firearms, knives, tents, dry firewood, ropes, fishing lines, sunscreen, and waterproof bedding." Looking at the pile of items in Yang Linlin's inventory, Zhao Yi praised, "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Thanks to you bringing firearms this time, otherwise we might have to escape through a window, and one of us might not make it." Hearing Zhao Yi's compliment, Yang Linlin became happy, lifted her delicate chin, and huffed, "Of course. Yang Linlin not a rookie." After a pause, she pulled out a shotgun from her inventory and handed it to Zhao Yi. "Here, take this shotgun. You can increase your proficiency in firearms by using it once the domain system is activated." Zhao Yi accepted the shotgun from Yang Linlin and thanked her. This shotgun is not an ordinary one from the outside world, but an item exchanged in the game store. Although it has limited lethality against ghosts, it can stagger them and has a decent silencing effect, making it quite a valuable item for newcomers. Live stream comments, "The destroyer sells for 2,000 points in the store. Did my goddess just give it away? Damn. Yang Linlin isn't falling for Zhao Yi, that psycho, is she? I need to unfollow." Zhao Yi saved her twice. Regardless of personal feelings, it's only right to return a gift. "Whoa, my goddess. My goddess. But it's okay, I'll still continue to like you. The person above is such a sycophant." Upon finding the computer room, Zhao Yi drew his gun and fired at the door lock. The door opened. Computer rooms in universities are rarely used, as students mostly go in to play rather than study. However, in most universities that apply for special projects, computer rooms are almost essential public facilities. They may not necessarily use them, but they must exist. Yang Linlin kept watch while Zhao Yi used the school's network to look up information about a person named Chan Xiong. "What did you find?" Yang Linlin couldn't help but ask as she watched Zhao Yi's fingers frantically tapping on the keyboard. Zhao Yi replied without looking up, "The other party has a significant background. The information online has been completely blocked and cleaned up. But that's okay. I can access the Black Sea for further inquiries." Yang Linlin was stunned. "Black Sea, what is that?" "The garbage dump of the internet." Zhao Yi explained, "Generally speaking, information on the internet is never entirely deleted. All data that once existed is categorized into the Black Sea when it's cleaned up. But accessing the Black Sea is complicated. It requires real-time compilation, trial and error modifications, and then logging in." After explaining, Zhao Yi noticed that Yang Linlin was completely dumbfounded. "Were you a hacker before? How do you know so much?" Zhao Yi's expression became serious. "No, I am a psychologist. I once had a patient who was a hacker with severe delusions. He used to tell me every day that he could inject his consciousness into the internet and roam in the vast ocean of code." Yang Linlin rolled her eyes. "You believe in mental illness too?" Zhao Yi continued, "At first, he was just wandering in the virtual world, but after a period of treatment we could finally play together." Yang Linlin. Live stream comments, "Haha, turns out the one being treated is you. I told you this guy must have some mental issues. Could it be that staying with a mentally ill person infected him? Didn't you read his profile?" Zhao Yi must be joking. He has treated thousands of severely mentally ill patients. "I was a medical student too. Although I'm not a psychology major, the title Angel of Forgetting is indeed very famous in the field of psychology." "What happened later?" "Later I was the only one left inside." "Why?" "Because I cured his delusions." Yang Linlin rolled her eyes. "So you mean to say you also developed delusions?" Zhao Yi successfully logged into the Black Sea and snapped his fingers. "Delusions? No, this isn't delusion. My consciousness can truly communicate with data. Hearing this, Yang Linlin burst into laughter, thinking Zhao Yi was just joking and didn't think much of it. But if Yang Linlin walked to the front of the computer, she would be horrified to discover that Zhao Yi's computer had no programs open at all. The keyboard's cable wasn't even plugged into the computer. Found it. Zhao Yi squinted, staring intently at the computer screen. The light and shadow cast on his face left some shadows. Chen Xiong's mother, after an argument with the head teacher of Class 8 in the first year of Shirshan School, had an accident and fell from the third-floor corridor. Despite rescue efforts, she died on August 13, 3032. Cause of death: severe brain damage. A week later, Chen Xiong infiltrated the school armed with a kitchen knife and split his head teacher Liang Ming in half before escaping from the school. Since then, Chen Xiong completely vanished from the face of the earth, and the faculty and students at Shirshan University began to mysteriously disappear one after another within a month, with no one spared. Zhao Yi's narration left Yang Linlin in a daze. August 13th, 3032. A week later is August 20th, and a month later is September 20th, 3032. Isn't that the day our main quest ends? Yang Linlin suddenly woke up, seeming to discover some crucial clue. During the day, she had seen an electronic calendar under the large clock in the classroom. The date marked was indeed the year 3032. This means they have gone back to the past timeline, back to the last 7 days before the curse happened. No wonder the arrangement of positions on that roster only goes up to September 19th. Zhao Yi, your guess was correct. On September 20th, everyone will die. Yang Linlin felt a chill in her heart. Having received the roster, she thought she was just one step away from surviving this hellish difficulty dungeon, but at this moment she suddenly realized she had underestimated the hellish difficulty of the dungeon. The true challenge of this dungeon was how to survive the 7th day. Yang Linlin exhaled a breath and chuckled to herself. She truly was a little fool. How could a dungeon of this difficulty be passed so easily? Fortunately, today was just the first day, and they still had plenty of time. From the current situation, as long as she followed Zhao Yi, her chances of survival were greatly increased. After a series of dangers just now, Yang Linlin had come to understand clearly. Zhao Yi was the real big shot in this trip. By holding on to Zhao Yi, not only was passing through possible, but they might even achieve a decent score. It's important to know that higher scores are extremely vital in the Hell game. Just to unlock the intermediate dungeon shop in the early stages requires a score of 3 levels or above. Without a score, no matter how many points one has, they can't buy anything from the intermediate shop. Having realized this, Yang Linlin felt much more relaxed. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, let it flood. She continued to carefully observe the shadows that might appear around her, gripping a handgun tightly in her hand. This handgun was nowhere near as powerful as the breaker she had given to Zhao Yi, but having something in her hand brought her a bit of peace. The starlight was faint and the moonlight was dim. A light mist suddenly rose from nowhere, gradually thickening. The originally not so bright view in the dark was once again diminished. Yang Linlin sensed something was wrong and immediately called out to Zhao Yi in the control room. Zhao Yi, it's foggy. Zhao Yi looked up, countless data flashing in his eyes, and then all of it was deleted in an instant. He quickly turned off the computer, reset the keyboard and mouse, stepped out of the control room, glanced at the fog outside and grabbed Yang Linlin's hand. Run. Yang Linlin was pulled by him and directly fled into the white mist. By this time, the fog had thickened considerably and their vision was limited to about 20 meters, which was still shrinking. The most terrifying thing was that this mysterious mist was continuously devouring Yang Linlin's mental value. She felt a haze in her head, suddenly snapped awake, swiftly bit her tongue, and the sharp pain along with the taste of blood barely allowed her to maintain her sanity. In the live broadcast room, damn, this fog has that Silent Hill vibe. Could it be that a triangle head with a big knife will show up? This mist is already terrifying just by consuming people's mental values. Okay. It drops 5 or 6 points a minute, no one can withstand that. Why is Zhao Yi's mental value not dropping at all? This guy is definitely suspicious. Did SEN drop so quickly? Watching Yang Linlin's increasingly hollow eyes, Zhao Yi quickly made a decision and ran towards the tall water tower in the distance. He originally wanted to return to the dormitory, but now it was too late. The first floor of the water tower was locked with an iron door. Fortunately, Yang Linlin had given Zhao Yi a hunting rifle and he shot at the doorknob of the water tower. Entering the first layer of the water tower, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut and moved some dusty wooden boxes inside to block the door. Thankfully, the mist did not seep in. Zhao Yi stood up and looked outside through the peephole. The fog thickened, reducing the visibility to 5 meters. Meanwhile, data related to the dense fog appeared before Zhao Yi's eyes. Fog high danger note: there are many strange things inside. If you don't want to encounter them, it's best to quickly find a shelter to hide. Indeed, there were unimaginable dangers within this fog. Without the influence of the ghost fog, Yang Linlin's mental state began to recover. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had regained some spirit. Thank you, you saved my life again. Yang Linlin looked gratefully at Zhao Yi, only to find him pointing the gun at her. Before she could understand what was happening, she heard Zhao Yi say, "Come out. He'll only say this once." Yang Linlin was stunned for a moment, then heard rustling sounds coming from the darkness behind her. She turned back in shock and discovered a disheveled man hiding behind a pile of clutter. The man raised his hands with a grin on his face. Don't kill me, I'm not a bad person. Person low danger note. Congratulations, you actually found a living person in a haunted school. However, there is no reward. Zhao Yi slowly lowered his gun and asked, who are you? The man smiled bitterly and said, it's a long story. It's not safe here, or terrifying things will come in soon. Let me take you to the basement. Okay, Zhao Yi nodded. The man moved a large brick from under his feet, revealing a source of light underneath. The two followed the man into the basement, where he carefully restored the entrance, checking it several times before exhaling a sigh of relief. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Shang, a mysterious incident investigator from the former A City Police Department. Here is my identification. Li Shang handed his ID to Zhao Yi, and they exchanged simple information. Did you come alone? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, running his finger over the edge of the desk lamp. He rubbed it. No dust. Li Shang sat down on a tattered sofa and sighed. Not at all. About 3 months ago, we began monitoring Shirshan High School. Students and teachers inside mysteriously vanished one after another, as if evaporating from the world. The A City Police deployed a large number of personnel to investigate, but found nothing. Under the pressure of public opinion, the mayor had no choice but to turn to us. After preparations, I brought a special task force to this school to participate in the investigation, but unexpectedly encountered strange happenings. Li Shang slowly recounted his experiences. It turned out that the task force investigating had a total of 27 members, but on that day fog had also risen in the school. Li Shang and the others were attacked by terrifying unidentified creatures within the fog, and they were nearly completely obliterated without even seeing the enemy. In the end, heavily injured Li Shang led the 6 remaining team members into a dormitory building which allowed them to escape. However, after the fog dispersed, they found they could not leave the school at all. Outside the school gate, there was nothing but terrifying dense fog. The 7 of them could only struggle to survive in the eerie school. May I ask, what about your 6 teammates? As soon as Zhao Yi's words fell, he saw Li Shang's expression turn grim. They are dead. Zhao Yi asked again, from what you said, you have been in the school for at least 3 months. What did you eat during that time? Can we avoid this topic? Li Shang's expression grew even grimmer. Zhao Yi pondered. At that moment, a strange sound echoed above them. Creak. Like a machine that had been idle for decades, restarting it emitted a hoarse grinding sound. Immediately after, there were dense and chaotic footsteps. The 3 of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound, listening intently to the footsteps above. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature would make such a spine-tingling sound while walking. It wandered back and forth for a long time before finally leaving. I only just discovered a refuge here not long ago, otherwise I would have died long ago. Li Shang lowered his voice and came closer to the 2 of them. At that moment, their systems suddenly popped up messages. Player Jintao has been assimilated into a dungeon monster due to low mental value. Player Liu Bai has been attacked by an unidentified creature and is dead. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin for triggering a hidden task. Investigate the truth behind Shirshan High School. Task reward S rating 1. After the hidden mission was triggered, the news of the deaths of the other 2 teammates arrived simultaneously. Compared to Jintao, Liu Bai seemed to have found relief quickly. As for Jintao, although his health points hadn't reached 0, the severe loss of spirit had turned him directly into a monster of the instance. This seemed even harder to accept than death. Looking at the man beside her, Zhao Yi curiously asked, have you encountered anything terrifying during your 3 months at the school? Li Shang forced a bitter smile. How could I not have encountered anything? I can tell you all just entered recently, but I don't know how you got in. The dangers of this school far exceed your imagination. Most of the people you see here are not alive. As he finished speaking, Yang Linlin nearly exploded with rage. Earlier during the day, Zhao Yi had already told them that it was likely only the 4 of them who were alive in the school, and they had thought Zhao Yi was joking. Now she realized that Zhao Yi was telling the truth. Shirshan University is under a terrifying cycle of curse, with a cycle every 7 days. Those walking corpses within the school will all die within 7 days, then be reborn, repeating the cycle of death. The further the curse goes, the more terrifying things will happen. I once witnessed on the 7th day of the last cycle of curse, all the teachers and students carrying their bloodied heads patrolling every corner of the school. Once they find us. At this point, Li Shang involuntarily shivered. Evidently, the experience had a huge psychological impact on him. He was reluctant to recall or describe it further. So, how did you manage to hide safely? Yang Linlin's expression was slightly anxious. Since this man had survived in this school for 3 months, helping them survive for 7 days should definitely not be a problem. Li Shang patted the sofa beneath him. Well, at that time I escaped to the water tower and accidentally discovered this basement, which allowed me to avoid disaster. Upon hearing this, Yang Linlin excitedly grabbed Zhao Yi's arm. I understand now. The water tower must be a hidden safe zone. As long as we stay here and don't run around, we can survive for 7 days. Zhao Yi's face showed no joy. Sigh. Seeing Yang Linlin in such a jubilant mood, Li Shang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Miss Yang, things are probably more troublesome than you think. Yang Linlin's smile gradually faded. What do you mean? Li Shang's brow was furrowed. The power of the curse in this school is continuously expanding. Earlier the water tower was indeed safe. The ghosts outside would ignore this area and wouldn't even glance at the water tower. But later they began to linger outside the water tower, even knocking on doors probing to see if anyone was inside, and eventually they forcibly entered the water tower searching for everything inside. On the 7th day of the last cycle I was hiding in the basement and nearly got exposed. So I suspect the power of the curse has spread this far. If we hide in the basement during this cycle we might. Li Shang suddenly closed his mouth. The footsteps above had started again at some unknown time, and this time they were even denser. The hearts of the three were now tensed to the extreme. Even the viewers in the livestream felt incredibly tense. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Clearly there was more than one ghost upstairs. Once they were exposed it would be like fish in a barrel, certain death. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a crashing sound came from the ground. It seemed that a clever ghost was inspecting the ground. A chill ran down everyone's spines, reaching the top of their heads. Zhao Yi's thoughts raced, and he quickly moved a ladder from the pile of clutter behind him, then stood on the ladder using his back to block their entrance. Seeing this, Yang Linlin and Li Shang understood what Zhao Yi intended to do, and carefully stepped forward to help Zhao Yi steady his body. The sound produced by the special brick was completely different depending on whether it was connected or not. Currently the ghost was still just suspicious, and had not confirmed that there was a secret room below. As long as they handled it properly they could completely avoid the ghost's inspection. Shortly after indeed a tapping sound came from Zhao Yi's back. The ghost was quite strong. Even through a thick brick the force transmitted to the bodies of the three made their muscles spasm. They gritted their teeth, holding on tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest. After a while the ghost tapped for a bit, confirming there was no problem, then went to knock elsewhere. The two could finally relax and Zhao Yi immediately gestured to them. Yang Linlin and Li Shang continued to support Zhao Yi's legs with all their strength. Sure enough, not long after the ghost above returned to this spot and stomped hard. The intense force made the calves of the two below tremble. In the end, the ghost seemed to confirm there was no issue, stopped probing, and left the water tower to go somewhere else. Yang Linlin and Li Shang slumped to the ground, completely drained. See, I told you the water tower is no longer safe. Li Shang's face was filled with worry. If we want to survive this curse cycle, we either need to keep looking for another refuge or break the curse. Zhao Yi casually glanced at him, saying nothing. However, Yang Linlin's eyes lit up at this. Break the curse. Do you know how to break the curse? Li Shang was silent for a long time. I know the method, but executing it is extremely difficult. I can't do it alone, I need help. Yang Linlin, we can help you. A hint of hesitation appeared on Li Shang's face, and after a long time he gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, all right. I'll trust you once. After all, dragging it out like this is a dead end. Let's take a gamble. After our earlier research and investigation, I can now confirm that the cycle curse of this school originated with a student. As his words fell, Yang Linlin instinctively exclaimed, Chan Qiong. Li Shang looked at the two with a surprised expression. You know? Zhao Yi replied, not much is known. It seems Chan Qiong's mother had an incident at Shirshan University. Li Shang sighed, rubbing his head. That's right. This story is quite lengthy. Chun Qiong was originally from a poor family in the city. Life was bearable at first, but later his father was buried in a mine collapse while mining in his hometown. The coal boss, fearing criminal liability, absconded with the money and didn't compensate them. Their family's situation worsened day by day, leaving only a disabled mother who was a seamstress. Fortunately, Chun Qiong was diligent from a young age, always excelling in his studies. Not only did he get into the best university in the city, Shirshan University, but he also received a large scholarship due to his top rank. This should have been the cradle for nurturing his dreams, but then an unexpected incident occurred. In order to stimulate competition among students, Shirshan University conducts 2 exams every month, arranging seating for the next week based on exam results. Chun Qiong, who excelled, always sat in the front row near the podium, while all the other outstanding students coming from various places could only look up to him. Besides, there was a girl named Zhang Ye in their class who was also excellent in academics and beautiful. She had long maintained second place in the class and was Chun Qiong's desk mate. You know how high school students are? It's a time of youthful passion with hormones running high. Over time, Chun Qiong became madly infatuated with Zhang Ye. This could have been considered a match made in heaven, but then a transfer student named Pang Xiao came to the class. He was the son of the mayor. Although he always ranked last in every test, he also fell for Zhang Ye and directly had the homeroom teacher Liang Ming swap his position with Chun Qiong. Of course, Liang Ming didn't dare refuse his request. Thus, the top student ended up sitting in the last position while the last student took the first position. Every time the weekly test results came out, those glaring perfect scores felt like a slap in the face to Chun Qiong. He knew his family was poor and that he couldn't compete with Pang Xiao, so he endured. Until one day in class, he saw Pang Xiao reaching into Zhang Ye's clothes, and she didn't dare resist. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He secretly bribed a group of classmates from similarly poor backgrounds with his scholarship money, and one night covered his face with a scarf, dragging Pang Xiao into the bushes and giving him a beating. However, this was still caught on the school surveillance. After a severe interrogation by the grade director, a student finally cracked under pressure and revealed Chen Xiong's involvement. As a result, Chen Xiong was expelled. Afterwards, Chen Xiong's mother came to Shishan University, found his homeroom teacher Liang Ming, and knelt in his office crying and begging for mercy. However, Liang Ming couldn't care less. In the end, during a struggle, Liang Ming accidentally pushed Chen Xiong's mother Run Fong off the building. Unfortunately, she fell headfirst and her brains splattered all over the ground. You can probably guess what happened next. Chen Xiong's mother died after ineffective rescue, but the school and the mayor's office managed to suppress the matter. It was too deep. No one dared to intervene in Chen Xiong's affairs. A few days later, he infiltrated the school alone and killed his homeroom teacher Liang Ming with a kitchen knife, then escaped from the school under the security siege, disappearing without a trace. At this point, Li Shang suddenly paused, looking at the two who were intently listening, lowering his voice. The external news is like this. But in reality, Chen Xiong never ran away. He died in the university. He died in the underground garage of Area B, and his deep resentment affected the entire school. Our goal is to destroy his corpse. Only by destroying his corpse can we possibly end the curse. Coincidentally, when we first entered the school, we brought a very powerful weapon. But that item was lost in a vertical well-marked polluted fire in the west underground garage when it was attacked by Chen Xiong's spiritual body. That special weapon requires identity recognition, but it won't take long. As long as you can help me attract Chen Xiong's spiritual body, I will be able to activate that weapon and destroy Chen Xiong's corpse. Yang Linlin bit her lip. How long will it take? Li Shang replied, about 3 minutes. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi, her eyes filled with inquiry. Zhao Yi reached out his hand and shook with Li Shang. When will we act? Li Shang pondered. We won't have time tonight. Tomorrow night, when night falls, you come to the water tower and I will take you to the west underground garage. Zhao Yi asked, can we scout the area first? Li Shang scratched his head. I almost forgot. Since you are unfamiliar with the terrain, it's only right to scout the perimeter first. After the three agreed, they sat quietly for about 4 hours until the ghostly mist outside dissipated. Zhao Yi then took Yang Linlin away from the water tower and headed towards the dormitory building. The next day, they sat down according to the seating chart. A few more people in the class sat in the wrong positions and had their heads chopped off on the spot. The blood was cold and stank, but in the blink of an eye it vanished along with the corpses. The two of them managed to survive the day without any danger. While eating in the cafeteria that evening, Zhao Yi asked Yang Linlin beside him, do you have fishing line? Silk thread is fine too, but it needs to be thin, long, and strong. Yang Linlin was still thinking about tonight's affairs and was distracted from eating. I have some. But what do you need it for? Zhao Yi replied, to kill someone. Yang Linlin was taken aback. Who are you going to kill? Zhao Yi answered, Li Shang. Yang Linlin continued to watch Zhao Yi shovel food into his mouth. His tone was light and casual, as if he were describing something trivial. But only the person involved knew how crazy this statement was. Are you crazy? If you kill Li Shang, who will help us break the curse? Yang Linlin didn't know why Zhao Yi was acting so strangely, but judging by his tone, he didn't seem to be joking. He really wanted to kill Li Shang. Finishing the last bite of rice in his bowl, Zhao Yi raised his head, elegantly opened a bottle of soy milk from 1982, and said seriously, if you still expect him to help us break the curse, then you are truly not far from death. Yang Linlin glanced around the noisy cafeteria, leaned in closer, and whispered, what do you mean? Zhao Yi finished the soy milk in one gulp. He lied. Yang Linlin frowned. Lied? How do you know? Zhao Yi lightly tapped his finger on the table, recalling everything that happened last night, and explained. First, he is just an investigator, not a student of class 8 of the first year. Don't you think his description of Chen Xiong is too detailed? Detailed to the point that he knows Chen Xiong saw the mayor's son Pang Xiao putting his hand in the class flower Zhang Ya's clothes during class. Yang Linlin's body stiffened. Second, 3 people are missing from the seating chart. Chen Xiong, Pang Xiao, and Zhang Ya. None of these 3 are on the seating chart. If everything happened exactly as Li Shang described, then I think that Chen Xiong, who could bring the entire school under an eerie power, would not let Pang Xiao and Zhang Ya go. At least he wouldn't let Pang Xiao go. Because Pang Xiao is the source of his tragedy. Yang Linlin fell into deep thought. Zhao Yi continued, third, the basement of that water tower was not discovered by chance. I even suspect that he built that basement. Looking up, Yang Linlin stared at Zhao Yi with a face full of confusion. While she could somewhat understand the first 2 points, she truly felt Zhao Yi was talking nonsense with this third point. The curse of this school has spread to most corners, involving all the teachers and students inside. Where would he have the time to build such a large basement in front of so many evil spirits? There was no dust. Huh? I said there was no dust in the basement. Recalling what happened last night, Zhao Yi explained. Last night I deliberately checked many corners. The lampstand, the sofa, even. There was almost no dust on those odds and ends. It was very clean. Generally no one goes to clean the basement. Unless someone often lives there. As you said, after the curse happened, it would be almost impossible to build such a basement in front of the evil spirits. so the basement must have been built before the curse occurred. The entrance is so hidden without any light and the mechanisms are hidden behind bricks that one would hardly think of. Do you think it's more likely that he stumbled upon the basement while being chased by the evil spirits, or that he already knew of the basement's existence? Yang Linlin was stunned. Zhao Yi's observational skills were terrifying. But if he deceived us, then what was his purpose? Zhao Yi explained, psychology suggests that purposeful lies are often a mix of truth and falsehood. To make the lie more logical and believable, it usually needs to incorporate some real elements. For example, even without the evil spirit version of Chen Qiong, there are definitely dangers in the West Underground parking lot that we can't even imagine. And Li Shang really wants to enter that vertical well-marked polluted fire. The only thing is that once he goes in, he won't come out again, so he would lie to me to help attract the ghost outside. Layer by layer analysis. Yang Linlin now believed that the seemingly harmless Li Shang was actually a fraud. Live broadcast barrage. Damn, this level of observation and judgment is truly amazing. To be honest, I also feel something is off about this Li Shang. That this unfortunate kid actually wants to scheme against Zhao Yi, this crazy person, and will probably end up in a terrible situation. But since Zhao Yi noticed the problem, why didn't he kill Li Shang last night, and instead wait until today to do it? It's normal that you can't figure it out since we are normal people and he is a madman. Taking out the fishing line from his body, he handed it to Zhao Yi. After Zhao Yi accepted it, Yang Linlin asked again, "What do you need me to do tonight?" Zhao Yi said, "You don't need to do anything. Whether we succeed depends on tonight. If we are lucky, we might be able to break the curse tonight." The night clouds were heavy and cold with the moon shrouded in darkness. Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin met at the agreed spot, both fully prepared, making their way towards the water tower. "Zhao Yi, I still don't quite understand. What do you need the fishing line for? Are you planning to strangle Li Shang?" Zhao Yi raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo!" He did not wish to explain to Yang Linlin. Although this girl was obedient, she could be quite chatty. Zhao Yi prevented her from speaking too much, lest her performance ruin their secrecy. Facing Zhao Yi's Mr. Yang Linlin fell silent. Upon reaching the basement of the water tower, they found Li Shang waiting there for quite some time, appearing somewhat anxious. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Li Shang complained. "Let's hurry and scout the area. We don't have much time left. After midnight, when the third school bell rings, the ghostly mist will once again pervade every corner of the campus." Zhao Yi nodded. "No problem." The three of them stealthily moved out of the water tower, carefully heading towards the underground parking lot in the west under the moonlight. There were 3 entrances in total, and the 2 followed Li Shang as he scouted the perimeter, carefully listening to his plans for their escape route and how to engage with the ghostly beings. Li Shang displayed an unnaturally excited demeanor as he spoke. Yang Linlin, observing him intentionally, became increasingly convinced of Zhao Yi's suspicions. This person has a problem. The 2 entered from the east, which was the planned route for Li Shang's ambush. Li Shang walked in front, so he did not notice Zhao Yi quietly pulling out a similarly dark green round object which he wedged against the iron bar on the entrance's side wall. The loop on top was connected to a nearly invisible fishing line in the darkness. The other end was hidden within the sleeve of Zhao Yi's uniform. Li Shang nodded. "All right." Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin then bent down and cautiously advanced towards the sea area, keeping close to the wall, and using vehicles as cover while observing for any signs of Chen Qiong's vengeful spirit. "After that, follow our designated escape route. It won't stray too far from here. As long as you can lure it out of the underground parking lot, I will be able to retrieve my weapon, destroy its corpse, and break the curse." Zhao Yi glanced towards the sea area. "No problem, wait until we draw it away before you act. We only have one chance, so don't rush." Li Shang nodded. "All right." Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin then bent down and cautiously advanced towards the sea area, keeping close to the wall, and using vehicles as cover while observing for any signs of Chen Qiong's vengeful spirit. A cold wind swept in from the entrance, causing Yang Linlin to shiver in the darkness. She was extremely nervous, able to hear her heart pounding in her throat. In fact, she was not the only one feeling tense. Li Shang was equally on edge. Ever since that incident went awry, he had been barely surviving in this eerie school for months, and now he was completely out of resources. He was growing hungrier and his companions were fewer. Whether he could survive depended on whether these 2 could help him lure away that terrifying ghost today. Zhao Yi, making his way towards the sea area, maintained a heightened state of mental focus. The red glint in his eyes grew stronger, even faintly glowing. His pupils transformed from round shapes into strange and eerie patterns. Before his eyes, all the lifeless things began to fade away. The previously dark and obscured areas became increasingly clear in Zhao Yi's sight. The source code for player Zhao Yi has encountered an error and is in disarray. Attempting to fix. Repair failed. Repair failed. Repair failed. The system's annoying voice echoed in Zhao Yi's ears, but he and the strange murmurs completely ignored it. At that moment, it felt as though he was in a god's perspective. Everything in the underground parking lot was visible to him, including the twisted humanoid lurking in the corner. Chaotic quantum state, extremely dangerous. Note 1, a moves at high speed and can pass through most obstacles. Note 2, extremely strong attack. You cannot resist. Behavior slaughters all living beings in sight, prioritizing those making loud noises. Weakness 1, Schrodinger's cat. Weakness 2, the entity itself. Having obtained this data, the crimson hue in Zhao Yi's eyes gradually faded, returning to normal. He was momentarily dazed, but his eyes regained their brilliance once again. Zhao Yi carefully maneuvered around the twisted humanoid and the linear area of Li Shang. He turned back and gave Li Shang an okay gesture. Li Shang returned the okay gesture. In the darkness, his face was filled with a sinister and sickly smile. Die. Die. If you die, I can survive. Blame it on your bad luck. How could one easily trust the words of a stranger? A remarkable curve appeared at the corner of Li Shang's mouth. In the next moment, Zhao Yi grasped the fishing line hidden in his sleeve and yanked it suddenly. The sound of the pull ring detaching from the grenade was somewhat jarring in the darkness and silence. Ding! The pull ring hit the ground with a crisp sound. The twisted humanoid frozen in the corner turned around, and at that moment Li Shang's body also tensed. He was puzzled, wondering what that sound was just now. Turning back, the explosion erupted. The brilliant flames spread like a phoenix taking flight, and the deafening roar shook the entire underground parking lot. The terrifying shockwave caused Li Shang to crash hard against a nearby car door. He had no time to ponder what had just happened, but he caught a glimpse of the horrifying shadow drifting towards him through the blinding firelight. This is bad. Li Shang's heart sank in terror. The shadow of death loomed and adrenaline surged through him at that moment. Without a moment to think, he immediately fled towards the distance. If he didn't leave now, he would undoubtedly die. As he neared the exit, he instinctively glanced back, and to his shock, Zhao Yi stood in the underground parking lot waving goodbye to him. At this point, how could he not realize that he was being counterschemed by Zhao Yi? Clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with fury, Li Shang was nearly so angry that he coughed up blood, but there was no time to think further. The twisted humanoid was rapidly closing in on him. He had to get away from this place immediately. Li Shang fled the sea area in disarray, accompanied by the shadow, while Zhao Yi quickly made his way with Yang Linlin towards the well-marked contaminated fire. Damn, you actually brought a grenade, a weapon of mass destruction. Isn't there no score in the beginner's dungeon? Yang Linlin, stunned, took out a crowbar to help Zhao Yi pry open the well cover, while listening to Zhao Yi say, I had a patient once, a gun dealer. I cured his bloodlust, and in return, he gifted me a box of specially made arms as compensation. Usually I like to carry a few grenades on me. When I'm bored, I take them out to play with. Yang Linlin. Live stream comments, what a lunatic, who takes grenades out to play with. I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Zhao Yi became a madman from interacting with too many psychopaths. Putting aside personal eccentricities, Zhao Yi's counter-scheme was truly exquisite. Indeed, from uncovering the truth to laying out the plan, what seemed like the simplest action had such devastating effects. He effortlessly pried open the manhole cover. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's live streaming room had surged from a few hundred viewers to 60,000. Among newcomers, his popularity had already soared into the top tier. His earlier dazzling maneuvers had attracted a substantial following. Especially novice players, hesitant and fearful of entering the dungeon, now regarded Zhao Yi as their elder brother. Below the vertical shaft lay absolute darkness. Yang Linlin retrieved a flashlight and handed one to Zhao Yi, keeping another for herself. They switched them on. The beams struck the shaft walls. No grime, no dust. The smooth alloy walls reflected the light with polished clarity. At the center of the wall gleamed a button, its surface etched with an enigmatic pattern. After a swift inspection, they realized it was an elevator descending underground. Such places are usually for sewage disposal. Why would there be an elevator here? Yang Linlin covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Yi glanced back over his shoulder. Behind them stretched the black silence of the underground garage. A still, lifeless wind. The sensation was deeply unsettling. Let's go. We can't waste time. We don't know when it will return. They swiftly entered the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator glided downward with uncanny smoothness. A gentle wave of weightlessness washed over them as they descended, uninterrupted for a full 3 minutes. Suddenly the alloy wall before them parted, flooding the shaft with blinding light. So intense it seared their vision. It took several moments for their eyes to adjust. Before them stretched a narrow, pristine white corridor. Every inch of the corridor shimmered under flawless illumination. No shadow dared linger. Stepping out, the alloy door sealed silently behind them. Where is this place? Pure, unadulterated awe could scarcely contain Yang Linlin's overwhelming shock. Who could have imagined that hundreds of meters beneath an ordinary university lay such an exquisitely engineered subterranean structure? Perhaps it's some kind of clandestine research facility. Zhao Yi stroked the stubble on his chin, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. Ever since encountering the school principal, something had felt profoundly off. A creature with tentacles sprouting from its skull bore little resemblance to conventional ghosts. In his previous dungeon, he'd faced several spectral entities, especially the director of the colossal hospital. That was a textbook case. The more formidable the specter, the more its attacks leaned into the metaphysical, resistant to ordinary means of defense. Yet this dungeon's principal, though equally powerful, wielded purely physical assaults. This meant the principal was not a ghost, but rather some manner of monstrous entity. Clearly the haunted campus was no mere supernatural dungeon. The scope of its world far exceeded his initial assumptions. Perhaps the school's current state was the result of deliberate human intervention. As they advanced down the corridor, they encountered vast trails of dried blood. Streak after streak. Though long desiccated, the faint scent of iron and decay still hung thick in the air. These crimson paths converged upon the mangled corpses of several men clad in specialized uniforms. Their faces were obscured by respirator masks. Research personnel, most likely. Their bodies lay grotesquely torn apart as if shredded by a colossal beast. So horrifying that Yang Linlin's scalp prickled with dread. What on earth happened to these people? Zhao Yi scanned the surroundings with cautious vigilance. One thing is certain, this place is far from safe. He stepped around the corner, and there loomed a heavily encrypted alloy door. Zhao Yi approached its control panel and discovered facial recognition was required for entry. Looks like we're locked out. Yang Linlin frowned anxiously. If they couldn't proceed forward, they'd have to backtrack, risking an encounter with the terrifying black silhouette returning from outside. Even Zhao Yi, a man reckless enough to be called mad, had instinctively avoided that shadow. Its danger was self-evident. Ha! What are you doing? Yang Linlin watched, pulse quickening, as Zhao Yi suddenly drew a surgical scalpel and strode toward the corpses, her eyelids twitching involuntarily. He offered no reply. What followed nearly made her retch. 8 million characters redacted. Only when Zhao Yi finally lifted the rotting, pus-oozing magatridon head and carried it before the colossal alloy door did Yang Linlin manage to steady her churning stomach. Livestream chat. Holy hell, just as it got good. You censor that? Seriously, who do you think you're insulting? You guys are all mentally unhinged. My sister couldn't handle it. Frankly, this is extremely graphic. I now fully grasp why forensic pathologists are so rare. Zhao brother is legendary. Performing that without blinking. Beep. Facial recognition confirmed. Clack. The massive alloy door cracked open just a sliver, and Zhao Yi casually stowed the severed head into his inventory. Item: head of Hetty. Quality: common. Description: Hetty never imagined that even in death he'd meet a psychopath who wouldn't spare his soul intact relic. The head. Effect: door access. Reading the system's snarky commentary, Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Dragging all of humanity into such a terrifying yet bizarrely entertaining game. You're the real psychopath. Beyond the colossal alloy door sprawled 3 stark symmetrical passageways, each slick with fresh bloodstains, scattered fragments of flesh, and splintered bone. Yang Linlin had drawn her pistol. Her palms glistened with sweat. Clearly grave peril lurked within this subterranean laboratory. They chose the rightmost passage, and along the way retrieved a bloodstained document from a severed hand. My dearest Lena, I heard the Babel amusement park is complete. I promised I'd return to take you there. Work has reached its final stage, at most 15 more days. And Father will be home. Don't worry. This time, Father will make it back. After reading the note, Yang Linlin sighed deeply. Zhao Yi, however, discarded it with visible disgust. Ugh. Pigeons are so annoying. Always cooing away the moment anything comes up. Yang Linlin murmured, voice heavy with sorrow. He was simply a father who loved his daughter, thinking of her even in his final moments. Zhao Yi replied indifferently. Yes, he was a good father. But beyond that, he may well have been a serial killer. The deaths of thousands outside the school, very likely his doing. Yang Linlin choked on her breath. His words extinguished her sympathy instantly. Good riddance. Scum. Shryak. From a distant corner echoed a piercing, grating screech. The sound resembled something heavy, metallic, being dragged across the floor, its jagged edge scraping violently against the ground, even sparking as it tore along. Only such a brutal, unnatural friction could produce a noise so grating it set teeth on edge. Both froze, eyes locked on the far corner, muscles coiling tight in an instant. The two quickly ducked behind a wall, peering cautiously around its edge toward the distant corner. As the sound grew louder, a colossal white leg emerged into view. Hundreds of writhing tentacles extended from its body, each terminating in a human head the size of a fist. Yet these heads were grotesquely simplified, malformed beyond reason, their faces a blurred mess of raw flesh and blood. At the upper end of the massive limb hung a male genital organ. The horrifying noise they had heard was the grating of those human skulls against the floor. What the hell is that? Upon seeing the creature, Yang Linlin felt her entire being recoil in visceral dread. Yet beside her, Zhao Yi stood entranced, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable, unsettling excitement. What a magnificent creation, he murmured in quiet awe. Yang Linlin, the audience, live stream chat flooded with disbelief. Zhao Yi, what kind of aesthetic sense do you even have? Where is the beauty in that? Clearly Zhao Yi's mind isn't just unstable. He's lost all sense of proportion and taste. Respect. Utter respect for Brother Zhao's palate. Suddenly I understand why he got excited seeing the female ghost inside the elevator in the last trial. What do we do now? Yang Linlin had already lost her composure. Such sanity-shattering entities could not be stared at for long. Not everyone possessed Zhao Yi's unnerving fortitude. Zhao Yi replied calmly, This underground experimental facility must hold vital clues, but it also harbors grave dangers. We must proceed with meticulous caution and steady resolve. After a stunned pause, Yang Linlin gritted her teeth, drew her small handgun and sprinted after him, launching herself into the same reckless charge. Is he having another episode? Where's the steady resolve you just preached? Is this really the wisest approach? After a stunned pause, Yang Linlin gritted her teeth, drew her small handgun and sprinted after him, launching herself into the same reckless charge. She knew in that moment she had utterly lost her mind. Yet her trust in Zhao Yi was absolute, unconditional. The creature was no passive prey. Upon detecting Zhao Yi, it whirled violently, contorting into an impossible, unnatural stance, and lunged toward him, leaving a long, glistening trail of blood across the floor. At the instant they were about to collide, Zhao Yi abruptly produced Old Man Liu's property deed, and sealed the grotesque entity instantly within a void-like confinement chamber. 10 seconds. More than enough. Though terrifying in appearance, this abomination paled in comparison to the headmaster. It posed only moderate danger, and possessed a fatal vulnerability. Rampant mutant moderate threat. Note: a mere prototype, vastly inferior to quantum state entities outside. Weakness: hemorrhoids on its buttocks. Annotation: apparently the mad scientists conducting these horrors never considered that even mutated beings might develop hemorrhoids from prolonged sedentary experimentation. Since his data instability in the underground garage, Zhao Yi's perception had sharpened, granting him increasingly detailed annotations on everything he observed. The most crucial insight was always the weakness. Zhao Yi chose to eliminate this mutant for two reasons. First, though Old Man Liu's property deed had a nominal onady cooldown, its actual reset occurred precisely at midnight. That meant if used at 1159 p.m., it would refresh again at midnight, ready for immediate reuse. Second, this entity was exceptionally easy to kill. Zhao Yi didn't even need to search for its hemorrhoid. The creature's buttocks were prominently exposed. He struck. Swift, precise, surgical. The incision was flawless. The monster collapsed like liquefied sludge. Congratulations, rampant mutant slain. Your soul weapon has absorbed fragmented fragments of the abyssal god meme attempting reconstruction. 001. Insufficient power. Reconstruction halted. Your soul weapon gains a unique passive ability, entanglement. Any target wounded by your soul weapon will sprout devourers from the wound, proliferating relentlessly until the target perishes. Devourer strength scales with your cultivation level and innate power. Your attributes have increased. Character: Zhao Yi, vitality 15, 15 strength, 16 spirit, 101, 1001, luck 0. By slaying this rampant mutant, Zhao Yi absorbed a fragment of the abyssal god meme. Though he had no idea what an abyssal god meme truly was, even reconstructing 1/10th of it had boosted his strength by 8 points, and granted him a rare passive ability. Felt astonishingly powerful. Behind him, Yang Linlin approached, warily glanced at the motionless corpse and gasped, "It's dead." Yes. Zhao Yi stared intently at the corpse, his gaze burning with fierce, scholarly fascination. It should have been a perfect organism. Its creator simply failed. His scalpel flashed coldly as he performed an exquisitely precise dissection, stripping away outer musculature to expose the spinal neural column and internal organs. 18 kidneys. Absolutely extraordinary. Zhao Yi shook his head in quiet disbelief. Even from the dio-like elongated cranium alone, he deduced certain physiological functions must be extraordinarily amplified. Yet even a young man as mentally unorthodox as Zhao Yi could never have imagined 18 kidneys. What then had those deranged scientists been thinking during its genetic engineering and gestation? Flicking blood from his blade, Zhao Yi led Yang Linlin deeper, following the path the creature had taken. At the far end of the corridor loomed a massive bioreactor vessel, its surface coated in necrotic, mold-ridden placental tissue. Nearby control consoles were drenched in dried blood, and scattered experimental logs littered the floor. Zhao Yi knelt beside a corpse, its skull half consumed, and retrieved a lab journal from its clenched hand. 8-17. Subject X-163 remains stable. All organs developing per protocol. Curiously, when technician Xiaohe accidentally administered triple-dose testosterone, its kidneys exhibited accelerated hyper-robust growth. 8-24. 8-24. The mayor visited today and commended our progress with great enthusiasm. Soon we'll receive multimillion yuan dividends, and our work may even benefit all humanity. My name will be inscribed in history. 8-26. The lunatics in the inner courtyard claim success in shaping quantum state entities. I don't know what that means, but unease coils deep in my gut. 9-3. At dinner I asked Alex whether they could contain the mutant if it revolted. He ignored me entirely, boasting instead about the perfection of their creation, claiming it could one day grant eternal life to humankind. When I pressed again about containment, he grew furious, hurling insults and overturning my tray. 9-12. Look at what these damned lunatics have wrought. 9-13. We pay dearly for our folly. All of us will die, including me. The laboratory has experienced an unknown riot, and the experimental subject they created seems to have escaped control then. Killed everyone. She seems to have adapted quite well to this man. Neither the chaotic quantum state outside nor the bizarre creature we just encountered could have appeared out of thin air. There must be a ground state. The instrument vibrated, slowly restoring many data points to their initial state. Can you understand this? Looking at the complex data, Yang Linlin felt overwhelmed. I don't understand, but it doesn't matter. I just need to restore this data according to its original operation and see what the most primitive ground state is. Zhao Yi muttered to himself while continuously operating the device. The screen displayed the monster's image, gradually revealing its grotesque form as data was stripped away. First the head, then the private parts, then the legs. When the monster was fully restored to its original ground state, they were shocked to discover that this monster was actually a person. Moreover, it was a woman. What the hell? Yang Linlin was dumbfounded. She simply couldn't accept that the disgusting creature with a reproductive organ for a head was actually a cute girl that had been transformed. The cells of that monster exhibit a high level of activity and adaptability, which means this girl is very young. Zhao Yi stared thoughtfully at the projection on the screen. If we speculate further, then this girl is likely a student from a university. His conjecture sent chills down Yang Linlin and the viewers in the live stream. A mysterious experimental base, built underground at the university, aiming to transform students into monsters. Are these people criminals or are they insane? The little girl we just saw had 18 kidneys, each one extremely young. It seems this laboratory is responsible for organ trafficking. If their experiment succeeds, the girl's cells can continue to cultivate new monsters, providing them with a continuous supply of kidneys to sell. If this reaches the black market, then it means they've cultivated a money-generating vault. As Zhao Yi spoke of this, he gazed down the long corridor leading deeper into the facility, his expression contemplative. This experimental base clearly has more than one project. The experimental log mentioned earlier indicated that the staff were seemingly creating some kind of entity related to quantum states. And they succeeded. The shadow we encountered earlier might be the rampaging monster described in the experimental log. Zhao Yi had seen the monster's weaknesses during the data chaos in the underground parking lot. One of them was its original form. Yang Linlin exclaimed angrily. These scoundrels are building a human experimentation base beneath the school, breeding children into such monsters. It's utterly inhumane. Zhao Yi shook his head and corrected her. No, you're wrong. They aren't building a human experimentation base beneath the school. They're building a school above the human experimentation base. This underground laboratory's complexity far exceeds that of the school by more than tenfold. If they were to wait until the school is completed to begin constructing the underground lab, it would be impossible. Clearly, the experimental base was constructed first. Moreover, in their plans, Shirshan University is also part of it. They need sufficiently young and vibrant subjects to test various experiments. Aside from the public security authorities, what other organization can more legitimately gather statistics on young people and their family situations than a renowned university? As Zhao Yi finished speaking, Yang Linlin felt a chill run down her spine. Let's go. We just need some material to prove our conjecture to complete the hidden task. The hidden task was to investigate the truth behind Shirshan University. Since it was an investigation, they needed material proof. A mere conjecture would not suffice. As Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin returned, Zhao Yi did something that almost made everyone vomit. He skinned the monster that had 18 kidneys. Do you really have to do such a twisted thing? Yang Linlin watched as Zhao Yi triumphantly placed the bloody skin into his inventory, beginning to question life. Live stream comments. I'm done. I've seen all sorts of strange fetishes, but I've never seen skinning fetishes. Today has truly broadened my horizons. That's so disgusting. I can't take it anymore, brothers. I need to go vomit for a while. This is too appetizing. I often feel out of place for not being perverted enough. The two continued down the other end of the corridor. In this labyrinth-like complex experimental base, one could easily get lost without a strong sense of direction. As they passed through the corridor, they unexpectedly came upon a huge white cafeteria. Aside from the seats, everything in the background was primarily pure white. Amidst the blinding white, there were also splashes of crimson. Peeking through the door crack, they saw countless monsters wandering and feeding inside the cafeteria, and their food was none other than the already decayed experimental staff. There are so many monsters. How many students is this? Don't they investigate when so many students go missing? The scene before them shocked both of them immensely. In this vast cafeteria, there were at least 1,000 bizarre monsters. This means that at least 1,000 students from Shirshan University have gone missing. Yet none of this has been reported. In fact, there isn't even a trace of it online. The person behind the construction of this laboratory is likely to have extraordinary means. Zhao Yi's expression was grave. All signs point to the mayor of City A. But a mayor alone probably couldn't pull this off. Behind him there must be a massive team. The ability to find the traces of an evil god within these twisted monsters' bodies is enough for Zhao Yi to unleash his imagination. What should we do now? If we go further, it's likely. Yang Linlin's voice trembled. The thousands of terrifying creatures behind the door crack made her body go weak. Zhao Yi pulled out the skin he had stripped from the monster and took out a scalpel, his fingers fluttering like a butterfly as he quickly cut the skin and fashioned it into two eerie human skin coats. The outside of the coat was adorned with many grotesque bloody little heads. Zhao Yi's coat had another wilted tube attached to it, making Yang Linlin's eyelids twitch. You wouldn't want. No, that's too disgusting. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi's mischievous gaze and vaguely understood his intentions. She turned to run, but Zhao Yi grabbed her by the collar. Come back. In the midst of Yang Linlin's distasteful expression, Zhao Yi directly put the crude and foul-smelling coat on her. Then he put on the human skin coat with a tube attached to the back himself. Live stream comments. I'm dying of laughter. I've already taken screenshots. The expression pack of Goddess Linlin is about to be released. Wearing something like this is genuinely anti-human. Or does Zhao Yi want to blend in with those monsters? This is very dangerous. There shouldn't be a problem. As far as I can see, these monsters aren't attacking each other. The big brother is indeed a big brother. Although it's a bit gross, he certainly has a lot of clever ideas. At that moment, the two resembled wolves clad in sheep's clothing. Or rather, sheep dressed in wolf skin. Yang Linlin understood that once those monsters discovered their disguise, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. The pungent smell of blood and the monster's human skin masked the scent of the two. As the cafeteria door swung open, thousands of twisted and grotesque creatures turned their gaze toward them. They were bizarrely shaped, gaudily adorned. Under the terrifying stares of so many, Yang Linlin's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing her to collapse on the ground. She grasped Zhao Yi's arm, barely managing to stand. Some monsters looked at the two in confusion, as if sensing they were similar yet not quite the same. Thus they slowly approached the two, wanting to test them out. Seeing these monsters come closer, Yang Linlin's legs trembled even more violently. In contrast to Yang Linlin's fear, Zhao Yi appeared unusually excited. He even dragged Yang Linlin forward, standing before the monsters and imitating their huffing sounds. Though these artificially created terrifying creatures possessed extreme aggression, it was solely directed at humans. They were surprisingly tolerant towards their kind. A girl with bone spikes on her head and half a rotten face emitted a strange sound, gesturing animatedly, as if inquiring something from Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi perfectly mimicked the sounds and gestures she made without missing a beat. After several exchanges, the girl and her friends seemed to finally comprehend that the fellow before them was an emotionless parrot. Thus they lost interest in Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin, dispersing. Once they left, Yang Linlin realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. That had truly been a perilous moment. That guy Zhao Yi was completely out of the ordinary. She had imagined countless scenarios about how Zhao Yi would resolve the crisis, but never did she expect he would just act like a parrot. The key was that he actually pulled it off. It was utterly ridiculous. In some respects, Zhao Yi could be considered exceptionally gifted with languages. Being able to memorize and repeat all those strange sounds in one go was indeed a talent. With the monsters no longer obstructing them, Zhao Yi led Yang Linlin to wander around the cafeteria for a while. He intentionally observed the behaviors of these monsters, and quickly discovered that the cafeteria had a total of 16 doors, one of which at the far corner had not seen any monster enter or exit. Moreover, the other monsters seemed to have a strong aversion to that door, deliberately avoiding it whenever they passed nearby. These behaviors instilled a deep curiosity in Zhao Yi regarding that door in the cafeteria. What could possibly lie behind it? It was enough to make even these fierce monsters feel fear. However, given the current situation, he decided against approaching that door. There might still be key information to explore in this cafeteria area. Fixing his gaze on the few gnawed and rotting corpses, Zhao Yi noticed some scattered manuscripts within their clothing. He intended to gather these manuscripts. Some monsters assumed he wanted to eat meat and actually made space for him. Zhao Yi, however, did not consume human flesh. But to show a bit of respect, he picked up some maggots, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed. This scene nearly made Yang Linlin, who was not far away, gag. The viewers in the livestream were even more thrilled. Seeing Zhao Yi consume something, the monster's remaining suspicions towards him dissipated, making it much easier for Zhao Yi to collect the manuscripts. Most of these manuscripts recorded experimental data which held little value for the two. However, in one pink manuscript, Zhao Yi keenly noticed a piece of paper tucked inside. It mentioned Guxian Town. Again, Guxian Town. Zhao Yi's eyelids twitched violently as he quickly unfolded the letter. X2 fusion failed. The department received a destruction order. Everyone was very reluctant, having worked hard for so many years only to end up with such a result. No one is willing to accept this. Clearly, the theoretical data completely matched. Why? Why could it be that the Shirshan experimental base would repeat the mistakes of Guxian Town from years ago? We do not fear death, but we cannot tolerate failure. The mayor has ordered us to withdraw from the Shirshan experimental base with the experimental data. They will find a way to destroy everything related to Shirshan. But we are unwilling. Tonight we will make one final desperate attempt. After Zhao Yi discovered this piece of paper, a notification sound from the system immediately rang in their ears. Congratulations, players Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin. Hidden quest: investigate the truth behind Shirshan University completed. Quest rewards will be issued after the main quest concludes. The note confirmed Zhao Yi's conjecture. Shirshan University was built for the experimental base, and those outstanding students gathered from all over City A were merely subjects for the base. Having completed the hidden quest, the two would receive generous rewards. One could say that even if they died and returned to the guild base now, they would have profited immensely. In the past, Yang Linlin would have been so excited that she would dance with joy, but now she only felt her hands and feet grow cold, her entire body shivering. The monsters in this cafeteria had not long ago been vibrant and youthful students full of hopes and dreams who had worked hard to gain admission to this university. Little did they know they had entered a terrifying man-made hell. She could not imagine how despairing it must have been for the students sent to the laboratory facing various cruel methods. Zhao Yi stared blankly at the note for a moment. He recalled seeing a twisted shadow under an eave, just as he was about to exit the doors of the colossal hospital dungeon. From the note, it could be inferred that that shadow might be X1. But why was it appearing in the colossal hospital? Could it be that the colossal hospital also? While Zhao Yi was deep in thought, Yang Linlin leaned in very close to him, almost whispering as she asked Zhao Yi, what should we do about the curse? Now she was almost certain that as long as they continued to blend into this experimental base, for the time being the main quest could be easily completed. But with Yang Linlin's understanding of Zhao Yi, this restless guy absolutely would not be content with the status quo. He would not stop until he turned this dungeon upside down. Moreover, she desperately wanted to destroy this place filled with evil and blood. The curse and this underground laboratory likely bear little direct connection. Zhao Yi spoke with unwavering certainty. They wandered the cafeteria twice more, allowing both of them to become vaguely familiar to most of the creatures. Then Zhao Yi led Yang Linlin out of the cafeteria and back into the external laboratory. How so certain are you? Yang Linlin pressed her crimson lips together tightly. Every time Zhao Yi spoke, she felt like a fool. They had been together the entire time, observing identical clues. Yet she could never fathom what stirred within Zhao Yi's mind. If this were the origin of the curse, why have the creatures here remained unaffected? Doesn't this underground laboratory strike you as unervingly harmonious and normal, especially when compared to the chaos of the teaching building? Yang Linlin stared blankly. Damn it, where exactly was this laboratory harmonious or normal? Every inch teemed with horrifying creatures. Zhao Yi continued, based on all available evidence, the shadow outside is most likely the laboratory's ultimate creation, X2. It can phase through walls, fly, and exhibits profound instability. I trust you observed these traits during its pursuit of Li Shang just moments ago. Yang Linlin nodded, but her mind was utterly blank. Shadow abilities? She'd noticed nothing at all. Did it fly? Never mind. If Zhao Yi said it possessed those powers, then it did. She was merely a follower, and following Zhao Yi was the only sound strategy. Zhao Yi leaned against the doorframe, idly fiddling with the abalone-shaped ornament stitched onto the back of his human skin coat, his expression radiating childlike delight, eerily reminiscent of a predator. Perhaps it simply doesn't know where else to go, and thus lingers at the entrance. Yang Linlin made no deliberate attempt to interpret the motives of a spectral entity. Zhao Yi shook his head, less that it cannot find its way, and more that it guards the entrance. The creatures inside this facility are terrifying, possessing combat strength rivaling a small army. Ordinary threats hold no weight against them. The sole force capable of threatening them is the curse itself. Yang Linlin gasped in shock. They fear the curse too. Zhao Yi replied, recall what Li Shang told us earlier. On the 7th day of the curse, every teacher and student across the campus carried their own severed heads, scouring every corner in search of prey. Those ghosts, the true hunters of this dungeon. And precisely the core challenge confronting both our main and side quests. He paused, then seemed to recall something. Last night, ghostly mist descended upon the school. Beyond sapping the spiritual vitality of living beings, that mist harbors unspeakably dreadful entities. I believe the shadow stationed at the vertical shaft entrance exists solely to bar those entities from entering the laboratory, protecting the very monsters within it. Yang Linlin swallowed hard. Are those phantoms even more terrifying than the creatures down here? Zhao Yi answered gravely, theoretically, yes. In fact, they are far more horrifying than anything bred within this laboratory. These creatures, however grotesque or powerful, remain fundamentally altered humans, still bound by the limits of humanity. Take the former wearer of this human skin coat, for instance. Its combat capability is modest, and it possesses fatal vulnerabilities. Even without deploying that sealed artifact, we could eliminate it, provided we accepted sufficient cost. But those ghosts, that is another matter entirely. At this, Zhao Yi swiftly retrieved the critical slip of paper from earlier, spread it across the table, and pointed emphatically to a line. Observe. A city's mayor ordered lab personnel to evacuate the Shirshan experimental base, immediately carrying all data with them. They would find a way to erase everything here. Yang Linlin clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with dawning horror. You mean, this curse was engineered? Its purpose? To obliterate everything tied to this base and Shirshan High School. Zhao Yi slowly nodded, his expression twisting into an increasingly unsettling fervor. Beside him, Yang Linlin instinctively stepped half a pace backward at the sight of his eerie grin. What in the world is he excited about? This dungeon is lethally dangerous. Now the central conflict is clear. A city's mayor and his faction seek to annihilate all traces of the experimental base and Shirshan High School via the curse, while X2, the rogue experimental entity within the base, strives to preserve them. It clearly possesses self-awareness. That works in our favor. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. If we can establish meaningful communication with it, we may extract vital intelligence about the curse, or even bypass obstacles entirely to complete our side quest. Zhao Yi grew increasingly animated, his mind racing at full speed. Ordinarily, they would endure several more days of mortal peril across the campus, piecing together the curse's origin from fragmented rules before devising a countermeasure. Yet now a shortcut might exist, allowing them to complete the side quest ahead of schedule. The reward, a doppelganger doll, spoke volumes in its name alone. In a world steeped in peril and dread, what is most precious? Life itself. Any artifact capable of preserving life holds incalculable value. Yang Linlin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and pressed her palm to Zhao Yi's forehead, murmuring to herself, "No fever. So why such nonsense today?" Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and swatted her hand away. "You truly lack imagination." Yang Linlin pouted, hands planted firmly on her hips. "This isn't about imagination. It's about survival. You've seen how lethal that thing is. It attacks on sight, blindingly fast. Communication. You wouldn't even finish introducing yourself before." Zhao Yi sighed wordlessly. "Who said I intended to speak with it?" Yang Linlin blinked, bewildered. "Huh?" Zhao Yi waved a dismissive hand. "Explaining would be tedious. Just follow me closely." Yang Linlin puffed her cheeks in mock indignation, adorably furious, but held her tongue. Her fate now hinged entirely on Zhao Yi's ingenuity. She still hoped to claim that doppelganger doll reward by his side. They waited patiently in the laboratory. Zhao Yi kept close watch on the instrument's clock display. With X2 guarding the external entrance, neither the ghostly mist nor the entities within it could penetrate the facility. Here they were safe. Occasionally he peered through the door crack toward the Baija cafeteria, observing the creatures within. Since they were human-made, they grew weary, and when exhausted they retreated to their chambers to rest. He aimed to enter the farthest door, but without drawing attention from other experimental subjects. If none approached that door while he did, he risked exposing himself as an anomaly. By 2 a.m. all experimental subjects had vacated the cafeteria and returned to their individual biopods, evidently claiming the space as their territory. Zhao Yi observed for 10 more minutes. Then, satisfied all was secure, guided Yang Linlin cautiously out of their own pod. They crept toward the door at the farthest corner, marked plainly with X2. As expected, behind this door lies the containment chamber of the strongest experimental subject. No wonder the other creatures avoided this area during daylight. They possess territorial instincts and likely fear X2's aggression. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, muttering to himself, then pushed the door open. What lay beyond sent chills down Yang Linlin's spine, and countless viewers watching live. Before the two of them stood a gigantic tank filled with a transparent green liquid. Inside the tank was a human-shaped network of nerves and blood vessels. It was densely packed. At the very top of the nerves, connections led to the brain and numerous syringes. The impact of this scene was immense, far more terrifying than blood and flesh. "What is this?" Yang Linlin's eyes widened as she pointed at the giant tank, unable to utter a word. Zhao Yi stroked his chin and said with an appreciative gaze, "This thing truly qualifies as a work of art. It has stripped away all the bones and most of the flesh, retaining only the most crucial blood vessels and nerves, keeping their cellular vitality with nutrient solutions and an appropriate environment, while external stimuli replace the heart to complete circulation, delivering all energy to the brain. This kind of total nerve stripping surgery could only be accomplished by one person among the patients I previously knew." Live stream comments. "I'm stunned. What kind of patience does Zhao Yi have? He wouldn't be bragging, would he? How could such a surgery be accomplished in real life? I graduated from Chuanx Academy, and I can responsibly tell you all that such a surgery can indeed be performed in reality, but the academy uses cadavers for experiments, not living people. Indeed, I am also a surgeon, and after 23 years of practice at this level of nerve stripping, anesthesia would have no effect at all. The procedure is almost completed while the patient is awake. It is truly too cruel. This is too inhumane, my Jiao." Yang Linlin cautiously approached the cultivation tank, unable to suppress a shiver. "Zhao Yi, do you mean it's still alive?" Zhao Yi nodded. "Yes. These nutrient solutions and machines are extremely expensive. Those mad researchers have no need to put so much effort into a dead person." Yang Linlin turned her face, her expression stiff. The thing inside the tank, actually, was still alive. What kind of feeling would it have right now? Cold? Pain? Despair? Zhao Yi walked to another experimental table where a notebook recorded the related experimental processes. He glanced over it, revealing nothing but how to torment this test subject with various inhumane methods, bringing it endless suffering without letting it die. The first page of the notebook read, "The divine being said, focus is an essential quality for concentrating the spirit. Kindness is the lock that seals power. Wrath and fear are the keys to the lock." It seemed to be some theological and philosophical quotes. Zhao Yi, come quickly to see. Yang Linlin let out a surprised shout from the cultivation tank, and Zhao Yi walked over following the direction Yang Linlin pointed to see the back of the cultivation tank. It had an electronic label attached. X2 original subject Chun Xiong, 16 years old. Adaptability 96, activity high, brainwave compatibility 92, mental concentration excellent. The names displayed shocked both of them. Chun Xiong, the top student who was expelled from school for early romance actually, turned into this heap of jumbled nerve endings and blood vessels before them. Yang Linlin felt a wave of nausea and gagged a few times, her face turning pale. Interesting. Chun Xiong was actually used to create X2. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, his gaze deep. When he turned around, he glanced at the list of experiment participants and suddenly discovered several familiar names. Zhang Ye, Pang Xiao, Li Shang. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. His brain raced. I see. I understand now. Pang Xiao is not the mayor's son at all, and Zhang Ye is not the goddess of class 8 in the first year. They are all experimenters disguised as students helping to scout for test subjects in the school. These two deliberately approached Chun Xiong one after another, with the goal of unearthing Chun Xiong's kindness, releasing the inner demon within him. Generally, the better the student's grades, the higher their focus naturally is. Those who are distracted find it difficult to achieve in their studies. This school, the best in the city, actually aims to screen for those with extremely high focus as test subjects. No wonder their names are not on that roster. These two bastards may have already fled before the curse occurred. Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, a chilling voice suddenly came from behind. You guessed almost correctly. However, these two bastards did not run away. They also became sacrifices. The two quickly turned around only to find Li Shang covered in blood and missing an arm, pulling out an MP5 to aim at them, his face incredibly grim. There was actually a secret passage under the table behind him. Didn't expect that, did you? Against all odds, I still made it in. My life shouldn't end here, you two little bastards. The game ends here. Li Shang's eyes were bloodshot and he seemed a bit hysterical. But his dark blue lips indicated that his condition was extremely poor. With the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at her, Yang Linlin immediately raised her hands, while Zhao Yi continued to move nonchalantly. Stop! If you move again, I'll shoot you. Li Shang was in dreadful condition, but still remembered to threaten Zhao Yi, who showed no fear and shrugged his shoulders. Go ahead and shoot. If you had bullets, you would have shot already. I don't believe you can hold it in. Bang! Li Shang fired a shot, hitting Yang Linlin in the left leg. Yang Linlin let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, clutching her leg tearfully, saying, I didn't provoke you, why did you shoot me? Li Shang panicked slightly, saying, I'm sorry. He aimed at Zhao Yi again, his expression ferocious. But due to blood loss, everything before him appeared doubled. Bang! Yang Linlin's leg burst open again with a spray of blood. My leg! Yang Linlin screamed. Li Shang. Zhao Yi. Livestream comments, laughing to death. This shooting skill seems to have some personal grudges involved. Doghead. Isn't this gun called Woe of Women? Nevertheless, I admit I laughed out a bubble from my nose. Mourning for Goddess Linlin 3. Ha 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 ha, sorry, ha 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 ha. Alright, you schemed against us once, well, scheme against you once. Rounding it off, you now owe us a favor. So tell us, what can you help us with? Zhao Yi spoke confidently, while Li Shang nearly choked on the shamelessness. If it weren't for you still being somewhat useful, I would truly want to send you a volley. Since you have come here, it proves you have a general understanding of the situation. That's right. We did it. Including the curse on this school too. To leave here, you must find a way to close the curse. Li Shang dragged the gun to the front of the tank. The material of this tank was very special. Even armor-piercing rounds could not leave a mark on it. He was about to operate the instrument when Zhao Yi blocked him. If you shut down the instrument, X2 will lose its energy supply, and the ghosts in the mist outside will soon flood into the experimental base. Do you think you can resist the attacks of these ghosts? Li Shang's eyes darkened, his face turned ashen. As long as the life chamber of X2 is closed, the rampaging X2 will die, and the remaining mutated creatures will pose little threat. The organization will quickly send someone to close the curse and eliminate them all. I participated in this experiment and possess confidential data they do not have, which holds high value. The organization will not easily abandon me. Zhao Yi replied, self-deceiving. If you were truly important to them, they would have sent someone to rescue you long ago. You are trapped in the curse and can even contact them, yet until now you are still all alone. Hoping for the organization behind you to rescue you is not as reliable as trusting us. At least for now. We barely count as being in the same boat. Li Shang was enraged, pressing the MP5 tightly against Zhao Yi's forehead, his eyes bulging with blood, gritting his teeth and saying, Shut up. If you dare to speak again, I'll blow your head off. Zhao Yi showed no panic at all, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a chilling and eerie smile. The feeling of being abandoned is hard to bear, isn't it? You were so loyal like a dog, yet ended up like this. They painted a grand picture while using you, yet treated you like garbage when discarding you. Stop being foolish. If you want to live, just say it. Right now, only we can help you. If you kill me, it's equivalent to committing suicide. Li Shang's hand gripping the gun trembled, his breathing heavy. The scene made Yang Linlin and the live stream viewers incredibly tense, fearing he might accidentally pull the trigger and blow Zhao Yi's head off. This instance was on the verge of being fully completed. Many puzzles were about to surface. It would be a real pity to lose it here. In the end, Li Shang painfully closed his eyes. He let go of the gun. Due to physical exhaustion, Li Shang sat down on the ground, the grimness on his face turning into despair. Slowly pulling out a cigarette from his body and placing it in his mouth, he took out a lighter to light it for himself. The smell of the cigarette dispelled some of the tension in the air. Do I look pitiful right now? Li Shang exhaled a puff of smoke, laughing bitterly. Yang Linlin approached, covering her injured leg, and cursed through gritted teeth. How dare you say you're pitiful? Those students you tortured and transformed, those families you ruined, and this heap of nerve endings in the tank. Aren't they more pitiful than you? Li Shang sighed deeply, resting his head slowly against the cabinet, his eyes lost. After finishing one cigarette, he lit another. In just a short while, his face had grown significantly haggard. My daughter is in their hands. 7 years ago, my wife passed away from cancer, and before she left, she entrusted me to take good care of our daughter. I have let my wife down. Now, I have to let my daughter down too. At this point, he began to laugh as if he had lost his mind. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Yang Linlin's hatred diminished considerably. Suddenly recalling the letter she had seen on that severed hand outside addressed to his daughter, she asked, Are all your wives and children controlled by that organization? Li Shang closed his eyes, his breathing gradually weakening, and tossed the gun aside. What else could it be? Killing a pig is merely a matter of one strike, yet those young students outside are treated worse than pigs here. You think we are irredeemable criminals, but did we really have a choice? If you had to choose between your family or a stranger to die, would you choose your family? Yang Linlin fell silent. She looked down upon Li Shang, believing he was a deeply wicked person. However, if she were in Li Shang's position, she might very well make the same choice. People are inherently selfish. You managed to infiltrate this school, so you can't be ordinary people. If you're willing to help me, I'll tell you how to close the curse. Zhao Yi put his hands in his pockets, smiling. Don't tell me you want us to help you rescue your daughter. Li Shang shook his head and sarcastically replied, You guys, rescue my daughter. Once you get close to the organization, you'll be discovered and dealt with in no time. After pausing, he glanced at Yang Linlin. Of course, if you don't bring this silly woman along with your cleverness, you should be able to live a little longer. Yang Linlin angrily retorted, You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly. Li Shang couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. Zhao Yi stared intently into Li Shang's eyes, hesitating for a moment. What do you want us to help you with? Li Shang struggled to get up from the ground, unsteadily making his way to an inconspicuous corner of the lab where he opened a cabinet. He tore off a piece of wallpaper that was the same color as the rest. Behind it was a small hole. Inside was a metal safe. Li Shang opened the safe with a fingerprint scan and handed Zhao Yi a strange green reagent. What is this? A product of another project. The methods are still undeveloped, but it's as dangerous as X2. Li Shang handed it to Zhao Yi, his lips growing darker. The organization won't overlook this item. It could be in a few months or a few years, but once this place becomes a complete ruin, they will definitely send someone to search for it. If this kind of thing falls into the hands of the organization. He did not continue. The dizziness from excessive blood loss was becoming increasingly severe. Li Shang shook his head, trying to stay awake, panting heavily regarding the curse. Everything comes from a magic box. As long as you shut down that box, the curse will disappear. That box is at the center of that mist. The ominous presence in the mist will not attack things that seem dead. If you can minimize your emotional fluctuations as much as possible, you might be able to reach there. They have no eyes or nose nor ears. They judge whether to attack based on the brainwaves emitted by the emotions of living beings. Remember, no matter what you see in that mist, do not be surprised. Do not be afraid. Once you experience significant emotional fluctuations, the nearby demons will sense the smell of flesh. Li Shang, in a daze, managed to finish the last sentence before collapsing into unconsciousness. Yang Linlin hurriedly stepped forward, taking out some bandages to try and stop his bleeding. Zhao Yi shook his head and said, There's no need to waste your efforts. Long-term hunger has weakened his body to the extreme, and during the escape just now, adrenaline had put additional strain on his body. Now, with so much blood loss, unless there is a proper hospital nearby that can transfuse blood immediately, even Hua Tuo reincarnated would have no solution. Put the bandages away. They are already useless. Do you think his words are trustworthy? On the ground, Li Shang was steadily losing signs of life. His body grew colder and his face paled. Blood that had poured from his severed arm had already congealed. Yang Linlin stood beside the enormous jar, a sour knot tightening in her chest. Li Shang was clearly an unrepentant villain, yet his tale rendered him painfully real, so much so that Yang Linlin forgot he was merely an NPC in a side script. Zhao Yi's attention remained fixed on the tangle of nerve endings inside the jar. From the standpoint of a clinical psychologist, I believe he told the truth. But this is obviously not the path the system intends for us to take. There must be a simpler way to break the curse. If we must follow Li Shang's approach, then even if a newcomer to the instance learns it, 99 out of 100 would die trying. Yang Linlin fell silent. The fog that afflicted San was a lethal gambit. This slow erosion of a player's sanity was more terrifying than any overtly dreadful omen within. So should we go look for another way to dispel the curse? Zhao Yi said, thinking carefully through what had happened. Not necessary. Shortcuts are a blessing for us. A shortcut means fewer chances for the unexpected. He stared at the hidden passage Li Shang had used, eager to try it. Ordinary players could not linger in the mist for long. But Zhao Yi was indifferent. For one, the mysterious force in the fog did not sap his San. For another, as a psychologist who had once treated thousands of cases of mental illness, Zhao Yi could perfectly govern his own emotions. Ill set out now. Yang Linlin did not follow him. She knew she could not maintain her sanity the way Zhao Yi could. Though she coveted the side quest rewards, a competent idler understands when to take risks and when to lie low. Following Zhao Yi now would only bring him trouble and invite death. She had no desire to end up like Xintao, whose San dropped to 0 and who became one of the mad things within the instance. Securing an S grade on a hidden quest was already a windfall. For now she would wait inside the chamber until Zhao Yi completed the side task and the stage could be cleared. After winding through the secret passage for some time, Zhao Yi finally glimpsed a faint star of light ahead. The hidden shaft opened far beneath the earth, operating by a vertical lift elevator. Unlike the shaft guarded by X2, this elevator required member clearance, so the outside spirits could not enter. After all, they would not foolishly burrow from the surface down hundreds of meters. Though they were restless apparitions, they retained a clear sense of self. They were killers, hunters, not excavators. Zhao Yi stepped into the elevator, produced Hetty's severed head, and used it for facial recognition. The elevator began to operate. What an advanced facial scanner. So rotten it might not even recognize its own mother, Zhao Yi muttered, returning Hetty's decayed head to his inventory. The elevator reached the top. When the doors opened, a cold, murderous aura rushed in. The starlight above here seemed especially dim and sinister. Outside the elevator stood a blood-soaked woman in a red dress, her back toward him as she bowed her head. Feeling anew the bone-chilling cold radiating from the vengeful spirit, Zhao Yi smiled wryly at the autumn chill and stepped out of the elevator, positioning himself very politely behind the female ghost. Zhao Yi was not surprised. If Li Shang had preferred to risk X2 rather than use this secret passage, there must be something dreadfully fearsome haunting this place. Feeling anew the bone-chilling cold radiating from the vengeful spirit, Zhao Yi smiled wryly at the autumn chill and stepped out of the elevator, positioning himself very politely behind the female ghost. It was not that he wished to be a paladin of the dead. There was simply no choice. She blocked the only path. As a strapping young man with a vigorous bearing, Zhao Yi moving forward would inevitably end up cheek to cheek with the red-clad specter. The spirit felt the heat at her back, turned her head in puzzlement, and the terrifying contorted face she revealed made the viewers in the live stream break into a cold sweat. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Zhao Yi offered an awkward but civil smile and walked past. The red-dress spirit was tagged as extremely dangerous. Note: an evil spirit tainted by a malignant curse. It feeds on terror. Weakness stripped of their sixth sense. By the rules, these creatures hunt by the emotional ripples of the living. A man as indifferent as you would seem to them no more than a stone. Addendum: such a striking female ghost. Truly irresistible, isn't she? Zhao Yi sniffed. After these strange data updates, the notes had become increasingly indecent. This was the storage room off the school's gymnasium. When he pushed the door, silhouettes like that red-dress specter lurked throughout the gymnasium. There was no mist here, yet a haunting children's rhyme whispered through the air. On the 8th day of the 8th month, cut your hair. After cutting your hair, cut your mother, sew her into a doll. Zhao Yi followed the sound to a child who was singing and patted its head. It smelled a bit oily. The ghost had clearly not washed in days. Little one, could you tell me how to reach the center of the fog? The girl stopped singing and looked up stunned. She was silent for a long moment, then numbingly pointed in a direction. Zhao Yi thanked her and walked the way she indicated. After he left, the girl fell silent and stood there lost in an interminable reverie. Why do stones speak? She could not understand. Deprived of their sixth sense, by the rules these beings cannot discern the living through sight, sound, smell, or shadow. Only emotional surges, fear, dread, excitement, capture their attention. Even if Zhao Yi attacked them, they would most likely not retaliate. It is like being struck by a stone. Your first instinct is to find the person who threw it, not to pick up that stone and punch it twice. What happened last night at the water tower would have been the same whether Zhao Yi held the basement entrance or not. The spirits were simply following the rules and patrolling the tower. She was silent for a long moment, then numbingly pointed in a direction. Zhao Yi thanked her and walked the way she indicated. Deep within the mist danced a headless corpse in a ballet tutu, a demon playing a piano of human bones, a butcher dragging a colossal cleaver and hacking at corpses, and a woman whose mouth split to her ears. They hid behind the fog, emerging without warning and sometimes colliding with Zhao Yi. No matter what occurred, Zhao Yi's San remained fixed at 101, utterly unshaken. The deeper he went, the more vicious the apparitions grew. A crying corpse infant caused his 7 orifices to bleed and nearly killed him. A jet-black stag looked at Zhao Yi once, and one of its legs began to rot because of that single glance. A paper effigy painted with garish colors exhaled toward Zhao Yi and ghost fire erupted across his body, burning his features beyond recognition. Zhao Yi showed no emotional fluctuation and not a trace of pain on his face. The livestream audience watched tensely, afraid to breathe too hard for fear he might die. At last the fog ahead began to thin. He staggered grievously wounded into a clearing where two corpses lay twisted into grotesque knots. Zhao Yi paused to inspect them. From their clothing he inferred one was a woman and one a man. He guessed they might be Zhang Ye and Pang Xiao. Their identities no longer mattered. Zhao Yi crouched, tore a long worm from his own rotting leg, took out his scalpel, and pierced the worm's belly. Soon black tendrils sprouted across the worm, coiling it tightly. A passive effect spawned from the malignant god meme the Devourer. The worm died quickly. The tendrils bloomed with lurid flowers that soon withered. With the worm gone, his legs ceased to rot. He limped to a fist-sized box on the ground. The box was exquisitely crafted. When opened it rose and twirled, unfolding into a miniature ancient pagoda. The tower emitted music like scattered starlight. Elegant, noble, intoxicating. For a heartbeat Zhao Yi's eyes glazed, then he recovered his composure. He seized the box and shut its lid in one motion. Runes on the box exhaled black mist that gathered in the sky, forming a colossal gnashing ghostly visage whose obsidian eyes watched stone mountain high. Then it inhaled violently, drawing in all the fog and its omens until they vanished. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the side quest. Lifting the curse of Stone Mountain High. Rewards will be adjudicated after the main quest is finished. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for obtaining the hidden item, Pandora's Box. The desolate and dilapidated buildings stood in stark contrast to the prosperity of this place, with many of the shops constructed in peculiar ways. For example, between two streets, there was a restaurant with two entrances allowing pedestrians to walk through the middle while diners sat on either side. Furthermore, there was an internet cafe situated atop a half-collapsed mud villa, appearing precarious in many places, accessible only by a rickety wooden ladder, raising concerns about whether it would be safe to surf the internet there. The charm of the abandoned city was indeed strange. Yet this was precisely the characteristic of the chaotic realm. In the distance, within a towering building of hundreds of floors, sat a man in a suit gazing longingly out the window. This man was Yang Tao, the vice president of the Trumpet Guild. He had faced many hardships and had barely found a job in the abandoned city where he worked. Of course, finding a stable and respectable job in the chaotic realm was quite an impressive feat, bringing enormous benefits to players. A knock came from outside the door. "Come in." Yang Tao tidied up the creases in his clothes while facing the translucent glass. He turned around to see his beautiful secretary enter with a disheveled man sporting a sinister smile. "Vice President, did you need something from me?" "Sit." Yang Tao gestured, not minding the man's dirt. "I called you here to inquire about someone." Bear sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Who?" "Zhao Yi." Bear's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Who?" Yang Tao threw a copy of a report on the coffee table in front of Bear. "The Forgotten Angel." Bear stared at the information on the report copy, his sinister smile fading completely. The light cast shadows across his face. "He has entered as well." Yang Tao nodded. "Yes. Do you know him?" After a long silence, Bear seemed reluctant to discuss Zhao Yi. He felt uncomfortable. "Vice President, you know our family has a certain affliction, but I prefer to call it a talent. Our bloodline flows with a desire for slaughter unchanged for generations. It is precisely for this reason that my father became an arms dealer. Because arms are accompanied by blood and sin. His talent is the most outstanding I have ever seen, traversing numerous battlefields with my father's shadow behind many wars. The number of people he has killed regardless of gender or age is no less than tens of thousands. From a young age, I set my ultimate goal in life to surpass my father. Until..." Bear's tone turned somber. Yang Tao, sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow while sipping his coffee and interjected, "Until your father, the king of arms capel, encountered the Forgotten Angel, and his murderous tendencies were cured." Right. Bear's indifferent expression obscured any clear emotion. To him it was a disgrace. Murder was ingrained in their genes. How could such a thing be cured? Yet his father Capel had indeed been cured of his murderous tendencies by the Forgotten Angel. And because of this he killed his father Capel. Bear could not accept that the once formidable king of arms, a dark hand of war standing atop the food chain, one day transformed into a kind old man who spent his days fishing and playing chess. He would rather not have such a father. "How much do you know about his treatment of your father?" Yang Tao asked, and Bear pondered for a moment. Their treatment was conducted secretly. And even though they spent a long time together, the actual treatment was quite brief. "This person cured my father's murderous tendencies in probably less than a day, perhaps within an hour. It was precisely because the time was so short that I distinctly felt my father was like a changed man." Yang Tao squinted. "Didn't you come into contact with him?" Bear seemed to recall some shameful incident, his fingers trembling slightly. "I had contact once." "What was it like?" "Fear." As a murderer considering himself to be at the top of the food chain, a brutally insane person, he actually admitted to feeling fear. Yang Tao was quite surprised, and his interest in Zhao Yi grew even stronger. "Is he very cruel that you fear him so much?" Bear clenched his fists tightly. After a long time he exhaled a sigh. Vice President, where is he? Obviously, he did not want to recall the various encounters he had with Zhao Yi. Moreover, that not-so-distant memory had begun to blur in a strange way. Everything about Zhao Yi was dissolving. The only thing that remained deeply etched was the fear that clung to him like a disease. Currently he is in the All Our Rascals Guild, you know. Although this guild has few members and is poorly developed. Yang Tao said, halfway smiling at the pensive bear, all right, you should go rest and prepare well. In a month, the demon spirit tide will appear. Lower your level a bit, and when the time comes, perform well inside. Perhaps you can profit from the demon spirit tide. I understand. If I get the chance, I will definitely wash away my family's disgrace with my own hands. Bear's eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. In the experimental base of Shirshan High School, Zhao Yi sat in the X2 experimental pod attempting to operate the instruments. After completing the side quest, he returned the same way to the X2 experimental pod, using some medical measures here to disinfect his wounds and amputated his rotting leg. Beside him, Yang Linlin exclaimed in shock. Performing limb amputation surgery on himself without anesthesia, he never blinked throughout the process. It was simply monstrous. Having finished all that, Zhao Yi began to learn how to use these machines. He learned quickly, especially after activating the god's perspective. Yang Linlin returned with a meal from a secret passage. There were still plenty of reserves in the school cafeteria. The mission is over. Oh, why are you taking the risk to communicate with it? Zhao Yi replied while digging into his meal. There's an old saying, courtesy demands reciprocity. They placed such a curse on me. If I do not return some gifts, it would be too rude. Yang Linlin seemed to understand a bit, but not completely. Are you planning to use X2 to deal with the organization behind Li Shang and them? I think it's unlikely. The ability to cast such a terrifying curse must indicate a tremendous force behind them, a mere chaotic experimental subject. Zhao Yi operated the machine, revealing a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Exactly, that's why I want to teach him. Teach? What? Teach some very ordinary knowledge. Zhao Yi grinned. 3 days later, just before the main quest concluded, the X2 experimental pod unexpectedly returned here. Yang Linlin was almost scared to death. She quickly drew her small handgun, aiming it at this chaotic experimental subject, yet it completely ignored her and turned to Zhao Yi, bowing respectfully. Yang Linlin was stunned. The audience in the livestream was also shocked. What the hell? Did he really teach the dungeon boss to become his student? This river, huh? This was unreasonable. Yet it indeed happened. The two figures gradually transformed into white light and disappeared while X2's mouth slowly curled up. Turning around, he revealed a brilliant smile. This smile was taught to him by Zhao Yi. No matter what happens, never forget to keep smiling. Outside Shirshan High School, a large number of fully armed troops arrived equipped with a considerable amount of special gear. After disembarking, a soldier saluted the officer. Sir, preliminary checks indicate that the curse at Shirshan High School has indeed been disabled in advance. However, according to our instruments, there are no living people inside. The officer standing on the back of the truck removed his sunglasses and gestured. Very well. Let Team A probe ahead. Once inside the laboratory, report any situation immediately. Understood. Soon a group of armed personnel began to explore the interior of Shirshan High School. However, they were unaware of the terrifying existence that awaited them. Congratulations, player Zhao Yi. Main quest, survive 7 days in the high school, completed. Hidden quest, investigate the truth behind Shirshan High School, completed. Side quest, break the high school curse, completed. Story exploration degree 60, worldview exploration degree 100, score obtained, SS rewards obtained 75, experience substitute doll 8,000 points including live popularity discount points 544. Items obtained, Pandora's box fake, T202 liquid state title obtained, rule breaker eager to teach evaluation. Every move you make reveals an exceptional abnormality. Although you ultimately took a shortcut to clear the game, your outstanding performance still brought you a remarkably high score. As for you, damn it, data deleted. I hope you will mind your actions. Eternal Night Camp. Ru SS rating? Is this a joke? What is that? A newcomer just achieved an SS rating. Who the hell is that? Amazing. It's that newcomer ranked first. Seems like his name is Zhao Yi and this appears to be his second time entering the instance. I watched his livestream. He's truly impressive. Achieving an SS is quite normal for him. He completed the main quest, side quests, and hidden tasks. But wait, why does he have 100 world exploration while his story exploration is only 60? Because he took shortcuts on side quests, so technically he prematurely ended the instance. Is that even possible? After Zhao Yi cleared the instance, his name quickly spread, and the exciting clips of the mysterious school horror instance were shared on the Bone District forum. The views and likes on this video grew exponentially, and Zhao Yi's name gradually became popular. Yang Linlin browsed posts about Zhao Yi and her guild's base, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. I have to admit, the gap between people is still quite significant. As fellow newcomers, Zhao Yi seemed to navigate the hell difficulty instance with ease, while she was just a complete novice. If it weren't for the bug-level monster teammate Zhao Yi, they would likely face total annihilation. This enormous disparity pierced Yang Linlin's heart. She silently vowed to become as strong as Zhao Yi. The light and shadow faded. Zhao Yi opened his eyes once more, finding himself in the familiar, dilapidated world. Everything around him was shrouded in darkness, the twilight cold, with only the dilapidated building not far away illuminated. Zhao Yi walked to the entrance of the guild base, and saw Lu Ruoqing leaning against the door in a light silk nightgown, holding a glass of red wine, looking languid. Behind her, a small square was surrounded by many people seemingly watching something in the center. Congratulations on successfully completing the instance, brother Zhao Yi. I've already seen your live stream. You performed excellently. She winked at Zhao Yi, enticingly, causing some nearby newcomers to swallow hard. There was no doubt that Lu Ruoqing, with her striking beauty, figure, and charm, had a significant impact on men. Many newcomers entering were drawn to this seductive enchantress. They wished to conquer her. But they knew they were worthless. In terms of strength and power within the guild, they were the weakest of the weak, so they could only steal glances from behind. Seeing her take the initiative to flirt with Zhao Yi, many felt a pang of jealousy. Zhao Yi displayed a completely insincere, humble smile and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, come on, such an easy instance, as long as you have hands it's fine." Lu Ruoqing rolled her eyes at him. This brat is always so pretentious. By the way, Lu Jie, what's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered? Lu Ruoqing took a sip of red wine, the pale red liquid staining her lips, glimmering under the moonlight. It's nothing, someone died. Died during a world mission. You'll come to find this kind of thing is quite common. She seemed somewhat indifferent to the loss of life. They had seen too many of these things before. As they became stronger, the number of friends around them dwindled. The strong often accompany loneliness. This was almost an ironclad rule. She stepped aside, making way for Zhao Yi to enter the guild base, and upon entering the small square, he squeezed into the crowd to see a strange male corpse lying on the ground. All 10 of his fingers had been cut off, his body twisted like a twisty pastry from head to toe, with his hands and feet not only tied together but stretched several meters long. At a glance it was clear this was not a normal death but rather the result of some strange power. Zhao Yi crouched down and turned his head. The corpse's face wore a chilling and eerie smile, causing many newcomers nearby to feel a chill down their spines. Stepping back several paces, Zhao Yi reached out and squeezed various parts of the body, a strong interest flashing in his eyes. There's a smooth wound on the back, all the bones have been removed, leaving no trace. But interestingly, the soft tissues outside the bones remain intact. This exquisite technique could only belong to either a doctor or a butcher. Oh, however, judging from the wide and deep cuts, it seems that the other party. At this point, his expression turned serious. Tilting his head, he spoke to a nearby girl. Do you have any carbonated drinks? The girl nodded. Although she didn't know what Zhao Yi needed the carbonated drink for, she quickly brought it to him. Just having carbonated drinks isn't enough. Zhao Yi's gaze deepened. Get me a boiled egg, preferably a hard one. Another person volunteered and went to his room to boil an egg, bringing it to Zhao Yi. Lu Ruoqing nearby seemed curious about what Zhao Yi was up to, so she walked over to observe intently. In front of everyone, Zhao Yi opened the carbonated drink and set it aside, then skillfully peeled the eggshell. The crowd grew increasingly curious. What special help solving the mystery? Zhao Yi slowly spun the peeled egg in front of him, confirming there were no broken shell pieces, and then popped it into his mouth. He chewed a few times, then grabbed the carbonated drink and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After swallowing the egg, Zhao Yi stood up and under everyone's watchful eyes confidently left. Damn. I ate nothing but potatoes in the instance for several days. That stupid woman Yang Linlin can't even fry potatoes, making them look like pangolins. Boiled eggs are way better. The crowd. Damn. I thought you were solving a mystery. Turns out you were just here to eat and drink. The crowd sighed at Zhao Yi's shamelessness. Zhao Yi returned to his room, locked the door, and slumped onto the bed. He opened his system panel. Character Zhao Yi. Level 3. Experience 25,100. Items: Lu Laohan's property deed, Pandora's box, fake substitute doll T202. The breaker shotgun. Health 2020. Strength 16. Spirit 101. 1001. Luck 0. Titles: Ghost Fear, Sudden Brilliance, Rule Breaker, Teacher's Pet. Soul Weapon, Bloodstained Scalpel, Entangled. Points 8,000. Rating acquired SSSS. Domain not activated. System: I have some questions. Why doesn't leveling up increase my strength? Zhao Yi looked at his attributes, feeling curious. Each time he leveled up, only his health increased. Player level only affects the opening of different instances and does not increase strength. Strength attributes encompass players' physique, self-healing, combat stamina, speed, and more. If players wish to enhance their strength attributes, there are only 3 methods. First, complete large world tasks to gain talent points and allocate them to their attributes. Second, activate mid-tier shops to exchange for bloodlines, remnants of ghosts, abilities, arts, etc. Third, gain special gifts within instances like the T202 in your hand. Zhao Yi suddenly understood. So levels are not closely related to strength. What about domains? Upon leveling up this time, Zhao Yi discovered an update beneath his character information stating domain. Domains belong to specialization types used to enhance the limits in certain aspects of players. Currently, the beginner domains include spiritual domain, firearms domain, elemental domain, and body enhancement domain. Domain levels are classified as FEDCBASZ in 8 ranks. More advanced branches can only be upgraded after reaching D level in the domain. Regarding specialization in fields, there are many posts in the Bone District Forum that provide comprehensive analyses. Newcomers due to permission restrictions cannot view the subsequent field branches, but the posts still offer some basic summaries for reference. The firearms field is at the forefront of mechanical applications and is the most suitable choice for newcomers. After all, early-stage players can hardly access mid-tier marketplaces, and the most lethal items in low-tier marketplaces are primarily firearms. Firearms naturally require accuracy. Without accuracy, a gun is no different from a stick. Moreover, in the firearms field it can eventually evolve into mechanical mechs. It can be said that although it may not be very dominant in the later stages, it is certainly not weak. For this reason, a significant portion of newcomers choose the firearms field. Detected that your mental strength is exceptionally high, would you like to choose the mental field? The system enthusiastically recommends a match for Zhao Yi. The mental field can later evolve into telekinesis. In this field, the higher you go, the more challenging the promotion becomes, but similar to the strength field, once you reach rank and above, your power will significantly surpass others at the same level. Zhao Yi did not rush to agree, but instead inquired to the system, can a player only choose one field? Yes. With your mental value, you will surely achieve great things in the mental field. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Well said. Since that's the case, I will choose the strength field. In the eyes of the system, Zhao Yi is completely wasting his exceptional talent. It seems that since Zhao Yi started choosing a guild, he has been squandering the great opportunities before him. If he had joined other major guilds with his S-level rating, he would have undoubtedly been cultivated as a core member, gaining numerous resources. However, even now, despite his excellence, the big shots of the All-or-Nothings guild have no intention of nurturing him. A piece of uncut jade is thrown to the ground, left to fend for itself. However, Zhao Yi does not mind. He has successfully activated his strength field, which means he can start enhancing his power attributes through training and combat. After activating the field, his strength has reached 18 points. Clenching his fists, Zhao Yi distinctly felt an explosive power that did not belong to his frail body. He suddenly threw a punch at the air, even hearing a loud sound of slicing through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Zhao Yi was wildly punching the air, a knock came at the door. Zhao Yi put on his clothes and opened the door, where he saw a cute little chubby boy dressed plainly, carrying a small ragged bag. Hello. Are you Zhao Yi, big brother? His eyes, resembling a mouse, were filled with shrewdness. Zhao Yi stepped aside and invited, please come in. The little chubby boy walked into the room, sat on the soft sofa, and extended his hand towards Zhao Yi. Hello, Zhao big brother, my name is Fong Bai and I am a newcomer in the same batch as you. I am now level 3. After they shook hands, Zhao Yi took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Fong Bai, asking, what brings you to me? Fong Bai's little eyes darted around. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you could take us to do a world quest. Zhao Yi did not respond. So Fong Bai hurriedly added, we will pay a certain reward. Players can trade with each other. The traded items can be points, items, or promises from players. If Zhao big brother is willing to help us complete the main storyline quest, we will pay you points. How many points? Zhao Yi squinted his eyes. Fong Bai gritted his teeth and said 1,000 points per person. Zhao Yi was surprised. Are there others? Fong Bai gulped down 2 sips of water, capped the bottle, and patiently explained to Zhao Yi, it's like this. The big shots of the All-or-Nothings guild don't care at all, while the middle portion is always thinking about switching jobs. The cohesion of this guild is very poor. Everyone is basically in their own factions, forming cliques. And with more and more newcomers entering, there may be even more in the future. A leaderless, disorganized group in an environment without clear laws. I need not elaborate on how chaotic that could be. To survive better, I can only gather a small team for warmth. Zhao Yi curiously asked, inter-guild fighting should be prohibited, right? Fong Bai chuckled, it's just that obvious fighting is not allowed. You know, if someone really wanted to kill a person, there are many ways to do it. Moreover, even if the strong cannot directly kill the weak, it is still easy to suppress them. We came to find you partly because we believe it can strengthen our team's power, and partly because we hope to complete the world quest together. After all, the rewards for world quests are quite generous and the difficulty is high. We do not want to give it to others. I opened the instance and have already been back for 3 hours. There should be quite a few people doing the world quest, right? Why is this world quest still at the guidance task stage? His system panel displayed that the current world quest was still a guidance task. World quest guidance task objective: collect food and water at the train station, recommended levels 13, task reward 3 free talent points, only for participants. Description: suddenly you wake up to find yourself in the terrifying land of eternal night, and your goal is to escape leaving this dangerous place. But before that, you need to find a way to survive. Attached map. Fong Bai's expression was slightly awkward. The difficulty of the first task is quite outrageous. Currently there are 6 groups doing the guidance task, totaling 27 people. None have survived. They have checked some strategies for the major world guidance task on the forum. Most guild tasks are relatively simple, but the rewards are virtually non-existent. Like the All-or-Nothings guild, which offers only 3 talent points for such guidance tasks, which is extremely rare. Naturally, such generous rewards correspond to extraordinary difficulty. Originally we thought that the guild's major world tasks were neglected collectively, but now we realize that many must have attempted this guidance task but ultimately perished. Zhao Yi put down the drink in his hand, his eyes filled with interest. Was that guy outside the one who died while doing the guidance task? Fong Bai nodded. The guidance task asked us to collect food and water, and for this task we need to complete 2 games with the clown ghost and the butcher ghost in the grocery store and butcher shop inside the train station. Players who win can unlock these 2 scenarios, and the clown ghost and butcher ghost will change from neutral to allies of the guild, providing unlimited food and water to players from the grocery store and butcher shop. That guy outside lost the game and was left with bones for soup by the butcher ghost. His body was carried back by his teammates. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, his eyes glinting. How many of you are there, and when do you plan to set off? Fong Bai replied, our small team currently consists of 5 people. Apart from you and me, there is also a mentally unstable cute girl named Tian Tian, a beautiful woman named Bai Shuiji, who used to be a streetwalker, and an honest middle-aged man named Lu Han. As for the task, they can set off at any time. It just depends on when you are available. Zhao Yi said, then inform them. Let's go over and check it out. Fong Bai nodded, all right. It is not uncommon for factions within the guild to act independently. The chubby boy Fong Bai appears unremarkable, yet he possesses a remarkable talent for communication. The simple-minded middle-aged man exudes a sense of solemnity, his eyes revealing an unease that reflects his struggle to adapt to this place. The group quickly introduced themselves before departing from the guild's base. As they stepped outside, a long winding mountain road unfolded before them. The guild's base was situated on a flat area within the mountain, rendering the surroundings particularly desolate and cold. Occasionally there are streetlights flanking the dilapidated road, yet the dim yellowish light only heightens the sense of dread. In the distance, shadows of unknown creatures flicker through the forest. Clearly these dangers are beyond the reach of the current players. However, bound by the constraints of the rules, they do not deliberately venture into lower-level areas, ensuring a semblance of safety for the players along this path to the abandoned station. At the end of the road, shrouded in mist, a few figures can be seen. They are players attempting to complete a world quest. After walking 2 kilometers along the road, a shabby and miserable little platform appeared in the distance. The roof was riddled with holes surrounded by overgrown weeds and mold, while the walls at the entrance were marred with menacing scratches, as if they had been specially treated by some unknown and terrifying force. The mist was cold and gloomy. Few players felt comfortable in this place. At the entrance, a young man with brightly dyed hair stood smoking on the green slate steps, his eyes shadowed, accompanied by several underlings. The faces of these individuals were pale, some clearly having just vomited, with remnants on the ground. Xiang Weishan, what's the situation inside? Fong Bai stepped forward wearing a shifty expression. The fierce-looking dyed-haired man glanced at him, seemingly unimpressed, but his gaze narrowed when it fell upon Zhao Yi. Oh, isn't this the number 1 on the leaderboard? What do you want, a piece of the action? Zhao Yi's arrival heightened the vigilance of many nearby. After all, his reputation as the number 1 on the leaderboard preceded him. Some among them had seen exciting clips of his livestream, aware that he was not only powerful but also somewhat insane. The presence of such a person seeking to claim rewards made them nervous. I know this reward is quite generous and no one wants to give it up to others. But have you all considered that this is merely a guide quest? There are many more tasks and rewards to come. If everyone gets stuck here, none of you will receive anything further down the line. Shall we prosper together or starve together? Zhao Yi offered a friendly smile, prompting subtle shifts in the mindset of many. Xiang Weishan discarded his cigarette, but his demeanor slightly shifting. Fine. If you want to go, I'll give you a chance. However, I must warn you, many have already died inside. Furthermore, I can tell you about the rules of the upcoming clown game. The clown game requires at least 3 people to enter and take turns playing rock, paper, scissors with him. Each person guesses 10 times and the losing side must slice off a finger. If you win 3 times within those 10 rounds, you win the game. Otherwise, the players who participated will be thrown into the storage room behind him, where I am unsure what horrors await, but no one who has gone in has ever come out. Once the first player who guessed incorrectly is killed, the next player will continue the game with the clown, resetting the entire game and starting anew. Moreover, we currently know that the clown's 3rd and 6th guesses are fixed, or on the 3rd guess, it will definitely choose scissors, and on the 6th guess, it will definitely choose cloth. Fong Bai curiously asked, if this pattern holds, shouldn't the 9th or 10th guesses also be fixed? Why hasn't anyone completed this task yet? Xiang Weishan scoffed, looking at Fong Bai as if he were an idiot. So are you willing to risk your life to discover the subsequent fixed guesses merely to serve as a pawn for others? Fong Bai fell silent. Indeed, while the earlier Trilanderer had instilled hope and excitement in many, the final Trilanderer left no one willing to take action. The fervor in their minds had cooled, unwilling to sacrifice their lives for the benefit of others. People are inherently selfish. Why should they endure suffering while others reap the rewards? At Xiang Weishan's gesture, his underlings parted to allow Zhao Yi and the others a passage. After all, someone had to take the risk, and regardless of Zhao Yi's success or failure, they would benefit. It was merely a question of whether the gain would be much or little. Upon entering the station, a young man with piercings and a birthmark approached Xiang Weishan, asking, Big brother, did you perhaps misinform them? I remember the clown's fixed moves in rock, paper, scissors aren't. Xiang Weishan shot him a glance causing the flesh on the latter's face to twitch slightly. Nevertheless, he dutifully pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for him. Xiang Weishan took a puff of the cigarette, his gaze towards the interior of the station turning cold and sinister. Mo Yao, are you an idiot? Who do you think he is? The number one on the newcomer leaderboard. Didn't you notice the way that flirtatious girl Lu Ruoqing looked at him in the hall? As long as this kind of person is alive, do you think the guild's administrators will let us rise? Mo Yao realized with a start, his gaze towards Xiang Weishan now tinged with fear. This guy truly lives up to the title of a psychopathic killer. Oh, how cunning. Zhao Yi's demise would be a blessing. It would eliminate a strong competitor for rewards and women in the future. Hee. The wealthy and beautiful women in the guild, if he could gain their affection, wouldn't that lead to a meteoric rise? Inside the entrance, the air was thick with a pungent smell of blood. Tian hugged her tattered teddy bear, curiously looking around while the somewhat gaudily dressed Bai Shuiji approached Zhao Yi, kindly warning, "Brother Zhao, that guy earlier had an odd look in his eyes. I feel he might have lied." Zhao Yi replied. He was indeed a bit off. Seeing that Zhao Yi was aware, Bai Shuiji refrained from saying more. Soon the group made their way towards a delicately lit grocery store not far away. At the entrance of the grocery store, a bloody mess of severed fingers lay scattered on the ground, reminiscent of crawling insects, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. The absurdly dressed clown waved at Zhao Yi and the others, greeting them very warmly. "Welcome to the Clever Ghost grocery store. May I ask if you are here to buy something or to play a game?" The clown, short at about 1.5 meters, wore a large floral cotton jacket, sewn by his grandmother, his smile exceedingly friendly. Zhao Yi approached the counter, resting a hand on it, and asked, "What are the benefits of playing the game?" The clown clapped his hands, beaming, as he replied, "Oh, my dear customers, if you are willing to play rock, paper, scissors with me, and win 3 times out of 10 guesses, I will provide you with unlimited free access to all the goods in the grocery store for eternity." Zhao Yi nodded slightly and asked slowly, "And what if we lose?" The clown smiled politely and said, "If you lose, you will have to pay a small price. After all, you know, if a game loses its stakes, it becomes exceedingly dull." He laid out the game rules, which matched the description given by Xiang Weishan. "Additionally, I must emphasize, do not attempt to kill me or cut off my fingers during the game to forcibly disrupt the rules, or else." The clown grinned a chilling smile at this. The door to the storage room behind him slowly creaked open, revealing countless terrifying ghostly green eyes filled with greed fixated on the crowd. Players participating in the game can earn 3 talent points upon victory, while others who joined the team but did not get a chance to participate will receive 1 talent point. If everyone is determined to team up for the game, please take a seat at the round table in the shop. Our game is about to begin. Zhao Yi stepped into the grocery store, which was actually quite spacious, resembling a medium-sized supermarket. In the center were some entertainment facilities, and shelves were stocked with various cards. Those cards had not been opened, indicating that no one had played with the clown. After all, those who had played with him were all dead. Zhao Yi sat down, and the adorable girl Tian also sat beside him with her teddy bear, looking around with curiosity about everything. The remaining 3 from Fong Bai exchanged glances, hesitating. Participating in the game meant that if they did not win, they would die. Moreover, it would be a complete death with no chance of resurrection. But if they participated in the game and Zhao Yi happened to win, they could gain a talent point for free. This thing was very precious, especially in the early stages where each point of power brought visible improvements. Should they go or not? This was a dilemma. Fong Bai took out a bronze fate plate and performed an divination. "How is it?" Lu Han inquired. Fong Bai replied, "A bad omen." Lu Han's face turned pale. Bai Shuiji glanced at Zhao Yi and gritted her teeth, saying, "I want to take a risk." Fong Bai scratched his head, asking, "Have you thought it through?" Bai Shuiji raised her eyebrows. "It's obvious that for a woman like me to establish a foothold here, I must make some investments. It's a given. Besides, we've already given 1,000 points. If we don't go, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" She also stepped over to the round table, took a deep breath, and sat down. Fong Bai and Lu Han exchanged a glance, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. "Damn it! Let's do this. This time we are either the masters or the pawns." In the end, all 5 of them sat around the round table, while the clown came to sit opposite them. At that moment, the outside world could no longer see the situation inside the grocery store. All was shrouded in darkness. They knew that either everyone inside would complete the game or all would perish. The grocery store would only reopen after the game ended. Moreover, this process would not last long. In a uniquely elegant room, warm yellow lights glimmered, and there were surveillance cameras in the corners. On the round table, an oddly shaped machine stained with blood appeared at some point, resembling a sewing machine, but instead of a needle, it had blades. No need to guess, this was undoubtedly a tool for cutting fingers. The clown took off the flower-patterned padded coat knitted by his grandmother and put on a very formal suit, resting one hand on the back of the chair as he smiled at everyone, saying, "All right, gentlemen, the game is about to begin. To prevent any foolish actions, I will repeat the important rules of the game. During each round of the game, you have 3 minutes to think about what to throw, and you can discuss among yourselves. However, during the game, do not attempt to escape this room, nor try to cut off my fingers or kill me. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation of the game rules, and you will face execution. Additionally, you can only use one hand to play rock, paper, scissors. Regardless of how many fingers that hand has left to you, cannot switch hands midway. If we throw the same sign 3 times in a row, then I win. At this point, the clown pulled out a remote control from his pocket and activated the surveillance. On the hanging television, it played the gruesome deaths of players who had previously violated the rules, with the haunting screams echoing in their ears, sending shivers down their spines. The mental states of the other 3 gradually declined, while Zhao Yi and Tian Tian's spirits remained stable. In fact, the adorable girl Tian Tian even giggled upon seeing the players being gruesomely dismembered on the television. Zhao Yi shot a surprised glance at the girl but said nothing. "All right now, who will play with me first?" The clown invited everyone, but after witnessing everything on the television, Fong Bai and the others were shrouded in a thick layer of psychological fear and did not dare to take the initiative. Tian Tian seemed completely unconcerned, merely continuing to squeeze her teddy bear. In such a situation, Zhao Yi raised his hand and smiled, saying, "Mr. Clown, I will play with you." The clown let out a joyful laugh. "You are truly an honest person. To be frank, I quite like you." With a wave of his hand, the seats of the others naturally shifted to the sides, while Zhao Yi faced the clown, sitting directly across the round table. "Now then, the game has begun. In the next 3 minutes, you may discuss among yourselves to decide what to throw. Once you've decided, you can place your hand in the black bag in front of you, and the machine will simultaneously pull open the bag. Of course, I can assure you that there are no surveillance devices inside the bag. I wouldn't stoop to such things." Zhao Yi nodded, saying, "I believe you." He then turned to Fong Bai beside him and asked, "What should I throw?" Fong Bai was momentarily taken aback and stared blankly for a moment. "Ha! You want me?" "Me?" Zhao Yi nodded again. Fong Bai fell into silence. Asking for outside assistance at the start was not typical of Zhao Yi's style, was it? Could it be that he had some special meaning? Surely not just to confuse the opponent's perception. After hesitating for a moment, he stammered, "I warned you, if you lose, don't blame me." Zhao Yi replied, "Of course." Fong Bai glanced at the clown, who wore a strange smile and gritted his teeth, whispering, "Throw scissors." Zhao Yi reached his hand into the black cloth and said to the clown across from him, "I'm ready." Hearing this, the clown also reached his hand into the black cloth. They had both decided on their throws. A mechanical arm descended from above, gently gripping the black cloth on both of their hands, and suddenly lifted. Zhao Yi threw scissors while the clown threw rock. The faces of the others turned pale as the clown regretfully said to Zhao Yi, "I'm sorry, sir, it seems you had some bad luck." "Well?" Zhao Yi said nothing further and directly extended his left index finger into the cutting machine. A flash of blood appeared, and Zhao Yi's index finger, which had accompanied him for over 20 years, was now saying goodbye. "Fong Bai, what should I throw for the second time?" Zhao Yi turned his head, smiling at the chubby boy whose soft flesh on his face trembled. He was completely dumbfounded. His teammates beside him had no idea what Zhao Yi intended to do. I don't know, you decide." Fong Bai was completely at a loss and dared not speak further. Zhao Yi nodded and smiled at the clown, saying, "Next I will throw rock." The clown looked at Zhao Yi with a curious gaze. To be frank, it felt that this man was quite different from its previous prey. Zhao Yi gave it a sense of unease. The clown certainly knew that Zhao Yi could not harm him, and precisely because of this, it was even more curious about where this unease came from. The two were ready. In the second round, Zhao Yi threw rock while the clown threw paper. The former once again cut off his own finger. Throughout, Zhao Yi did not even blink. Clearly, Zhao Yi had no intention of winning against the clown in the first 2 rounds. A faint red light flickered in his eyes. No one noticed. Not even the clown sitting directly across from him. The Joker, trigger-based neutrality. Weakness not obvious. Objective, to revive the family business. Known ability, possesses X-ray vision when eyes are opened. Zhao Yi understood why the Joker could always perfectly predict others' choices in rock, paper, scissors. It wasn't by guessing. It was by cheating with its own abilities. Zhao Yi did not expose the Joker, for doing so would serve no purpose. The third round of rock, paper, scissors began. According to the information from Xiangwei Shan, this time, the Joker would definitely choose scissors. So if he wanted to win, he had to choose rock. The few teammates beside him seemed to know this too, but none of them spoke up. They understood that what came from Xiangwei Shan's mouth was not necessarily reliable. Perhaps what Xiangwei Shan said was true, but it was also possible that he just wanted to set Zhao Yi up for failure, casually spreading false information. Because they could not be certain, they remained silent, unwilling to influence Zhao Yi's judgment. To the 4, Zhao Yi was their greatest assurance of survival in this game. If even a freak like Zhao Yi couldn't figure out the Joker's weakness, then they were basically doomed. Zhao Yi did not rush to choose, but instead stared at the Joker across from him and asked, "When I arrived, someone told me you would choose scissors in the third round. Is that true?" The Joker smiled and replied, "I wasn't supposed to tell you the rules of this game, but I like you, so I'll share a little bit with you. In the third and sixth rounds, I will choose fixed moves and will not change, but I cannot reveal to you what they are." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "That's enough." He reached his hand into the black cloth. The Joker also placed its hand into the black cloth. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently on the situation at hand. They were so tense that they could even hear their own heartbeats. This was Zhao Yi's perfect opportunity to defeat the Joker. So what would Zhao Yi choose? Was it rock? The mechanical arm slowly descended, grasping 2 pieces of black cloth. It also gripped everyone's hearts. Suddenly the black cloth was yanked upwards. The Joker chose cloth while Zhao Yi chose scissors. Zhao Yi wins. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Yi. The Joker seemed quite pleased and extended its left hand towards the cutting machine as the blade came down its finger along with black blood splattered everywhere. It seems the guy outside deceived you. The Joker took out a handkerchief from its pocket and elegantly wiped the blood from its hands. Zhao Yi nodded and said, yes, I will definitely get back at him. Repay him later. The few nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes at this. You let something slip there, big guy. The Joker curiously studied Zhao Yi, who despite having 2 fingers cut off, showed no sign of panic on his face. Are you so sure that you can walk out of here alive? Zhao Yi shook his head and retorted. Then how are you so sure that I cannot walk out of here? The Joker chuckled. Zhao Yi extended his right index finger, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Mr. Joker, you really like to gamble, don't you? The Joker hesitated for a moment and nodded. Zhao Yi continued. Then why don't we add a new twist to this game? What twist? Well, I'll tell you later. The two continued their rock, paper, scissors. In the 4th round, Zhao Yi lost. In the 5th round, Zhao Yi lost. In the 6th round, the Joker lost. In the 7th round, Zhao Yi lost. In the 8th round, Zhao Yi lost. In the 9th round, Zhao Yi lost. By the 10th round, Zhao Yi had only his middle finger left on his left hand and his index and middle fingers on his right hand. Seeing Zhao Yi's bloodied hands, the Joker revealed a look of pity. Mr. Zhao, it seems you've made a poor choice when it comes to which fingers to cut. With the fingers you have left, you can only choose scissors or rock. Everyone looked at Zhao Yi's hand, falling into silence. The Joker was not wrong. If Zhao Yi had opted to leave 3 fingers on his right hand, he could still choose cloth. But now he had only his index and middle fingers left on the right hand. When Zhao Yi spread his fingers, it was scissors. When he clenched them, it was a fist. He had lost the option of cloth. This meant the Joker was already in an invincible position. According to the rules, if both chose the same in 3 consecutive rounds, the Joker would win. This meant that as long as the Joker chose fist 3 times in a row, Zhao Yi would surely lose. The expressions of Fong Bai and Bai Shueji beside him turned pale, and Lu Han was also sweating profusely. If Zhao Yi died, then the next one would be them. Tian was still playing with her ragged teddy bear, occasionally giggling, never lifting her head, seemingly completely unconcerned about the outcome of this game. Zhao Yi still wore that smile, showing no sign of panic. The only indication of his condition was the paleness from blood loss. Taking his time, he said to the Joker, Mr. Joker, do you remember what I said earlier about adding fun to this game? The Joker replied, of course I remember. Mr. Zhao, this is the last round of rock, paper, scissors. Though I really like you, rules are rules. However, if you have an idea that does not violate the rules and adds fun to the game, I will let you choose a method of death that you like after the game ends. Zhao Yi said, let's make a bet. Bet on what? That I will win the next round. The Joker chuckled. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao Yi, but I think you may not quite understand your situation. Given your current state, it is impossible for you to win against me. Zhao Yi continued, this bet comes with a condition. I want you to close your eyes. If I win, you owe me a favor to do something within your ability for me. If I lose, not only is my life yours, but I will also give you something. With that, Zhao Yi took out the Pandora's box he had brought from the previous dungeon. Item: Pandora's box, fake. Quality blue. Description: Tada. This is a pokeball which you can use to capture a little spirit of your own. Ha, I'm just kidding with you. This is actually a gift. Although it is merely a replica, it cannot be denied that many spirits appreciate its craftsmanship. If you give it to a non-human entity, it will greatly enhance their fondness for you. Note: the spirit inside has been cleared by the system. Reopening the magic box will have no effect. Upon seeing this box, the Joker's eyes sparkled with possessiveness. After a moment of silence, the Joker replied, no problem, Mr. Zhao Yi. I am willing to take this bet with you. Zhao Yi smiled and tapped the table, saying, you can only open your eyes after the black cloth is lifted. Is there a problem? The Joker shook its head. A free treasure is too good to pass up. Given Zhao Yi's current state, even if it lost its X-ray vision, it was unlikely to lose. Then, Mr. Joker, please go ahead and decide your move first, then place your hand into the black cloth and close your eyes. The Joker did not hesitate, clenching its hand into a fist and placing it into the black cloth. Then it closed its eyes. After silently waiting for 3 seconds, Zhao Yi's voice echoed again. I'm ready, Mr. Joker. Please let your machine reveal the black cloth. The Joker snapped its fingers. The mechanical arm lifted the black cloth covering their hands. Then the Joker slowly opened its eyes. Its face, once adorned with a strange smile, froze. I'm sorry, Mr. Joker. I won. Zhao Yi grinned. The 3 teammates beside him felt a chill run down their spines. The hand lying on the table, covered in blood, was now devoid of fingers. Because there were no fingers left, Zhao Yi had chosen cloth, and the Joker had chosen rock. In the 10th round, Zhao Yi wins. The room was eerily silent. Strictly speaking, Zhao Yi was cheating, yet he did not violate any game rules. Outside, the window shadows seemed to stir restlessly, but without the clown's command they could not enter. After a long while, the clown slowly placed his left fingertip into the guillotine, and with a crisp snap his finger was severed. Everyone's expressions were filled with excitement. This action from the clown signified that he admitted defeat in the 10th round of rock, paper, scissors. They would not have to die. Raising his head, the clown watched Zhao Yi, who was wrapping his bloodied hand with a piece of cloth, with keen interest. Mr. Zhao, I wish to know, when did you begin plotting against me? Zhao Yi shrugged. Since I cut off my third finger. It is well known that rock, paper, scissors is a game of luck. Since it is a game of luck, there can be no undefeated champion. The fact that you can continually win against me clearly suggests that you possess your own means of cheating. So during the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds, I deliberately altered my choice of gestures under the black cloth. Yet I still lost unexpectedly. At that moment I surmised. You must have the ability to see through. He would not expose his ability to see NPC data. At that moment I suddenly understood that to win against you one last time I had to set a trap to deprive you of your ability to see through, forcing you to make a fixed gesture. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Yi elaborated on his thoughts, and the clown could not help but applaud in admiration. So when you cut off your 7th finger, you deliberately chose the thumb of your right hand for rock, paper, scissors, making everyone believe that in the final round you could only choose scissors or rock. Thus, when I closed my eyes and could not use my ability to see through to ensure my victory, I would inevitably throw rock. In the end, however, you preemptively severed your own finger, turning your scissors and rock into paper. I must say, Mr. Zhao, your maneuver was truly splendid. This has been the most interesting game of rock, paper, scissors I have ever played. The clown rose from his seat, placing a hand over his heart and bowing to the others. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, this grocery store will provide you and your guild unlimited supplies of all goods within free of charge. Moreover, I owe you a personal favor. Additionally, when you leave the grocery store, I will grant Mr. Zhao 3 talent points according to the game rules, while the others will each receive 1 talent point. This too is personal. Personal gifts mean that these 3 talent points are not included in the Grand World mission. The crowd excitedly clenched their fists. The clown approached the door and personally opened it for Zhao Yi and his companions. As they left the room, they were enveloped in a warm, pure white light. Congratulations to Zhao Yi, Fong Bai, Shui Ji, Luhan, and Tian for successfully unlocking the guild's new scene. Grocery store. The area within 10 meters of the station will be a safe zone where players will not take damage. Upon receiving the announcement, all players in the guild were astonished. Someone actually unlocked the grocery store. What the heck? Wasn't that cursed place said to have claimed the lives of thousands? Yes, I remember needing to play some rock, paper, scissors game with the clown back then. Anyway, it's a death trap. This year's newcomers are so impressive. They actually took down that pathetic clown. Damn. Zhao Yi is the top newcomer this year, no wonder he's so formidable. Finally, everyone wouldn't have to eat the stuff from the storage warehouse anymore. It was truly nauseating. Outside the station, Xiang Wei Shan stared coldly at the grocery store within the station. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to comprehend why Zhao Yi had not died. Clearly he had provided him with false information. Why did he win? Could it be? He saw through my scheme. In that instant, various thoughts flickered through his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Wei Shan quickly called over his underlings, whispering a few words in their ears. The underling nodded eagerly and headed towards the distant crowd. Zhao Yi and the others reappeared inside the grocery store. Bai Shui Ji touched her body, trembling with excitement. Had won the gamble. Not only did she survive, but she also inexplicably gained a talent point. Without hesitation, she allocated it to her strength attribute. Do not underestimate that single point of strength. It enhances comprehensive attributes related to one's physique. Lu Han and Fong Bai were equally thrilled, clinging to Zhao Yi's side, feeling exhilarated. Brother Zhao, should we head back to the guild base now? Your injury is serious. Fong Bai was not a selfish person. His first thought was not to complete the butcher game, but to ensure Zhao Yi returned to the guild to heal his wounds. Whether injuries from the world mission or those sustained in dungeons, as long as they were not caused by certain mysterious powers, they could be healed within the guild base. However, Zhao Yi seemed unconcerned about his injury. He stood at the door of the grocery store, gazing eagerly at a dark corner on the 2nd floor, where a meat shop glowed with a dim red light. It's just a little blood, it's not a big deal. The clown appeared beside Zhao Yi at some point, watching the meat shop with him, his tone somewhat meaningful. There resides a madman. He does not follow rules like I do. Zhao Yi pondered thoughtfully. Does he have something he wishes to do? The clown smiled slightly at Zhao Yi and patted his shoulder. The butcher is searching for his daughter. With that, the clown turned and entered his shop, sitting at the counter beckoning a few players who approached. Zhao Yi walked towards the meat shop with Fong Bai and the others closely following. Having tasted the sweetness of the clown's game, they had more confidence in Zhao Yi and were naturally willing to follow him. However, as Zhao Yi reached the elevator to the 2nd floor, he was blocked by a dozen players. Zhao Yi, you've already completed one game and received your rewards. Shouldn't this task be left for others? A small green-haired player spoke provocatively. To be fair, he himself would not dare to take on the task. After all, more people died in the butcher game than in the clown's game. Thus, the danger level of the butcher game would only be more terrifying than that of the clown's game. Yet they did not want to do it themselves, nor did they want others to do it. After all, everyone was still on a level playing field. There was no significant gap yet. Once the snowball started rolling, it would only become increasingly difficult for them to catch up with the players ahead. The leader of the Rogue Guild was completely indifferent, which led to the apparent disorder within the guild, but the internal competition was actually fiercer and more brutal. Not long ago they had witnessed a solitary player getting their legs broken and thrown to the butcher in the meat shop. In this world filled with monsters, people were no kinder than the monsters. What nonsense are you talking about? If we don't go, do you want to go? Fong Bai was not intimidated by their numbers. His normally round face was now filled with fierceness. He keenly understood that without the constraint of law there would be no limits to people's behavior. These guys lacking the ability to strive for strength sought to weaken others to put themselves in a leading position, truly selfish and disgusting. World missions belong to everyone. Wanting to monopolize the rewards is truly selfish. The green-haired player was not to be trifled with. He pulled out a sharp dagger, his face filled with menace, and the group of players behind him closed in, pulling out some cheap weapons, clearly not intending to let Zhao Yi pass. Zhao Yi did not retaliate, but simply pointed his remaining middle finger at the green-haired player, flashing a brilliant smile. You know, I need just one finger to take your life. The green-haired player was caught off guard by Zhao Yi's smile. After all, he was still a minor leader with many eyes upon him. With Zhao Yi's words, where would his face go? WCNM. The green-haired player, furious, lunged forward with his knife, aiming to show Zhao Yi some color, but he did not know that Zhao Yi's strength had already reached 21 points, and he was still in single digits. As he raised his knife, Zhao Yi had already executed a swift leap and landed in front of the green-haired player, turning and delivering an elbow strike that hit the player's liver, instantly bending him like a shrimp, his eyes bulging. In the next moment, Zhao Yi performed a Lushan Rising Dragon strike, accurately using his middle finger to poke into the green-haired player's nostril. Blood erupted, and in that instant the green-haired player experienced a strange and wonderful sensation. A mix of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy surged in his heart all at once. This feeling was reminiscent of his grandmother, who loved him most, wearing a bright floral cotton jacket and coming at him with a basin of excrement to feed him. The intricacies of the sensation were beyond words. He instinctively dropped his knife, covering his face, trying to pull Zhao Yi's finger out. However, the next moment, he found himself lifted off the ground, thrown towards the distant stairs by an immense force. His large, bleeding nostrils suddenly felt an unprecedented emptiness. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, dazed. At this moment, the sharp pain radiated from his nostrils to his brain. He clutched his nose, howling in agony, and looked at Zhao Yi with eyes filled with terror. Others who had gathered around could not help but take a few steps back cautiously. Zhao Yi looked at his middle finger, now smeared with blood and mucus, and couldn't help but wipe it on Fong Bai's clothes. Fong Bai was stunned for a moment, finally reacting. He jumped and exclaimed, "Damn! That's too much, Zhao Yi. I respect you as the top player, but you can't just wipe something so disgusting on me. I have tissue." Zhao Yi glanced at his middle finger and chuckled. "It's fine, I've already cleaned it. Fong Bai. We all belong to the same guild. We know what each other is thinking. Even if you stop us from completing the guiding tasks now, can you really stop us for a lifetime?" To everyone's surprise, it was the usually cautious prostitute Bai Shuiji who spoke up. Having rolled in the world of fame and fortune, she had seen too many disgusting people and things, so she was unfazed, lacking the fervor of the chubby Fong Bai. Her calm demeanor instead intimidated quite a few. The people who had come to block the way were already showing signs of retreat, but a chilling gaze from afar forced them to harden their resolve and encircle Zhao Yi. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly, or I'll break your legs and feed you to the butcher as meat filling." A voice from the crowd shouted loudly. Just as the standoff was reaching a stalemate, a voice came from the distance. "What is going on here?" Zhao Yi and the others turned to look, only to see Xiang Weishan approaching with a group of about 30 to 40 people. Upon seeing this show of strength, Fong Bai's expression gradually changed. If Xiang Weishan intended to join forces with them against Zhao Yi and his group, they would truly have no way to participate in the butcher game today, and would have to stay in the safe zone near the clown's grocery store. However, what Xiang Weishan said next took everyone by surprise. "Is this how you do things? You won't do it yourself, but you won't let others do it either." Xiang Weishan spoke with righteous indignation, transforming into a figure of justice, aiding Zhao Yi and his companions. If it weren't for his earlier deceit, they might have truly believed he was a good person. Upon seeing Xiang Weishan and his large group, the opposition shrank back, silently parting to make way. "Brother Zhao Yi, don't be afraid. It'll take you to participate in the butcher game. They won't dare to stop you." Xiang Weishan confidently patted his chest, exuding an air of protectiveness. A disdainful and disgusted gaze was fixed upon him. This gaze came from Bai Shuiji. She understood that this was merely Xiang Weishan's clumsy trick. He was merely provoking trouble, then stepping in to resolve the conflict, doing a favor by facilitating Zhao Yi's participation in the butcher game. thereby seamlessly joining Zhao Yi's team. Clearly Xiang Weishan had noticed Zhao Yi's capabilities and was eager for the task's rewards. She tugged at Zhao Yi's sleeve. Although she too wanted to follow Zhao Yi for the rewards, at least she felt she wasn't being hypocritical. She looked down on someone like Xiang Weishan who wanted to play both sides. Moreover, this person could stab them in the back at any moment. Perhaps she hadn't tugged hard enough. Zhao Yi seemed completely oblivious and feeling deeply moved grasped Xiang Weishan's hand with his bandaged and bloodied palm, exclaiming, "Xiang Guo is truly the best. Big brother, let's go together for mutual support." Upon hearing this, Xiang Weishan was delighted, thinking Zhao Yi was quite easy to deceive. The others exchanged glances, always wary of this cunning and treacherous individual. He enthusiastically led them towards the second-floor meat shop, pondering how to eliminate Zhao Yi after obtaining the rewards. This guy indeed had some skills, but that made him even more expendable. After they left, the gangster Mo Yao spit discreetly at Xiang Weishan's retreating figure. "Pa, what a piece of work." They fought together during the task, but when it came to sharing the spoils, he devoured it all himself. Upon reaching the meat shop, a tall man stood at the entrance wielding a bone-cutting knife, fiercely chopping at a human leg. He had a pair of antelope horns and his eyes glimmered with a terrifying red. His muscles were as solid as rock, and with every swing of the knife leg bones were severed, creating a sound that sent chills down the listener's spines. "Hello, butcher. We are here to participate in the butcher game." Zhao Yi stepped forward, locking eyes with the butcher's devilish gaze. The latter glanced at them, his mouth splitting to the ears, revealing a row of sharp teeth with glimpses of blood and hair inside. It was unclear what kind of creatures' remains those were. "My game consists of 3 types. The first is to deliver takeout. There are several customer orders here. Whoever has the fastest speed wins, and the winner will receive a bowl of my exclusive broth, while the loser..." He. The butcher's laughter nearly blew the top off their heads. "The second one involves cooking a dish for me. If I'm satisfied, you pass the game. If I'm not satisfied, I will personally teach you how to cook. The third game is to collect ingredients for me in the Baizong Valley deep in the desolate mountains. So what do you say? Which game do you want to play?" After hearing this, the group exchanged glances, seeing the apprehension in each other's eyes. The smell of blood in the air and the corpses hanging from hooks in the meat shop reminded them that this butcher was an extremely dangerous character. Especially Xiang Weishan, who had witnessed the butcher skinning a player alive, a scene so brutally horrific that it became an indelible psychological shadow for many. Since they had already formed a team, they had to make the same choice to start the game. "How about we complete the second game?" Fang Bai hesitated for a moment before proposing his idea. "We can help each other and we won't have to kill one another." His reasoning was simple. The first game clearly allowed only one survivor, and the third game, just by the name, promised a place where death was almost certain. Thus, the second game was the most suitable for them. However, Xiang Weishan snickered from the side. "The second game? How good it is, or I assent, there's no clear standard for this. We don't know what its taste is. Moreover, if it's determined to kill us, that's an impossible game to complete." Fang Bai frowned. "Then what task do you suggest?" Xiang Weishan replied, "Of course the first task is the simplest. Delivering food, it's just a race. If someone is slow, they can only blame themselves, not others." In Xiang Weishan's view, this was the most advantageous game for him. Firstly, he had good stamina. Secondly, he had learned a lot about close combat and had fought in underground fights, giving him rich combat experience. He could easily call upon his little brothers to take action against the others right after the task began. He wouldn't even need to kill, just injuring or stopping them would suffice. Once he completed the task, the butcher would naturally deal with the other players in the game. After all, the butcher only specified rankings, not specific times. In an instant, a malicious plan emerged and took root in his mind. A meaningful smile crossed the corner of Xiang Weishan's mouth. "Zhao Yi." Fang Bai looked at Zhao Yi with a hint of urgency, hoping he would take the lead. Among their group, Zhao Yi was undoubtedly the man with the most authority. Zhao Yi glanced at the determined Xiang Weishan and said, "I believe what Brother Xiang said makes a lot of sense. Let's play the first game. Delivering takeout isn't bad either. In such a cruel world, competition is inevitable. As for our fate, we might as well leave it to chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Bai and the others were stunned, looking at Zhao Yi with puzzled expressions. Was there really no special escape route in this butcher game? Even Zhao Yi, who was meticulous in calculations, had decided to leave it to fate. Only Xiang Weishan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Everything was proceeding as he had envisioned. Splendid. Next, as soon as the butcher confirmed the game had begun, he would instantly turn on them. Zhao Yi and the others wouldn't be able to escape. They would die in this dark and dreary meat shop, hung upside down like slaughtered pigs. "All right." The butcher turned and walked into the meat shop, emerging with 6 already prepared dishes from the steamer, placing them in front of everyone. Next to the dishes were packing materials and specific delivery locations. "You all hurry there and back. I only recognize the first person to complete the task." The butcher's heavy voice rumbled in his chest as the group quickly packed their meals, but Zhao Yi remained unmoved. With only one finger, he had no way to pack his own delivery. The others watched him, but were racing against time. No one offered to help. Fong Bai, who was faster, hesitated for a moment after finishing and hurriedly helped Zhao Yi pack his meal. Bai Shuijie and Lu Han watched this unfold, saying nothing outwardly but secretly mocking him. Fong Bai clearly hadn't adapted to the survival rules of this place. At this moment, helping Zhao Yi was akin to harming oneself. By now Xiang Weishan and the others had already rushed out with their meals. Lu Han and Bai Shuijie followed closely behind. Fong Bai looked at Xiang Weishan and the others running far away, feeling anxious. He turned to Zhao Yi and said, "Damn. Zhao Yi, you're on your own from here on out." He grabbed his own takeout and dashed out towards the station. Zhao Yi stared at the disheveled takeout in front of him, then glanced at Tian, who hadn't moved at all, just hugging her teddy bear, and curiously asked Tian, "Aren't you going to do the task?" Tian shook her head, her adorable ponytail swaying. No, Tian doesn't want to do the task. Her eyes sparkled with a certain charm that was quite endearing. "Not doing the task. But you could die." Zhao Yi made a funny face to scare her, but Tian was completely unfazed, pouting her little lips. "Humph. You're lying to me." Winnie said, "I would be fine." Zhao Yi stroked his chin, intrigued. "Oh, who is Winnie?" The girl lifted her teddy bear. "Winnie is the first friend I made in this world." Zhao Yi reached out and gently stroked the teddy bear in her arms, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Winnie triggered neutral note. It will be alert when you attempt to harm the girl. If you leave a wound on her, it will go berserk. Weakness not yet clear. What an adorable teddy bear. I've never seen such a cute teddy bear, Zhao Yi said with delight. The girl also beamed a radiant smile showcasing her white teeth. "Thank you, brother Zhao Yi. You flattered it, and now Winnie is a bit shy." Zhao Yi smiled faintly, walked into the meat shop, sat down, and said to the butcher, "Do you have beef?" The butcher turned around, his devil-like eyes icy cold. "Get lost. You are not my customer." Zhao Yi didn't mind. "The clown told me you have a daughter." The butcher, who was chopping meat, paused his work. He turned around and walked toward Zhao Yi. Suddenly a chilling shadow completely enveloped Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi remained unperturbed, crossing his legs, examining his only remaining middle finger under the dim red light of the shop, as if appraising a piece of art. "How long have you been looking for her?" the butcher coldly asked. "What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Yi replied with a smile, "I have a deal regarding your daughter. You clearly can't leave this meat shop for long. A madman like you, who doesn't like rules, must have rules you cannot ignore, right?" The butcher fell silent. He gripped the bone saw tighter. "I can help you go to farther places to search for your daughter. Like Guxian Town." Zhao Yi lazily replied, "Of course you will let me go. Completing the clown's game is proof of my capability." Zhao Yi lazily replied, "Of course you will let me go. Completing the clown's game is proof of my capability. Killing one more person or killing one less, what difference does it make to a butcher like you, who has washed his hands in a sea of blood?" The butcher's hand gripping the cleaver trembled slightly. That was a sign of excessive force. For a brief moment of distraction, it seemed to remind him of something long past. After about 3 to 5 breaths, he relaxed his grip on the cleaver. Turning around, he entered the kitchen and soon brought out a large bowl of steaming braised beef already neatly sliced. "Find my daughter and bring her back to me, and you will receive a generous reward," the butcher said flatly. After saying that, he turned back to the bloody counter and violently chopped the bones. "Congratulations, you have accepted the hidden mission of the Great World. Find the butcher's daughter mission reward." Seeing this mission, Zhao Yi knew that his other guiding mission in the Great World was also secured. The clown had mentioned it not long ago. The butcher was different from him. The butcher didn't like to follow rules. This means even if they completed the butcher's game according to his rules, the other party could still directly slaughter the players who completed the game because of a bad mood. Therefore, the first thing Zhao Yi thought of was to inquire the clown about the butcher's weakness. It was just that Zhao Yi changed the way he asked. From the clown's words, Zhao Yi learned that the butcher's weakness was his daughter. Rather than taking a gamble on a potentially meaningless game, Zhao Yi preferred to strike a deal with the butcher. Next, he would quietly wait for the group doing the tasks to return. On the opposite side, Tian picked up a piece of beef and brought it to Zhao Yi's mouth, her big eyes resembling small moons. "Brother Zhao Yi," Winnie said, "your hands are inconvenient, so let me help you eat meat." Zhao Yi liked her teddy bear. She also liked her teddy bear. So now, she also liked Zhao Yi. At the entrance of the station, Fong Bai and his companions were blocked by a group of people. They were aggressive, their faces twisted into cruel and malicious smiles. Armed with weapons, they cornered the three into the safe area of the grocery store. Lu Han, usually simple-minded, revealed a look of anger. "Xiang Weishan, how dare you plot against us?" Xiang Weishan, holding takeout, stood behind the crowd and coldly smiled at the three. "What else can you do? Are you supposed to complete the task first before I die? You can only blame Zhao Yi for this. After all, this butcher task was approved by him." Lu Han clenched his fists tightly, wanting to rush forward, but was held back by Fong Bai. "If you rush over now, you'll only end up with broken legs." Fong Bai was also furious, but still managed to keep his composure. The opposing side was numerous and overpowering. They posed no threat to Xiang Weishan at all. "Block them. Don't let them leave the station." Xiang Weishan issued orders to his subordinates, then leisurely left the station. looking at the players around him who were eyeing him like hawks and glancing at the terrifying butcher in the second-floor meat shop who was crazily hacking at human bones. Bai Shuiji's smooth forehead was beaded with anxious sweat. Are you all stupid? Helping Xiang Weishan? Can't you see what kind of person he is? Today he can betray us and tomorrow it will be you. She tried to provoke the crowd with her words, her gaze sweeping across many faces. Bai Shuiji could tell that these people didn't genuinely want to follow Xiang Weishan. They were willing to help Xiang Weishan only out of fear. This person was ruthless and poisonous with a background in the guild, so no one dared to betray him. Having witnessed Xiang Weishan kill numerous players, they inevitably felt fear towards this man. So even though they knew Bai Shuiji was speaking the truth, no one was willing to clear the way. Bai Shuiji panicked and suddenly rushed towards the gaps in the crowd, seemingly trying to break through the encirclement while they were stunned. However, just a moment later she was caught by her hair and beaten relentlessly. Among them there were old perverts who ripped off her clothes and kept groping her. At first Bai Shuiji let out piercing screams, but soon, she could no longer cry out, collapsing to the ground amidst the brutal beating, her food scattered everywhere. She shielded her head, desperately letting out weak whimpers. Her clothes were tattered, covered in bruises and blood, with blood oozing from her mouth and nose. Enough! Stop it! Don't kill her! You want to gain kill points, don't you want to enter the slaughter battlefield? Seeing that Bai Shuiji was nearly done for, the kind-hearted Fong Bai shouted angrily, and the group surrounding Bai Shuiji suddenly woke from their daze and quickly dispersed. Looking at the bloodied and pitiful woman on the ground, they broke out in a cold sweat. Just now they were so focused on venting their frustrations and fears that they almost killed Bai Shuiji. Fong Bai stepped forward and carefully dragged Bai Shuiji back to the safe area amidst the crowd's hostile gazes. Thank you, Bai Shuiji said weakly. Seeing her like this, Lu Han sat down on the ground, dazedly murmuring, "It's over. We're all going to die. Xiang Weishan was right. It's all Zhao Yi's fault. If he had insisted on the second or third game, maybe we wouldn't have died." Fong Bai frowned and said, "What nonsensical talk are you spouting?" Lu Han turned his head, his eyes already filled with bloodshot veins. Did I say something wrong? If it weren't for him wanting to leave it to fate, would we be in this situation now? If it weren't for him agreeing to let Xiang Weishan join our team, would we be schemed against by Xiang Weishan? Fong Bai coldly replied, "I think you have a problem. You always bully the weak and fear the strong. Xiang Weishan harmed you, yet you dare not retaliate against him and vent your anger on your own people. Have you forgotten who took you to get the rewards in the last dungeon?" Lu Han, seemingly pricked by a sore spot, suddenly exploded, grabbing Fong Bai's collar, furious. "Say that again." Fong Bai looked at the murderous intent in Lu Han's eyes and closed his mouth. "I'll kill Zhao Yi. As long as I kill Zhao Yi, Xiang Weishan will definitely let me leave here. He will." Driven mad by fear, Lu Han muttered to himself, staggering towards the second floor. The others, seeing Lu Han not leaving the station, lost interest in him, and many even followed him to watch the fun. Driven mad by fear, Lu Han muttered to himself, staggering towards the second floor. The others, seeing Lu Han not leaving the station, lost interest in him, and many even followed him to watch the fun. "Zhao Yi, come out." Lu Han pulled out his sole weapon, a crowbar made of bone, looking insane as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi, who was enjoying his meal in the meat shop. He wanted to kill Zhao Yi but lacked the courage to enter the meat shop. That tall butcher exuding a terrifying aura made Lu Han's legs weak. Zhao Yi glanced at Lu Han and smiled. "Want to eat some beef together?" Lu Han's usual honest demeanor formed a stark contrast to his current twisted expression, clearly indicating that his mind was on the brink of breaking. He pointed the crowbar at Zhao Yi and growled, "Get out here." Zhao Yi, observing Lu Han's demeanor, could easily guess what he was thinking. After savoring his meal, he told Lu Han, "I've discussed with Mr. Butcher. I can take a few people away." In just one sentence, the furious Lu Han calmed down. He was stunned for a moment, appearing somewhat flustered, but his eyes were filled with immense surprise. Are you serious?" Zhao Yi replied, "Of course it's true. Otherwise how could I sit here eating so leisurely? By the way, did you call me out for something?" Lu Han hid the crowbar in his hand and stammered, I wanted to ask if you thought of any way to complete this task." Zhao Yi squinted his eyes and smiled. "Oh really? I thought you were going to kill me and take credit from Xiang Weishan." Lu Han's face stiffened, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. "How could that be? You're my benefactor, how could I do such a thing? I'm counting on you to take me away from here." He awkwardly put away the bone crowbar. In the distance, Fong Bai was also helping the weak Bai Shuiji up the stairs. Seeing that Zhao Yi was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. "Want to eat some meat?" Zhao Yi called out loudly. Fong Bai glanced at the terrifying butcher at the door, hurriedly waved his hand, but then seemed to think of something, so he gritted his teeth and dragged the half-dead Bai Shuiji towards the meat shop. In fact, there were many players lingering at the escalator entrance on the second floor, but they did not dare to approach the meat shop or any other dark specialty shops. In the pitch-black darkness inside, it seemed as if pairs of venomous eyes were coldly watching them. Fong Bai passed by Lu Han with disgust, glancing at his uncomfortable expression, and with Bai Shuiji walked past the butcher, mustering his courage to sit across from Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, Have you found a way to complete the butcher's game ahead of time? Seeing Zhao Yi eating with such confidence, Fong Bai quietly asked. Zhao Yi shook his head. No. Fong Bai's heart sank to the bottom upon hearing this. So, is Zhao Yi now waiting to die? Looking at the meat in front of him, Fong Bai felt a wave of sadness. This might very well be his last meal. Even Jesus' table had several dishes, yet he could only eat some braised beef here. Thinking of this, Fong Bai grabbed the braised beef on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Damn it! If I'm going to die, I'll die as a full ghost. Outside, Lu Han saw that Fong Bai and the others had entered the meat shop without incident, but he still hesitated. After about half an hour of stalemate, a hoarse laugh echoed from the first floor of the station. Ha ha ha! I won! I won! You're all going to die. Die for me. Fong Bai and Lu Han turned around, their faces turning pale. It was Xiang Weishan. He was back. That disheveled figure appeared from the staircase, 100 meters away, an arm mysteriously missing with blood and flesh torn all over his body. Clearly delivering food was not an easy task. He staggered into the meat shop, his face covered in blood, and looked at the few people sitting in the meat shop, eating, grinning maliciously. What nonsense, rookie leaderboard. Competing with me, Xiang Weishan. Do you think you're worthy? I merely applied a little trick, yet I never expected such a foolish pig to fall for it. You garbage think you can call me Xiang Weishan your brother? Zhao Yi nodded, indicating that he found this very reasonable. Indeed. Xiang Weishan snorted coldly. For some reason, looking at Zhao Yi's calm demeanor made him feel particularly uncomfortable. Even facing death, he was still pretending to be calm. I'll see how well you can pretend. Butcher. I have successfully completed your game, and was the first to deliver your food. Now, hurry up and give me my reward. The butcher, who was busy crushing bones, slightly tilted his head, holding a bloody cleaver, and slowly approached Xiang Weishan. In the distance at the second floor staircase, a group of Xiang Weishan's subordinates watched this scene, their hearts racing with excitement. Although they had no good feelings towards Xiang Weishan, they were indeed working for him. If Xiang Weishan became stronger, their status would naturally rise among the newcomers. Xiang Weishan raised his head, staring directly at the butcher, the corners of his mouth curling into an extremely sinister and exaggerated arc. He knew that as long as he completed the task, the NPC wouldn't harm him. At this moment, he felt as if the Dragon King had returned. Come on, come on. Announce it across the district. I, Xiang Weishan, want to become the most dazzling newcomer. I want everyone to know that what you can't accomplish, I, Xiang Weishan, can. And that woman named Lu Ruoqing. Haha, she will definitely look at me differently, right? In the future, when I get her into bed, won't she become my plaything? During this brief moment, countless scenes of his future glory flashed through Xiang Weishan's mind, and his smile became more and more wanton, until a sharp pain spread from his abdomen to his internal organs. He finally woke from his beautiful dream. He slowly lowered his head. Looking down, he saw a huge iron hook violently piercing through his flesh, entering his abdomen. Blood soaked his clothes. Fear spread. No! Xiang Weishan trembled, his lips, his eyes lost. He couldn't understand. Clearly he was the first to complete the task, and he had done it according to the butcher's requirements. Why would the butcher choose to kill him? Damn that Zhao Yi and his group. It was them. They should die. Not me. Why? All sorts of doubts gathered in his heart like a stream, ultimately converging at a special point. Zhao Yi. Xiang Weishan slowly turned his head. Zhao Yi, eating beef, was also smiling at him. Polite, elegant, graceful. But it made Xiang Weishan feel an irresistible despair. He understood that he had ultimately fallen into Zhao Yi's trap. Xiang Weishan reached out to Zhao Yi, his eyes wide open, struggling to utter two words. Save me. Zhao Yi approached the butcher, looking at the dying Xiang Weishan. He lazily flicked his bangs with his remaining middle finger and said, Why did you bother me? Now you're regretting it. Xiang Weishan had long lost his former ruthlessness, the fear of death, spreading to every corner of his body, making him appear extremely humble. He trembled, his lips begging like a dog. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please, spare my life. Zhao Yi did not respond, raising his hand to give him a middle finger, his smile radiant. In the next moment, under Xiang Weishan's horrified gaze, the butcher's cleaver came down with a single stroke. The world lost its light. The butcher's knife was swift. With a downward stroke, it cleaved Zhang Weishan's upper body in half, blood gushing out violently, leaving a scene of carnage that made one weak at the knees. What was most terrifying was that, despite this, Zhang Weishan was still alive. A ghastly noise escaped his lips as his hands clawed at the air like seaweed, and a bizarre smile gradually appeared on his face. This smile was identical to that of the boneless corpse seen earlier by everyone at the guild's base. Finally, the butcher tossed the iron chain he held, immediately hanging Zhang Weishan, both man and hook, from the ceiling of the meat shop. The corpse swayed without the wind. In the distance, Zhang Weishan's subordinates stood frozen, their faces pale. What happened? Didn't Zhang Weishan complete the game? Why is he dead? They were too far away to know the specifics. They only saw Zhang Weishan shouting before suddenly being attacked by the butcher, and then he was dead. At this moment, the three people in the meat shop also looked terrible. The butcher had begun to kill. Who would be next? Was it Zhao Yi standing beside him? They held their breath, their minds blank from fear, but soon they realized. The butcher seemed to have no intention of continuing the slaughter. He turned back to the meat shop and brought out a bowl of soup from the kitchen, handing it to Zhao Yi. You have completed my task. This is your reward. Zhao Yi accepted the butcher's meat soup, a flash of information regarding the soup crossing his mind. Item: soup meticulously prepared by the butcher. Quality: consumable. Description: although he is a butcher, his culinary skills are impeccable. However, it is unknown why the food he prepares always contains resentment and anger. Effect: advanced depletion of a portion of life to gain great power, leading to a chaotic rampage where one becomes unrecognizable to kin, lasting 5 minutes. After the rampage ends for 12 hours, you will completely lose combat power. Note: do you want to be a coward for a lifetime or a hero for a moment? Thank you. Although this item has significant side effects, its effect is remarkable and can be a lifesaver in certain special situations. He accepted the butcher's soup, and the system began to announce information about Zhao Yi. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for unlocking a new scene for the guild. Meat shop. This scene remains neutral, allowing players to purchase meat from the shop, but no protection will be offered near this scene. Additionally, do not attempt to provoke the butcher, the owner of the meat shop. The Grand World Guidance task has been completed. Based on participation, player Zhao Yi receives 3 talent points, while players Feng Bai by Shueji and Lu Han receive 1 talent point each. The Grand World task has been updated to unravel the grievances within the train. Please check the system for details. Guild chat room. Or the meat shop has been unlocked. Damn, this guidance task that hasn't been completed for 3 years has finally been broken. I'm thrilled. Or damn it, this newcomer really has some skills. In the last dungeon, Qinglang was still telling me he wanted to bring Zhao Yi in. Unfortunately, this Grand World task has been marked by Zhao Yi, and now anyone of a higher level than him cannot undertake this map's Grand World task. Unless he dies. You above, your thoughts are quite dangerous. If we don't kill him, then we can only wait until he opens the next big map and the Grand World task completely releases the NPC side quests, then we will have our chance. To just wait? Although the big shots above don't manage things much, I believe if you really kill someone like Zhao Yi, they probably won't stand by idly. After all, the value of such a person to the guild is hard to measure. The chat room was filled with various mixed comments. They were merely envious of the rewards, but due to certain special rules, they could not take on the recent tasks. Thus some began to harbor ill intentions. They wanted Zhao Yi dead. The Mixed Bag Guild was different from others, as there were no clear prohibitions against players slaughtering each other, so they had many ways to kill one another. The brutal competition made many newcomers in this guild want to switch guilds. But changing guilds was rather troublesome, requiring passing a deadly assessment. The terrifying death rate of that assessment deterred many players attempting to switch guilds. Zhao Yi, after the system announcement, did not immediately leave to return to the guild base to heal, but instead inquired the butcher about his daughter. Is there any information about your daughter? The butcher, who was butchering bones, paused his work, stood still for a few seconds, turned back to a resting room, took out a key to unlock a door, and retrieved an old tape recorder and a damaged ID card. I can hardly remember many things from her life, the butcher said. The tape recorder was stained with crimson blood, which had not dried and would not dry. The love the butcher had for his daughter in life transformed into endless hatred and murderous intent after his death, attaching itself to the tape recorder. It is easy to imagine that something must have happened back then. Zhao Yi took the ID card from the butcher's hand and glanced at it. The butcher's daughter's name was Sun Bai Bai. She was a very beautiful and slender girl. After putting these 2 items back into his storage space, Zhao Yi said, I will take care of it soon. Additionally, I want to take a few people with me. The butcher coldly replied, you can take them all away. The guidance task has been completed. It is now a neutral unit and no longer harbors obvious hostility towards players. Moreover, Zhao Yi still needed to help him find his daughter. Thus the butcher had no reason to refuse Zhao Yi. The few people in the shop instantly looked delighted, trembling with excitement. The butcher's meaning was clear, he would not kill them. Not only did they survive, but they also gained 2 talent points for free. A huge profit. The originally weak Bai Shueji, after gaining a bit of strength, was now able to walk without Feng Bai's support. Zhao Yi glanced at the few people inside and revealed his signature smile. No. In fact, I didn't plan to take them all away. There are some things I cannot do, but you can help me do them. After all, you have done this many times already. The crowd's expression stiffened, and they suddenly understood that Zhao Yi intended to use the butcher's knife to kill. The butcher asked bluntly, who do you want to kill? Zhao Yi's gaze fell on Lu Han, whose complexion immediately turned pale. No, Zhao Yi, you have no reason to kill me. I have never done anything wrong to you. I am just like them. Lu Han was sweating profusely, explaining in a flustered manner. Zhao Yi lightly flicked his remaining middle finger through his hair, smiling, as he replied, I never mind sharing food with others. But there are 2 things I cannot tolerate. The first is others eating the meat in my bowl. The second is those who rely on me for food, wanting to eat the flesh off my body. I have no interest in killing, but that does not mean I will not kill. You should have understood this long ago. But it's fine. Be careful in your next life. The butcher skinned Lu Han right in front of everyone. He held onto Lu Han with one hand, while pulling Lu Han's face with the other, and amidst Lu Han's piercing screams and terrified eyes, he directly peeled off Lu Han's skin alive. Blood splattered. The hellish scene made Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji nearly vomit. Some guild members in the distance, though they couldn't see clearly through the dark curtain, were still struck by the vague and blurry scene, sending chills running up their spines. In the dim red light, Zhao Yi suddenly turned around and smiled at them. Half of his face, hidden in shadow, looked terrifying, like a vengeful spirit. They shuddered and stumbled down the stairs to escape. The guidance task is complete. Do you want to go back? Looking at the already scared Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji, Zhao Yi said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm not that heartless. Killing is still quite difficult for someone as kind-hearted and soft as me." Fang Bai cautiously glanced at Zhao Yi. Kind-hearted, soft. Killing is hard for you. Are you trying to fool a ghost here? If he hadn't witnessed Zhao Yi casually killing 2 people earlier while joking around, he might have been deceived by Zhao Yi's seemingly harmless handsome face. Regardless, these 2 attribute points are thanks to you, so I must thank you. As long as it doesn't cost me my life, everything else is negotiable. Fang Bai gritted his teeth as he spoke of things had developed to this point, and he had a rough idea that Zhao Yi was not a good person at all. He should have thought of this earlier. How could a supreme powerhouse who fought through millions be someone with a kind heart? It was just that during Zhao Yi's last dungeon livestream, he was always accompanied by Yang, Lean a burden, which led all viewers to believe he was a soft-hearted good guy. The 4 of them headed towards the guild's base, and along the way they saw many players already starting to transport supplies. Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji walked behind Zhao Yi in silence for a while, then Fang Bai looked up at Zhao Yi and Tian ahead, suddenly saying, "Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi turned around. "What's the matter?" Fang Bai's expression was somewhat conflicted. "You killed Xiang Weishan and it might cause some trouble?" "I heard from a friend that Xiang Weishan has an older brother who is also part of a thug guild. He came in early and is a core member. Even though no one saw you kill Xiang Weishan with your own hands, you became the Butcher Games executor, and his death is inevitably linked to you. I'm worried that he might retaliate against you. In this matter, we truly lack the ability to help you, so be extra careful." Fang Bai's small team lacks any significant background. That's why someone like Zhao Yi is a rare find for them. Having gone through the clown task and the butcher task together, he saw Zhao Yi's capabilities and also demonstrated his sincerity to Zhao Yi. Fang Bai's ability to help Zhao Yi pack his food despite the competition proved he was completely different from ungrateful individuals like Lu Han. "I will be careful myself." He was not surprised about Xiang Weishan having backing, or anyone with a little sense would be able to guess this. In a world without legal constraints, gathering a group of people in such a short time solely based on not very outstanding force is completely insufficient. Zhao Yi returned to the guild base, entered his room, opened his computer, and began searching for information on the name Sun Baiba. The forum of the Hell Game recorded many incidents about the chaotic realm, so perhaps he could find some clues from various posts. However, after searching through almost all the posts about Sun Baiba, Zhao Yi found nothing. Those mentions of Sun Baiba were either NPCs with the same name from other places or players. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. Thinking is the quickest way to resolve his doubts and calm himself. Tasks issued by NPCs are usually designed. This means the butcher's daughter couldn't have just randomly died in an unknown ditch. Furthermore, even if she did die in a ditch, she would definitely turn into a vengeful spirit causing havoc. Zhao Yi pondered for a while and took out the recording device given to him by the butcher. He played it. Inside came the sound of chaotic conversations. "Baiba, has the train arrived at Gu Xian Town? Dad, it's so cold here." "Cold? Baiba, are you in Gu Xian Town?" I don't know. I can't see. Boo-hoo." "Baiba, what happened? Don't cry, tell Dad and he'll help you." "Boo-hoo, Dad. I don't want to go to Gu Xian Town anymore." "What is going on, Baiba? Explain it to Dad clearly." "Dad, Baiba is so cold. Can you come pick me up?" "Okay, Baiba, where are you?" "Dad will come to get you right now." Hello, Baiba, where are you?" "Baiba, say something. Don't scare Dad." "Baiba." The tone of both was urgent. Even from the recording, several useful pieces of information could be gleaned. 1. Sun Baiba boarded a train to Gu Xian Town. 2. The butcher was not with his daughter Sun Baiba. 3. Something must have happened on the train. Zhao Yi opened the system map. Most of the map between their guild area and Gu Xian Town was black and undeveloped. Those areas would need to be unlocked through their tasks before they could be accessed. So right now he couldn't go there at all. It seems the butcher's task must be temporarily postponed. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi opened the system again to check the latest world tasks. With only a few days left until next month's dungeon update, he decided to see if he could get involved in this task. World task: release the grudge in the train dungeon. Recommended level 36. Recommended number of people 6. Task reward 2 free. Attribute points only for participants. Description: you have arrived at an abandoned train station, and after some searching you found a small train with 6 carriages still attached to the locomotive. You were overjoyed and immediately entered the train to check if it could start, but you found some strange figures inside the carriage. This task is categorized as level 3 to 6. Zhao Yi is currently at level 3. The task mode adopts a dungeon format, meaning once a player decides to participate they must complete it. Either complete the task or die. This is unlike the previous butcher game where players could simply run back to the guild headquarters while helping the butcher with deliveries. Their players are absolutely safe. Even if the butcher truly wanted to kill a player, it would be impossible. But this task is different. Any task that appears in dungeon format will invariably transport players into an independent spacetime. There is absolutely no way for players to escape. Liu Weiqing has already warned Zhao Yi that the world tasks in the chaotic realm are far more dangerous than dungeons, and since players only have one life in the great world, unless they possess special items like a substitute doll, dying means truly dying with no chance of resurrection. He is not anxious. Zhao Yi closed his computer, leaned back in his chair, and gently rubbed his palms together. His hands, which had fingers cut off, were itching terribly. As he tore open the gauze with his mouth, he saw the severed fingers on his palm regenerating at a visible rate. First the bones, then the nerves, capillaries, and finally the muscles. In about 3 to 5 minutes his hand was completely restored. It's fascinating, but in this bizarre world it seems not so difficult to accept. Bang! A heavy knocking sound came from outside the door. To be precise, it sounded more like a kick. Zhao Yi approached the door, opened it, and found a group of unfriendly-looking people standing outside. They looked fierce and aggressive, their cold and mocking gazes fixated on Zhao Yi. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yi asked knowingly. "Looking for you." The tattooed guy leading the group had his nostrils flaring high. If the situation weren't so inappropriate, Zhao Yi would have loved to ask him what brand of shampoo. He used to keep his nose hair so shiny and robust. Although I know this might make me seem a bit childish, your dense and flowing nose hair not being groomed into an interesting hairstyle is truly a disservice to your nostrils, which are larger than a skin disease. As soon as Zhao Yi spoke, the tattooed man felt his blood rush to his head. What a sharp tongue. He clenched his fists, wanting to force his way into Zhao Yi's room, but it was evidently futile. "Don't even think about it, not even the guild leader Uncle Quan could come in. You little brat, you've caused a big mess, and don't even realize it yet. You dare to insult me here. I see you're tired of living." The man pressed hard against the air wall at the door, his eyes blazing with fire. Seeing the man looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole, a light bulb flashed in Zhao Yi's mind. He immediately picked up a large durian from his coffee table and placed it on the ground at the door. "This thing was given to me by Sister Liu. I originally wanted to eat it, but I couldn't find the tools. Since you all are idle anyway, why not help me open a durian?" The people outside paused, looking at Zhao Yi as if he were foolish, wondering what was wrong with him. Anyone with eyes should know they were here to cause trouble. This guy actually wanted them to help him open a durian. "You seem to not understand your current situation, but I can generously tell you." The tattooed man pressed hard against the air wall, trying to look fierce to intimidate Zhao Yi. "No need." Zhao Yi decisively interrupted him, took a step back, and opened the permissions. The air wall disappeared, and the tattooed man, caught off guard, stumbled and fell forward onto the ground. "What the hell?" He yelped, eyes wide, as he watched his forehead smash into the spiky durian. Splash! The durian opened with a bit of blood. Zhao Yi squatted on the ground, looking at the smashed durian, and patted the back of the tattooed man's head, praising, "Your forehead is really impressive. Did you practice Iron Head skill?" The tattooed man, lying on the ground, had never been humiliated like this by a newcomer. He trembled all over, rage clouding his mind. "I practiced NM." He roared like a mad beast, leaping to unleash 2 punches at Zhao Yi in frustration, but the next moment he was directly thrown out of the room by a terrifying force. Just like trash. It turned out Zhao Yi had closed the room, sharing permissions. "Thank you for helping me open the durian." Zhao Yi took a bite of the durian flesh, smiling at the tattooed man outside, whose eyes were blazing with fury. The tattooed man slammed the air wall at Zhao Yi's door, grinning menacingly. "If you have the guts, hide in there for a lifetime." Bang! Before he could finish his threat, Zhao Yi had already closed the door, leaving him with a large 404 door plate. The smile on the tattooed man's face stiffened as he looked at the room number, feeling as if his lungs were about to explode. This newcomer, this Zhao Yi. Damn, damn, damn. How dare he? How dare he be so disrespectful to me? Just as his expression darkened, an untimely burst of laughter came from the side. TFF. The tattooed man slowly turned his head toward a little brother next to him, whose face was smeared with durian. "What are you laughing at?" he asked coldly. The little brother immediately wiped the smile off his face, trembling all over. "I remembered something happy." "What happy thing?" The tattooed man stepped closer, his aura pressing down on the frail little brother, making it hard for him to breathe. "Speak." The little brother's face was filled with despair. "Before coming in, my wife died during childbirth." Old Wang next door cried harder than I did. "Is he stupid or what?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly cast strong brotherly glances at him. The tattooed man ceased his blame, choosing to forgive, and strode down the stairs filled with rage. "Keep a close watch on this brat, 247. I don't believe he won't come out. This guy is wanted by the boss, so no slacking off." "Yes." A group of little brothers bent over, weapons in hand, staring intently at Zhao Yi's door. That evening, after finishing dinner and going out for a walk, Zhao Yi was captured and taken to room 511 at the guild headquarters. A seemingly gentle middle-aged man sat in the room, slowly brewing tea. He exuded a strong aura of authority. "Was Wei Shan involved in the butcher game with you?" the middle-aged man asked slowly. Zhao Yi replied yes. The middle-aged man set down the purple clay teapot, glanced at Zhao Yi, and said lightly, how did he die? I killed him. Why did you kill him? Facing the middle-aged man's inquiry, Zhao Yi fell into deep thought. After a long time, he looked up, revealing a chilling smile. If you ask me who killed Xiang Weishan, I will certainly tell you it was me. But if you ask me why I killed him, I really can't answer that right away. Perhaps it was for fun. As he spoke, the people around him instinctively took half a step back. Though they were all players above level 10, they shouldn't have reacted this way in front of a newbie like Zhao Yi. Yet, at this moment, they truly felt inexplicably uneasy. In an extreme survival environment, it is not uncommon for people to kill each other out of selfishness, and they have grown accustomed to it. Yet there exists a small group whose slaughter is not driven by the need to survive. Clearly Zhao Yi is part of this small group. Moreover, he belongs to the particularly dangerous segment. He kills simply for the thrill of it, which is hardly a justifiable reason, or rather there is no reason at all. Such individuals are exceedingly perilous. One moment they might be joking with you, and the next they could pull out a shotgun and blow your head off, turning you into a squashed watermelon. You would have no idea when you entered their list of targets. Unlike the other henchman, the middle-aged man sipping tea appeared calm, as he fixed his attention on Zhao Yi and asked, do you know who I am? No. Let me guess. You're the brother of Xiang Weishan. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right. Since you've heard of me, you should understand what kind of person I Xiang Babang am. He hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Yi interrupted him. No, in fact, I haven't heard of you at all. Moreover, I seriously suspect that you are not your father's biological son. If it weren't for old Wang's interference, your father certainly shouldn't have given you such a name steeped in personal grudges. Zhao Yi's words were very serious and absolutely not unfounded. If it weren't for old Wang's meddling, why would a father give his son such an absurd name? The henchmen in the room turned pale, casting sympathetic glances. Having served Xiang Babong for so long, they already knew how brutal he was. They also understood that as the leader of the menacing gang, Xiang Babong was particularly sensitive to people making jokes about his name. Zhao Yi was courting death. Do you think you're funny? Xiang Babang's eyelids drooped slightly, and his tone carried an undeniable hint of impending danger. I guess so. I am indeed quite humorous. Describing myself with just the word handsome seems a bit too simplistic. Zhao Yi surprisingly sat nonchalantly on the sofa in Xiang Babang's room, crossing his legs and opening a bottle of water. Having navigated this bizarre world for so many years, Xiang Babong finally reached his current position, barely holding on to power as a local tyrant in the Rookies Guild, while newcomers scrambled to curry favor with him. How could he tolerate someone as audacious as Zhao Yi? The tattooed man earlier pulled out a gun and aimed it at Zhao Yi's head from behind, his gaze sharp. At Xiang Babang's command, he would smash Zhao Yi's head. Although players do not die in the guild space, it is precisely because they cannot die that they have countless ways to torment Zhao Yi until he goes mad. You dare to kill the boss brother, or you should pay the price for it. The tattooed man's expression was extremely grim, and Zhao Yi's earlier insult was still fresh in his mind. As an old player entering a hellish game, being humiliated by a newcomer like this left him with no choice but to regain his honor, or how could he hold his head high in front of his subordinates in the future? I understand. He can kill me, but I cannot kill him. Although a gun was pointed at his head, Zhao Yi remained unfazed. Because he has a good brother and I do not. Xiang Babong squinted and coldly said, since you understand this principle, you should even less kill my brother. Zhao Yi took a sip of water and placed the bottle on the coffee table. Then he formed a handgun shape with his hand and aimed it at Xiang Babong. Do you know what I'm thinking? Xiang Babong coldly replied, I don't need to know the thoughts of a madman, but soon you will know what I'm thinking. Zhao Yi interrupted him, his expression suddenly turning extremely ferocious and unwilling. I was thinking that if I had a shotgun in my hand right now, I could blow your head off with one shot. Seeing Zhao Yi display this expression, Xiang Babong felt a surge of delight, as if he had regained some ground and his composure returned. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, lit a cigarette, and scoffed, look at you, so pathetic that you resemble a worm, so poor you can't even afford a gun. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a shotgun suddenly appeared in Zhao Yi's hand, and he pulled the trigger, blasting the man's head to smithereens. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A wisp of blue smoke slowly rose from the dark muzzle of Zhao Yi's gun. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, speechless. In the guild's base, even if a player is turned to ash, they can resurrect, but that is not the point. The important thing is that a newcomer at only level 3 managed to pull a gun and blow the head off a level 22 player in his own room. Did you think he should have dodged that shot? Zhao Yi smiled, putting the gun away amidst the stunned and watchful gazes of the crowd. He had completed what he set out to do. Zhao Yi knew that it would be difficult for him to leave this room today, but before they killed him, he decided to do something first. He understood that under the opponent's vigilance, he could not inflict any harm on Xiang Babong with his tricks. Thus he once more used his words and acting skills to divert Xiang Babang's attention, creating the illusion that he had no gun, and then unexpectedly pulled out the weapon to strike. Perhaps Xiang Babang's power level was quite high, but evidently he had not exchanged for some strong bloodline or powerful body parts, so his physique was insufficient to withstand the shotgun that Yang Linlin had given to Zhao Yi. He had his head shattered by Zhao Yi. The next moment, the tattooed man, returning to his senses, shot Zhao Yi's head off as well. Zhao Yi was no stranger to death. Shortly after he lost consciousness, he found himself back in a familiar dark prison. Inside were over 1,000 grotesque and terrifying monsters tightly bound to bronze pillars screaming madly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was a regular here. He was not afraid of these terrifying monsters. On the contrary, they were the ones who feared him, because they were the ones Zhao Yi had captured from the outside world and locked up here. In their eyes Zhao Yi had no form. He was an unknown enigma, an incomprehensible truth. He was the master who stood atop this unknown edge. Anger, jealousy, obsession, brutality, bloodlust. Zhao Yi could clearly name these monsters he had locked away. Whenever he approached, those furious roaring monsters would bow their heads and pretend to be dead. While Zhao Yi was surveying his world, a gray sky suddenly opened a crack, letting through a beam of bright light. Zhao Yi looked up. So soon to be resurrected, he remarked with a sigh. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yi found himself tightly bound to an electric chair. The bright light made it difficult for Zhao Yi to adjust. Surrounded by a group of incredibly fierce people, they looked at him with mocking and cruel smiles. Xiang Babong had cleaned himself of blood and changed into a neat suit, his face darkened as if water could drip from it. To be honest, Zhao Yi's earlier shot had not harmed his body, but it had inflicted severe damage to his psyche. How humiliating was it for him, a level 22 old player, to have his head blown off by a level 3 newcomer in his own room. What a disgrace. If this got out, where would he put his face? Xiang Babong could not accept it. He decided to stop engaging in idle chatter with Zhao Yi and go straight for the torture devices. First, he would let Zhao Yi experience extreme pain, making him scream and beg for mercy to regain his own face. And then after Zhao Yi voluntarily left the guild base, they would find a way to dispose of him. Do you know what this is? Xiang Babong raised his right hand, holding the controller tightly, as he asked fiercely. Ah, an electric chair. For ordinary people, this is indeed an extremely difficult punishment to endure, but for me, it is evidently not very effective. Zhao Yi wore that eerie smile on his face. Upon seeing this smile, Xiang Babong suddenly became enraged, the veins on his neck bulging, and the cultivated demeanor vanished, replaced by madness. He abruptly pressed the electric current device, and a surge of electricity coursed through Zhao Yi's body in an instant. Zzz. Zhao Yi convulsed violently, his hair exploding into a frizz, his skin sparking under the intense electricity, rapidly turning pale. Within seconds, everyone could clearly smell the scent of roasting flesh in the air. Zhao Yi bowed his head, motionless. About a minute later, Zhao Yi's injuries began to heal, and he gradually regained consciousness. How do you feel? Xiang Babong grinned wickedly. Zhao Yi replied, it's fine. A strong electric shock can bring immense pain in a short time, but if one can adapt to it, it's actually quite comfortable. How about you give me a few more? Xiang Babang's smile froze. The others felt their breaths momentarily halt. Comfortable? Does this Zhao Yi have a masochistic tendency? Damn. What to do? The bewildered crowd looked at Xiang Babang, hoping he would come up with a solution. Xiang Babong glared at Zhao Yi, bloodshot eyes. You must be in pain. Stop pretending. If it hurts, scream out. Don't hold it in. Zhao Yi lowered his gaze and glanced at the controller in his hand, saying, can I have this thing? Upon hearing this, Xiang Babong replied mockingly, what? You were just acting tough and now you're scared. Zhao Yi replied, no, I think the previous product experience was quite good. If you don't press it, I can do it myself. Xiang Babang? A group of people stared at Zhao Yi in disbelief, unable to utter a word for a while. This guy definitely has some issues. Seeing them silent, Zhao Yi continued, actually just using the electric chair is a bit dull. You could add some variety, like boiling a frog in warm water, using a copper bowl to stew red meat, or roasting quail eggs alive. Do you know what the best one is? The crowd blankly shook their heads. Zhao Yi suddenly rocked the electric chair forward a few steps, startling Xiang Babong. He quickly drew out his sole weapon, a large electric baton, aiming it at Zhao Yi, completely tensed up. In the past, he would have found such behavior shameful. A level 22 old player facing a rookie even had to be on high alert. But at this moment, after Zhao Yi had already blown his head off, he was worried that Zhao Yi would pull some trick again and kill him while he was off guard. If such a thing happened again, he would truly be humiliated. But this time Zhao Yi clearly had no intention or ability to harm him. Looking at the wary Xiang Babang, Zhao Yi excitedly said, the most extreme one is a killing method told to me by a former patient. Skinning. You prepare a pot of mercury, then make a cross on my scalp with a knife and pour the mercury into my scalp. The weight of the mercury will continuously separate my skin from muscle tissue all the way down. In the end, a complete human skin will be made. Usually at this point, I should still be alive and I could jump out of my skin. To dance for everyone to liven up the mood. As Zhao Yi spoke, he became increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling. The crowd looked at the spitting Zhao Yi, feeling a chill down their spines, instinctively moving away from him. Is this guy even human? Seeing him like the, Xiang Babong plopped down in the chair behind him, frowning as he lit a cigarette. This was probably the first time he felt such a headache over how to torture someone. In the safety zone of the guild, they could not kill Zhao Yi, nor could they drag him out of the guild base. Therefore, tormenting and threatening him was their only method to make a player quickly admit their mistakes. But now, this method was utterly ineffective on Zhao Yi. This guy was probably not just a masochist but also a deeply twisted and deranged pervert. After a long while Xiang Babong extinguished his cigarette. Before he could speak a crisp knocking sound suddenly came from the door. A henchman opened the door at Xiang Babang's signal. A beautiful and seductive figure appeared. With fiery red lips and eyes sparkling with allure, she said lazily, "Zhao Yi, come with me." Zhao Yi shook the electric chair, violently trying to turn around. Then, using the strength of his gluteus maximus, he awkwardly shuffled to the door like a snail. None of the fierce henchmen dared to stop him. The looks in their eyes towards Lu Ruoqing were filled not only with raw desire, but also with an inerasable fear. On my turf, taking someone without telling me is against the rules, right? Xiang Babong was already in a bad mood today, and Zhao Yi's entrance had stirred up chaos, making him lose face. Now that Lu Ruoqing had come, completely ignoring him and intending to take Zhao Yi away, it was as if she had thrown his face on the ground and stomped on it. As someone used to being arrogant, how could he tolerate it? As Zhao Yi moved out of the room, Lu Ruoqing's slender fingers twitched, and the ropes binding Zhao Yi fell away. Then she lifted her gaze to look at Xiang Babang, a hint of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Who are you?" The three short words made the air freeze. Xiang Babong clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead throbbing, but he still tried to maintain his composure. He wanted to rush out and kill Lu Ruoqing directly, but he knew he was no match for her. The gap between their strengths was too vast. This woman who looked utterly seductive was one of the top powers in the entire Bone region. Even if he was furious, he had to endure. "I have never seen you on the 7th floor. Lu Ruoqing spoke with a hint of indifference. The 7th floor is where the most elite players of the mixed guild reside. Only after gaining the recognition of other seniors can they qualify to stay on the 7th floor. Because of this, the status of players on the 7th floor is completely different from those below. This terrifying disparity will become more apparent as players grow stronger. This is also why many newcomers covet Lu Ruoqing's beauty, but as they live longer and grow stronger, they become increasingly fearful of this woman. Moreover, I cannot control what happens in the instance, but if you dare to act recklessly at the guild's headquarters." Lu Ruoqing flashed a playful smile at Xiang Babong. The latter's expression shifted from anger to pale. His clenched fists trembled. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Lu Ruoqing turned her head and left with Zhao Yi. Xiang Babong sat in silence at his spot, and after a long while he instructed the tattooed man beside him, whose face bore a strange and sinister expression. "Go ahead, keep it clean, and don't get me into trouble," Xiang Babong said coldly. The tattooed man nodded and left his room. Bang! The woman shut the door and rolled her eyes at Zhao Yi, who was peeling a sugar orange on the sofa. "You really are not polite. The scenery on the 7th floor is quite nice." Lu Ruoqing plopped down on the sofa opposite Zhao Yi, crossing her legs, the slit in her silk robe, falling to reveal a pair of stunning long legs. "What's so good about it? Isn't it just the same as below?" I had an orange and wiped my hands with a tissue, then said to the intrigued Lu Ruoqing, "You saved me. What do you want me to do for you? Could it not be that I am standing up for you?" Zhao Yi laughed. "It could be." Lu Ruoqing rested her chin on her elegantly pointed hand, her tone playful. "But I don't quite like owing favors to others. And I believe a woman like you must have a heart more ruthless and venomous than most, for that is why those other scoundrels fear you so much." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoqing covered her mouth and burst into a fit of giggles. "You are truly amusing. So can you guess why I saved you?" Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. "I don't know, but it definitely isn't because I'm handsome." Lu Ruoqing rolled her eyes, poured herself a small glass of red wine, and brought it to her lips. "You resemble someone I used to know." Zhao Yi smiled. "Could it be an ex-boyfriend?" Lu Ruoqing blinked her big eyes. "Indeed it is." Zhao Yi choked. Lu Ruoqing continued. "I have some unresolved grievances with him." "Then why not just go find him?" "He is dead." "How did he die?" Lu Ruoqing lightly tapped the goblet in her hand, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. "I killed him." Zhao Yi asked curiously, "Why?" Lu Ruoqing did not answer Zhao Yi, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. "What? Are you so eager to know about me?" Zhao Yi touched his nose and replied with a smile. "Sorry, it's a professional habit." With a light smile, Lu Ruoqing sank into the soft sofa, reminiscing about past events. The Angel of Forgetting has once dealt with over 1,000 of the most terrifying and dangerous patients suffering from mental illnesses in the closed-off countries, successfully treating their psychological traumas and restoring them to normalcy. "You are so impressive. Could you also help me cure my illness?" Zhao Yi, with his hands crossed and resting on his lap, spoke earnestly. "Honestly, your condition is quite difficult to treat. You didn't even ask me what illness I have." Zhao Yi explained, "In psychology, although there are many complex conditions, the hardest to treat are patients like you who seem perfectly fine. To sum it up in my words, you belong to the lucid disorder category, which is much harder to treat than paranoid disorders." Lu Ruoqing pouted her lips, looking at Zhao Yi with a pitiful expression. "Dr. Zhao, you can definitely cure me, right?" Zhao Yi replied, "It will take time, and not a short amount of it." Lu Ruoqing tossed her hair back, her eyes sparkling seductively. "What I lack the least is time. If you can cure my illness, I will reward you with a precious gift." Zhao Yi pondered. "I will give it a try. Not to joke." Lu Ruoqing is the most severely ill patient I have ever treated. I am very interested in her, but I don't have complete confidence in curing her condition. Additionally, Xiang Babong will no longer dare to directly trouble you in the greater world. I have already warned him. Though he is arrogant, he is somewhat perceptive. However, the dangers in the instances can only be solved by yourself. Lu Ruoqing reminded Zhao Yi of this and did not hold him back, allowing him to leave. As he turned the corner at the door, he saw Tian Tian hugging a worn-out teddy bear. Tian Tian, what are you doing here? In response to Zhao Yi's inquiry, Tian Tian adorably shook her body. Winnie said you were in danger, so I came to see you. Zhao Yi glanced at the teddy bear in Tian Tian's arms, affectionately stroking its fur. Even as Zhao Yi patted it, his hand passed directly through the bear. But this did not prevent Tian Tian from showing a bright smile. Brother Zhao, it's so good that you're okay. It's getting late. Fang Bai made some food, so he wants you to come to his room to eat together. Zhao Yi nodded, rubbed Tian Tian's head, and together they went to Fang Bai's room. Bai Shuiji was also there. Many people died in the new mission. She smiled apologetically when she saw Zhao Yi. She had not stayed to help Zhao Yi during the recent butcher game, which inevitably made her feel guilty. But guilt aside, if it happened again, she would still make the same choice. Other people's lives are not worth more than one's own. The four of them sat around a hot pot eating meat. Fang Bai glanced at Zhao Yi and asked, Xiang Babong didn't do anything to you, right? Zhao Yi shook his head. Is Lu Jie your informant? Fang Bai chuckled as he opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Zhao Yi. I saw you being taken away. Isn't it natural to worry? I have no background and no ability to do anything, so I could only seek out the high-ranking guild leaders. It seems that Uncle Quan and the others have something to attend to. On the 7th floor there was only Lu Jie and an old player who couldn't get the door open. Thankfully Lu Jie has a relatively kind heart, otherwise you would have a hard time. Zhao Yi smiled without saying anything. After a few bites, he redirected the conversation. How many people died in the new mission? 6 groups went, and all 6 groups died, 6 people per group, totaling 36. Fang Bai introduced Zhao Yi, looking somewhat hesitant and gloomy. Honestly, I am not very willing to take on this mission. It might have completely surpassed our capabilities. How can we know without trying? Zhao Yi bit into a spicy lamb intestine, his mouth full of oil. If you guys aren't going, then I will go by myself. Fang Bai shot Zhao Yi a glance, feeling increasingly conflicted. He desperately wanted to be as bold and reckless as Zhao Yi, but he simply couldn't convince himself to joke with his own life. 2 talent points. 1 life. They couldn't afford to lose. The corpses of the dead were carelessly discarded at the station, rotting away in a tragic state, almost unrecognizable, as if they had suffered immense fear and pain before death. The most troublesome part is that no information has come from the instance. No one knows what the instance is like. Bai Shuiji also coveted those 2 talent points. However, the terrifying death rate of that mission made her hesitate. Zhao Yi tilted his head and asked Tian Tian, do you want to go? Tian Tian, who was devouring her food, seemed not to understand what Zhao Yi was saying, but still agreed. This little girl, unlike before, seemed not to care much about her surroundings, including her own life. After finishing their meal, Fang Bai and Zhao Yi toasted with 2 bottles of beer. During this time, Bai Shuiji changed her mind and decided to accompany Zhao Yi. Everything that happened to her during the butcher game made Bai Shuiji keenly aware of how important strength is in this world. Wishing you success. Fang Bai sent them out of the guild's headquarters. The 3 of them headed once again towards the abandoned station. Entering through the entrance, they greeted the clown and directly passed through the ticket gate to the platform. The dimly lit platform was littered with dismembered corpses. Thankfully, many players were nearby helping to manage the situation, or otherwise, just the horrific scene would be enough to scare off some timid newcomers. Beside the platform stood a small train on the overgrown tracks, its rusted exterior bearing the marks of time. Not far from the train's door, a mysterious light circle was glowing. Most players kept their distance from this circle, seemingly a bit superstitious. It seemed that this light circle was the entrance to the instance. Don't run away. Just because many people died doesn't mean you shouldn't take on the mission. 2 talent points. 4 people stood near the light circle. They greeted the nearby players, seemingly trying to recruit them. The initiation of this instance requires at least 5 people and at most 9, and they still needed 1 more person to start, but for the time being no players were willing to join. Zhao Yi and the others approached them and exchanged brief self-introductions. The 4 included a balding middle-aged man named Wang Su who looked quite greasy, a quiet girl named Li Miao Miao, a muscular young man named Wen Lang, and an elderly woman named Qin Shufang leaning on a cane. Upon hearing that Zhao Yi was also in the group, their expressions changed subtly. Even the middle-aged man eagerly started chatting with Zhao Yi. Li Miao Miao shot a disgusted glance at the greasy middle-aged man, seemingly sickened by his clumsy attempt to get closer to Zhao Yi. Since everyone is ready, shall we go in? The first to speak was surprisingly the elderly woman Qin Shufang. The others exchanged glances and Wang Su said, this instance has already claimed so many lives. It must contain dangers beyond our imagination. We must stick together. After he spoke, he extended his hand in the middle, signaling everyone to place their hands on top. Li Miao Miao hesitated for a moment, feeling uncomfortable, but still placed her hand on top. "Let's go, everyone," Wang Su shouted, rallying their spirits. Then they stepped into the light circle, and a white flash blinded them, causing them to lose consciousness. Boom. A loud thunderclap sounded as the rain, which had been held back by dark clouds for a long time, finally burst forth, pouring down onto the ground. Zhao Yi opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the sixth carriage of the train. He surveyed his surroundings. It was very dark outside and a torrential rain was falling. The platform was in ruins, and aside from raindrops, there were no living people to be seen, nor were there fragments of players' corpses. The air inside the carriage was filled with a mix of dust and rust. The spacious carriage felt empty. The train lights were broken and flickering. The surrounding environment was nothing but cold and silence. There were no other players in sight. It seemed they had been separated. Slowly rising, Zhao Yi made his way to the middle aisle. Before he had time to explore, he heard an eerie laughter behind him. He. Zhao Yi did not turn around immediately upon hearing the laughter, but instead continued to explore ahead and collect some important items. For example, a box of pencils scattered on the ground, and an old iron pencil case covered in various doodles. Since the mission of the instance was to unravel these resentments, Zhao Yi needed to understand what had transpired here. He. The spine-chilling laughter sounded again closer to Zhao Yi. It was evident that it was the voice of a little girl. Yet Zhao Yi still did not look back. He scrutinized the pencil case in his hand. This iron pencil case had a certain hardness. An ordinary person might not be able to squeeze it out of shape with one hand, but the one Zhao Yi held was already twisted from being pressed sideways. Zhao Yi's gaze shifted to the corner of the carriage, where there was a tattered backpack and a small black suitcase. Zhao Yi pondered. He put away the pencil case and walked towards the backpack. Inside the backpack were elementary school textbooks and exercise books covered in colorful doodles from many children. There wasn't much value. Each page of the exercise book had neat handwriting, and every assignment was signed by a parent, flowing smoothly, indicating that this child's parents cared greatly about their child's education. Zhao Yi's gaze swept over the small black suitcase in the corner. Suitcase, high danger. Note: you have enough curiosity, but absolutely do not attempt to open it. Zhao Yi seemed to gain some understanding and walked directly towards the suitcase. As he reached the suitcase, the eerie laughter from behind also came up right behind him. It was almost whispering into his ear. He. Open it, open it, open it, open it. The voice lingering by Zhao Yi's ear possessed a magical allure. It seemed capable of controlling the player's behavior to some extent. Zhao Yi's fingers involuntarily reached for the zipper of the suitcase. The eerie voice in his ear continued to urge him to open the black box, but Zhao Yi's hand remained motionless on the zipper. Gradually the voice grew increasingly impatient, but Zhao Yi remained resolute, unperturbed. Ultimately, he even stood up, completely ignoring the voice, as he made his way toward carriage number 5. Behind him, a small, bizarrely twisted shadow watched Zhao Yi's back, its eyes filled with intense reluctance. Its shadow slowly dissipated, but before long Zhao Yi surprisingly stepped back into the carriage. Once again his hand inexplicably reached for the black suitcase. Thus the eerie shadow appeared once more, its pale cold face breaking into a delighted grin, as it stood behind Zhao Yi, tilting its head and shouting, "Yes, just like that. Open it. Open it." It began to speak, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The unfolding events seemed to deviate from its expectations. Zhao Yi's left hand gently caressed the black box, while his right hand suddenly pulled out a gleaming surgical scalpel. He revealed a radiant smile and then plunged the knife into the suitcase. With a squelch, as the first stab entered, it was evident that he had pierced into a heap of sludge, followed by a stream of putrid blood oozing out through the gap. The black suitcase began to thump violently, struggling fiercely. Zhao Yi tightly gripped the scalpel, starting to slice wildly and accurately along the small gap. With a strength of 21 points, his hand speed now surpassed that of many reclusive writers. Each strike of the scalpel precisely hit the same spot. For other players, such an attacking method would have little effect on ghosts or creatures with strong vitality. But Zhao Yi was different. His sole weapon had a slight chaotic damage effect. Although he was unaware of the exact damage value, the fact that each attack splattered blood indicated that this faint chaotic damage was already sufficient. After all, this ghost could not come out on its own. Then Zhao Yi would hold nothing back. After 1,000 strikes, the system notification finally echoed in Zhao Yi's ears. "Congratulations, you have slain the vengeful spirit. Your soul weapon has gained enhancement, attempting to reconstruct the evil god's mold. 002. Reconstruction failed, insufficient energy, please try again. In this reconstruction of the mold you gained 4 power and your soul weapon received a slight chaotic power. Has it finally died?" A large amount of putrid blood seeped out through the cracks of the black suitcase, staining Zhao Yi's body and face. The cold voice that had been in his ear had disappeared without a trace. The ghostly figure very close to him cautiously retreated, seemingly afraid of awakening Zhao Yi from his silence. However, it inadvertently made a sound. The ghost immediately tensed up. It held its breath, not daring to make a sound. But Zhao Yi, holding the scalpel, slowly turned around. On his blood-stained face was a bizarre smile, with his eyes gleaming red. He looked like a vengeful spirit crawling out from hell. The shadow floating in the air was frightened by Zhao Yi's expression, falling to the ground and scrambling backward. Why you? Don't come closer. The ghost retreated frantically, seeing Zhao Yi step closer. Its heart felt as if it was in its throat. What kind of person was this? Why was he so fierce? Did he intend to kill it? Eventually it was cornered into a dead end in carriage 6, pressing tightly against the wall, trembling in fear. As he got closer, Zhao Yi finally saw the ghost's true form. It was a little girl. She looked quite cute, albeit in a rather unsettling way. Woo-woo. She curled up in a corner, sobbing softly. I didn't mean to harm you, I was forced. Zhao Yi stepped forward, put away the scalpel, and gently rubbed her head, reassuring her. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. The little ghost looked up with tear-filled eyes, her pale, rotting face appearing particularly aggrieved at that moment. Really, uncle? Zhao Yi's forehead twitched slightly, and he suddenly grasped the little ghost's neck. As he got closer, Zhao Yi finally saw the ghost's true form. It was a little girl. She looked quite cute, albeit in a rather unsettling way. That's more like it. Let me ask you what happened on this train before. The little ghost bit her lip, her face turning pale. I can't say. It watches me. If I say it, it will sense it immediately. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. Who is it? The little ghost shook her head, trembling violently. The textbook on page 38 of Master's teachings taught us that secrets should not be disclosed lightly. I'm a good child. I can't speak ill of others. Zhao Yi glanced at the doodled textbook beside the suitcase and patted the little ghost's head. Okay, brother understands. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask. He turned around, approached the black suitcase, tossed the textbook into his storage space, and collected the other items into the tattered backpack, putting scattered pens into the pencil case. Then Zhao Yi stood up, returned the backpack to the little ghost, and smiled. Don't throw your things around, otherwise you'll cry later when you can't find them. The little ghost was momentarily stunned, awkwardly accepting the tattered backpack. Zhao Yi handed her, holding it against her chest. She lowered her head, her hair obscuring her face, deep in thought. As Zhao Yi turned to leave for carriage number 5, the little ghost looked at his back and suddenly called out, Thank you, brother. Zhao Yi turned back and smiled slightly. No need to thank me. The little ghost's expression was conflicted, but she finally gritted her teeth and said, Brother, go to carriage 1. Zhao Yi paused for a moment, then waved goodbye to the little ghost. Got it. Watching Zhao Yi leave carriage 6, entering the black mist of carriage 5, the little ghost's gaze returned to the black suitcase, tightly holding her tattered backpack, tears of blood streaming down her face. There was a short walkway between carriage 6 and 5. Old-fashioned green trains were always like this. After leaving carriage 6, Zhao Yi took out the little girl's textbook and flipped to page 38. Sure enough, there was a section titled Master's Teachings. It was filled with dense notes made in 4 different colored pens. At first glance it seemed empty, but after Zhao Yi skimmed through it a few times, he discovered its secrets. Words circled with the same colored pens could be pieced together to form a sentence. The control room has the latest morning news and maps. Starting the train requires diesel. Do not go to the driver's cabin. It will keep an eye on you. As he stepped into the pitch-black mist where visibility was 0, Zhao Yi felt a momentary daze before everything brightened again. In carriage number 5, the players were the greasy middle-aged man Wang Su and the pale cold woman Li Miao Miao. They were cornered by 3 ghosts near a basin of eerie blue flames, shivering as they exchanged hushed whispers. The sudden appearance of another person in the carriage inevitably drew attention, and the gaze of the 2 players and the 3 ghosts was fixed on Zhao Yi, staring in astonishment. The 2 players were clearly overly excited. They had evidently encountered some insurmountable difficulties, and Zhao Yi's arrival instantly ignited their hope. Great! Zhao Yi, you're here. Come save us. Wang Su waved at Zhao Yi, beads of sweat covering his face. His hand trembled, whether from excitement or fear it was hard to tell. Zhao Yi approached the 3 ghosts, whose faces were pale with not a hint of color, and their gaze was icy cold. Outsiders are prohibited from participating in the game, unless you are willing to wager your life as a stake. As soon as the words left the mouths of the 3 ghosts, the expressions of the 2 players changed instantly. Li Miao Miao frowned as she saw Zhao Yi hesitate to speak first, saying, Zhao Yi, what are you hesitating for? We are all comrades in the same boat now. Is it not too selfish of you to stand by and do nothing? The middle-aged man quickly waved his hands and said, This game isn't difficult, or with your abilities you should be able to complete it with ease. Zhao Yi shot a glance at Li Miao Miao, raising an eyebrow. So it's a game, huh? Alright, what are we playing? Seeing Zhao Yi agree, Wang Su let out a quiet sigh of relief. This woman Li Miao Miao must be some pampered princess, her upbringing making her arrogant in conversations with others. Clearly she could have expressed herself properly with just a few words, yet she chose to stand on a moral high ground, pointing fingers at others. He had genuinely feared that Li Miao Miao might offend Zhao Yi, causing him to abandon them without a second thought. Fortunately, this newcomer on the leaderboard seemed to have a decent temperament, and was quite easy to get along with. While he pondered this, Zhao Yi had already joined the game. The ghost reiterated the rules to the 3 of them. This game is called Guess Guess Guess. Within 10 minutes you must discover how we died in our previous lives. You may ask a total of 3 questions. In response to your questions we will not lie, but you cannot directly inquire about the manner of our death. If you fail the task, we will take 1 arm from each of them. And you Will die. After the malevolent ghost finished speaking, Zhao Yi glanced at the two players, noting that Li Miao Miao still wore her aloof and proud demeanor, arms crossed. In her eyes, it seemed perfectly natural that Zhao Yi would risk his life to save her arm. The middle-aged man likewise showed no signs of shame, instead wearing a sycophantic smile. Additionally, they have already asked their questions. Only one remains. Think carefully before you ask. The three malevolent ghosts displayed greedy smiles, their ghostly eyes greedily scanning the flesh on Zhao Yi. It was like a piece of exquisite meat that had fallen from the sky. It would be foolish not to partake. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment. Since I need to ask a question. All right, let me ask you. Do you crave freedom? The moment the old rascal opened his mouth, both the ghosts and the players were stunned. Bastard. Who told you to ask such a completely useless philosophical question at this moment? Li Miao Miao, unable to contain her displeasure any longer, glared with fiery eyes. Great, the only good opportunity has been wasted. She was fuming, throwing her hands up in exasperation, her expression akin to having eaten something foul. Wang Su, that fat pig wasted 2 questions just now, and now you waste 1 too. Hell with your attitude, I really don't know how you made it to the top of the leaderboard. Men are indeed useless breeding tools. If this were a matriarchal society, you wouldn't even be fit to handle our waste. Zhao Yi completely ignored her, instead focusing intently on the 3 malevolent ghosts, as he repeated his question. Do you crave freedom? Answer me. The 3 malevolent ghosts fell silent. They had stated that they would respond sincerely to any questions and would not lie. The concept of freedom seemed to have become a distant memory for them, a priceless luxury that could no longer be aspired to. We crave it, immensely so, but freedom is no longer within our reach. One ghost even let out a sigh, yet it was only for a moment. Its expression quickly reverted to icy coldness. All right, you have completed your questions. Next it's time to guess our cause of death. Guess correctly and you are temporarily safe. Guess wrong, and you will face the consequences according to the rules. As the ghost's words ended, Wang Zu's shiny Mediterranean hairstyle became even more lustrous, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he swallowed repeatedly. He was terrified. Li Miao Miao's face was also ashen. At this moment her fear overshadowed any irritation towards her teammate, and under the gaze of the 3 malevolent ghosts she trembled like a leaf trying to squeeze into the corner. The sound of their heartbeats pounded loudly. At this moment, besides stalling for time, they had no idea what else to do. At a critical moment, Zhao Yi, who had secretly examined the data of the 3 malevolent ghosts, suddenly spoke up. He pointed to the leftmost ghost, which had visible strangulation marks on its neck and bits of flesh hanging from its body, saying, "You died from homicide. Your assailant strangled you with the intent to consume your flesh." Then he turned to the middle hunchbacked ghost and said, "You died from asthma. You suffocated to death in the vehicle without any medication." Finally he looked at the ghost closest to him, the one most contorted in shape with the most twisted expression and the strongest resentment, saying, "You died by suicide." A moment of eerie silence ensued as the 3 malevolent ghosts scrutinized Zhao Yi for a long time before slowly saying, "You have completed the game. Now you are temporarily safe." Zhao Yi extended his hand towards the 3 ghosts, shaking hands with each of them, revealing a smile in their cold gaze. "I am like you. I too crave freedom. And I am willing to pay any price for it." The 3 ghosts exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a faint light. In the corner, Wang Su and Li Miao Miao savored the joy of having survived a disaster. They hadn't completely recovered their senses, and Wang Su habitually chimed in, "Yes. Yes. I too love freedom. We are actually all the same. There's no need to tear each other apart." Yet no one paid him any mind. Zhao Yi gazed at the path leading to the 4th carriage, seemingly recalling something, and tentatively asked the 3 ghosts who had returned to their seats what happened on this train. The 3 malevolent ghosts wore subtle expressions and did not utter a word. Zhao Yi had already guessed the outcome. He simply wanted to confirm his suspicion. After a brief silence, the ghost that had committed suicide suddenly spoke, saying, "In the train there is no answer you seek. You must go outside to find it. But the world outside is dangerous. You need to find the ghost candle to survive out there." Thank you all for reading. I am a merciful author. Of some characters you may dislike, but I will still grant them a good ending. When the ghost candle was mentioned, the first thing that came to Zhao Yi's mind was the 1st carriage. It was also the carriage that the little ghost Xian Xian had asked Zhao Yi to go to. Xian Xian was a name from the textbook. Zhao Yi thanked the 3 evil spirits and headed towards the 3rd carriage, but was grabbed by a middle-aged man by the arm. Hey, where are you going, brother Zhao Yi?" Zhao Yi replied seriously, "To pursue my freedom." Seeing that Zhao Yi was determined to leave, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "I will go with you." Although the 3 evil spirits had already promised that they were safe for now, Wang Su still believed that following Zhao Yi was the safest option. Even if sometimes he needed to do something, as long as it wasn't too dangerous, it was fine. But Li Miao Miao was unwilling. "What should I do if you all leave?" A flicker of displeasure flashed in Wang Zu's eyes, but he didn't express it. "You can come with us." Li Miao Miao glanced at the 2, snorted, "Go die with you. I have finally found a temporarily safe place. Do you think I'm foolish?" At this point Wang Su couldn't help but frown and said, We're all in the same instance mission. Do you really think you can do nothing and just reap the benefits? Li Miao Miao retorted sarcastically. Oh, the old oil field is getting anxious. Let me tell you, if you brought me in, you must take me out. Moreover, since Zhao Yi is so powerful, can't he complete the mission alone? It sounds like you're doing this mission for my benefit. If the mission fails, we all die. Even Wang Su, who was usually cautious and shrewd, was truly infuriated by Li Miao Miao. But since everyone was still in the same boat, he didn't want to create trouble for himself. He couldn't afford to tear the facade. We have no obligation to protect you. If you want to follow us, come along. If you want to stay here and wait for us to finish the task, that's up to you. He angrily dropped this remark and chased after Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, Li Miao Miao's face, which was somewhat pretty, was filled with coldness and resentment. After glaring at the two figures for a moment, she reluctantly followed. She didn't want to do this, but she knew that staying in the fifth carriage would be even more dangerous. The safety the three evil spirits spoke of was temporary. There was no specific time frame. When the two insignificant Nan people she looked down on left, she would have to face the danger alone. So even though she endured her inner displeasure, she still followed behind the two. Upon entering the fourth carriage, the scene before her was quite strange. Unlike them, the fourth carriage seemed to present no trials. Amidst the flickering chandelier lights, 6 evil spirits huddled together in a corner, trembling, seemingly afraid of something. In front of them, on a hard seat, sat a lovely girl humming an unknown nursery rhyme. As the three approached, they realized it was Tian Tian holding a worn-out teddy bear. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, Tian Tian happily jumped down from her seat and rushed into his arms. Brother Zhao, Winnie just told me that you would come to save us, and I didn't expect you really would. Zhao Yi patted her head and glanced at the evil spirits in the corner. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Tian Tian. It seemed that just moments ago Tian Tian had done something that frightened them. Let me introduce you. These uncles are the passengers of this carriage. They were so enthusiastic just now, wanting to play games with me. Humph, but they stopped halfway through. How rude. As Tian Tian said this, she made a face at the trembling evil spirits in the corner. At that moment, one of the female ghosts was so scared that she urinated. The scene was shocking and explosive. If Zhao Yi hadn't swiftly moved Tian Tian aside, they would have been drenched. Li Miao Miao, who was behind, looked at these ghosts and said sarcastically, "What good luck, encountering a few cowards." She felt particularly unbalanced, wondering why she encountered vicious ghosts, while this seemingly weak girl ran into a bunch of easily frightened soft-boned ghosts. However, no one paid her any mind, seemingly treating her as if she were invisible. Zhao Yi glanced around and confirmed that there was no way out of this carriage. The door was covered with a layer of flesh that couldn't be destroyed by external forces. It seemed that the task did not want them to take shortcuts. Or perhaps the system rules were protecting them. The outside world was filled with unimaginable dangers. They had to obtain the ghost candle before they could think about leaving this train, so they still needed to go to the first carriage. All right, you all stop shaking. I will take Tian Tian to the first carriage. You can play by yourselves. As Zhao Yi spoke, the 6 evil spirits immediately expressed their gratitude, bowing their heads to him repeatedly. Woo, great benefactor. We have bowed to you. These guys were clearly terrified by Tian Tian. Zhao Yi rubbed Tian Tian's small head and led her towards the third carriage. Wang Su followed closely behind Zhao Yi, being very cautious. When passing by the evil spirits, he purposefully made a detour. Although these evil spirits indeed seemed very lowly, he remained on guard. As for Li Miao Miao, who was at the back, she even spat at the 6 ghosts. She looked pleased, as if she had finally transformed from a victim into an aggressor. But when the ghost she spat on raised its head, those cold greenish eyes made her legs go weak. She trembled in fright, awkwardly heading for the third carriage. In the process, her high heels slipped, causing her to take a tumble, and her cold face pressed against Wang Zu's sweat-soaked and mysterious backside. This strange odor almost made Li Miao Miao vomit. She pushed Wang Su away, leaned against a seat, and heaved her face, turning both green and pale. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Li Miao Miao's complexion was terrible, and her gaze towards Wang Su grew increasingly disgusted. The second and third carriages were the spawning points for Wenlong by Xueji and Qin Xiufang. By the time Zhao Yi arrived, they had already successfully completed the evil spirit game in their carriage. From their descriptions, the evil spirit games in the carriage were not difficult and posed no lethal threats. Except for Zhao Yi's 6th carriage. However, as a player with a luck value of 0, Zhao Yi had no expectations for himself. The group of 7 was currently all alive with no losses. They entered the first carriage one after another. Here there were no seats. Only a blood-stained wooden table lay across the path to the driver's cabin. On it were 6 bloody human heads with strange expressions, the scalp and skulls split open, and in the centers of their brains burned 6 candles glowing with green light. The female attendant turned around, her neck broken, and just a layer of skin left attached. She grinned at the crowd and said, "Welcome everyone to train D19. Upon seeing this woman, Zhao Yi realized that this task had barely entered its main topic. All right then, what game shall we play? Wenlong, a muscular young man, spoke first, stepping forward eagerly, as if desperate to prove himself. He shot Zhao Yi a challenging glance, as though measuring who among them was better suited to survive this merciless world. But Zhao Yi did not notice the provocation. He quietly slipped his hand into his trousers to scratch an itch. As if you would have the guts. The fierce ghost snorted coldly. Preparations were ready. Zhao Yi placed one hand on the fierce ghost's chest, took a deep breath and comforted him. Don't be nervous, it's just a small surgery. Earlier you were each separated across 5 carriages. Once you complete the game, fragments of hidden clues will reveal themselves. From there you may act upon the clues you obtain. There are 6 ghost candles here. Each candle once removed from the ghost head burns for exactly 1 hour. During that hour its bearer remains unharmed by other specters aboard the train. Moreover, the candles can partially dispel the darkness beyond the train, and cause aggressively hostile phantoms dwelling within that abyss to perceive their bearers as kin, though this does not guarantee safety from attack. When all 6 candles have burned out, the seal on the driver's cabin behind me will break open. As she spoke, the attendant's lips curled into an uncanny, unsettling smile. Excuse me, what happens when the seal opens? When Long asked, the attendant shrugged, and her rotting head wobbled grotesquely on her shoulders, sending chills down every spine. Nothing too dramatic, merely that the train conductor and another passenger, whose name must not be spoken, will emerge from within. A sudden, inexplicable chill swept through the players. Though none knew the true nature of the train conductor or the unspeakable passenger, it required no imagination to grasp the extremity of danger awaiting them once those two emerged. One more thing. I must remind you, the door of carriage 1 is the only door on train G19 that can be opened. Should you choose to open it, you may step outside, and whatever lurks beyond may step in. Having delivered her warning, the attendant fell silent, standing motionless with a serene, chilling smile fixed upon all the players. Bai Shuiji stared at the 6 ghost candles resting on the table, suppressing both dread and revulsion. There are 7 of us, but only 6 candles. How do we divide them? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted. Subtly, ominously. 7 people, 6 candles. Those who held a candle would be shielded, and the rest would not. It meant one of them must be abandoned. Several pairs of eyes drifted almost imperceptibly toward Qin, Xiaofang the eldest among them. The kindly-faced elderly woman seemed to anticipate their thoughts. Slowly she drew a small handgun from within her coat and stepped backward, creating distance. I demand 1 ghost candle. If I do not receive one, I will kill every person who holds one. Direct, unflinching, utterly unambiguous. Though her frail frame paled beside the others, the weapon in her hand, and the cold, unyielding ferocity in her gaze, commanded absolute respect. As the old saying goes, beyond 7 paces the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both swift and precise. At that range no one dared test fate against the old woman. What on earth are you doing? We're still negotiating. Though your years weigh heavier, you remain part of this team. We'd never abandon you. When Long hastily waved his hands, diverting attention as the barrel of her pistol leveled toward him. In close quarters combat he had full confidence he could best nearly every player present. Yet that small black unassuming firearm sapped all his courage to confront her directly. And still, no one wished to surrender their candle. The group stiffened into deadlock. Suspicion bloomed like poison. Each eye scanning the others, each mind weaving malicious interpretations. Then Bai Shuiji gently nudged Zhao Yi. Do you have any sound solution? Why are you all staring at me? Zhao Yi spread his hands. Do you expect me to conjure a 7th candle out of thin air? Bai Shuiji rolled his eyes. I asked for a fair distribution method. Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. No matter how we split them, someone will inevitably be left without a candle. But reverse the logic, and the problem dissolves. No matter how the remaining candles are allocated, anyone venturing outside the carriage to seek clues must carry one. Wang Su immediately voiced his approval. Young brother Zhao makes perfect sense. Those who contribute to the team deserve priority access to a candle. Li Miao Miao folded her arms and scoffed. Who's to say he's serving the team, and not simply seizing a candle to hide outside? I suspect he just wants one for himself, but lacks the nerve to ask outright. So he invents this excuse. Zhao Yi nodded solemnly. Indeed. Without warning he drew a shotgun and fired 6 rapid shots, shattering both of Li Miao Miao's legs on the spot. The others stared frozen at Li Miao Miao, writhing and screaming on the floor, chilled to the marrow. Zhao possessed a firearm too, a shotgun, purchased from the shop, that must cost thousands of points. Oh, how embarrassing. Good heavens. Look at you. So clumsy you've broken both your legs. Zhao Yi rushed forward, producing, not a weapon, but a scalpel, his expression one of exaggerated tenderness. Li Miao Miao's face contorted in terror. Shrieking, she pointed at him and screamed. He's going to kill me. He'll kill me. Stop him now. Yet no one behind Zhao Yi stirred. In truth, even if Zhao Yi did kill her, they would not intervene. One death meant one fewer claimant, making the division of candles suddenly simple. Shoo! Don't scream. I'm performing surgery. I won't kill you. But if you struggle too violently, I might accidentally pierce something else inside your mouth. And if you bleed to death, don't blame me. Hearing bleed to death, Li Miao Miao thrashed even more wildly. Yet her feeble strength stood no chance against Zhao Yi's control. He pried open her mouth, knocked out her teeth, and severed her tongue, in one seamless fluid motion. His movements were disturbingly practiced. So practiced they resembled breathing, effortless, instinctive, even possessing a terrible mesmerizing grace. To the onlookers, he appeared less a butcher than an artist completing a masterpiece. Without her tongue, Li Miao Miao could no longer speak. But she would not die. Zhao Yi's precise massage techniques preempted neurogenic shock from the excruciating pain. Though blood loss left her weak and trembling, the volume lost, less than a liter, was insufficient to kill a healthy woman. Gazing down at the sobbing, snot-smeared figure, Zhao Yi elegantly retracted his scalpel with a gentle, serene smile. Turning back, he found their stares had changed. Irrevocably. Now they looked at him with raw, unvarnished fear. What a pity. Just moments ago, a lovely young woman accidentally lost her tongue, her teeth, and both legs. Such a careless mistake. Do try not to repeat it, dear friends. Zhao Yi winked. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. Everyone felt an indescribable sensation, and at that moment they even entertained thoughts of distancing themselves from Zhao Yi. This guy is just too dangerous. When others take action, there is usually a warning, a reasonable build-up and release of emotions. Even when urinating, one must at least pull down their pants first, right? Hey, Zhao Yi just quietly wet his pants. He only told you after he was done. Who can withstand this? Heaven knows who might do something he disapproves of next, happily chatting away, only to suddenly have their head blown off. The elderly woman Qin Xiufeng looked at Zhao Yi with a complex gaze, recalling the message received earlier at the guild's base. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, but was quickly suppressed. In front of everyone, Zhao Yi approached a severed head and picked up a ghostly candle. From the moment the candle was pulled from the head, it began to drip blood-red wax slowly. The countdown has already begun. As Zhao Yi opened the door to go out, Bai Shuiji hesitated for a moment, before hurriedly stepping forward to grab a candle. I will go with you. She took a deep breath. Although she knew the outside world would be perilous, Bai Shuiji did not want to hide in the carriage. She firmly believed that staying close to Zhao Yi was the safest. At this moment, Wen Lang also picked up a candle without showing weakness. Let's explore outside the remaining three. You can divide among yourselves. He instructed. The lovely attendant opened the carriage door for them, and a bone-chilling cold wind immediately rushed in, causing everyone inside to shudder. The outside world was exceptionally dark. Without the ghostly candles, they could barely see a meter ahead. Now with the candles, their vision barely extended to about 10 meters. Even so, the eerie environment made one involuntarily shiver. Zhao Ge, what do you think about this task? Bai Shuiji followed behind Zhao Yi, completely unaware of what she should do. Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. Did you find no clues in the carriage? Clues? What clues? Bai Shuiji recalled carefully. She had merely played a game of jump rope with a bunch of little ghosts and managed to win with her wits, which allowed the little ghosts to spare her organs, but it seemed there were no special clues. Cough, cough. Wen Lang beside her cleared his throat and shot a glance at Bai Shuiji, signaling her that she actually knew some clues. Bai Shuiji turned her head, looking at Wen Lang curiously. Is your throat not feeling well? Wen Lang replied. Not managing to show off, he seemed a bit annoyed, but still said, I do know a useful clue. It seems we need to go to some control panel. Zhao Yi corrected him. It's the control room. Inside there's a complete map of the train station. The train station we are in from the chaotic realm is an abandoned station from many years ago, and many places have long since collapsed and changed. Moyi Village is not a small village. It's quite populated, so the train station is also built rather large. Our ghostly candles can only burn for an hour, and to avoid wasting time we must first find the map. In addition to the map, there was also the morning news of Moy Village. It might record something of significance. The road was shrouded in thick black mist with indistinct shadows flickering in the distance, vanishing in an instant. They were tense, carefully avoiding obstacles as they fumbled for the exit at the station platform. It looked no different from when they had arrived. But even if we find the map, what can we do? Bai Shuiji attempted to glean something from Zhao Yi, constantly speculating on his intentions. The clown game and the butcher game had instilled a sense of trust in her towards Zhao Yi. I think the way to complete the task should be outside the station. It was Wen Lang who spoke. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, seemingly afraid that something would suddenly leap out from the darkness. Zhao Yi added, the task requires us to unravel the lingering resentments, since we need to understand the resentments aboard the train and where they originated. Only by understanding what happened here back then and the conflicts involved can we possibly complete the task. I have inquired about several spirits inside the carriage. They seem to fear something and are reluctant to mention past events. This indicates that in some corner of the train, there is an unseen terrifying presence monitoring both them and us. Therefore, we cannot understand the situation from within the train, and can only go outside to search for clues, such as recordings, notes, newspapers, or first-hand accounts from spirits. Zhao Yi laid out the thoughts simply, and the two felt a sudden clarity. Even at this moment, a part of Zhao Yi's attention lingered on the message left for him by the little ghost in the sixth carriage. It will always watch you. Who is this it? Is it a hidden spirit within the train? If so, where is it hiding? If not, what is monitoring them? Following the corridor upward, they returned to the interior of the station. The station in the instance was intact. It was even a bit larger than they had imagined. Some spirits wandered inside. They seemed not very aggressive. Upon seeing the ghost candles in the hands of Zhao Yi and the others, they continued to drift about as if nothing were amiss. They arrived at the control panel, which was a large office mostly sealed with glass. Outside the door stood a robust security spirit, its eyes wide like copper bells, gripping a 1-meter-long baton, staring intently ahead. Its body happened to be concealed by the corner of the wall, so the group only noticed it when they reached its side. When Lang and Bai Shuiji were so close, they nearly jumped back in fright. Security spirit, extremely dangerous. Weakness none. Note: don't be fooled by its open eyes. It is actually asleep. Unless it receives significant impact or harm, it will not be forced to wake. Most nearby spirits fear it. If you are discovered by it, run. The faster the better. Zhao Yi looked at the information about the security spirit and unexpectedly broke into a brilliant smile. Seeing Zhao Yi smile, Bai Shuiji felt a jolt in her heart. What was this guy planning again? Be careful. This ghost is fierce and might attack us. Watching Zhao Yi approach the security spirit, when Lang warned. Although he viewed Zhao Yi as a rival, they were all in the same boat now. Someone like Zhao Yi was certainly a capable helper, and he didn't wish for anything to happen to him. Zhao Yi casually replied, "No, it won't." Bai Shuiji cautiously followed Zhao Yi, asking, "How do you know?" Zhao Yi raised his hand and plucked a nose hair from the security spirit. "Look, it's asleep." A sneeze. As soon as Zhao Yi's words fell, the security spirit suddenly sneezed, causing Bai Shuiji and when Lang to retreat several meters in fright, rolling away until they confirmed the spirit remained unmoving before tiptoeing back. Seeing Zhao Yi remain calm and unflustered, when Lang couldn't help but exclaim, "How can you have such guts?" Zhao Yi seriously observed the terrifying spirit before him. "Don't talk nonsense. I've been timid since I was little, which is why I'm so cautious." When Lang nearly choked on his own saliva hearing that. Where is the caution in that? Who pulls someone's nose hair like that? Sighing, when Lang approached the door of the control room, he attempted to open the door, failed to open the door. The door was locked. He turned to Zhao Yi and said, "Zhao Yi, the door is locked." "Damn. What the hell are you doing?" When Lang stared in disbelief at Zhao Yi, who was frantically tugging at the security spirit's clothes. "Can't you see? I'm taking off its clothes." Zhao Yi exclaimed excitedly. When Lang panicked, quickly stepping back, ready to bolt at any moment. Zhao Yi was being very heavy-handed, truly unafraid of the fierce spirit waking up. Bai Shuiji was left dumbfounded. Initially, she had tried to strengthen herself by learning Zhao Yi's thought process. But now she suddenly realized. She seemed completely unable to understand what was going through Zhao Yi's mind. Zhao Yi's excitement grew as he continued to strip the security spirit, his eyes shining. He discarded the ghost candle to the side, and after finishing with the spirit's clothes, moved on to its pants. In just a minute, the security spirit was left wearing only a pair of patterned shorts, embroidered with a sparrow on it. Seeing Zhao Yi show no signs of stopping, Bai Shuiji hurriedly wrapped her arms around his waist and dragged him back, flustered. Brother, that's enough. Let's not continue. We still have important matters to attend to." Although it was a ghost, the sensitivity of the sparrow was undoubtedly high, and Bai Shuiji was genuinely worried that the security spirit would wake up with such rough handling. Zhao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the ghost candle beside him, and gasped, "All right, let's let it go for now." When Lang approached carefully from a distance, looking at the security uniform on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh and cry, "We just need the key. You didn't have to strip it down to its clothes." Zhao Yi chuckled, his eyes sparkling as he kicked the security uniform to Wen Lang's feet. "Put it on." Wen Lang's expression stiffened. What? Put it on." Zhao Yi rummaged in the security uniform for the key. "Put it on. From now on, you are the security spirit." I had long heard from other new players that Zhao Yi was quite a freak, but seeing it with my own eyes was a completely different matter. Ren Wenliang could never have imagined that Zhao Yi would go and strip the clothes off a sleeping ghost. And he was so damn excited about it. This guy has no limits at all. However, the ghost security guard was rather carefree. Even after being stripped, it lay there snoring and blowing bubbles from its nose. In fact, as Zhao Yi stripped it of its clothes, a lewd smile appeared on its face as if dreaming of something. "It sleeps like a baby," Wenliang remarked, unsure whether to feel envious or jealous. Picking up the security uniform from the ground, a putrid stench made him gag. "Why aren't you wearing it?" Wenliang complained. Given Zhao Yi's display on the train, he didn't dare offend him too much. After all, this guy not only had a gun but was also ruthless and completely insane. As Zhao Yi unlocked the door with a key, he replied, "I'm too skinny. I wouldn't fit. It'd be obvious right away. Your build is similar to that of the ghost security guard. If you wear its clothes and add its scent. Here, take this baton, hit whoever you see." Zhao Yi snatched the baton from the ghost guard's hand and shoved it into Wenliang's hands. The baton was heavy. Item: stinking ghost baton quality. Description: originally just an ordinary baton, but this ghost guard always enjoyed using it to beat other ghostly beings. Each time it saw the pained expressions of its victims, it felt immense satisfaction, as if this could alleviate its insecurities about its own shortcomings. Effect: hitting the rear will deal a 500 damage bonus guaranteed to hit a 10-fold critical strike. Note: a serious warning to players with questionable mental states. Do not attempt to put such a foul item into your inventory and take it out of the dungeon. Wanliang looked at the system's item identification and displayed a look of disgust. Damn, such an imposing weapon. Yet its use is so bizarre. Creak. Wanliang donned the security uniform, took the ghost guard's baton, and the three of them entered the room. Under the flickering light of the ghost candles, they saw a dozen ghostly beings in station employee uniforms glaring at them menacingly. What the hell? The boss is here to inspect. You all go squat in the corner, pants down, bottoms up. Just as Wanliang pondered whether to make a run for it, Zhao Yi had already shouted fiercely at the ghosts in the room. Wanliang and Bai Shuiji wondered if this guy was insane, but to their astonishment, those ghostly beings really lined up against the wall, dropped their pants, and turned their bottoms up. What the hell? Wenliang's mouth fell open in shock. What are you staring at? Quickly go and beat them. Don't screw it up. Remember, hit hard and aim steady. Zhao Yi nudged him while he and Bai Shuiji began to wander around the control room. Wanliang gazed at the row of dark backsides along the wall, unable to suppress a gulp. Is this? Hey, beating ghosts? His hand holding the baton trembled slightly. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and struck the first employee's backside with all his might. Crack. Ah! The ghostly employee furrowed its brow slightly, emitting a sound that was hard to tell whether it was pain or pleasure. All the other ghosts turned to look, their faces showing expressions of anticipation. Wanliang felt a chill from their gaze. Damn, what do you mean with those looks? This kind of thing. How is it enjoyable at all? Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Bai Shuiji quickly found the entire station map on an operational computer, viewing the overhead layout. It even detailed specific height data for various internal facilities within the buildings. However, what was surprising was, this electronic map could not switch to a front view. This map's designer must be sick. They'd rather clutter it with a ton of numbers than create a front-facing map. Bai Shuiji couldn't help but complain. Zhao Yi squinted his eyes, memorizing all the values of the station map and the internal facilities. However, one piece of data regarding an underground warehouse was missing. That underground warehouse was the only building in the station without marked data. Moreover, that was the only place in the station with a basement level. It felt as if it had been specifically constructed for this warehouse. But it seemed completely unnecessary. Something feels off, he muttered to himself. Bai Shuiji immediately perked up at his words. What's off? Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. You go look for newspapers. We need all of them. Bai Shuiji nodded, not asking further, and quickly scampered off to find newspapers. Zhao Yi sat in front of the computer, studying the map intently, his expression growing grave. He had an unsettling suspicion. It seemed he was beginning to understand where the true dangers of this game lay. Bai Shuiji was relatively reliable. He soon gathered all the newspapers from the office, and Zhao Yi then stood up and headed for the door. Let's go. He patted the still engrossed Wanliang, signaling him to hurry. But Wanliang was clearly lost in his excitement. Having been bullied by these ghostly creatures for so long, today was his chance to turn the tables. He had to make the most of it. With that thought, he fixed his gaze on the last backside. With a fierce expression, he raised the baton high. Damn it! He swung down with all his might, unleashing the strongest move of his life. Whoosh! Feeling the overwhelming stench for a moment, Wanliang seriously considered restarting. That's right, he had made that ghost crap itself. It wasn't an exaggeration. It really had crapped itself. It sprayed all over him. He kicked the ghost creature hard and stumbled toward the door, gagging as he shouted to Zhao Yi and the others, I'm not clean anymore. Seeing Wanliang covered in filth, Zhao Yi gave him a thumbs up, praising, what a fruitful day. Wanliang, suppressing his nausea as he cleaned himself, turned and asked, what about you guys? I've made such a sacrifice, or have you found any useful clues? Zhao Yi nodded. Let's talk somewhere else. In the dark, narrow passage, an empty corner, the acrid smell of ammonia permeates the air with a faint hint of blood. The ghostly green light of the ghost candle illuminates three sneaky figures. At this moment, a muscular man, drenched but still reeking of excrement, raised his right hand. Question. Why are we in the women's restroom instead of the men's? Zhao Yi glanced at him and nodded, saying, good question. Don't ask that again next time. Under Wen Lang's awkward gaze, Zhao Yi took out a textbook and placed it in front of the two. This is the clue I obtained from the 6th carriage. He read the 4 lines aloud to them. The control room has the latest morning report and map. Starting the train requires diesel. Do not go to the driver's cabin. It will keep an eye on you. The short 4 lines gave the two a strange sensation. Strange. Why mention starting the train? When Lang frowned, isn't our goal to unravel the grievances inside the train? Could it be a little trick by the system to divert our attention? Zhao Yi remained silent, unfolding the newspaper and illuminating it with the ghost candle. The newspaper recorded 14 days of events that occurred in Moi Village. In July of a certain year, they had performed routine maintenance on the station's facilities. and checked the wear and tear of train parts preparing for the village children to return to Guxuan town for school after the vacation. However, before the school year began, a terrifying disaster struck. Following a sudden black storm sweeping through Moi village the next day, monsters appeared throughout the village. They were cruel and bloodthirsty, with bizarre shapes always accompanied by inexplicable black mist lurking in the shadows. Those dragged into the black mist would be assimilated into terrifying monsters like them. When the people received this news, the chaos had already escalated significantly. Fortunately, their station had 3 trains capable of carrying most of the stranded villagers away from Moi village to Guxuan town. The morning report and electronic newspaper summoned most of the villagers, and they rushed to the station to catch the last train to escape this dreadful place. Originally, there were 3 trains at the station, but now only this one remains. This indicates that 2 trains safely reached Guxuan town. And this one encountered an accident. When Lang analyzed seriously, a rather useless analysis, Zhao Yi recalled the incident involving Sun Baiba, and it was evident that Sun Baiba had also taken this last train. Though that train successfully escaped Moi village, it ultimately faced an accident. As everyone fell silent, a shadow floated into the women's restroom. The 3 slowly turned their heads to look at her. It was a cleaning lady. Of course, she was no longer human. Upon seeing 2 big men in the women's restroom, she seemed a bit perplexed. Did she walk into the wrong place? Especially one of the muscular men, his clothes seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared to be. Suddenly she froze. Turning to flee, she heard Zhao Yi say with a smile from behind, "Do you see who is sitting next to me? The new captain of the security team." Wan Liang and Bai Shuiji wondered if this guy was insane, but to their astonishment, those ghostly beings really lined up against the wall, dropped their pants, and turned their bottoms up. His expression, combined with the stench of excrement, clearly had a strong persuasive effect. The cleaning lady with a rotting face cautiously approached the 3 and sat down. For a moment, Bai Shuiji actually felt a bit sorry for her. Being scared by ghosts as a person, now as a ghost she still had to be scared by people. "Do you have any instructions?" This cleaning lady was at the bottom of the combat capability among ghostly beings, so she was very timid and didn't dare to offend anyone. Zhao Yi patted her on the shoulder, causing her to shiver. "There's nothing to worry about, don't be so nervous. This new captain of the security team isn't clear about the situation and wants to ask you a few questions. Please answer them seriously." The cleaning lady nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "What actually happened in this station back then?" Zhao Yi pointed at the date on the newspaper. The cleaning lady glanced at it and then trembled violently, her face shaking wildly. "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me." Seeing this, Wan Lang felt they had touched a crucial point, so he waved his police baton, showing a fierce expression. "Not saying. Do you want to be beaten to the point of excrement?" The cleaning lady steeled herself and gritted her teeth, saying, "Even if I'm beaten, I can't say." After a pause, she whispered, It's always watching us." Upon hearing this, Wan Lang and Bai Shuiji immediately felt goosebumps all over. They glanced around secretly. No shadows. Yet this only heightened Wan Lang and Bai Shuiji's sense of fear. "Who do you mean? Who is watching us?" Bai Shuiji swallowed hard. The cleaning lady still shook her head. Looking at her expression, it was clear she was unwilling to speak. Pensive, Zhao Yi looked up at the cleaning lady and said, "Auntie, the last question. Where is the diesel storage room?" Generally speaking, the platform should have a place for storing a large amount of diesel very close to the tracks, but there was no indication on the map. The cleaning lady replied, "Originally the station did have a diesel station right over there not far, but later for some reason it was demolished during the station repairs. However, I remember there are still a few barrels of diesel in the basement, but the basement manager has a bad temper, so it might be quite troublesome if you want to get diesel from him." Zhao Yi nodded, thanked her, and let her leave. "You just let her go like that?" Wan Lang frowned, believing the cleaning lady still had value. But Zhao Yi said, "The basic line for this mission has emerged." "Huh?" The 2 looked bewildered. "What? What basic line?" Zhao Yi said, "The grievances within the train come from the passengers who died inside before, and what they want to do is to leave here. To resolve their grievances, the train needs to be started. To start the train, at least 3 necessary conditions are required. First, the train conductor must be able to operate the train from the driver's cabin. The second is some diesel." Zhao Yi's expression became subtle at this point. Wan Lang, who was listening attentively, hurriedly asked, "What about the third?" "What is the third?" Zhao Yi said mysteriously, "Can't say. If I say, it will know." Hearing this, both felt an inexplicable cold sweat down their backs. "So there really is some ghostly thing always watching us?" Zhao Yi nodded, his gaze sharp. "That's right. However, the good news is, it hasn't completely awakened yet. Once it wakes up, we will all die." Feeling quite anxious, I wrote this book, casually, not expecting so many people to follow it. Thank you all for your support. I will do my best to meet your expectations, even if it means you want to kill me. By the way, just filling in some word count, I am constipated today and cannot get it out. I still need to wash my hair and read someone else's book. Headache, who will I copy tomorrow? Several people set off towards the basement, with Zhao Yi taking the poop stick from Wan Long's hands and waving it around as if he were a great general. The two people beside him kept their distance, fearing that some strange substance might splash onto them. Moreover, when Long was frowning, that old lady said the administrator of the underground warehouse has a very bad temper. If we barge in like this, won't it? They were different from those old folks. Without exchanging for various enhancements in the high-level mall, they felt helpless when facing ghosts. When Long bought some talismans and incense in the low-level mall, but these items had very limited effectiveness against ghosts. If that administrator was a ghost with the same level as the ghost security guard, they would likely meet their end. On the contrary, Zhao Yi explained, if you knew who was monitoring us, you would understand that the underground warehouse is actually the safest place. Mentioning the watcher, the two looked pale with lingering fear. They had been cautiously observing their surroundings on the way, but did not detect the presence of the one monitoring them. Could it be a camera? But in such a rundown station, there were very few cameras. Although they were curious about it, they did not question further because Zhao Yi had said he could not reveal the identity of the watcher for now. Once mentioned, it would awaken. As darkness seemed to surge like a dark tide, while they sought the underground warehouse, a thunderous roar echoed from the southeast corner above. Hearing that terrifying roar, the three immediately stopped in their tracks by Shueiji, and when Long felt a chill down their spines. What is that sound? They fixed their gaze on the staircase not far behind them. Zhao Yi frowned and said sternly to the foul-smelling Wen Long, it's almost time. You need to hurry back to the train as fast as you can. Wen Long was confused. Just me alone. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, handing the poop stick back to the bewildered. Wen Long then quickly pulled out the crusher and handed it to Wen Long, speaking seriously. The ghost security guard has awakened. You just stripped him of his clothes, snatched his big stick, and plucked his nose hair. He won't let you off easily. Only the rules can save your life. Quickly return to the station, take the ghost candle, strip off your clothes, and return everything to him. By the way, remember to leave some ghost candles, keep as many as you can. Don't let them all be used. I'll lend you this shotgun for now, hold on tight. If you want to survive, do as I say. Wen Long was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Damn, these shady deeds were clearly things you did. Moreover, why leave ghost candles? However, looking at the terrifying shadow at the staircase, Wen Long had no time to speak and bolted. He ran while screaming heartbreakingly, Zhao Yi, you old bastard. You tricked me. After you die, I'll go to your grave and crazily steal your offerings. It was only at this moment that Wen Long realized he had been tricked by Zhao Yi. Clothes not fitting. Nonsense. This bastard clearly anticipated that the ghost security guard would wake up, which is why he made him wear them. Fortunately, he was also a man who liked to exercise, and now he was moving quickly. The ghost security guard, wearing only a pair of shorts, was chasing him crazily, but couldn't catch up for a while. Ah! The ghost security guard's eyes turned blood red. Countless spikes sprouted from his body, and his blood flowed faster in fury. He darted past Zhao Yi and Bai Shueiji, creating a gust of foul wind, completely ignoring Zhao Yi and Bai Shueiji beside him. Now his hatred was completely directed at Wen Long. Last night he watched a movie until the early hours and engaged in some undisclosed activities in the men's restroom. He had planned to catch up on sleep today to replenish his energy, only to wake up and find he was left with nothing but his shorts. He had roamed this place for many years, always bullying other ghosts. When had he ever been bullied like this by another ghost? The ghost security guard could not endure it. He had to catch that person and reclaim his dignity. The two watched as Wen Long and the ghost security guard's figures disappeared into the darkness, and Bai Shueiji couldn't help but ask, will he die? Zhao Yi stroked his chin. Theoretically, he won't. Although the ghost security guard is very powerful, his speed of movement is just so-so. The ghost candles we have only burn for an hour. Within this hour, we must get everything in order. Once the train starts, we won't have a chance to check for any missing details. He and Bai Shueiji hurried to the underground warehouse, the ghost candles in their hands gradually shortening. At this time, Bai Shueiji suddenly noticed the ground. It seemed a bit sticky. The feeling was as if she had stepped into blood and mud. She didn't dare to look down closely at what she had stepped on, and passed through the hall with Zhao Yi taking the escalator to the basement level. At the far left of the narrow corridor, there was a door locked with chains. Bai Shueiji looked through the gap in the door. Apart from a large number of shelves on display, and dust all over the ground, there seemed to be no one. Just as she was about to withdraw, a pair of decayed ghost faces suddenly appeared in Bai Shueiji's sight. She screamed, stepping back a few paces, and fell onto the ground. Bai Shueiji raised her hand, pointing at the door gap, almost losing her mind as she said, Ghost. There's a ghost. Zhao Yi approached the door gap but found nothing. So he knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound echoed in the empty and dark basement, sounding particularly harsh. Bai Shueiji felt a chill all over and hurriedly stood up, leaning against Zhao Yi's back, vigilantly watching the surroundings, fearing that some distorted thing would come out of the darkness and snatch her away. Is there anyone? Any ghosts? Zhao Yi asked politely. Clank. The chains on the iron door rattled, producing a dull clash, and a sudden cold wind blew through the door gap, accompanied by a strange and aged voice like an echo from the abyss. Get lost. Here you are not welcome. Nor are your masters. Zhao Yi put down the ghost candle and directly stored it in his inventory. He pressed his face against the door gap. We are not that guy's slaves. We are outsiders. As Zhao Yi's words fell, that terrifying ghost face appeared at the door again. However, this time it faced Zhao Yi. Warehouse ghost, neutral, weakness none. Note, an extremely powerful ghost, but does not like to cause trouble. If you wish to kill it, the only way is to defeat it hidden. Zhao Yi looked at the ghost face data before him and couldn't help but smile. It was just as he had guessed. Warehouse ghost neutral. Ever since he discovered what was secretly monitoring them, combined with the electronic map that only marked the data from above, Zhao Yi began to understand the key locations of the task. Asking the janitor about the location of the diesel was just to verify his guess. Outsiders. The warehouse ghost narrowed its blood-red eyes and hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Come in and speak. Unlike the other ghosts outside, he did not reject living beings. The two entered the warehouse, and the warehouse ghost locked the door behind them, leading Zhao Yi and Bai Shueji to a small clearing. With the light from the ghost candle, Bai Shueji saw that the body of the ghost before her was actually a rusty iron box. In the distance, some relatively fresh corpses were thrown. You are not the first group to come looking for me. What a pity. The warehouse ghost rolled a leaf of tobacco, lit it with a lighter, and began to smoke leisurely. Don't worry, we are the last group. Zhao Yi put on a bright smile. The warehouse ghost scoffed. You want diesel, right? Just take it yourself. He was so easygoing that even Bai Shueji felt the cold underground warehouse had become much cozier. Zhao Yi said earnestly, we need more than just diesel. We need your help. The warehouse ghost laughed coldly. Why should I help you? Zhao Yi, don't you want to leave here? The warehouse ghost shook his head. No one can leave this place. Although it mostly stays dormant, it keeps an eye on things. Zhao Yi raised the ghost candle in his hand and replied, before the candle burns out, there will be a chance. The warehouse ghost fell into a subtle silence. Bai Shueji, listening to their conversation like a fool, still did not understand. Even now, she still did not know who that it they mentioned was. What exactly are you talking about? Bai Shueji felt a blankness in her mind. Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost turned their faces toward her and scolded. When adults are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt. Feeling wronged, Bai Shueji squatted down to play by herself. You guys are one candle short, aren't you? The warehouse ghost spoke heavily. It knew the power of this thing. As long as the ghost candles appeared on the train, they would be immune to all evils. It couldn't comprehend the source of this terrifying power, but understood it was related to outsiders like Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi replied, that's right, one of my teammates just returned. I've observed him, and he's relatively reliable. He should be able to listen to my instructions and leave some ghost candles behind. Not enough time. That train is too old and its speed is very slow. It will take time to break out of the station. The warehouse ghost shook its head, not believing Zhao Yi's plan was feasible. Once it makes a move, the ghost candles in your hands will burn extremely quickly and won't last long. Zhao Yi said, that's the reason I came to find you. The warehouse ghost sneered upon hearing this. If I had the ability to deal with it, would I be pushed into such a corner? But I'm curious. How do you know about its existence? The ghosts in the station. Should not mention its name, right? Zhao Yi dragged a chair over with his foot, casually blew off the dust, and sat down. I found an electronic map in the control room. Although it is a bird's eye view, it marked all the internal facilities with data. Through this data, I reconstructed the station in my mind. At that time, I was surprised, wondering why someone would build the station in this form. A human head. No, it's a ghost head. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered slightly. And earlier some ghosts had kindly reminded me that there is something monitoring all the beings in the station. So after I reconstructed the station model, I began to suspect the station itself. It should be alive. Later, I suddenly recalled the only underground warehouse that was not marked on the map. On this ghost head, this warehouse seemed superfluous, like a tumor. Ordinary people would never leave such an empty station unused, and specifically expend effort to build a dilapidated warehouse on the first basement level. There should be some special bond among you. If I'm not mistaken, during the past, it was your suppression that kept it from awakening. However, during the renovations of the station in July, some connection between you was severed, causing it to successfully break free from your control and awaken. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's explanation and conjecture, the warehouse ghost showed an unusual expression, while Bai Shueji finally understood. That ghost that could not be mentioned outside was actually the station itself. They had always been inside the station, which is why they were constantly being monitored. Thinking of this, she recalled the fleshy sensation she felt when stepping on the ground earlier. Does it mean the station ghost is gradually reviving? Her scalp nearly exploded. Zhao Yi had said that once the station ghost awakens, they would all die. Sigh. You are basically right. Its power cannot penetrate here, but I also cannot leave the station. Inside the station, everything except my underground warehouse is under its surveillance. As soon as we get close to the exit, it will awaken. Zhao Yi placed the burning ghost candles in front of the warehouse ghost and said seriously, I have a plan. My ghost candles burn as long as Bai Shueji's. I will leave my ghost candles with you for timing. When the candles are about to burn out, you leave this warehouse to destroy the main control room of the station, and its eyes and attract its attention as much as possible. Until the station is about to completely revive you, immediately change the battlefield, come to the train and escape with us. As long as we break out of the station's coverage area, we can escape its control. The warehouse ghost fell silent for a moment after hearing this. It's worth a try. But the ghost security guard is troublesome. He is the most capable lackey of the station. If it comes to life, it can delay me quite a bit. Zhao Yi cleared his throat. Rest assured he is not here. The ghost security guard's hatred is currently directed at Wenlong. Even if Wenlong returns all the clothes to the ghost security guard, the other party will not easily let him go. Although he cannot harm Wenlong, he would never leave just like that. The warehouse ghost took Zhao Yi's ghost candle and went to fetch 2 barrels of diesel, placing them on a cart. This cart has my scent. You can push it back to refuel the train. There shouldn't be any danger on the way. Zhao Yi gestured for Bai Shuiji to take the cart. There is one last problem to solve. The train conductor. We need him to start the train. Zhao Yi replied, I don't know what happened on the train back then. The ghost candles burned out, only then could the door of the driver's cabin open, but clearly we don't have the time to wait. Ghost candles are our only bargaining chip against the station. There can be no waste. Tell me about the train conductor. I will find a way to open the driver's cabin door in advance. Upon mentioning the train conductor of the D19 train, the warehouse ghost seemed to open a book covered in ashes filled with long-buried past. When the incident happened in Moyi village, tens of thousands of villagers rushed into the station. They knew that once the train left, it would not return. Therefore, besides the slaughter of people by monsters, many terrifying events occurred where the same kind harmed each other. Among them, 2 trains left early. The remaining D19 was the last one, and as the monsters began to run from the village towards the station, the conductor was unwilling to start the train for a long time. The passengers were in a panic, urging the conductor, but he insisted on waiting for his elderly mother to arrive before departing. A local bully could not help but directly threaten the conductor with a dagger, but the conductor was resolute in waiting for his mother. If she did not arrive, he would not start the train. With no choice, people could only use some simple weapons at the door of the carriage to deal with the occasional monsters that charged in. Later, when the conductor's mother finally arrived, as soon as she stepped in, the conductor activated the engine. But at that moment, a terrifying monster emerged from the black fog, extending a tentacle to wrap around the bully. Just as he was about to be pulled out, this guy actually hatched a plan and directly grabbed the conductor's mother, pushing her to the monster. Thus the monster spared the bully and devoured his mother in front of the conductor. Zhao Yi frowned upon hearing this. So did his mother become a ghost later? The warehouse ghost nodded. But she is not like the ordinary ghosts you see. Those killed by those things. The ghosts do not possess any memories or self-will, and instead fall into becoming violent ghosts that only know how to kill. Where is it now? Zhao Yi asked. The warehouse ghost replied, in the waiting room on the south side of the station. There are quite a few violent ghosts there, and you currently have no ghost candles, so going there would be a death wish. I know what you are thinking. The conductor's mother is his obsession, but now his mother is no longer the kind old lady from before, but a machine that kills madly. If you go looking for her, it's like seeking death. Zhao Yi slowly revealed a brilliant smile. No, I have a plan. Thank you for your help, warehouse ghost. Then, our plan has begun. Upon realizing that the station itself was the greatest boss of the side quest, Bai Shuiji's mindset underwent a subtle change. When entering the underground warehouse, she was very resistant, but now she would rather stay here with a terrifying ghost than go outside to the station. If the strength of the ghostly beings is proportional to their size, just how strong is the ghost in the station? Bai Shuiji dared not think about it. She lacked the courage to face such a ghost. If it weren't for Zhao Yi telling her that she was indispensable, she might have stubbornly lingered in the underground garage. After leaving the garage, Zhao Yi handed the diesel-powered cart to Bai Shuiji and said, "Give me your ghost candle." Bai Shuiji tensed at his words. "If I give you the ghost candle, what will I do?" Zhao Yi replied, "This cart has the scent left by the warehouse ghost. That warehouse ghost is stronger than the ghostly security guard, and the ghosts wandering in the station have extremely high intelligence. They won't come to bother you. You will pour diesel into the train, then use this cart to block the door. This way the inside of the train will be temporarily safe. You can reinsert the ghost candles into those brains, leaving one for when long to time it, and make sure they are not wasted." Bai Shuiji still hesitated. She looked at Zhao Yi with wary eyes. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" The previous incident where Zhao Yi had deceived Wenlong had left a deep impression on her young heart. "How about I push the cart back, and you go to the south waiting room to find the train conductor's mother, who has fallen into a murderous monster." Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Bai Shuiji shivered, and hurriedly pushed the ghost candle into Zhao Yi's hands. "You should go instead. You're skilled and bold. As a mere weak woman, I won't take such dangerous risks." Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. As a normal woman, Bai Shuiji had managed to muster the courage to hang out with him for so long without causing him any trouble, which placed her in a relatively good mindset among players. After all, they were all newbies and had not had much experience dealing with ghosts. This place was not like a game dungeon where many character statistics could be visualized. In this chaotic realm, players had no data. Everyone was a living person. Once dead, there was almost no way to revive. The cruelty of the Grand World mission was far more severe than that of a dungeon. Bai Shuiji pushed the cart along the direction pointed out by Zhao Yi. Although she couldn't see the road clearly, as long as she followed Zhao Yi's instructions, there should be no problem. Ironically, many of them thought Zhao Yi was mentally unstable, yet at this critical moment of life and death they all chose to trust him. This seemingly crazy person brought an immense sense of security. Once Bai Shuiji disappeared into the darkness, Zhao Yi turned and headed toward the south waiting room. The ground beneath his feet became increasingly viscous, as if each step was treading on congealed blood. Zhao Yi knew that as time passed, the station was about to awaken. He had to seize every second. The waiting room was larger than he had imagined. Through the glass door, Zhao Yi saw over 100 distorted ghosts of various forms inside. They were extremely irritable. Some would immediately start fighting just for taking a glance at someone in the crowd. One ghost's head was knocked off, and before it could even hit the ground it was swallowed by another monster covered in tentacles. The ghost then pulled out a chainsaw from its pants and started hacking away at everything. It was complete chaos inside. Zhao Yi watched the scene and quietly slipped in through the doorway. He carefully dodged several ghost attacks, and as his eyes became dazzled, a red glow gradually emerged. Various chaotic data filled his vision. Soon Zhao Yi found a thick meat pillar covered in human heads in the corner. The head of the train conductor's mother was also on that meat pillar. Their necks had transformed into tentacles that could extend and retract, often suddenly shooting out to ambush other ghosts and biting fiercely in strange places. "It's my turn, it's my turn." One head shouted hoarsely with excitement. "Get lost. Let me do it. I still haven't had enough fun." The dozens of heads on the meat pillar wildly argued and roared among themselves while Zhao Yi carefully hid in an inconspicuous corner. These ghosts were inherently vicious, preferring to target the strong, and thus lost interest in Zhao Yi, the inconspicuous weak ghost, hardly sparing him a glance. After waiting for a long time, he finally adjusted to the right position, looking at the head of the train conductor's mother on the meat pillar, and grinned with satisfaction. As if sensing Zhao Yi's provocative gaze, the head of the old woman suddenly showed an excited and fierce expression, rushing towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi figured out their attack patterns predicted in advance, and dodged while the surgical knife in his hand glinted coldly, swiftly severing its tentacle. The chaotic damage caused the heads on the meat pillar to emit a painful howl, and the greedy eaters that grew from the wounds made the pillar feel excruciating pain. Its wounds could not heal. The hundreds of heads suddenly turned towards Zhao Yi, all glaring at him with hatred, ferocity, and malice. However, Zhao Yi was undeterred, clutching the old woman's head and running outside. In an open area, Zhao Yi would find it inconvenient to dodge, but now with over 100 fierce ghosts serving as his shield, that meat pillar had difficulty attacking him. It became anxious, biting wildly, resulting in countless ghosts attacking. Holding the old woman's head, Zhao Yi sprinted all the way to the platform entrance, outside the head in his hand, threatening with unwillingness. "I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. You filthy insect, just wait for me. Ah, no, don't. I was wrong. Big brother. Please don't do this. No." Amid the old woman's hysterical screams, Zhao Yi splashed her with urine. As everyone knows, the yellower the urine, the greater the lethality. After urinating, he shivered slightly. "Still going to kill me?" Zhao Yi asked cheerfully while pulling up his pants. The old woman swayed her head awkwardly, her chin still dripping. "Not going to kill you. Whatever you say goes." Zhao Yi certainly would not be naive enough to think that the old woman would let him go. But right now he could not kill her. Her head was key to dealing with the train conductor. The ghost candle in his hand was about to burn out. The originally stone-paved floor became increasingly sticky, even beginning to ooze black water. The ground Zhao Yi stepped on was lifting up large patches of rotting flesh. In the distance, the walls began to crumble, revealing skeletal remains within. Those buildings were actually constructed from human corpses. This station, the terrifying source, was beginning to awaken slowly. A tall, furious ghost appeared ahead, charging towards him like a madman. It was the ghost security guard. Ragged clothing, a ghostly face filled with rage. How could something so blind take advantage of his brief absence to attack the control room? The master was already becoming displeased. If it did not quickly resolve this issue, once the master fully awakened, it would likely face disastrous consequences. It had no mood to pay attention to everything on the road, and did not notice that Zhao Yi was carrying a rotting human head. A frantic human and ghost brushed past each other. With a hint of doubt and ominous premonition, the ghost security guard turned back. It saw Zhao Yi also turning his head, a bizarre smile on his face. For a moment it actually shuddered. A chill ran through its body. The next moment the two disappeared from each other's sight, merging into the darkness. Rushing to the train entrance, Zhao Yi looked at Bai Shuiji, anxiously peering out at the door. The cart given by the storage ghost had been thrown who knows where, and everything around them was beginning to melt. The once normal station was gradually transforming into a decaying space of flesh and blood. Zhao Yi knew that their time was running out. He immediately returned to the first carriage of train G19, ready to move the wooden table. On the table, a human head was skewered with 3 candles that had burned down halfway, which was better than Zhao Yi had expected. "Finally, you're back. I was just about to." Wen Long, wearing nothing but leopard print shorts, was furious upon seeing Zhao Yi, but when he noticed the rotting ghost head in Zhao Yi's hand, He immediately swallowed back his curse. Was just about to thank you. Zhao Yi ignored him, counted the people in the station, and asked, have there been any special situations during this time? The crowd exchanged glances and shook their heads. The ghosts in the station have been quite docile. They seem to have no hostility towards us. There have been almost no terrifying ghostly beings coming in from outside. Wang Su quickly reported the situation and inquired about the conditions outside the train. Zhao Yi casually replied, nothing, just normal phenomena. At that moment the darkness outside the train receded, and the crowd could barely see the station outside, which was gradually rotting, stinking, and deforming. What a normal phenomenon. Wang Su knew that Zhao Yi was somewhat mentally unstable, but at this point he did not dare to say anything and could only internally complain. Bring out any weapons you have, it's time to act. Zhao Yi pulled out a scalpel and walked towards the control room. The other players hurriedly grabbed Zhao Yi upon seeing this. Didn't that clue say we couldn't enter the control room? Wen Long stared wide-eyed. Zhao Yi placed his hand on the control room's doorknob and shouted, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Wen Long. In the next moment he directly twisted open the control room's large door. The terrifying scene that appeared shocked everyone, causing their foreheads to break out in cold sweat. Inside the control room there appeared a robust ghost with two bodies intertwined and connected together. Their flesh and blood entwined like roots of a plant. One ghost's hand plunged into the chest of the other, while the other ghost's sharp tongue pierced into the eye of the adjacent ghost. The moment this horrifying shape emerged, everyone immediately wanted to snatch the ghost candle on the wooden table. As long as they obtained the ghost candle, even the most terrifying ghost would not be able to attack them. Wang Su, who was closest, acted first. However, as soon as his hand reached out, Zhao Yi directly severed it. Blood splattered. Before Wang Su could react, he saw vibrant vines growing from the wound on his forearm. Immediately excruciating pain surged into his brain, and Wang Su rolled on the ground screaming until his eyes rolled back. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze on the players present and smiled. No one is allowed to touch the ghost candle on the table. Hurry up and give me the ghost candle or I'll blow your head off. Qin Xiufang nervously watched the ghost inside the control room that could burst out at any moment, revealing a crazed look on her old face, as she pointed a small pistol at Zhao Yi's head. This old woman was clearly a ruthless character. She stared at Zhao Yi with fierce intensity. The moment Zhao Yi made any move to attack her, she would shoot without hesitation. However, she did not expect that Bai Shueji, who was behind her, would suddenly strike, punching her in the temple. As Qin Xiufang was dazed, Bai Shueji directly knocked her down and violently broke her arms. Looking at the old woman with bulging eyes and a malevolent expression on the ground, Bai Shueji panted, I'm sorry, grandmother. I choose to trust Zhao Yi. The two terrifying ghosts in the control room slowly crawled out, the heavy pressure causing everyone's legs to weaken, their blood-red eyes filled with extreme brutality. The terror of this ghost was absolutely no less than the ghost security guard. Who allowed you to open the control room door? The two voices filled with resentment and coldness intertwined in a dissonant manner, hoarse and piercing. The attendant stood to the side, maintaining a proper posture, coldly observing all of this. Faced with this extremely powerful ghost, Zhao Yi showed no fear. He took out the train conductor's mother's head and pressed the scalpel against her eye. Start the train. I'll say it just once. Zhao Yi stared at the ghost's eyes, his calm tone carrying an undeniable authority. Seeing the trembling ghost head, the train conductor seemed to regain some clarity. Mother! Mother! The ghost head did not respond. She had long since fallen into a monster under the corrosion of the station's power and remembered nothing of her past life. Zhao Yi looked at the train conductor, who had partially regained her sanity, and said, Your mother has already been controlled by it. To make her return to her former self, you must leave this place. It is waking up. If you don't want to see your mother die again, then hurry up and start the train. Hearing this, the train conductor seemed to awaken from a dream. She glanced at the horrific scene outside the station, which was gradually becoming a hell of flesh and blood, and immediately walked toward the control room. However, just as she was about to enter the control room, the ghostly hand embedded in her chest suddenly withdrew, fiercely blocking the doorway. The horrifying ghost entwined with the train conductor sneered. Want to leave? When I told you to go back then, you didn't want to, insisting on bringing everyone in the train to accompany that old hag to the grave. Well, no one is leaving today. I want to take all of you to accompany me to the grave. P.S. Good night, everyone. This evil spirit is evidently the village tyrant who killed the conductor's mother earlier. Once the passengers inside the train had the chance to leave, but in the end, due to the village tyrant's actions that led to the conductor's mother's death, the conductor refused to depart, resulting in all passengers on the G19 train perishing at the station. Naturally, this includes the village tyrant. He lingers here, filled with resentment, becoming a vengeful spirit like the conductor, and their mutual hatred intertwines their fates. At this moment, the conductor attempts to depart, wishing to escape the station with his mother, but the village tyrant spirit has no desire to leave. He seeks not only to escape, but also to witness the despairing rage of the conductor, who once caused his demise. He wants the conductor to taste the despair he felt before his death. When Lang, fire! Zhao Yi shouted, and when Lang quickly raised his gun and aimed at the village tyrant's forehead, pulling the trigger. Bang! as he fired for the first time when Lang was pushed back several steps by the powerful recoil, nearly falling to the ground. The shot struck the village tyrant's forehead, splattering blood everywhere. It let out a piercing wail, growing even more frenzied, and another arm, previously merged, suddenly sprouted from its chest, spewing a large amount of blood and flesh. I will kill you all. Everyone must die. A newly formed vengeful spirit crawled out slowly from the village tyrant's shell, its blood-red eyes filled with infinite resentment. The terrible aura emanating from it made all players present realize that this entity was beyond their capability to handle. New village tyrant spirit, extremely dangerous. Weakness not yet determined. Abilities: dual-edge ghost claws, soul-devouring ghost eyes. Remarks: killing you will be as effortless as killing a stray dog by the roadside. Data floated in its eyes, and Zhao Yi's pupils began to turn a dark red. Hold it back. Zhao Yi commanded. If you want to survive, fight with all your might. Bring out any items you have, otherwise there will be no chance left. The village tyrant's shell retained some of its resentment to resist the conductor, but the new ghost born from it charged towards the crowd with incredible speed. It swiped at Zhao Yi, who immediately ducked to avoid it. The sharp ghost claw grazed over Zhao Yi's head, effortlessly slicing through the thick train seats. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Anyone touched by the ghost claws would either die or be severely injured. The evil spirit turned its gaping mouth, splitting open to the ears, and its cackling grin almost made when Lang's legs buckle as he fell to the ground. He fired several shots at the village tyrant, but they were all in vain. The evil spirit turned its gaping mouth, splitting open to the ears, and its cackling grin almost made when Lang's legs buckle as he fell to the ground. He fired several shots at the village tyrant, but they were all in vain. Whoosh! The village tyrant's claw struck, and when Lang quickly retreated. However, he was too late to dodge, and one of his hands was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! He screamed, clutching his right arm as the village tyrant prepared to pursue and kill Wen Lang. Zhao Yi, however, swiftly launched a surprise attack from behind his scalpel, accurately striking its sunflower. The damage from this strike was far more terrifying than that from the hunting rifle. The chaotic damage pierced through the village tyrant's toughest defenses, striking directly at its heart. Immediately after, the wounds left by the chaotic damage had not yet healed, and the glutton detected the scent of flesh frantically reproducing within the village tyrant's body. Suddenly, thick and long vines sprouted from the back of the village tyrant, distending its belly. Feeling the pain, the village tyrant let out a roar, its ghostly power surging, transforming into raging flames that boiled within, barely suppressing the growing glutton. As a creation of the aberrant gods meme, the glutton finds humans uninteresting. Only the flesh and blood of bizarre creatures excite it. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi's strength was not strong enough, otherwise the glutton could have directly devoured the village tyrant and digested it without leaving a trace. Nevertheless, the glutton still brought immense trouble to the village tyrant. For instance, the thick vines thrashing wildly below caused the village tyrant to lose its balance, staggering, as if it were a drunken man on the street. Damn crawling insect! I will kill you! The village tyrant roared in fury, its eyes glowing red. Zhao Yi pulled out the T202 with one hand, aimed at his neck, and plunged it in. Then, with a fierce expression, he laughed. You're finished. Soon I will become a terrifying monster, and I will skin you alive, draw your tendons, and devour your bones and marrow. Item: T202 quality consumable description: a project created by a mysterious organization into which they invested great costs and risks, but in the end they only completed half. Effect: dark persona materialization. Remarks: perhaps you have never understood your inner self. Do you know how terrifying the real you is? Upon seeing Zhao Yi inject the mysterious solution into himself, the previously fierce village tyrant couldn't help but take 2 steps back. In a vague sense, it felt a little apprehensive. What on earth was that? It waited silently for 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, leading to a somewhat awkward situation. Zhao Yi felt no change in his body, and couldn't help but cough, awkwardly pointing at the puzzled village tyrant and saying, "Just wait. I am about to change. It will happen soon. You will wait for your death." Everyone looked at Zhao Yi with extremely serious and guarded expressions, yet half a minute passed and Zhao Yi still showed no signs of change. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and coughed. "Well, to be honest, I am somewhat dissatisfied with the experience of the T202 product. They'll find a way to complain to their researchers later." The village tyrant was instantly enraged. "Damn, what are you pretending for without anything? I thought you were going to turn into Ultraman. Trash." It angrily charged at Zhao Yi, but a furious voice came from behind. "You can't hit my brother." Immediately after, a frail little female ghost hugged the village tyrant in midair. The village tyrant roared, swiping its ghost claws and tearing the little female ghost's hands off, then stuffed them into its mouth, chewing heartily, and kicked the little female ghost flying to the edge of the train compartment. The little female ghost coughed up blood, looking weak. "You little worthless bone, just like your father's useless trash. How dare you help an outsider confront me? I'll eat you first." It swiftly crawled towards the little female ghost, but was blocked by 3 powerful ghosts. "No one can stop our escape to freedom. Let the train move. Hurry up." It was the 3 powerful ghosts from the 5th carriage. They had swollen bodies and fierce appearances, clearly ready for a life-and-death struggle. "Just you." The village tyrant swung its ghost claws wildly, engaging in a chaotic battle with the three ghosts' blood splattering everywhere. Soon the three ghosts were defeated and the other ghostly beings in the train retreated as well. Even though they were eager for freedom, they dared not challenge the village tyrant. Fortunately, when Lang seized the opportunity rising from their gap and sticking a talisman on the village tyrant's back, barely hindering its movements and preventing the three heavily injured ghosts from being slaughtered on the spot. "You take the little female ghost and escape first. I'll handle this," Zhao Yi shouted to the three ghosts. The three ghosts glanced at him, gritted their teeth, grabbed the little female ghost and fled towards the back of the carriage. The village tyrant did not pursue. Because there was no way out in the back carriage, they could not escape. It slowly turned around, blood streaming from its eyes, glaring at Zhao Yi, and snarled, "Now. No one is here to help you. Are you ready to die?" Zhao Yi grinned at the village tyrant. "Are you ready to die?" The village tyrant felt something was off in its heart, and was about to step forward, when it suddenly noticed a fierce ghost made of large iron boxes appearing behind Zhao Yi. Warehouse ghost. The residual resentment of the village tyrant left at the driver's door had been completely eliminated, and the conductor had also started the train. Now, they needed to quickly eliminate the village tyrant to avoid trouble. "Let me handle it." The warehouse ghost cackled, its chest box opening and blood mist gushed out like a spring, quickly spreading to every corner of the carriage. In this blood mist, where one could not see their hand in front of their face, everyone heard the village tyrant's piercing scream. "Leave a head for me." Faintly, everyone heard Zhao Yi's voice. "What do you want the head for?" "As a urinal." "Ha, I'm just joking, I simply want to personally slay it." Shunk. The sharp weapon pierced the flesh. "You have slain the village tyrant ghost and your soul weapon has been enhanced. Evil God meme reconstruction in progress is 0.5. Insufficient energy for the soul weapon reconstruction failed, please keep trying. In this reconstruction, the host gained 8 power, the glutton evolved into the plunderer. Plunderer units harmed by your soul weapon will sprout plunderers from their wounds, which will continuously siphon the life force from that unit to heal you, until the plunderer is erased or the unit dies. The strength of the plunderer is related to the host Zhao Yi's power and level. Having killed the village tyrant ghost, Zhao Yi gained a full 8 points of power, and the glutton evolved into the plunderer. From an effectiveness standpoint, as long as Zhao Yi's soul weapon injures an enemy, it's like having a continuous spring of healing at his disposal. Transforming enemies into his own blood bags is exhilarating. Whoosh! Zhao Yi turned and violently threw his soul weapon onto the ground outside the window, piercing through the increasingly grotesque flesh. Soon the wound left ashen marks, black tendrils densely grew inside, continuously devouring from within, while Zhao Yi felt waves of life force pouring into his body from an unknown abyss. Although this power couldn't make Zhao Yi stronger, it could heal his wounds. The blood mist inside the vehicle receded like a tide, collected into the iron box held tightly by the warehouse ghost. The darkness outside the carriage had completely faded, and the rail pit overflowed with the foul stench of fresh blood flowing like a river, occasionally revealing white bones and shattered corpses. The hellish scene had left everyone in the vehicle feeling cold all over, yet this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the gigantic black hole-like eyes above. It coldly gazed at the slowly moving train on the tracks, its eyes filled with rage. "Drive faster." When Lang cried out in desperation, this muscular man was not just crying out of fear or pain, he was actually sobbing. "We are already going as fast as possible." The train conductor roared fiercely. Roar. From behind, countless roars echoed. Everyone hurriedly climbed to the window to check, discovering all sorts of bizarre creatures racing towards the train at an eerie speed from the distance. The road suddenly cracked open, and a massive tentacle with countless barbs suddenly lifted, hooking onto the rear of the train. Boom! The train shook violently, the ghostly candles flickered erratically, and Zhao Yi along with the warehouse ghost reached the junction of the first carriage, shouting to the ghosts behind. "Quick, come to the first carriage." The 3 ghost brothers immediately rushed into the first carriage with the little girl ghost, followed by 7 or 8 other ghosts, while many others seemed hesitant, as if debating whether or not to trust a living person. That moment of hesitation completely doomed their last hope for freedom. Cut! Zhao Yi didn't spare them a second, directly instructing the warehouse ghost to sever the connection between the first carriage and the ones behind. He was willing to reach out to save these people or ghosts, but that did not mean he had the obligation or mission to do so. It was even less possible for him to risk his life to save them. They had already been given a chance. Since they didn't want it, then they could die. Watching the rear carriages being dragged into the hell of flesh and blood, the people and ghosts in the first carriage were drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Yi's decisiveness was shocking. There was not a shred of hesitation. "Still not enough, it will take at least another minute to get out of the station." The train conductor shouted anxiously at this moment. Ahead the road was visible with light, but the path to that light was extremely dark and brutal. The train's wheels struggled over countless corpses and blood mud. The conductor had infused all his power into the train, but faced with the countless vengeful spirits of the deceased at the station, he still felt powerless. Zhao Yi's expression remained calm, completely devoid of panic, as he called out to Bai Shuiji and Wen Lang. "Quickly pull out the ghostly candles and hold them in your hands." The 2 complied. The next moment, a ghostly claw dozens of meters long descended from the sky, slamming onto the train. Boom! The terrifying impact sent blood flying dozens of meters into the air beneath the train. Countless vengeful spirits and bones were obliterated in this deadly attack. Everyone nervously closed their eyes, yet the anticipated destruction did not arrive. The ghostly candles flared brightly, and the candle body shrank rapidly. A mysterious power enveloped this carriage, helping to mitigate the damage. But this also consumed a lot of the ghostly candles. Under the constraints of the rules, as long as the ghostly candles did not burn out, players would not suffer harm. Although the station ghosts were immensely powerful, they still could not surpass the rules of the game system. Zhao Yi, what should we do next? Bai Shuiji shouted sharply. At this moment, the only one still calm was undoubtedly Zhao Yi, making him the core of the small team. Even the warehouse ghost looked at him with new eyes. Even it now facing the fully revived station ghosts could not maintain this level of composure. Zhao Yi glanced at the dozen or so ghosts in the carriage and spoke. I don't know you and you don't know me, but now our fates are tightly bound together. If you want to live and gain freedom, then follow my instructions from here on out. Warehouse ghost, you and the train conductor will pour all your power into the train's propulsion system. The other ghosts will stay in the carriage to block the monsters chasing from behind. You don't need to deal them heavy damage, just give them a tap at the critical moment to knock them off the carriage. Additionally, Zhao Yi smiled a grin that sent chills down everyone's spine. Wang Suqin, Shifang Li, Miao Miao, these three are my intentionally left behind, if necessary. You can throw them out as bait. As long as they can attract the attention of those monsters, that counts as a success. But you are not allowed to touch that little girl. Zhao Yi pointed at Tian Tian. She was very obediently holding her broken teddy bear in the corner, remaining silent. Wang Zu's eyes widened in terror, his face pale, he screamed in fear. Zhao, I haven't offended you. Why do you want to harm me? Zhao Yi comforted him earnestly. This is an opportunity for you to train. How could it be to harm you? What a wonderful training opportunity. Getting up close with the ghosts can effectively help you improve your SAN value. We are all one big happy family, good brothers of the guild. I'm sacrificing my own training opportunity for you. Alas, how can I be so kind? Wang Su trembled as he saw the evil spirits closing in on him. Devil. You are a devil. Don't know. PSA reader pointed out that having a slacker in the previous dungeon, Yang, Lin Fong by etc., made the protagonist appear too much like a soft-hearted person. I also realized this issue, but it's too late to modify the earlier articles. I will pay attention to this in the subsequent designs of dungeons and characters. I also thank the friend who gave it 1 star. This is my first book on Tomato, and if there are any flaws, please feel free to point them out. I will consider making revisions. Qin Shifang Li, Miao Miao and Wang Su were bound tightly by the ghostly beings and thrown to the tail end near carriage no. 1. For now, the ghosts were still able to manage the frenzied monsters chasing from behind, so they didn't need to throw the 3 out. In fact, resisting those powerful monsters wouldn't be very difficult, especially in a chase scenario. The ghosts on the train were no pushovers either, and they only needed to ensure that the monsters below wouldn't board the train. Meanwhile, when Lang and Bai Shuiji gripped their ghostly candles tightly, secretly watching Zhao Yi. This guy was terrifying. On the surface, he seemed harmless, yet he was scheming against everyone. For those who hadn't personally interacted with Zhao Yi, it was hard to fathom how a slender, slightly sickly-looking handsome youth could exert such a strong sense of oppression. Seemingly sensing their gaze, Zhao Yi turned around and smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who just kills indiscriminately. I mentioned long ago, I have no great interest in killing. You two have contributed a little to the team. Although it wasn't much use, your attitude was good. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, the two of them felt somewhat relieved. When Lang's expression was even more complex. Although Zhao Yi had schemed against him, it was clear he had no intention of killing him. Why was he feeling grateful towards Zhao Yi when it was Zhao Yi who had plotted against him? Grateful for Zhao Yi's mercy. His inner turmoil had not fully dissipated when the station once again launched an attack on the train. This time it was the bloodwater beneath the railway. Under the station's influence, the bloodwater actually congealed. The train, which was already not moving very fast, came to a near halt. Howl! As the monsters behind them rushed forward in a frenzy, the warehouse ghost roared fiercely, unleashing a torrent of red mist from its chest, enveloping the entire train and forcing it to advance through the blood water. It once had the power to restrain the station ghost. While it couldn't compete head-on with a fully awakened station ghost, it was definitely not comparable to ordinary evil spirits. Among the horde of monsters behind a disheveled ghost was mixed in riding a spiny wild boar with 16 legs, frantically chasing after the group, wielding a familiar and conspicuous shit-stirring stick. It was the ghostly security guard. Thief! Return my innocence! It shouted, angrily charging forward. As it closed in on the group, it suddenly leaped forward, dashing onto the train amidst the gaps in the monster's attacks. Seeing the bloodthirsty, ghostly security guard, Wen Lang instinctively clenched his buttocks. Damn! This is a tragedy. Why is this dogged spirit still haunting us? Just as several fierce ghosts on the train were about to force the ghostly security guard out, it hurriedly put on a flattering and lewd smile, raising its hands high and shouting, Big brother. Big brother, don't do anything. I'm here to help you. Take me with you. After saying this, it actually turned around and began to knock down the other monsters trying to board the train one by one with its stick. The other ghosts exchanged glances, looking at Zhao Yi. The latter nodded, and only then did they slowly retreat, making way for the ghostly security guard. Clutching the property deed of Lu Laohan tightly, Zhao Yi remained calm. If the ghostly security guard had even a hint of malice, he would have controlled it in the first instance. It was unrealistic to expect the property deed to control the station ghost, an existence of bug level, but controlling a ghostly security guard was entirely feasible. With the ghostly security guard's addition, dealing with these monsters became quite manageable. The train was about to break through the station ahead, but how could the station ghost relent? Especially when a certain lackey who had initially sided with it was now rebelling against it. It couldn't tolerate this. A demonic sound descended from the heavens, echoing all around. The terrifying monsters behind, upon hearing this overwhelming demonic sound, seemed to have taken a stimulant, doubling their speed. At the same time, the train tracks ahead also flipped up, becoming vertical, with the ground attempting to forcibly obstruct the train from breaking through the final barrier. Don't panic, just crush through. Use all your strength to smash the train. Only this way can we trigger the protective mechanism of the ghostly candles. Zhao Yi commanded, and the warehouse ghost also revealed a fierce look. Boom! At the last barrier, countless monsters leaped up at that moment, densely packed, launching a fierce assault on the ghostly security guard of carriage No. 1. Meanwhile, the ghostly candles in by Shuiji, and when Lang's hands erupted with brilliant and dazzling light. The collision between the locomotive and the iron tracks bearing the station ghost generated a violent clash. At that moment, the convergence of two different forces triggered a third irresistible force: rules. The ghostly candles in by Shuiji, and when Lang's hands burned out at the last moment, while the train in a critical moment broke free from the constraints of the tracks, charging toward the boundless light ahead. The station ghost's earth-shattering roar of unwillingness came from behind as countless terrifying monsters stood at the station's exit, glaring resentfully at the departing train. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi, Wen Lang by Shuiji, Tian Tian, Li Miao Miao Wang, Su and Qin Xiufang, for completing the world mission Liberate the Grievances within the train. All players received 2 talent points. After the dungeon ended, the new world map Gu Xian Town opened with numerous character side quests available to earn points. The special ghostly beings on the train raised their favorability towards player Zhao Yi to respect. In the future, player Zhao Yi can enjoy their special services and assistance in Gu Xian Town. Ghost favorability: blood feud, deep enmity, aversion, indifference, like respect, awe, adoration, loyalty. The guild announcement sounded again, and the chat room erupted. What the hell? What kind of monster is Zhao Yi that he can complete every task? The top player is incredible. Unfortunately, he will soon disappear from the newcomer leaderboard. If he levels up past level 5 next month, he won't be a newcomer anymore. There's a tide of demon spirits next month. He will definitely go. Hiss. I've heard it's incredibly dangerous there. Besides terrifying ghosts, there are horrifying legends, curses, and even some mentally unstable players who will slaughter each other. But that demon ball is known for crazily slaughtering teammates in dungeons, right? Last time in the tide of demon spirits, he made his fortune by killing teammates. On the train, Zhao Yi squatted before the 3 bound by the evil spirits, holding a scalpel and smiling as he said, "If I let you go, will you take revenge on me?" Li Miao Miao had already gone mad. Drooling from her mouth, she stared at Zhao Yi and screamed wildly, struggling continuously. Clearly this woman was terrified by Zhao Yi. Wang Su was no better off. Just moments ago they had been in close proximity to the monsters chasing the train, suffering severe mental pollution. His SN value had dropped significantly, and now his lips were pale, his gaze hollow, with only a flicker of remaining sanity forcing him to shake his head. In his eyes, Zhao Yi's smiling face had already transformed into an indescribable horror. As for the elderly woman with the best mentality, she buried her head and remained silent, seemingly having fainted. Your gun. When Lang returned the destroyer to Zhao Yi, his expression complicated. What did it feel like to trust and fear someone at the same time? He was experiencing it now. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely not participate in any main quests in the future. He glanced back at the departing station, feeling a lingering fear. What kind of absurd, hellish dungeon is this? If their team hadn't had Zhao Yi, they would have been doomed. This dungeon was not only terrifying but also full of traps. Which sane person would think that the greatest boss of the dungeon would actually be the station itself? Who would realize early on in the dungeon that the ghostly candle, which only lasts an hour, was the only way to deal with the boss? He suddenly understood why 36 people had gone before and all died. This dungeon, placed among game instances, would definitely exceed hellish difficulty. When Lang's body first transformed into a beam of light, disappearing within the train. Soon after, the other players started to turn into white light and vanish. When it was Qin Xiufang's turn, she suddenly raised her handgun, her expression fierce, as she aimed at Zhao Yi's head. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots in a row. All were blocked by the ghosts within the station. Bad old lady. Dare to harm my brother. The little girl ghost's hand had already grown back, her injuries mostly healed. Seeing Qin Xiufang attack Zhao Yi, she was immediately furious, her mouth opening to a horrifying degree, as she lunged at Qin Xiufang's head. However, in the next moment, Qin Xiufang's body transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. Xian Xian bit into thin air, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes. Zhao Yi arrived at Qin Xiufang's position, picked up the shell on the ground, examined it carefully for a moment, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, are you okay?" The little girl ghost raised her small head, with concern hugging the tattered backpack Zhao Yi had given her earlier. Zhao Yi patted her ghostly head and said softly, "Thank you for your reminder. I have to go now, Xian." Upon hearing this, Xuanxuan's eyes dimmed. "Will brother come to see Xian again?" Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Of course I will go to Guxian town." Xian smiled happily again, extending her little finger, and saying, "Brother, let's make a pinky promise." Zhao Yi hooked his pinky with her. Then he turned to the warehouse ghost and said, I am the last batch of players to go to the station." The warehouse ghost nodded slightly. This was its way of showing gratitude and respect to the fragile living person before it. "Thank you. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in Guxian town, you can come directly to our resting place, and we will help you. The map of Guxian town has been updated, and you have unlocked more private safe camps." Zhao Yi nodded. "Please take care of Xian for me, she's still young." The warehouse ghost agreed. Although Xian was a ghost, if it hadn't been for her early warning about something watching them, Zhao Yi wouldn't have guessed the existence of the station ghost so quickly. After some small talk, Zhao Yi also left the station, transforming into white light and disappearing. In the dim twilight, a dilapidated train slowly traveled along the overgrown tracks heading towards the infinite darkness. P.S. I'll write 3 chapters today, which is almost 8,000 words. I'll review the details of the next dungeon later. Tomorrow I'll look for similar books to copy, as I can't write anymore today. Good night, my brothers. At the guild's base, in a less populated corner, the tattooed man Shan Lai found Qin Xiufang, who had just returned not long ago. In Shan Lai's room, Qin Xiufang was surrounded by a group of burly men. Her expression cold, yet a hint of fear could be seen. Zhao Yi could withstand those tortures, but she could not. Why is Zhao Yi still alive? Shan Lai, bare-chested with tattoos swirling on his chest, had a sinister gaze filled with murderous intent. Qin Xiufang pulled out a handgun and respectfully placed it on the table. "This guy is tough to deal with." Her expression was troubled. Shan Lai slapped his thigh angrily, saying, "Why didn't you just shoot him at the start? You old relic, who would have thought you had a gun on you?" Qin Xiufang's face turned pale. After experiencing everything not long ago, she was actually quite relieved that she hadn't shot Zhao Yi right at the beginning when entering the instance. Otherwise, they all would have died. There are ghostly beings helping him block bullets. A casual explanation was given, but no one outside knew the specifics. This is not like a game instance where players' spectacular performances would be recorded and posted on forums. However, the tasks in the real world do not have any records. Only the participants know. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Shan Lai lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze piercing through the pale smoke, landing on the wrinkled old face of Qin Xiufang. "Keep the gun. This thing isn't worth much. There will be a tide of magic spirits around the middle of next month. With Zhao Yi's character, he won't miss it. You have one more chance. Kill him and our previous promise will still hold." Qin Xiufang did not decline and put the handgun back into her pocket. Apartment 707. The door opened and Lu Ruoqing, wearing a Wynard nightgown, escorted Zhao Yi out of the room, her eyes hazy. "Come again next time, sweetheart." She waved gently at Zhao Yi, who couldn't help but cough a few times. He knew he was there to treat an illness. Those who didn't know would think he was here to exorcise demons. He shook his head and left the 7th floor with a notebook, returning to his room. Opening the notebook, it recorded 2 simple patients. Patient Lu Ruoqing. SAN stable, uncontrollable. Cause Red Devil personality. Specific manifestation when subjected to intense external stimulation. The Red Devil personality, sleeping within the body, awakens. It hunts specific groups and consumes them in various exquisite culinary ways, paired with green vegetables. If there are no green vegetables, the Red Devil will refuse to eat and descend into chaos, rampaging and killing. After obtaining enough delicacies, the Red Devil personality will be satisfied and return to slumber until awakened again. Note: the Red Devil originates from the old world of the Western realm, created by the Black Goat's offspring. It is often sown among highly focused groups. Although the Black Goat offspring has little fondness for the Red Devil it unwittingly created, it must be said that this is currently the most perfect creature recorded by humanity. Treatment plan: talk therapy, temporary. Category: unknown ingredients, further confirmation needed. Patient Tian. SAN stable, uncontrollable. Cause: personality distortion, dangerous delusion. Specific manifestation: she always believes she has a friend named Winnie, presented as a ragged teddy bear in her arms, but this teddy bear does not exist. Only patients with the same condition can see it. When the distorted personality perceives danger, it will forcibly unlock its genetic locks and immediately eliminate the source of danger. If the distorted personality persists for too long, it will lead to a collapse of the genetic locks, resulting in death or irreversible transformation. Note: this subject's personality has severely distorted. It is suspected they have come into contact with certain unspeakable entities in the dark. Treatment plan: no treatment needed, observation required. Category: good ingredients, immature. Closing his notebook, Zhao Yi tossed it into his inventory. He then opened his system panel. Character: Zhao Yi. Level 3. Experience 25,100. Items: Lu Laohan's property certificate, Pandora's box, fake substitute, doll slayer, shotgun, soup, carefully prepared by the butcher. Health 2020. Strength 35. Spirit 101. 1001. Luck 0. Titles Fear of Ghosts Sudden Brilliance Rule Breaker Eager to Teach. Soul Weapon Bloodstained Scalpel Plunder. Points 12,000. Rating Acquired SSSS. Domain Strengthening F. The most significant changes were in his strength and points. Currently Zhao Yi's rating acquisition has already allowed him to access the high-tier shop. Inside he can exchange for various ghostly limbs, extraordinary skills, secret treasures, weapons, and techniques. The points needed vary depending on the effects. For example, a ghostly limb with a strength of 100 costs 240000 points plus 2 ratings above S. Such limbs cannot evolve further and each use will corrode the player's body with the resentment of the ghostly entity within until one day the player's mind is completely consumed by the resentment, turning them into a vengeful spirit. Thus, before the player is entirely corroded and corrupted by resentment, they must earn more points to exchange for another stronger ghostly limb to replace the original. This is a one-way road. However, among the vast player population, a considerable portion chooses to exchange for ghostly limbs. The reason is that exchanging for limbs provides the quickest, most stable, and most comfortable power. Zhao Yi was not interested in this, as his gaze was constantly searching through the vast shop for peculiar items. Finally, he found a strange technique in the skill section. Technique Luan Yu, 1492. Quality white, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red. Introduction. In an Eastern world during the Warring States period, there was a sage named Kong, who based his teachings on benevolence and subdued people with virtue. Standing at 2 meters tall, he could single-handedly split city gates. He had 3,000 disciples and persuaded the rulers of 7 states by continuously beating them into submission, successfully making them agree to implement his teachings. Luan Yu was the rule set by Kong for those in the Tao at that time. Note: collecting all the remaining pages can evolve into the red limited edition technique. Luan Yu. Evaluation Zhao Yi, your purity is still too low. Yes, start copying the book. Everything is ready and the map of Guxian Town has been updated, featuring a vast array of side quests that record various character illustrations. However, most of the side quest rewards consist only of points, which can only provide a little extra income for high-level players. Since Zhao Yi took on the main quest, this task has been marked with his level stamp, allowing only players whose levels are less than or equal to his to undertake the main quest. Unless Zhao Yi dies, the stamp will not disappear. Zhao Yi has little interest in the side quests of Guxian Town. His energy remains primarily focused on the butcher's daughter son Baiba. Unfortunately, most areas of Guxian Town currently have a level above 10. Making them highly dangerous, and Zhao Yi does not wish to recklessly enter and get beaten. However, there may be an opportunity to ask the warehouse spirit for some help in checking things out. Zhao Yi's eyes brightened. Since he returned to the past timeline and liberated the lingering resentment within the train, many special spirits eventually settled in Guxian Town. Due to their respect for Zhao Yi, their territory has become his private safe haven. As long as he enters their territory, Zhao Yi will be under their protection. Lying on the bed, Zhao Yi stuck his butt up and let out a loud fart, then opened the system panel. System: eat fart. Warning to player Zhao Yi regarding uncivilized behavior. If you attempt to attack the system with biochemical weapons again, you will receive a mute penalty. Zhao Yi. He did not argue with the system but checked the next major world quest. World quest: find a job, recommended level 510, recommended number of players, any quest reward. Based on job position description, you repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully drove it to Guxian Town. However, as you delved deeper into Guxian Town, you discovered that it is fraught with danger, overrun by evil spirits. In order to survive, you must attempt to blend in with these evil spirits. Through the introduction of some kind-hearted spirits, you learn that you must have a stable job in Guxian Town to make a difficult living. This is beyond what I can handle. Zhao Yi decided to set it aside for now. According to the task description, there are evil spirits everywhere in Guxian Town, and finding a job here would surely not be an easy task. Although his strength far surpassed that of other players at the same level, it was evident that he was still not at a stage where he could confront spirits that were significantly stronger than himself. Next month marks the onset of the demon spirit tide. He had already discussed this with Lu Ruoqing during their therapy sessions, asking her to inform the guild's big shot responsible for this matter to put his name down. What followed was a monotonous life of idleness. With Lu Ruoqing's reminder, Xiang Babong also dared not openly create trouble for him at the guild's headquarters. These days Zhao Yi often went to the station to play cards with the clown pulling in Fong Bai and Tian Tian for board games, and was getting by quite well. As the beginning of the month approached, Zhao Yi directly opened the system to match a new game dungeon. Matching game dungeon. Match successful. Dungeon Wilderness Survival. Participating players: Zhao Yi LV3 Ing, Xiangying LV5 Ning, Wenshao LV7 Ding, Longfei LV4 Jitung LV3 Ran, Ximping LV9 Wei, Yun LV8 Negan Kanto LV9. Main quest: survive for 15 days in the Rabako Mountain Range. Side quest. Main quest reward 150 experience points. Side quest reward Fate Treasure Chest. Blue difficulty. Hell. Description: your group has been invited to participate in a show hosted by wilderness experts Bei Yi and De Yi. Wilderness Survival, where you will live together in the most dangerous Rabako Mountain Range for 15 days. You promise to help each other and move forward together, using the most tenacious human spirit to conquer nature. Note 1. This dungeon will seal the player's item inventory, and all items in the inventory cannot be used. Note 2. Your player's strength is reduced by 50 until the end of the dungeon. A sharp pain surged through Zhao Yi's head. Before he even opened his eyes, he vaguely heard two voices filled with tension. Old rules, one person takes four. Bei Yi, this time I am hosting the show and I also found the funding. Don't you think it's a bit unfair to split it 50-50? Unfair? Ed, if it weren't for my connections to get them here, do you really think you could bring these 8 kids to the Rabako mountain range to film a show with your abilities? Damn it, fine, let's do it this way. But Bei Yi, you're responsible for the weather reconnaissance. If anything goes wrong with the show this time, I won't let you off. The dialogue ended and the voices vanished. Zhao Yi waited in boredom for a long time before the endless darkness slowly receded. He opened his eyes. The sky was so blue, the grass so green, and the air so fresh. The bird droppings on his forehead were so sparse. Wiping the bird droppings off his forehead with the clothes of a nearby female player, Zhao Yi slowly sat up. They were on the summit of a mountain in a vast mountain range. The huge shrubs and vegetation covered a vast expanse with no end in sight. The distant sunset light was something Zhao Yi was not quite accustomed to. You're awake. By the campfire, a muscular bald man looked at Zhao Yi with a slightly surprised smile. Ed, trigger-style neutral weakness, none. Note, formerly a special forces operative, he later retired to work on wilderness survival shows. Due to his expertise in enduring hunger, the audience affectionately nicknamed him Starving Ed. Zhao Yi nodded slowly, rubbing his head. My head hurts. Have we already arrived at the Rabako mountain range? Ed laughed heartily. Yes. Zhao Yi, take a look around you. Isn't it beautiful? I've wandered and survived in many places, and every time I arrive somewhere, I can't help but think this must be the most beautiful place. But next time I always find something even more beautiful. That's how nature is. You know, sometimes it can make one feel powerless, but once you calm down and feel it, you'll discover its magnificent charm. Ed also had another nickname, which was Talkative Ed, because when he was on a roll, he would start philosophizing wildly. He would talk to the camera, to himself, to the fire, to the food, and casually mention to all the single folks that he had a loving wife and a harmonious family. Zhao Yi glanced around curiously and asked, Ed, where did Bei Yi go? Ed paused his flow of chatter, scratching his bald head. Ha! Bei Yi. Bei Yi went to get the camera equipment. Sometimes the live broadcast devices and networks may be interrupted due to weather, which is quite inconvenient. So we usually record the process of struggling against nature together with the guests through recording devices. You should rest for a bit. Once Bei Yi returns and the other guests wake up, we'll start filming our show. P.S. Today there will still be 3 updates guaranteed, as I'm working on some details, so the writing is a bit slow. Also, dear brothers and sisters, if you're interested in wilderness survival, you can check out Bei Yes, Wilderness Survival, and Yes, Onion One Wilderness. They are very realistic. Bear Grylls swiftly ascended the mountain from a dense forest on the midslope, his back laden with extensive gear. Mostly high-end filming equipment. At a glance, the load weighed nearly 100 Gene, yet it barely slowed his pace. This climbing speed, fascinating. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. Clearly Bear's physical constitution far surpassed that of any ordinary human. Even a Royal Special Forces elite could never maintain such astonishing speed while carrying dozens, or even hundreds, of Gene up a rugged mountain trail. As he spoke, he cast another glance toward Ed seated beside the campfire. He wore almost no clothing. Only a pair of briefs. In stark contrast, Zhao Yi himself, playing the role of a guest participant, was layered in 3 thick garments, and still felt a faint chill in the air. Judging by the delicate sheen of frost clinging to the grass nearby, the summit temperature was undoubtedly below freezing. Undeniably, both Bear and Ed had been endowed with physiologies elevated to an unfathomable level. This seemed auspicious. The stronger the 2 experts, the safer the players would be, provided they stayed close behind them through the wilderness, minimizing the risk of unforeseen mishaps. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the campfire before Ed. At that moment, the other players gradually stirred awake. A woman's shrill scream pierced the air. Damn it! Who smeared bird droppings across my chest? And worse, even rubbed it in. How utterly depraved! Zhao Yi replied with unflinching moral indignation. Exactly. I have no idea which despicable wretch dared commit such a vile act. Truly shameful. Just you wait. I'll catch you, and then you'll wish you'd never been born. The newly awakened players exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions dazed and uncertain. They had not yet fully grasped their predicament. After all, not everyone possessed Zhao Yi's unwavering mental clarity. Zhao Yi's livestream chat scrolled rapidly. Holy hell. Has Zhao Yi sunk this low in just a few days? TSK. When one reaches absolute shamelessness, invincibility follows. Check in. And keep learning. Whoa. The difficulty rating for my brother's mission just jumped to Inferno. Newbie here. What exactly does Inferno mean? Could someone please clarify? Dungeon difficulty tiers are normal, nightmare, hell, Inferno, torment, desolation, and unsolvable. Correct. Confirmed above. With the new dungeon activated, the players fully entered mission mode. Among this cohort, there were virtually no novices. Even the 3 lowest-ranked players, Zhao Yi, Jiteng, and Ding Longfei, all ranked within the top 20 of the newcomer leaderboard. Zhao Yi ranked 1st, Jiteng 8th, and Ding Longfei 14th. Perhaps this very distinction was why they had been matched into an Inferno tier dungeon. Bear adjusted the camera and distributed batteries. Upon noticing one battery missing from his own allotment, Ed protested. Why is one battery short? What if we run out of power? Bear replied calmly, budget constraints. Besides, when have you ever fully drained your batteries? Make do with what you've got. Conserving power won't compromise the shoot. Clenching his jaw, Ed strapped the camera and spare batteries firmly onto his broad frame. Then turning around, he faced the players bare-chested, his thick pectoral hair glistening in the fading light, declaring, "Welcome everyone to Wilderness of Peril. No need for introductions. We're Bear Grylls and Ed. For the next 15 days, you'll split into 2 teams of 4 each, following one of us across separate regions to complete survival challenges and ultimately rejoin civilized society. Before we begin, you'll have 10 minutes to deliberate and choose whom you wish to follow. Should one group exceed 4 members, the excess will be randomly reassigned to the other. Now, begin your discussion, and make haste. Nightfall approaches. This mountain range harbors not only ferocious unknown beasts, but also deadly venomous insects." Having spoken, Ed and Bear stepped aside into the golden glow of the setting sun. The players exchanged brief introductions, then immediately began strategizing about the dungeon's demands. The first to speak was Wei Yun, a woman known for her bold demeanor, and incidentally the one who just had bird droppings smeared across her chest by Zhao Yi. Let me cut straight to the point. Though this dungeon appears superficially simple, a wilderness survival scenario backed by 2 seasoned experts, it's an Inferno Tier 8-player challenge that guarantees hidden perils beyond imagination. All our combat capabilities have been halved and our inventory slots sealed. Individual strength is severely diminished. Thus I urge absolute unity. Only collective resilience can shield us from external threats. Her words drew immediate consensus. I agree. I choose Bear. I choose Ed. So do I. Within minutes, selections were finalized. 6 players chose Bear. Only 2 opted for Ed. The reason was simple. Bear carried top-tier gear, including a legendary military-grade survival knife. Ed, by contrast, carried nothing at all. He didn't even have hair. Plainly, should unforeseen danger strike, Bear's frontline combat prowess vastly exceeded Ed's. Few among them were amateurs. If they were, they'd never have qualified for an Inferno-level dungeon. Their judgment was sharp. They instinctively gravitated toward Bear's superior equipment and recoiled from Ed, the tripleno expert. No gear, no weapons, no hair. The 2 who chose Ed were Zhao Yi and Wei Yun. After a quick round of rock, paper, scissors, 2 more players, Ding Longfei and Ing Xiangying, were randomly assigned to his team. Both were powerfully built young men, though Ding Longfei exuded robust vitality, whereas Ing Xiangying remained reserved and quietly observant. Their faces darkened upon assignment. Could this bald expert, who carried not a single tool, be truly reliable? Excellent. Since selections are complete, those joining me, follow now as we locate tonight's campsite. Ed's eyes sparkled with boyish excitement. His grin was wide and unrestrained. Zhao Yi and the other 3 exchanged silent glances, then fell in step behind Ed's broad muscular back, descending into the pitch-black thicket below. As they walked, Ed switched on the camera and narrated, "The Rabako Mountains suffer extreme diurnal temperature swings. Nights often plunge to -20°C. Without proper shelter, survival until dawn will be near impossible. Also, watch your step. To my knowledge, this range hosts at least 43 distinct species of venomous arachnids alone, anyone capable of ending our lives instantly. Moreover, to preserve authenticity, this reality series forbids all external aid. No medicine, no food, no water. So guard yourselves vigilantly. Should a wound become infected here, death will follow swiftly. Tomorrow morning, I'll continue transcribing." A group of 5 people slowly traversed the intricate forest. For instance, just now, while crossing a half-meter-long shallow stream, Ing Xiang nearly had his neck bitten by a large palm-sized spider that had been perched on a nearby tree. The spider was vividly colored with a plump abdomen, and its fangs glimmered ominously in the setting sun, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, Ed was quick-witted and managed to catch the lunging spider barehanded, swallowing it whole. Be extremely cautious. The Rabako mountain range is currently known as the most dangerous forbidden zone, where countless adventurers have perished within this jungle. Who knows how many unrecorded poisonous creatures lurk inside? As Ed enthusiastically informed everyone, he led them through the forest in search of shelter. Nightfall is approaching quickly, and we need to find a cave as soon as possible, clear a safe area, and start a fire, or otherwise tonight might be unbearable. The trees around here are quite tall, and some have vines growing on them. Shouldn't we just clear the poison from one of the trees and sleep in it tonight? Ding Longfei asked gruffly. Ed shook his head and patiently explained, Mr. Ding, under normal circumstances your method would work perfectly, but it won't do now. He pointed to the dark clouds slowly gathering in the distance and said, "Do you see that? Based on the weather and air humidity, it's very likely to rain tonight, and there will be heavy downpours in the coming days. If it were just to block the cold winds from the north, those lush leaves might suffice. We could weave vines into a large bed to keep warm, and we might just survive the night, but if heavy rain comes, it would be certain death." Ed's expression was serious, unmistakably devoid of jest. The rainwater in these mountains doesn't freeze at extremely low temperatures. The night temperature will drop below -10°C. If we get soaked in such temperatures, we would quickly succumb to hypothermia. The group strength would be reduced by 50. and even if they were stronger than ordinary people it wouldn't be by much. With such a constitution it would be impossible to survive long in liquid at -10 degrees Celsius. Then, what about food and drinking water? Wei Yun spoke up. Ed explained, in such extremely low temperatures a person can survive 3 to 7 days without water and a week without food. Don't underestimate your potential. As long as we find a foothold, and can safely survive tonight, obtaining protein and carbohydrates will be quite easy. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Yi scanned the surroundings, observing the terrain, and mentally reconstructed everything he saw. Soon he discovered a pile of fresh bear droppings in the wild grass by the path. There were bears. Zhao Yi's gaze subtly shifted to Ed, who was leading them. As an expert in wilderness survival, Ed's physical abilities far surpassed his own. Since he could see the fresh bear droppings, it was impossible for Ed not to notice them. Ignoring such fresh bear droppings indicated what? It implied that a mature bear posed no threat to Ed whatsoever. Having the strength to directly crush an adult bear, Zhao Yi's interest peaked as he scrutinized the weather. With such a powerful expert by our side, this game is rated at a hellish difficulty. Quite intriguing. He thought about the weather. It seemed they were in for continuous rain for nearly several days, even up to 10 days. They had mentioned that before coming by, Yi had already checked the weather information, so the only explanation was that this weather was deliberately chosen by the two of them to enhance the show's dramatic effect. Or, he envisioned various scenarios in his mind at a pace incomprehensible to ordinary people, simulating different situations over the next few days of constant heavy rain, categorizing the possibilities into different areas. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, his excitement growing. Soon, under EDS guidance, the group found a small cave nestled against the mountainside. Inside it was relatively spacious, and it seemed that poisonous creatures did not favor such overly flat ground, nor were there any snakes or other deadly creatures. The interior of the cave was clean, as if it had been tidied up by someone. Ed was pleasantly surprised as he filmed and prepared to start a fire. It hasn't rained yet. Let's quickly find some dry firewood and start a fire. As long as we have fire, we can not only sleep well tonight, but also enjoy cooked food tomorrow. The group immediately sprang into action, pairing up to search for dry wood while Ed carefully guided the players from a distance, recording video. As Zhao Yi picked up dry wood, he intentionally looked for signs left by the bear, quickly determining a direction and discovering new droppings ahead. He carefully noted these clues before carrying the dry wood back to the cave. Dusk fell. The fire crackled, warming them against the cold. The orange glow shone brightly as the group sat around the fire, evoking a sense of warmth. Suddenly a rumble echoed as thunder struck. Outside the cave, the sound of rain began to patter. Humidity rushed into the cave along with the cold, causing everyone to shiver. Their clothing varied in thickness. For instance, Zhao Yi wore thicker clothing, making him feel warmer. In contrast, Wei Yun's clothing was scant, and the 2 bottles of nutritional drink at her chest were about to pop open. She certainly didn't treat her companions as outsiders, while her stockings were of the ultra-thin variety, providing little warmth. Now she was trembling beside the fire. The other 2 also wore relatively thick clothing, but not as fortified as Zhao Yi's. The fire crackled, and Ed suddenly lay back on the stone, panting, sweat trickling down his body. "Ed, what's wrong?" Zhao Yi asked with a frown. Ed turned his head, flashed a smile, revealing his white teeth. "It's nothing. I might have been slightly poisoned by that spider from earlier. A good sleep should fix it." Zhao Yi stepped forward to give Ed a quick check. Indeed, there were no major issues, just a mild fever and dizziness. However, his expression was quite subtle. Generally speaking, the toxins from spiders and snakes only take effect when they enter the bloodstream. Ingesting them is usually not a major concern. But it seemed that the poisonous spiders and other insects in the Rabako mountain range were inedible. Even someone with EDS extraordinary physical constitution couldn't withstand it. If they consumed it, they would probably rot quickly. "Thank you for your concern. We'll consider food and water tomorrow morning. The rainwater contains special impurities. Although it is not corrosive, it's undrinkable. For tomorrow's tasks, everyone should get a good rest." Ed said this before turning over to sleep soundly. The group exchanged glances. Ingxiang glanced at the sleeping Ed and quietly asked, "Did you all notice anything?" Everyone shook their heads. Ingxiang was unsure if they genuinely hadn't noticed or simply didn't want to say anything. He sighed helplessly and went to sleep. He deliberately chose the innermost position. Although it was a bit cold there, being further from the fire, he reasoned that if something terrible occurred outside, he would not be the first target of attack. About 2 hours later, Zhao Yi suddenly sat up from the ground, picked up a burning piece of firewood, and quietly walked toward the cave entrance. Just as Zhao Yi left the cave, another shadow stealthily stood up and followed him. The rain was light, not enough to dampen the clothes. With the faint starlight, the surroundings could still be barely seen, but this shadow dared not move recklessly anymore. Because she suddenly sensed a deadly chill at her neck. It was a scalpel. Although the player's inventory was disabled, soul weapons could still be used. "Wei Yun, following me?" Zhao Yi smiled. In the moonlight, his smile resembled that of a vengeful spirit. Sweat beads appeared on Wei Yun's forehead. She had heard not long ago that Zhao Yi was extremely ruthless. If he harbored any murderous intent, he would not hesitate. "I didn't follow you. I just came out to take a shit." She panicked and tried to dispel Zhao Yi's suspicion. As expected, upon hearing her say she needed to relieve herself, Zhao Yi put down the scalpel. However, what he said next shattered Wei Yun's defenses. Taking a shit, huh? Fine. Right here, take off your pants and do it. If you can't shit, I'll send you to the toilet. Wei Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. After holding it in for a long time, she finally said, Brother Zhao, don't be violent. I admit I followed you out. But it's not because I have any ulterior motives for you. I'm too cold and want to borrow a piece of clothing. At this moment, as a level 8 player, she actually called a level 3 newcomer brother, and with tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream, it was truly humiliating. But unlike Zhao Yi, she didn't have a soul weapon. With all players' attributes reduced by 50, the gap in strength was not significant. Even an ordinary weapon would be enough to give one of them an absolute advantage. Moreover, she was currently frozen stiff, her agility severely reduced. Let alone Zhao Yi having a soul weapon, even unarmed, he could easily kill her. You want clothing? Why didn't you say so? Really? Zhao Yi put away the scalpel, allowing Wei Yun to breathe a sigh of relief. This newcomer ranked number 1, though rumored to be somewhat terrifying, seemed rather easy to talk to. 3,000 points. Immediately her voice rose by 8 degrees. What the hell? You want to sell a piece of ragged clothing for 3,000 points? Why don't you go rob someone? Zhao Yi retorted with confidence. Aren't I robbing you right now? Wei Yun. Looking at Zhao Yi's face, she was infuriated to the point of gritting her teeth. She truly wanted to jump up and punch him in the knee. Zhao Yi, let me tell you, I, Wei Yun, would rather freeze to death, die from the cold, or jump off the mountain, than spend 3,000 points to buy your ragged clothing. Just then a gust of cold wind came from the north, blowing through the forest, piercing through the trees, chilling both of them to the bone. After a few seconds of silence, Wei Yun suddenly knelt on the ground, hugging Zhao Yi's leg, sniffling with tears streaming down her face. She trembled. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. 3,000 points, just 3,000. Woo woo woo. For her 3,000 points was also not a small amount, but without this piece of clothing, she estimated, she wouldn't survive this dungeon. The loss would be even greater. Ding. You have earned 3,000 game points. Your current points are 6,000. Zhao Yi spent 5,000 points to buy the fragment of Luanyu, and now he sold a piece of ragged clothing for 3,000 points, instantly recovering 60 of his investment. At this moment, Zhao Yi deeply felt the joy of being a capitalist. He quickly took off the fluffy shirt he was wearing in the middle and handed it to the nearly frozen Wei Yun. The latter was dumbfounded. Isn't it? This big coat on the outside. Zhao Yi glanced at his coat and suddenly smiled. Oh, so you meant this one? This one is 1,000,000 points. Wei Yun, the viewers in the live stream. Years later, Wei Yun recalled her past and could never remember how that pitiful and helpless little girl made her way back to the cave. She only remembered it being very cold, her legs trembling. Zhao Yi's smile was very cruel. Feeling the loss of a piece of clothing, Zhao Yi also sensed a noticeable chill. However, in the high-intensity activity of climbing, the current temperature was still acceptable for him. Zhao Yi followed the clues from the daytime, hoping to find that bear. Contrary to EDS thoughts, Zhao Yi did not believe that they would have another chance to go out and look for food after tonight. If the rain intensified and kept pouring, then even during the day it would be hard for the temperature to rise. Thus, in the following 14 days, the temperature would only drop further. Moreover, all the wood had become unburnable due to being soaked by the rain. They had lost the fire upon which they relied for survival. With the little clothing they wore, it was utterly impossible to survive for 15 days. Not to mention, at that time there would be an even more terrifying danger waiting for them. Tonight was the easiest overlooked turning point in the rhythm. Not to mention, at that time there would be an even more terrifying danger waiting for them. Tonight was the easiest overlooked turning point in the rhythm. First, find that bear. While the rain hadn't intensified and his body hadn't frozen stiff, the night was slightly intoxicating and the rain curtain swayed gently. At the mountainside, the giant brown bear, searching for food by flipping stones, fixed its gaze on a stone pit before it which was completely empty. A hint of annoyance flashed in its eyes. Looking up, the rain was still light, but the humidity in the air was on the rise. Living here for many years, it clearly knew it was time to leave. If it didn't leave soon, it would have to hibernate. But it didn't want to hibernate. Other bears said that last year several good brothers hibernated on this mountain, sleeping deeper and deeper until they were roasted to perfection. Unfortunately, today many other food sources had also fled, and it estimated it wouldn't get to eat meat before leaving this thunderstorm zone. Shaking its head in frustration, a black shadow suddenly appeared in its line of sight. The brown bear sniffed the air, its gaze flashing with murderous intent. It smelled something delicious. It was meat. Haha, tonight's dinner is secured. This food looks a bit foolish. It should taste good. It seemed not to have noticed it and was walking towards it. As the sharp scalpel severed its central nervous system, the brown bear realized it could no longer move at all. Amid the gradually intensifying rain, its consciousness began to fade. It inexplicably recalled some memories from its childhood. At that time, it was still very thin. On a thunderstorm day like this, it vaguely remembered two terrifying upright apes searching for food across the mountains and plains. They were the most horrifying creatures it had ever seen. What saber-toothed tigers and crowned king snakes all were mere food before those two terrifying and mad upright apes. Its parents paid the price of their lives using their own flesh and blood to lure the two upright apes, ultimately allowing it and its brother to escape the storm zone. I really shouldn't have come back, the brown bear thought before its consciousness dissipated. Black tendrils clung to its wounds, continuously devouring the life force within. Before the brown bear stood Zhao Yi, bare-chested, many deep and jagged scars visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Zhao Yi deliberately stripped off his clothes, not wanting to leave any trace in this life-and-death struggle. He slowly closed his eyes, arms outstretched, feeling the life force surging through his limbs, unable to suppress a satisfying groan. A pale yet handsome face bore a sickly smile washed by the rain mingled with moonlight, exuding a kind of sacred beauty. After the life-and-death struggle, your strengthening domain was activated, enhancing your physical quality 1 strength. This is the effect of the strengthening domain. Zhao Yi can enhance his strength through combat. Currently his strengthening domain level is F, and at this level he can increase his strength by a total of 6 points through combat. Now even in a weakened state he possesses a staggering strength value of 18. The rain gradually intensified. Zhao Yi cleaned the blood off his body, put on his clothes, grabbed a torch, and dragged the brown bear's corpse in a certain direction. During the day he followed Ed, and had intentionally noted all the terrain orientations and soil distributions nearby. Now he just needed to drag the brown bear's corpse to a preconceived location, ensuring it wouldn't get soaked by the rain. This process cost Zhao Yi a lot of effort. Although his strength far exceeded that of a normal person, dragging an adult brown bear through the densely growing mountains was truly inconvenient. Especially as the rain soaked the muddy ground, making the path very slippery. He stumbled along the way. Finally he arrived at a very small cave. Compared to Ed's cave, this one appeared much more dangerous and chaotic. Poisonous insects lurked in the shadows of the stone crevices, and sharp stones jutted out with their points facing up. Fortunately Zhao Yi had fire. He had painstakingly brought a piece of firewood from Ed's cave, as fire was crucial to his plan. Humans became stronger with fire. His plan could emit an aurora because of fire. The flames dispelled the poisonous insects and cold, leaving brilliance in the cave. Zhao Yi did not immediately sit down to enjoy, but left the small cave to gather firewood that had not yet been completely soaked by the rain. For an ordinary player this task would be difficult, but for Zhao Yi it was incredibly simple. Because he had the most detailed map of the vicinity in his mind, and it updates in real time. Zhao Yi's busy figure made the viewers in the livestream sigh. Although I admit Zhao Yi's navigation skills are impressive, it seems like what he's doing is quite redundant. With a super wilderness survival expert by our side, food will definitely not be lacking, right? I think Zhao Yi is being overly cautious this time. A bunch of fools. Is a hell-level dungeon really this easy? This is only the first day. You don't really think you can survive 15 days just by following Bei and Ed, do you? After arranging all the firewood, Zhao Yi sat for another hour and a half. Only when the rain outside intensified did he start cutting meat from the brown bear's body and placed it on the fire to roast. Golden oil slowly dripped from the meat, making a sizzling sound. It smelled delicious. Unfortunately, the muddy taste from the rainwater and the fresh scent from the plants would quickly overpower the aroma of the roasted meat. Ed's physique had evidently been greatly enhanced by the dungeon. Zhao Yi did not want his food to be detected by this guy's dog nose. He was full but thirsty. Zhao Yi glanced at the rain outside. Toxic rainwater, not drinkable. Note: if you can use a container to boil it and then filter it with charcoal debris, it can be consumed in moderation. Do not exceed 1 liter in 24 hours. Or some unknown metal substances inside will gradually accumulate, leading to kidney failure. Taking out his indestructible scalpel, Zhao Yi directly carved a large stone into 2 bowls. He filled them with rainwater. Boiling. Then he used his socks to pack charcoal debris for filtering. Perfect. After replenishing a few hundred milliliters of slightly toxic rainwater, Zhao Yi suddenly realized he should wash his feet. Next he dried the dampness in the cave, tore off a corner of his clothing, and began to catch the poisonous creatures hiding in the stone crevices. Whether it was the dark red centipedes, purple-shelled scorpions, or the colorful wolf spiders, all were stabbed to death with the scalpel placed into that piece of cloth and then carefully collected. The players in the livestream expressed confusion about his bizarre actions, discussing among themselves. After completing these tasks, Zhao Yi threw the brown bear's corpse here, extinguished the fire, and braved the rain back to the large cave. On the way he picked some non-toxic wild herbs and chewed them in his mouth. They were very bitter, but they could eliminate the meat taste lingering in his mouth. In the large cave everyone was sleeping soundly. The fire was still burning. Zhao Yi approached the fire, dried the water from his clothes, and then closed his eyes to rest for about 2 hours. Suddenly he felt 2 soft things rubbing against him. Upon opening his eyes he was surprised to see Wei Yun snuggling close. "Where have you been?" Wei Yun asked softly, her eyes flickering. Zhao Yi replied, "Taking a dump." "Wei Yun, did you take 6 hours to do that?" Zhao Yi corrected her. "It was 5 hours 6 minutes and 0 seconds. Wei Yun was speechless, but since Zhao Yi didn't say more she didn't ask again. The difficulty of this dungeon was extremely high, and because of that the group, which should have been united, found it even harder to come together, because no one was willing to trust others. Do you know what's right? Wei Yun was a smart woman. She understood the value of a rookie king. Among their group, it was those 3 low-level newbies who were the real assets. Players who could kill their way to the top of the leaderboard from millions must be formidable characters. Seeing that Zhao Yi completely ignored her, Wei Yun's eyes turned and she whispered, "I'll buy your information with points. 500 points for 1 piece of information." Wei Yun's big watery eyes widened in disbelief. "Can you make it cheaper? Or," she said shyly squeezing her chest, "other forms of payment. Want it or not? I don't want to sleep now." Wei Yun's expression froze. How could he not be interested in such a beautiful offer? Damn. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "Give me 3. I want the real deal. Don't cheat me on the points." "Congratulations, you have gained 1,500 points. Current account balance 7,500 points." Zhao Yi glanced at the others in the cave, lowered his head, and leaned close to her ear saying, "First, all the edible animals in the mountains have been continuously avoiding our area tonight. Second, the heavy rain will likely not stop until the dungeon ends, during which the temperature will continuously drop and the firewood outside will become unburnable after being soaked for hours. Third, the most terrifying danger might be right beside us." Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Wei Yun's face suddenly turned pale. "P.S. I will write 3 chapters today. I drank alcohol tonight and can't hold on anymore. I will try to make up for it tomorrow. They'll check if there are good books to copy from. Good night, brothers." The most terrifying danger is right beside her. She didn't know exactly what Zhao Yi said, but her woman's intuition compelled her to glance at the people inside the cave. 2 players were fast asleep along with a bald NPC. Was Zhao Yi referring to them? She wanted to ask more, but upon seeing her remaining points, she fell silent. Finally, she muttered under her breath, cursing Zhao Yi for his greed, rolled on the ground a couple of times and returned to the fire. Although it was still very cold, the fleece shirt Zhao Yi sold her combined with the bonfire made it bearable for the moment. However, she was very worried about what would come next. If Zhao Yi was right, the temperature would drop further, and the firewood they had stored could last at most 3 days. Once they lost the flame, they might not even have the chance to die from thirst or hunger. In just a few hours, the low temperature could take their lives. It seemed they had already fallen into a desperate situation. Wei Yun had experienced many instances, but she never expected that this seemingly non-threatening scenario could bring her such overwhelming despair. With her chaotic thoughts, Wei Yun didn't sleep deeply either. She woke up at the slightest noise the next day. The other 2 players, however, slept soundly despite the cold and slight hunger. In this level of hunger, the body often involuntarily enters a dormant state to conserve energy, but if hunger becomes too severe, sleep can actually worsen. Outside the cave, the rain intensified. Just like Zhao Yi's news, everyone looked at the trees outside soaked by the rain overnight, and their hearts sank to the bottom. At this moment, Ying Xiangying and Ding Longfei began to regret not bringing in more firewood last night. Using fire to dry the wood was also a method. But now the bigger problem was, it was very cold outside. It was still pouring rain. They could not possibly survive outside for long. Even if they managed to bring firewood back from outside, they would probably fall ill. Moreover, after losing a significant amount of heat, their bodies urgently needed a replenishment of nutrients such as fat and carbohydrates. But they had no food at all. As you can see, on the second day of entering the Rabako mountain range, we encountered an insurmountable problem. The weather. Damn Bell, always so unreliable. Oh my, it's freezing outside. Thank goodness there's fire in the cave. I hope this heavy rain passes quickly. As the crowd looked on in despair, Ed opened his camera and began filming at the cave entrance. After a night's rest, Ed's high fever had subsided somewhat and his temperature was nearly normal. However, from the slight muscle twitching, it was clear that the spider venom in his body had not been completely resolved. The toxins in this mountain range were even more potent than Zhao Yi had anticipated. Or perhaps Ed's resistance to poison was insufficient. Sigh. This isn't a solution. Without food, that's one thing, but how will we survive without water? Ying Xiangying was quite anxious. He was originally a slacker relying on survival in the instance, but he never expected to be matched with a hellish difficulty scenario this time. Starting in a desperate situation, he wanted to escape, but couldn't. Zhao Yi inexplicably pulled out a stone bowl and caught some rainwater outside. Zhao Yi, the rainwater outside is not drinkable. Seeing this, Ed hurried forward to stop Zhao Yi, his eyes filled with concern. Previously, adventurers had analyzed the composition of this rainwater, which contains many unknown metallic substances. Just a small sip can cause hallucinations. Drinking over 100 milliliters can seriously threaten life. Zhao Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ed, I drank some last night. As long as we boil the rainwater and use charcoal to absorb most of the sediment, this water can be consumed in moderation. Although I felt a bit unwell after drinking it last night, I have recovered this morning." After speaking, Zhao Yi deliberately twirled around a few times. He took a couple of steps. If he didn't feel sick, then neither would anyone else. Seeing him like this, everyone also relaxed. Ed looked a bit strange, but he no longer stopped him. Although he had a strong physique, he also needed food and water. Especially after being attacked by spider venom, his body needed hydration to detoxify even more. Since Zhao Yi had helped him solve the drinking problem, it was a good thing for him. Once the water boils, we can add some herbs which will be very beneficial for the body and can neutralize the toxicity of certain substances in the water. When I studied medicine before I saw this kind of herb, my teacher told me about its benefits. Zhao Yi began to spin his tail. He randomly pulled some grass from the cave entrance. This grass was non-toxic, but it was not really medicinal. The real reason Zhao Yi wanted to soak them in the water was to mask the peculiar smell of certain substances. The juice from the crushed wild grass had a strong odor, and generally no one would be willing to drink it. But now, they were actually willing to accept it. Compared to the unpleasant taste, poisoning was much more frightening. As the water-boiled charcoal was added, moisture was drained, and herbs were added, then slightly cooled. Zhao Yi handed the water to Wei Yun. The latter looked at the water in the bowl, initially reluctant to be the first to drink, but Zhao Yi's subtle look made her muster the courage to gulp down a large mouthful. She smacked her lips. Her expression was one of extreme pain, causing Ying Xiangying and Ding Longfei to grow anxious. They thought Wei Yun was poisoned and were about to question Zhao Yi when Wei Yun said, "It's so bitter. But it does feel like there are no adverse reactions after drinking it." The two sighed with relief. They then took turns drinking some. During this time, while everyone's attention was focused on the water, Zhao Yi naturally reached into his pocket and firmly squeezed the cloth pouch containing the poison. The juice seeped from one side of the cloth pouch, staining Zhao Yi's fingers. When it was his turn, he held the bowl, took a sip, and casually dipped his poisoned fingers into the hot water, dissolving. Then he handed it to Ed. Without much thought, Ed gulped it down. Everyone had drunk it, and he was the last one. What was there to hesitate about? After drinking the steaming hot water, everyone felt a bit warmer. Ed continued to complain to his camera. "I once learned an old saying in the East which is very profound. The sky has unpredictable weather and people have fortunes and misfortunes that can change overnight. This means that the weather in the sky is ever-changing and cannot be predicted, just like the fortunes and misfortunes that people experience. You might unintentionally drink a sip of water and then something goes wrong. My head feels a bit dizzy." Ed's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, then he staggered a few steps and finally rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. "Yes, brothers. I'm not slacking off. I'm holding it in. Holding it in." The crowd saw Ed collapse to the ground, and Ying Xiangying hurried to help him, but Ed lay motionless on the ground, his lips turning blue. He has been poisoned. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi, who stood not far away, stroked his chin. "Ed's low poison resistance. Does that imply that Belle's poison resistance is also low?" There is a possibility." "Hey, Ed. Ed, what happened to you?" Ying Xiangying called out loudly, slapping Ed's face several times, but he did not wake up. In Zhao Yi's eyes, Ed's data underwent some changes. Ed, mild danger, weakness, low poison resistance. Note 1. Although he has been poisoned, the depth of the poisoning is not severe. Even though his consciousness is hazy, his primal instincts have not yet fallen asleep. If you attempt to kill him now, you will die a terrible death. Note 2, he is a bit hungry. Primal instincts. It sounds rather lame. Zhao Yi fiddled with his scalpel. The system granted Ed primal instincts clearly to prevent him from fainting after randomly consuming poison and being killed by players, which would significantly reduce the difficulty of the hellish challenge. But clearly Zhao Yi would not do something so foolish. Kill Ed? No. Only a foolish and cruel person would commit such an act. Zhao Yi, being a kind and clever little rascal, would not kill Ed. He helped drag Ed back to the fire while Ying Xiangying trembled all over, unsure whether it was from the cold. He stared at the fire, muttering, "Ed is so strong. How could he fall ill? Could it be because of the water we drank earlier? But we all drank from that bowl." He was very scared, and the dire situation in front of him made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment Ed fell ill, and with the strongest member of the team down, the darkness outside seemed even more terrifying. What if some horrific creature entered the cave? How would they deal with it? What would they do if the fire went out? If? Too many ifs kept stimulating Ying Xiangying. At that moment Ding Longfei, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Zhao Yi. "Did you poison him?" He was the 14th ranked newcomer, exceptionally sharp-minded, and after eliminating other options, he immediately zeroed in on Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi looked up, feigning innocence. "Don't say random things." I didn't. Zhao Yi's expression was almost as if he had "I am the murderer" written all over his face. Ding Longfei furrowed his brow. Seeing that Zhao Yi did not admit to it, he said nothing. Sitting by the fire, the only sounds for several hours were the crackling of the firewood. Cold and hunger tormented them. Except for Zhao Yi, the faces of the other three looked very poor. The gradually diminishing firewood in the cave mirrored their waning patience. Zhao Yi continued to boil a bowl of water, but was in no hurry to drink. Water. Water. On the second night, Ed's lips were blue and purple, and although he had barely regained some consciousness, he felt as if his whole body was burning. Seeing him awake, Zhao Yi brought the water over with great concern. "Ed, don't rush, drink slowly. Don't worry, we will take care of you until you recover." He gently patted Ed's back, comforting him. Ed drank a bowl of cool water and smiled weakly at Zhao Yi, and the others, the purple hue on his lips seemingly becoming more vivid. Before he could thank the others, he rolled his eyes and fainted again. Zhao Yi poured out the remaining water and carefully washed the stone bowl with cold rainwater. After finishing, Zhao Yi caught sight of ED's only backpack. It was unremarkable, containing ED's camera. After Ed collapsed, Wei Yun had picked it up and placed it in the backpack. Zhao Yi rummaged through it. There was only a camera and a spare battery. However, the camera was multifunctional and had a small control screen for watching recordings made by the camera. Curiously, Zhao Yi searched through it. There were many recordings stored, all fragmented, mostly documenting ED's past adventures with guests in various extreme environments. One particular special memory recording caught Zhao Yi's attention. It started with ED's laughter and the guests' exclamations as if they were playing some game of tag. The footage was dark and shaky. These sounds attracted the other three teammates, who sensed something was off, crowding around Zhao Yi to watch the recording seriously. Sigh. How could they be so lucky and still have the mood to play games? Ying Xiangying remarked unhappily, his brows furrowing. Why is it that when it comes to us? His complaints were cut short as his eyes suddenly widened, seeming to see something unbelievable. On the screens recording, Ed, who seemed to be playing games with the guests after catching up to a female guest, actually grabbed her head with his hand and crushed it on the spot. In that moment, when her head exploded, red and white splattered everywhere. The horrific scene immediately made Ying Xiangying and Wei Yun shudder, especially Ying Xiangying, whose legs went weak sitting down on the ground. What? He trembled, pointing at the screen, unable to speak. On the screen, Ed was facing the camera, his neck twisted at a bizarre angle, a sinister grin on his face. He ignored the dirt and directly picked up the brain matter from the ground, frantically shoving it into his mouth. This horrifying scene not only scared the three people beside Zhao Yi, but also shocked the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. WCNM. My cabinet in the room is moving, I can't watch anymore. Damn. He really eats people. Has he gone mad? Thank goodness he fainted from the poison. Otherwise these few people would fear for their lives. Where did Zhao Yi catch the poison last night? Could it really be from Zhao Yi? Did he already predict that Ed would eat people? While the viewers in the live broadcast room were wildly speculating about Zhao, Ying Xiangying suddenly let out a scream and ran out into the heavy rain. Just a moment ago, he actually saw Ed, who was lying on the ground, turn over, facing them. Unable to accept the scene of having his skull crushed and being eaten, he fled the cave. Even if it was extremely cold outside, freezing to death was better than being eaten. Zhao Yi watched him run out of the cave and immediately chased after him. Wei Yun instinctively wanted to go out, but was pulled back by Ding Longfei. Looking at Ding Longfei's serious expression, she calmed down a bit. Don't go out. If you go out now, you will most likely die. The temperature outside combined with the non-freezing rain will kill a person in no time, especially since we have no food and cannot replenish heat. Our bodies simply cannot withstand it. Wei Yun stared intently at the unconscious Ed on the ground, swallowing hard. It was only then that she understood the meaning of Zhao Yi's words. The most terrifying danger was right beside them. What will they do? Wei Yun was filled with trepidation. After discovering ED's secret, she felt a sense of dread every time she saw the unconscious Ed. Ding Longfei shook his head and sighed. If it were me, I would never chase after him. Zhao Yi's ranking is ahead of mine. His observational skills and thinking ability should be on par with mine. After all, the poisoned Ed is proof of that. This guy clearly had premeditated intentions. It is likely that he started plotting to poison Ed as soon as Ed fell ill from eating the poisonous spider last night. What I don't understand is why he would risk his life to save someone with such a weak mentality. Just as Ding Longfei was puzzled, Wei Yun looked at Ed, whose lips were turning purple, and suddenly recalled Zhao Yi leaving the cave last night. So at that time, was he going to poison him? When did he poison him? Wei Yun was confused. Everyone was in the cave and everything they did could be seen. Ding Longfei was silent for a moment, a glimmer of respect and vigilance flashing in his eyes. It was water. Although I don't know how he did it, it is clear that water was the only thing he and Ed had indirect contact with. I suspect he might have poisoned the water after drinking it himself, and then handed the poisoned water to Ed. Earlier he squeezed the plant juice into the boiling water, probably hoping to mask the smell of the poison. This guy's mind and execution are truly terrifying. He quietly did so many things right under everyone's noses. After analyzing this, cold sweat inexplicably broke out on his back. If Zhao Yi had harbored even a slight wicked thought just now and changed the order of drinking water, then all of them would be dead. This is by no means impossible. Since Zhao Yi guessed early on that Ed would eventually slaughter and eat the players, he surely understood that if he killed his teammates, their corpses could buy him a lot of time to escape. Zhao Yi didn't do that. Why? Was it because he was confident? Or was there a better solution? Ding Longfei fell silent. Being ranked 14th among the newcomers, he considered himself quite capable, but before Zhao Yi, he felt like an idiot lost in the fog. He thought the gap with the top ranks wouldn't be too large, but he never expected that on just the first day, he would be completely left behind by that freak Zhao. With a bitter smile, he sat by the campfire, slowly adding some firewood. The dim firelight brightened a bit. Wei Yun cautiously sat over, looking at the unconscious Ed, and picked up a stone, holding it tightly in her palm. You better not do that, Ding Longfei said. Wei Yun was taken aback. Why not? If he wants to kill us, shouldn't we resist? Ding Longfei shook his head and explained, if it were that simple, do you think we would need to wait for you to act? Wei Yun immediately realized there might be a problem. If Ed could be killed so easily, Zhao Yi would surely be the first to act right. After all, the Ed in front of them looked completely unable to resist. In a hellish difficulty dungeon, one must always be careful. Let's wait for Zhao Yi to return and then we can discuss. Wei Yun nodded, agreeing with Ding Longfei's reasoning. Through the long night, it seemed like 6 or 7 hours passed until Zhao Yi's wet figure finally appeared from outside the cave just before the dawn of the third day. He was carrying some cut fresh meat, looking spirited and rosy. After drying his clothes in the cave, Zhao Yi noticed Wei Yun and Ding Longfei staring intently at the large chunk of fresh meat he brought. Zhao Yi, you went out last night to chasing Xiangying, where is he? Ding Longfei suppressed his craving for food and inquired about that LV5 weak teammate. Zhao Yi pointed to the roasted meat on the stick, grinning. The two of them were taken aback. You killed him? Zhao Yi smiled and replied, no, I just picked up the corpse. Last night he ran and ran, I chased and before long he couldn't run anymore. Then I just chatted with him, while waiting for him to freeze to death. Xiangying is different from Zhao Yi. First, Zhao Yi has the heat of a bear to rely on, and second, Zhao Yi has 18 points of strength, making him much more resilient. This was the reason Zhao Yi pursued him without hesitation last night. Zhao Yi's body had enough heat to spare, but he didn't. You can't really want to eat? Wei Yun's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Yi, what are you thinking? I never eat human flesh. Then what's the difference from eating feces? Wei Yun was choked. Then what do you call this? Zhao nodded, pointing at the unconscious Ed, speaking chillingly. That's right, this is Xiangying's tenderloin. I peeled all the meat off his bones last night. Don't be fooled by how light this kid is. He has quite a bit of meat on him. But this meat isn't for me to eat, it's for Ed. Upon hearing this, Wei Yun and Ding Longfei exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Are you insane? Not only do you want to find a way to kill this cannibal, but you also want to feed him. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, eyeing the unconscious Ed, as if he were assessing a beloved pet, muttering, what a shame to kill such a cute NPC. Wei Yun covered her face with both hands, feeling utterly lost. Big brother, this is a cannibal, how could he be cute? In the live stream, my brother Zhao always has some bizarre ideas that normal people can't comprehend. Ugh, I really felt nauseous when he was dismembering last night. By the way, he's a psychologist. Why is he so skilled at dismemberment? I am becoming more and more convinced that Zhao Yi has serious mental issues. Damn it, this idiot game shouldn't just grab anyone. Aren't you curious about what he really wants to do? What's the use of curiosity? Just keep watching. Can you guess a madman's thoughts? Big brother, this is a cannibal, how could he be cute? In the live stream, my brother Zhao always has some bizarre ideas that normal people can't comprehend. At this moment, he had lost his usual composure. Remembering how Zhao Yi silently incapacitated the combat-powerful cannibal Ed, cold sweat gradually appeared on Ding Longfei's forehead. The video you just saw indicates that if we do not eliminate Ed now, once he recovers, it will be us who perish. With your observational skills, it is impossible not to notice how strong Ed and Belle are in combat. Not to mention that our strength has already been reduced by 50. Even at our peak, we could never defeat those two. Ding Longfei felt a sense of worry. He had heard that Zhao Yi's mental state was not quite stable. Would he have a breakdown at a critical moment? If that happens, it could jeopardize the entire team. Zhao Yi, who was grilling meat, turned his face and looked at Ed, who was already drooling from the smell of the meat, shaking his head, and said, no. He won't kill me. He will only kill you. At this point, Zhao Yi suddenly paused, a strange smile appearing on his face. However, if you want to kill Ed, I want object. Just go ahead. Seeing this smile, Ding Longfei and Wei Yun were even more certain that if they assassinated Ed, something terrifying would ensue. After a brief silence, Zhao Yi took out a small cloth bag and smeared some strange foul-smelling sauce on the meat. He then waved the meat under Ed's nose. Ed was instantly stimulated and woke up. Upon seeing the meat, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Though weak, Ed's face gradually twisted into a snarl. Having consumed human flesh before, the intoxicating aroma that was impossible to resist had long been etched into his DNA. Where did this meat come from? Zhao Yi's face turned pale and he said nervously, Ed, you don't know, after you left, something horrifying happened. There is someone hidden in the darkness on this mountain. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a full set of field military gear, and he has a very sharp knife. This guy suddenly attacked Xiangying while he was out going to the bathroom. I followed the screams only to find that Xiangying was left with only half of himself. Upon hearing this, Ed suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide open. A height of around 1.8 meters. Military field gear. Sharp knife. Isn't that Belle? Damn it. It was agreed that each person would bring 4 food items, and this bastard dared to steal someone while I was sick. This is intolerable. Looking at Ed, whose eyes were bloodshot and exuding a terrifying aura of killing, Zhao Yi continued, alas. You know what our situation is now. I was thinking that eating our own kind is too cruel. But now that you're so sick, you might not survive without eating some meat. What if that guy shows up again and you're still sick? Wouldn't that put us in danger? Language is an art. Zhao Yi coaxed him slowly. Ding Longfei and Wei Yun standing behind Zhao Yi suddenly understood why Zhao Yi didn't kill Ed. He wanted to use Ed to deal with Belle. Goodness, how cunning. The viewers in the live stream were also in awe. That manipulation is truly impressive. This is bad. I just came from the player live stream of Belle's side, and they have discovered Belle's secret of cannibalism. There are many clues on Belle's side. The Survival in the Wilderness program is essentially a large-scale hunting game created by the rich. The guests invited here are actually homeless people or prostitutes from the city who have had their memories wiped. Oh my! No wonder this is a hell-level dungeon. Players not only have to contend with extreme weather, but also avoid the cannibalistic wild monsters Ed and Belle, who are experts in reconnaissance and hunting. The players on that side have already started preparing to attack the players on EDS side. Killing each other? Why? Shouldn't they be united? Food is scarce, what's the use of unity? Can unity fill your stomach? Understood. Survival in the Wilderness looks like a survival dungeon, but it is actually a hunting dungeon. The biggest difference between a survival dungeon and a hunting dungeon is that the former does not guarantee death, while the latter is certain to result in death. Upon realizing the truth of this dungeon, the viewers in the live stream felt their hearts racing and grew anxious. Ed consumed the meat laced with poison and began to roll his eyes. But whether it was due to his body producing antibodies or the meat giving Ed strength, his consciousness was hazy but not entirely unconscious. At this moment Zhao Yi began to whisper something in his ear. He said a lot. Ding Longfei and Wei Yun could not hear clearly what Zhao Yi was saying, but they could see EDS expression gradually calming down as he listened to Zhao Yi's murmurs no longer as ferocious as before. He also whispered something back to Zhao Yi, but his eyes had a strangely vacant look, as if he was under someone else's control. About half an hour later Ed fell asleep. Only then did Zhao Yi get up, stretch and smile at the two, saying, "It's about time. Next I want to discuss a business deal with you. This deal concerns your lives." Upon hearing this, Wei Yun and Ding Longfei's expressions instantly became much more serious. Zhao Yi sat by the campfire adding some dry firewood. "Each of you gives me 5,000 points as a ticket and I will take you through the upcoming game. 5,000 is certainly not a small amount for players below level 15. Having tasted the sweetness, Zhao Yi was not prepared to stop. How much could the points from the dungeon be? To earn points one must harvest the leeks. Previously Zhao Yi had fought hard in the creepy school incident dungeon to earn 8,000. In this dungeon he sold a shirt 3 pieces of information and earned 4,500. The difference is evident. Are you addicted to shearing sheep? Hearing that he had to transfer 5,000 again, Wei Yun couldn't help it anymore. This bastard is simply a bottomless pit. However, Ding Longfei after a moment of contemplation agreed. Are you really that spineless? Wei Yun was incredulous that Ding Longfei had defected so quickly. Ding Longfei chuckled, "What can I do? 5,000 is quite a bit for me, but if I can clear the hell dungeon the rewards will be much greater and I might even score an S rating. I'm just 1 rating away from unlocking the advanced shop, so I want to take a gamble." "Alright, let's gamble." A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. "You have received 10,000 points. After receiving the system's message, Zhao Yi finally spoke. "Now we are all in the same boat. To be honest with you, the danger we will face next does not come from Ed and Belle, but from the 4 players that Belle brought with him." Wei Yun glanced at the sleeping Ed puzzled, and asked, "How do you know he won't attack us in the coming days?" Zhao Yi raised a finger, because if that were the case, the difficulty of this dungeon would not just be hell but unsolvable. Could you survive being hunted by these 2 wild cannibals with various skills for more than 10 days in such extreme conditions without dying? Wei Yun fell silent. Zhao Yi continued, "Under normal circumstances players need to find ways to exhaust their stamina to defeat Ed and Belle, and the way to achieve all of this is to reduce the food supply." Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhao Yi opened his cultivation system and dragged the Luan Yu into it. A vast power surged into Zhao Yi's body. S1. "I won't say anything more. If I don't finish 8,000 words today, I'll live stream myself doing handstands and drink it all without a drop left. 2. Absolutely no filler. 3. Thanks for the gifts and reading from all the fathers and mothers. 4. Let's go." When Zhao Yi spoke these words, it wasn't just the 2 of them who were shocked. The viewers in the live stream, with their godlike perspective, were even more astonished. They could jump back and forth between different streams, allowing them to see comprehensive information. But Zhao Yi couldn't. How did he guess that the player on Belle's side was about to attack EDS team? Cheating. Actually, from the very beginning the dungeon had already given us hints. Belle is well-equipped while Ed has nothing. This indicates that the team following Belle not only has food, water, but even weapons. What the 2 of them are truly filming is not the scene of the guests uniting in the jungle striving for survival, but rather our mutual slaughter where blood and flesh fly, transitioning from hope to despair. Zhao Yi articulated his thoughts eloquently. With each point he made, the hearts of the 2 surged with intensity. Wei Yun's expression was complex as she gazed at the face illuminated by the campfire's glow and whispered, "If that's the case, why did you still choose Ed?" Zhao Yi fiddled with the stick in his hand, sighing, "Perhaps it's because I'm too kind of a person. I can't bring myself to harm others." Wei Yun. By heaven's conscience. If it weren't for Zhao Yi having blackmailed her before, she would have believed him. We currently have no food and the fire won't last for many days. Even without external dangers we won't survive for long. Wei Yun sighed. Zhao Yi replied, no, I have food. Although it won't fill you up, it will last for 15 days without a problem. As for the fire, we can take it from them. Ding Longfei raised an eyebrow. What about Belle? Zhao Yi's gaze flickered. For the first 12 days, neither Belle nor Ed will interfere with the guests invited by the production team. They are merely recorders. I wasn't sure at first, so I just inquired Ed. Wei Yun recalled Zhao Yi whispering in Ed's ear earlier, and couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. How could he say these things to you? Zhao Yi rubbed his hands, hinting meaningfully he would. If you could hypnotize him. The two were taken aback. Such a low-level psychological tactic has no effect on most mentally strong individuals, but Ed is different. After being poisoned for 2 consecutive days and falling unconscious, his mental defenses are quite weak. Besides, I just fed him food which basically cleared his guard against me. In this situation, the power of hypnosis. You can hardly imagine. Zhao Yi stood up and said to the two, tomorrow morning I will bring back food and firewood. Then I will teach you how to make some practical traps. Eat and drink well and prepare to work. The rain fell like needles, for shadows and raincoats stumbled through the darkness. In the distance, there was a more concealed shadow hiding behind a large rock, eagerly filming with a camera. This person was Belle. He deliberately left many flaws to guide these food to slaughter each other. Excitement burned in Belle's eyes. Kill, kill. The more brutal the better. The louder your screams, the happier those adults will be. Quanren, how is the footage from the reconnaissance drone? A plain but beautiful woman whispered. Another Japanese man stared at the display on his tablet, revealing a cruel smile. The one called Zhao Yi is alone. I don't know why, but he actually ran out of the cave. The images sent back by the drone stationed at the cave entrance show that there are only 3 people inside and 1 player seems to have disappeared. Ran Xin's gaze was sharp, piercing through the rain curtain. Very good. First kill one and hide his body. Later we can eat him ourselves. Belle's food will definitely be insufficient. As long as he and Ed have no food and starve for over 10 days, the 4 of us should be able to take them down. Let Ning Wenxiao follow Zhao Yi and cut off his head today. Kaneguchi Quanren's lips curled into a crazy smile. No problem. Newcomer leaderboard 1. Today I'll offer you as a sacrifice. Heavy rain poured down. The cold was as sharp as a sword in the night wind. The shadow lurked in the forest, its form elusive like a ghost shifting left and right. A superb tracking technique. Ning Wenxiao's glasses were soaked by the rain droplets trailing down, but it did not affect his vision in the slightest. His eyes had locked onto the man running ahead in the rain like a wolf. In his hand was an unsheathed katana. Splash! His foot stepped into a puddle, sending a spray of water everywhere. A poetic killing intent blossomed like a death waltz in the endless night. 30 steps. 20 steps. Zhao Yi suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something, turning around in confusion. Ning Wenxiao immediately halted, activating the shadow cloak. Item: shadow cloak. Quality: blue. Description: a certain black technological product. The wearer can activate the skill Shadow of Silence. Effect: become invisible for 1 minute. During invisibility, all sounds and scents will be masked, but the user will be in a petrified state and unable to move. Note: during the infiltration process, this is a perfect tool. Looking at Zhao Yi's puzzled expression, Ning Wenxiao sneered. Pretty alert, but what a pity. You ran into me, Ning Wenxiao. The foundation of a level 7 player is not something a level 3 rookie like you can contend with. What the hell? Why is he walking over here? Watching Zhao Yi approach step by step, Ning Wenxiao felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. His item grants complete invisibility, and he used it before Zhao Yi turned around, so there was no reason for him to see him. Ning Wenxiao firmly believed his invisibility was flawless. In fact, Zhao Yi truly couldn't see his body. But the dense rain curtain revealed Ning Wenxiao's outline, making him shine like a bright moon in the darkness. What is he taking out his knife for? What the hell? Driven by utmost curiosity, Zhao Yi tentatively thrust his knife toward Ning Wenxiao's heart. Blood sprayed wildly. Ning Wenxiao fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide with fury. As he gazed at the torrential rain, he finally understood why Zhao Yi could see him. From the corner of his eye, unwilling tears flowed. He died so damn carelessly. In the livestream. Is this idiot for real? Did he just deliver himself? Does he think he's invisible? With such IQ. How dare he come to kill my brother Zhao? I'm not Li Jie, but I'm utterly shocked. EDS faction player Zhao Yi LV3 killed Belle's faction. Ning Wenxiao LV7 side. Quest 1 activated kill players from the opposing faction by any means necessary. Side Quest 2 activated kill Ed and Belle. PS second update. The 4th day, the rain continued to fall. Zhao Yi brought back quite a bit of firewood and bear meat, and the two of them devoured it hungrily. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi continued to roast the meat of the Yingxiang eagle for Ed. It was as if he were taking care of his own little dog. While Ed was eating the meat, Zhao Yi would chat with him, but Ed would not respond, merely listening quietly. After eating, he quietly fell asleep. This time Zhao Yi did not poison him. After finishing, Zhao Yi cut off a piece of bear meat and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. He then spoke animatedly to the communication receiver on the table, saying, "Ha ha 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 ha. They lost a man last night and are too afraid to act recklessly. We can sleep soundly tonight." After a pause, he pinched his nose and responded in a high-pitched voice, "Yes, yes. You are absolutely right." After his split personality episode ended, Zhao Yi directly threw the communication receiver into the fire. After some crackling sounds, Zhao Yi turned to his two strangely gazing teammates and said, "It's time to work. Tonight you will go kill someone. I've prepared the secret weapons brought by the opponent for you." He tossed the weapons he had scavenged from Ning Wenshao to the two. One was a nail clipper, the other was an ear scoop. The two stared at the weapons before them, then glanced at the katana next to Ed, falling into silence. After some crackling sounds, Zhao Yi turned to his two strangely gazing teammates and said, "It's time to work. Tonight you will go kill someone." Zhao Yi looked at the nail clipper on the ground, puzzled. "Isn't it sharp enough?" He picked it up and clipped a nail. Snap. The nail broke off with a sound. "See, what a terrifying weapon." Wei Yun couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table. "Damn, you clearly want us dead, don't you? This thing can kill. It's not even as effective as my unpolished middle finger." Zhao Yi shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "Relax. You guys are seriously lacking in humor. Alright, I admit our equipment is scarce. Or you could just go find a rock outside." Wei Yun replied speechlessly, "Isn't that katana usable? You have a soul weapon, don't you? Just leave the knife for us. It would help us get things done better." It wasn't that she was greedy. Their inventory was sealed, and facing the well-armed Bell team made it hard for them to exert their strength. Furthermore, she and Ding Longfei were one person short compared to the opposing team. Zhao Yi replied, "The knife is for Ed. He doesn't have the same equipment as Bell, and must have a suitable weapon, otherwise he will be at a disadvantage when facing Bell." Upon hearing this, the two immediately understood Zhao Yi's intention, their expressions serious. "Tonight." Zhao Yi nodded. "Tonight." The two's expressions grew fierce. All right, they had already given up 5,000 points. Right now they had to follow Zhao Yi to clear the dungeon immediately to recover their costs. If they won, they could get back both the principal and interest. If they lost, they would lose everything. There was no way back. They had to risk it all. The two quickly left, leaving Zhao Yi and Ed in the cave, when suddenly Ed sat up violently. "Satisfied and full. Go kill Bell. Then kill yourself." Zhao Yi threw him a roasted human leg. In Ed's hollow gaze, a fierce light suddenly flashed, and he grabbed the human leg on the ground, gnawing at it frantically. In just 2 or 3 minutes he had even crushed and swallowed the bones. Soon he seemed to be reborn from the ashes, his bones crackling loudly. Taking up the knife, he rushed out into the rain. Zhao Yi sat by the campfire, slicing the bear meat with a scalpel, slowly roasting it, a strange smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Condition: brutal personality injection. Condition: extreme mental dispersal. Host: Ed. Personality corruption level 12. SAN influence: moderate domination, mild domination. Effect: rationality decreases, hatred value significantly increases. Bell's camp. Those foolish birds never suspected that Ning Wenshao had a listening device. Ha 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 ha. Tonight, while they rest, we'll head directly to their camp and take them all down. Kanegawa Hiroshi declared boisterously, his face filled with excitement and savagery. The expressions of the other two varied. Ranzin's face was icy, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Jitang, the lowest ranked but 8th on the newcomer leaderboard, appeared somewhat solemn. His intuition told him that things were not as simple as they seemed. Did Zhao Yi's team really not discover the communicator? Or perhaps the rain outside grew heavier. The three of them set off towards EDS camp, preparing to eliminate these players first before wholeheartedly dealing with Ed and Bell. Meanwhile, in the darkness, drenched by the rain, Bell, who was excitedly filming the three, suddenly sensed a terrifying killing intent. He turned abruptly, only to see Ed holding a katana, tilting his head with a smile that sent chills down his spine. "Ed, why aren't you filming? What are you doing here?" Although they had worked together before and had built some trust, Bell still drew his military dagger, cautiously watching Ed. The other side was exuding a strong killing intent, their expression twisted. "We agreed on for each. You bastard, you stole my man, didn't you? Die." In the dark rain, two figures as swift as tigers crossed paths, the air thick with killing intent. Strange. Where are the people? As fusion. She and Ding Longfei didn't wait long. The deadly low temperature outside forced them to enter the cave. Upon entering, they almost cursed. Goodness, it was ridiculously spacious. There were all kinds of food inside, even drinks. One might think they were on vacation. Damn that survival system. We're all players in the same dungeon. The disparity in treatment is too great. Warning player Ding Longfei, further insults towards the system will result in a mute penalty. Ding Longfei. He looked around and saw no players. Neither was Bell present. Strange. Where did they go? In EDS cave. After eating, Zhao Yi directly donned the shadow cloak, crouching beside the cave passage, entering a state of invisibility. In 1 minute he would be able to move, but any movement would break his invisibility. Watching the three shadows cautiously approaching from outside the cave, the scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand reflected a chilling glint. Tonight we will end the story. What is our motto? Never eat shit, never eat shit, never eat shit. The three of them entered EDS cave. After a brief search they found no one. Damn it! Where did they go? Kanagai Kaito cursed under his breath, kicking over the campfire and extinguishing the flames with his rain-soaked boots. Damn son of a bitch, hiding like this. He was arrogant and brash, wielding a katana identical to Ning Wenxiu's. Such weapons were plentiful at Bell's place. Jitang approached the Ed B-pack and took out a camera. Inside was footage of Ed torturing previous victims. After watching, Jitang seemed to remember something, suddenly raising his eyebrows and saying, "This is bad." He turned sharply only to see a cloaked man holding Kanagai Kaito with one hand and a sharp scalpel pressed against his neck with the other. Kanagai Kaito's face turned pale, the coldness at his throat rendering him unable to fight back. "Where are your teammates?" The calm woman Ran Ximping had one hand behind her back, seemingly preparing a powerful move. Zhao Yi held Kanagai Kaito tightly, stepping back towards the rain curtain, his figure becoming increasingly dim under the cover of darkness. "I made up an excuse to let them go. The last dish I want to eat alone." After saying this, he vanished into the night with Kanagai Kaito. The two quickly chased after, but Zhao Yi was already nowhere to be seen. Suddenly a piercing scream echoed from the dense forest to the right, and the two drew their military knives and a high-voltage stun baton, cautiously making their way towards the sound. Under a giant pine tree lay two severed arms. "Ah!" Another scream pierced the air, this time from the left, and the two hurried towards that direction. Suddenly Jitang stepped on something and accidentally fell. He quickly got up with Ran Ximping's help, but as they caught sight of what had caused him to slip, their scalps nearly exploded. What lay quietly was actually the bloody skin of Kanagai Kaito. Damn! Even Ran Ximping, who had seen many horrifying scenes, trembled all over at this sight. How long had it been since they arrived that Zhao Yi had already skinned Kanagai Kaito? Was it even possible for a person to skin at such speed? "Kanagai Kaito is dead, killed by Zhao Yi." The system broadcast rang out. Panic spread. "Let's retreat back to the cave. It's dark here, making it easy to be ambushed." The two lacked the courage to continue hunting Zhao Yi. Kanagai Kaito's gruesome death had shattered their thoughts. However, in their panic, the two completely failed to notice. At the cave entrance, a trail of fresh footprints was being washed away by the rain. Zhao Yi killed Ran Ximping. Zhao Yi killed Jitang. Players Zhao Yi Ding, Longfei Wei Yun completed side quest 1. Rewards for side quests will be awarded based on contribution points after the main quest ends. On the ground beside the campfire, Zhao Yi was covered in blood. Two headless corpses lay on the ground. Their heads were placed beside him, one on each side. And Kanagai Kaito's head was inside the cave. He had not been skinned at all. This was merely a psychological trick that Zhao Yi and the two were playing. In reality, the one who was skinned was Ning Wenxiu, who had come earlier to assassinate Zhao Yi. Watching the rain outside, Zhao Yi quietly embraced the bloodied heads of the three and fell asleep. Sleeping like this brings peace. On the desolate mountain, Ed forced the injured Bell to the edge of a cliff with a katana. "Ed, you've been used by them." Bell screamed, his eyes red with fury. Ed trembled all over. His eyes were no longer as murky as before, but blood tears flowed from the corners. "I know, Bell, but I truly don't want to go on like this. Let it all end. We have done too many wrong things. Death is instead a release." Looking at Ed's weary face, Bell breathed heavily and sat down on the ground. He wanted to light a cigarette, but it was raining. He used to not smoke. It was only after becoming enamored with killing that he learned to smoke. Nicotine could dispel the guilt within him. "You're right. We indeed have done too many wrong things." Bell sighed, slowly closing his eyes, savoring the last moment of tranquility before death. Ed raised the katana high and swung it down violently. He held Bell's head and approached the cliff's edge, feeling the fierce cold rain and wind before plunging into the abyss. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi Ding, Longfei Wei Yun for completing side quest 2. All side quests completed based on contribution. Zhao Yi received the Fate treasure chest. Ding Longfei Wei Yun received no rewards. P.S. This dungeon is basically over. Let me briefly mention a few points. Although this dungeon was designed with care, it evidently exceeded my capabilities, and unlike previous dungeons, it did not serve the main storyline at all, and is more of an impromptu, independent dungeon. As a noob, I did not manage to handle it successfully, resulting in discomfort for everyone, and I apologize for that. I will seriously review the main storyline and dungeon creation in the next 2 to 3 days. Due to reason 1, I cut some scenes to hastily conclude this dungeon, but the main process has been completed. I will quickly return to the main storyline, including the secrets of Gu Xian Town, the secrets within the protagonist, and the opening of the tide of demonic spirits. Writing a novel is like running a restaurant. Some come and go, some are regulars, and some are one-time visitors. Regardless, it is all a matter of fate, and I am grateful for this. You all have brought me not just gains, but more companionship. The author only writes books, not groups. Good night, brothers. The rain ceased on the 12th day, marking the beginning of the days when Ed and Bell started their massacre of players. However, Ed and Belle had since passed away due to their guilt, leaving the kind-hearted psychologist Zhao Yi with little to do, prompting him to tinker with ED's camera. And he left behind a recording. After completing these tasks, Zhao Yi placed the recording into ED's worn bag and threw it into Belle's cave. After the main quest concluded, the players transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The forest gradually returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter arrived at the mountaintop and several men in black suits and sunglasses disembarked and made their way to Belle's cave. "Sir, we have arrived at the Rabako Mountains, but the two captive beasts Belle and Ed are already missing." The man in black placed his hand on the communicator by his ear, quietly listening for instructions from the other end. Another soldier ventured inside the cave and thoroughly searched the area, quickly finding Ed's torn bag. He looked puzzled. He had been here more than once and had personally piloted the helicopter to deliver Ed and Belle to several forbidden zones. Thus he recognized Ed and Belle's bag. After a moment's hesitation, he took out the camera inside, driven by curiosity, and opened the recording. A slender yet handsome man spoke to the camera, seemingly talking to himself. The soldier couldn't quite hear what the man was saying and leaned closer to the camera's speaker. As he listened, his gaze gradually became vacant and dazed. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc. Just then, the man in black who was on the phone suddenly saw the soldier turn around and raise his rifle. He paused his conversation with his superior. Just before he died, he murmured, "Oh, motherfucker. Tat 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 tat." Congratulations, player Zhao Yi. Main quest. Survive for 15 days in the Rabako Mountains. Completed side quest 1. Eliminate enemy camp players. Completed side quest 2. Eliminate Ed and Belle. Completed story exploration 100, worldview exploration 50 score. Acquired SS reward. Acquired 150 experience 15000 points. Item. Acquired fate treasure chest. Blue title. Acquired deceiver evaluation. Congratulations on once again finishing the dungeon ahead of time through your own efforts. It seems that the Inferno difficulty dungeon is still too easy for you. The system might consider giving you an unsolvable difficulty dungeon next time to broaden your horizons. Additionally, you, data deleted, should stop causing trouble for the system after the dungeon ends. Last time in the Curse School Horror dungeon, you, data deleted, caused trouble turning X2 from a hell boss into a deadly boss, resulting in the other team of dungeon players being completely wiped out. I, data deleted. You filthy, data deleted. After returning to the guild's base, Zhao Yi glanced at the system's score and evaluation. The evaluation was exceedingly harsh. In essence, it indicated that after being taught some basic skills by him, the X2 from the Curse School Horror killed indiscriminately as a boss in another dungeon. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Zhao Yi's eyes. So the dungeons the players experienced were not merely games. The NPCs within could be used in other dungeons after their initial encounter. In other words, the game dungeon NPCs players meet now could very well reappear in subsequent dungeons. Beep beep beep. Zhao Yi's system panel received a message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Lu Ruoqing. "Brother, come to my room." He hesitated for a moment and replied, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Yes, I need my brother's treatment. Send me a photo so I can see." Soon Lu Ruoqing sent 2 photos, one with a pout and the other with her lips pursed. Zhao Yi was speechless. "I told you to take a photo of the affected area. Why are you sending me selfies?" "Ah, sorry." Shortly after, she sent another picture. A long leg that should have been as white as snow was now covered in red scales. This was a sign of the red demon's impending resurrection. Zhao Yi immediately knocked on room 707's door. The door opened and a delicate finger hooked onto Zhao Yi's clothing, pulling him inside. Today's treatment was very satisfactory. The red scales on Lu Ruoqing's leg receded. She sat on the sofa, poured a glass of red wine, and slowly drank it, a charming flush rising to her cheeks. Across from her, Zhao Yi was diligently taking notes. "The old mystic Zhang Shao has already registered you. Once the time for the tide of demon spirits arrives, you will be summoned and transported to that great secret realm. Additionally, I have already reimbursed the registration fee for you." Zhao Yi was surprised and looked up to ask, "There's a registration fee?" Lu Ruoqing languidly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "What else? It's a high-risk, high-reward place exclusive to newcomers. Many players yearn to go there. The system isn't foolish. If hundreds of thousands of players entered all at once, it would be complete chaos. Thus, it needs to conduct a quality screening in advance." Zhao Yi nodded slowly. "Thank you." Lu Ruoqing chuckled lightly. "No need for that. By the way, last time Zhang Shao, that old mystic, lost a bet to me, giving me a golden item. Selling it could also earn a fair amount of points. During this time, you won't be able to enter dungeons. After registering for the tide of demon spirits, your soul imprint will be locked, and you can only remain in the chaotic realm. You can still complete world quests." Zhao Yi nodded slightly and left Lu Ruoqing's room. After he left, the charm on Lu Ruoqing's face gradually faded. "Are you afraid?" She spoke, though it was unclear who she was addressing, until a strange voice echoed, trembling slightly with fear. Only she could hear it. "It wants to eat me. P.S. Today I revised the horror of the Curse School, trying to make Yang Linlin look less disgusting, hence the slower updates. Zhao Yi returned to his apartment and opened the panel. Character Zhao Yi. Level 4. Experience 75,150. Items Lu Laohan's property certificate Pandora's box fake death substitute doll the crusher shotgun soup carefully cooked by the butcher. Health 2,525. Strength 36. Spirit 101. 1,001. Luck 0. Titles Fearful of Ghosts Sudden Brilliance Rule Breaker Eager to Teach Deceiver. Soul Weapon Bloodstained Scalpel Plunder. Points 36,500. Rating Acquisition SSSSSS. Domain Strengthening F. Among all these what pleased Zhao Yi the most was his points. It had already reached 30,000. Without a second thought Zhao Yi spent 20000 to buy 4 pages of the Luanyu Remnants. Now he had gathered 5 pages of the Luanyu Remnants. Sitting cross-legged on the bed Zhao Yi opened his cultivation system and dragged the Luanyu into it. A vast power surged into Zhao Yi's body. Vaguely it seemed that an unknown chanting voice resonated in Zhao Yi's mind like a mighty bell. He listened carefully for a while and gradually understood its meaning. Ren is the technique that divides a person into two. The master said to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. This means if you find out the way to your home in the morning you must die by evening. The master said a gentleman does not promote a person based on words, nor does he dismiss words based on a person. This means a gentleman does not speak nonsense, and when he lifts someone to hit them, he will not say courteous words, just because he has incapacitated them. The master said since you are here you should settle down here. After some digestion Zhao Yi suddenly realized that this cultivation method was simply too suitable for him. Custom-made. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight, nor is it as simple as putting on the limbs of a fierce ghost to achieve instant success. It requires practical combat experience. For example, with the iron cloth shirt you need to endure more hits to improve your proficiency. Many have died while practicing the iron cloth shirt, killed by fierce ghosts and players alike. As for Luanyu, it seems to focus more on offense. With the cultivation method in place Zhao Yi took out the Fate Treasure Chest. Item Fate Treasure Chest Blue. Quality Consumable. Description: this is just an ordinary treasure chest. Have you played games before? Such chests can be found everywhere in games. Effect: after opening the treasure chest you may obtain random items of the following qualities: white items, 75 green items, 15 blue items, 7 purple items, 2 others, 1. Note: if you feel unlucky you can sell it to other players who enjoy opening chests. Selling it? Impossible. The chest must be opened by oneself. No boy dislikes opening treasure chests. What matters is the process, not what you get. Without a second thought about his zero luck, Zhao Yi opened the Fate Treasure Chest while performing a backflip. It is said that boys who can do backflips are generally not too unlucky. Congratulations! You have opened the Fate Treasure Chest and obtained an other item, the Corpse Grinder. Item: Corpse Grinder. Quality: Other. Description: as you can see, this is a piece of black technology invented by a terrifying scientist from the chaotic realm. It appears as a dilapidated, foul-smelling metal machine usually used to grind corpses, but theoretically, it can crush any object that is not too hard. Effect: players and ghostly beings killed by the corpse grinder cannot be resurrected, including in-game instances. It is ineffective against players carrying forced resurrection items like the death substitute doll. Note: after killing a player the corpse grinder will clear all substitute items from that player at once. Note: from the moment it was invented it was destined to be used by a pervert. Upon obtaining the corpse grinder a strange excitement appeared on Zhao Yi's face. This thing is quite interesting. In instances when a player dies they usually just lose health points, but if a player is killed by the corpse grinder and they have no resurrection items in their inventory they will die completely. No matter how many resurrection items a player has, if they are killed by the corpse grinder all those resurrection items will be cleared at once. This thing is simply a divine tool for murder and arson. Curious, Zhao Yi reached his hand into the corpse grinder and activated it. In an instant his arm that went in became a pile of meat paste. Indeed it is a good thing. Looking at the pile of mixed bones and sticky blood and flesh spat out by the corpse grinder Zhao Yi patted its body with great satisfaction. The next day Zhao Yi went to the abandoned train station preparing to head to Gu Xian Town to take a look. In his system friends list, he noticed that many NPCs had appeared. Among them were the clown, the butcher, the warehouse ghost, the little ghost Xuan, the ghost security guard, and the 3 brothers of fierce ghosts among others. He could observe their geographical positions in detail and even send messages. Before leaving the clown found Zhao Yi and said he wanted to open a grocery store in Gu Xian Town, but he was currently short on funds with a budget of about 150000 yin coins, and he hoped Zhao Yi could help scout for a suitable storefront in Gu Xian Town. If Zhao Yi could help him find a good storefront, he would gift Zhao Yi a personal collection. Yin coins are the currency used among ghostly beings, and players can also exchange points for them in the shop with 1 point equaling 1 yin coin. However, this is a one-way exchange. Air players can only use points to exchange for yin coins, not the other way around. Faced with the side quest proposed by the clown, Zhao Yi naturally did not refuse. Waiting for the train on the platform, Zhao Yi headed towards the driver's cabin. Only Zhao Yi could enter there, other players were not allowed. This was a privilege granted after reaching a certain level of favorability with the train conductor. After starting the train, the conductor offered Zhao Yi a cigarette, Zhao Yi did not refuse. The two shared smoke. I have sent many people to Guxian town. It really is dangerous there. Many have died going there. Some are high-level, some are low-level. Faced with the conductor's lament, Zhao Yi was not surprised. His mother's head was hanging in front of the windshield. It was still dripping blood. Though she had no body, at least she wasn't dead, was she? Looking at the conductor's mother's head, Zhao Yi felt an impulse to throw it into the corpse grinder. No! To be precise, Zhao Yi now wanted to throw anything alive he saw into his corpse grinder, be it human or ghost. Is it very dangerous there? Zhao Yi averted his gaze. The conductor took a puff and replied, It's very dangerous, full of high-level fierce ghosts. But they are not as powerful as those two guys from the guild base. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback. The clown and the butcher. Yes. After a pause, the conductor kindly reminded, When you go to Guxian town, just stay on the platform and don't go out. Let the warehouse ghost come to pick you up. He is quite well connected in Guxian town, so you won't encounter any danger. Zhao Yi nodded. Thank you. P.S. There is one more chapter. The world remained as dim as ever, devoid of light. A world that has lost the sun must eternally be characterized by chaos and darkness. Yet the splendor of Guxian town still astonished Zhao Yi. There were many ghosts. They seemed to be repeating the tasks they performed in life methodically. Various professions continued to operate in ways incomprehensible to humans. Some impeccably dressed office workers would occasionally curse in indignation, unaware of the wretched soul who designed the grueling 996 work schedule that prevented them from resting even after death. In the past, I always motivated myself. As long as I didn't work myself to death, I would work to the bone. But these ghosts never imagined that, after working themselves to death, they would still have to continue working even in death. Damn. The warehouse ghost picked up Zhao Yi at the station and invited him back to his grand villa. Xian has gone to school. She lives on campus and won't be back until the weekend. Zhao Yi sat on the villa's sofa and opened a bottle of fruit beer. The servants responsible for cleaning and service within the villa were all fierce ghosts. Their gazes fixed on Zhao Yi filled with a flickering bloodthirsty greed. To them, humans were merely food, mere playthings. However, as the warehouse ghost's murderous gaze swept over them, they immediately behaved themselves, even showing some fear towards Zhao Yi. Who is this man? How could he be so close to such a ferocious warehouse ghost? Not long ago, they had witnessed an 18th level player being chased and killed by the warehouse ghost for accidentally stepping on a flower in its garden, pursued for dozens of kilometers before being slain in a wild forest outside the town. The original owner of this land was also eaten directly by the warehouse ghost, which inherited its assets. Yet such a terrifying ghost was showing such respect to a human of such low status, which compelled them to speculate about Zhao Yi's background. Because of the mystery, fear naturally followed. I have 3 matters to ask for your assistance. The first is a job issue. I want to settle down in the town and need your help in recommending a job. The second is about a friend's daughter, named Sun Baiba. She is missing, possibly near Guxian town. I would like your help in finding out more. The third is that another friend wants to open a grocery store and asked me to help find a storefront, but he is short on funds with only 150000 underworld coins. After finishing, Zhao Yi directly took out the Pandora's box and placed it before the warehouse ghost. This is the reward. The warehouse ghost eyed the small toy with a look of obsession. This gift is indeed somewhat valuable, but I won't accept it for free. I will do my best to help you with your matters. For the next 2 days you can stay here. There will be servants to take care of you. Zhao Yi nodded. 3 days later, at a dining table laid with a sumptuous lunch, the warehouse ghost said to him, There is a hospital in Guxian town. Although not as large as the Colossus Hospital, it is still quite reputable. However, they are in need of a surgeon. I mentioned you to the hospital director, and he said that if you can successfully complete the first surgery and satisfy the patient, he will officially hire you. You can give it a try first. If it doesn't work, I will help you find another option. The warehouse ghost, having gone through hardships with Zhao Yi and having received benefits from him, was quite diligent in his efforts. Zhao Yi thanked the warehouse ghost and took the token he was given to the fruit hospital. Upon entering the hospital, he immediately noticed that all the ghosts inside were looking at him with greedy expressions. These ghosts were exceptionally powerful, and even with Zhao Yi's strength of 36 points, it would be impossible for him to handle them all alone. If they attacked him, he would be torn apart in an instant. However, soon a super plump nurse weighing 600 kilograms approached Zhao Yi, took the token from his hand, and warned the sick ghosts. This is our hospital's newly hired surgeon. I warn you, do not cause trouble. The sick ghosts immediately wilted. Clearly, they could not withstand such a heavyweight opponent. The nurse led Zhao Yi to the surgical room and said to him, Inside there is a ghost suffering from appendicitis who urgently needs surgery. If you can complete this operation, it will count as your onboarding assessment. It's just an appendectomy, a minor issue. With my skills, how could I not handle a small appendicitis? Just as Zhao Yi was about to enter the surgical room, he saw a female ghost walking over with a child. She was covered in injuries and limping. Doctor? The female ghost nudged Zhao Yi and forcefully stuffed some underworld coins into his hand. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, her gaze wavering between malice and hesitation, ultimately letting out a nearly imperceptible sigh. Please make sure to save my husband. I beg you. The boy she was holding also bore injuries. He lowered his head, tightly holding his mother's hand without speaking. Zhao Yi pushed the underworld coins back into her hand, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, it's just an appendectomy, nothing difficult." Saying this, Zhao Yi stepped into the surgical room and closed the door. Inside the surgical room, a hulking fierce ghost was bound tightly to the iron bed, reeking of alcohol. Seeing Zhao Yi enter, he struggled violently. "Damn lowly human, what are you doing here? What? Are they going to let me have a nice meal before the surgery?" Zhao Yi gathered the hammer, saw, and nails from the side tool rack, then took out his sole weapon, the surgical knife. "Well, I am your attending physician. You can call me Dad or Papa, but I will not acknowledge you as my son." The fierce ghost was momentarily stunned, then exploded with rage. "Are you looking to die? How dare a mere food talk to me like that? Do you believe that I can kill you after the surgery?" Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Do you often abuse your wife and child?" The fierce ghost was taken aback and then coldly laughed. "They deserve a beating. I've told them countless times that all the money I earn should go to buy alcohol, yet that wretched woman dares to secretly save pocket money to send that little bastard to school. It's a miracle I haven't killed them yet. This is my family matter, or what does it have to do with you?" Zhao Yi put on his gloves, moving with expertise. "No, I'm not particularly interested in your family matter. I was just chatting. As if you would have the guts." The fierce ghost snorted coldly. Preparations were ready. Zhao Yi placed one hand on the fierce ghost's chest, took a deep breath, and comforted him. "Don't be nervous, it's just a small surgery." The abusive ghost squinted. "I'm not nervous. It's just an appendectomy." After a moment of silence, Zhao Yi replied, "No. I meant to say I was talking about myself. To be honest, this is my first surgery on a ghost." The two stared at each other, and after a moment the abusive ghost slowly shifted his gaze from Zhao Yi's face to the surgical knife in his hand, unable to help but swallow hard. His face lost the earlier intimidation. "Can I change doctors?" Zhao Yi calmly pulled out a massive dismemberment machine from his pants and placed it aside. "Probably not." "Hey, what? What is this thing?" Relax, it's just a dismemberment machine." In the surgical room, Zhao Yi raised the surgical knife high. The blade reflected the horrified expression of the abusive ghost. The knife fell, blood gushed forth.